Counter-Strike is well and truly back.
Nico emerging. What? Nico! Just a couple no-scope.
Ran right into that. It's another headshot. 4 in a row for Whole Surge.
6 seconds. Apex pushes in. He's got the fight. He's got the clutch. Searson caught with a nado. Oh, Stown through smoke. Does not expect Stown to be backside. Simple. Down goes Saiwu. And the stairs player too.
And Naf now on the ramp. Keep spraying. Gets him to the smoke. Balsec is going to get knocked out as well. Now Rez, 40 seconds in a 1 versus 3. And he's going to spin around and get that kill on Sip. Glaive is coming in. He's already low on health and Rez.
Looking for an opening. It's going to be the young gun Buzz. He's got support, but it's low HP on Dupree. Buzz. Oh, Buzz. They talk about him. There's the legend. And then there's this kid.
Loki. He's wondering what's going on inside the smoke. He's going to find one. Finds a second. Absolutely not. He's already done this so many times. Oh, gotta be careful. He gets one more. Surely not. Brokey. Oh, he's toying with him. And oh my God, Brokey. You must be kidding me.
Welcome to the big league.
The second day of a brand new season as the Blast Premier Full Groups returns for more action in Copenhagen. Yesterday, we got our first taste of some brand new roster changes and plenty more delicious dishes on the cards today as 3 more best of 3s will be ensuing. Joining myself, Freya Spears, to dissect every second of the action. I've got Pimp, I've got Maniac. I don't know about you guys, but it felt so damn good to be back with some Counter-Strike yesterday.
Yeah, and I think we got served some great Counter-Strike. We had this intense series towards the end of the day, that 3-mapper backburner between Complexity and our friends, of course, of NIP. That was Alicia's first game in that jersey. I think he delivered what we were hoping to see, and we had a couple of crazy moments.
Yeah, we did. Any highlights for you particularly, Jake?
Yeah, same could be said about Vitality, the way they dismantled their opponent yesterday. Good to see FlameC coming in, feeling good. Yeah, we talked about it, right? He was using the geometry of the map to run around and play FPL and just run all over EG. So for me, that was kind of highlighted. It looked like FlameC was feeling himself and having a good time.
Yeah, kind of a feels bad man for EG once again, kind of stumbling at the first hurdle. Obviously, they're coming in, with a brand new roster. They've promoted basically the majority of the EG Black squad into that main roster. It was a shame to see them, get dissected so brutally by Vitality. But yeah, conversely, that's kind of what we expected of Vitality.
Yeah,
right?
I just hope we get to see a little bit more out of them. Like in this tournament, like the format is made so that they're going to play 17 times at the very least. And hopefully we get to see a little bit more. We get to see some punching power. For my money, Junior is the one player out of this entire roster that excites me just a little bit. Has a couple of moments here and there, and it was the case against Vitality, but the game was flat. The game was empty. There was nothing really for us to sink our teeth in, and we're going to have to wait down the line. It was arguably the hardest game of their group.
Let's talk about the man we see on our screen, the new man in the black and yellow jersey. That was Flames. Takeaways, temperature check from how he kind of integrated initially, Jacob?
Just by listening to the interviews from Sonic, looking at the body language of FlameC in the studio, it seems like he's been well integrated into the lineup. It's way too early to say anything in regards to on this server. Yes, he played well yesterday. Yes, he was able to run around and make a fool out of EG, but anyone could have done that, I would almost argue, yesterday. So we still need to see more FlameC on the server, but from the outside of it, it looks like he's having fun, and that's a good step in the right direction for him.
Yeah, we love to see that. Moving on to our second game of the day, that was, of course, Complexity taking on NIP. As you said very aptly, Matthew, the fact that we see Elish coming in, we wanted him to bring some more consistency. We can see just by the number of kills he was putting up, particularly in the second and the third map, managing to push Complexity over the line, which we know they've struggled with recently. Yeah,
individually, he was an undeniable asset for Complexity. Map 1 was a little bit shaky. He had a few moments where I thought he could have done more, but he definitely stepped it up map 2 and 3. And I think we also have to give it to JT and some of the calls, some of the decisions he made in that best of 3 were stellar. T-side, very strong. Yes. Again, the end of the series is a run of 8 out of 9 rounds won by Complexity. And he said in an interview, it feels great to have Elish by my side. He chimes in, he comes in with a couple of ideas. He helps us know how to close these rounds. And I think we had a great example, and Complexity relatively impressed me. I think it was a tight game and they got ahead.
I would agree with that, and a little bit worrisome for NIP as well. I think the way they played yesterday, especially on the CT side, they just completely fell flat. Didn't seem to have any answers whatsoever to disturb the way Complexity were approaching the game. You also had Config play consistently well over the course of 3 maps, and you still end up losing a game quite convincingly. So to me, that's a worrying sign for NIP.
Do you think that is just, a symptom of changing very different in-game leadership styles. Obviously, we've gone from Alexi B to Hampus. Do you feel like there's going to be some teething issues with that we should be expecting?
Yeah, there will be, of course. I mean, what they can use right now, very short term, are a couple of these like dual strategies. And he talked about it. He said, Alexi B had a couple, I have a couple. We can use that immediately. We've seen a couple of examples. But when you go a little bit deeper into the playbook and you have to play these late 3v3s, you have to give that lineup time and Hampus's time to kind of put his philosophy onto his other players.
Let's move on to revisit our CS Money Play of the day. You guys had your say over on the Blast Premier Instagram. So, Jacob, what is coming up as our third best play of day number 1?
Well, we had the boy Junior, who had a great showing yesterday despite getting absolutely owned by Vitality. This time around with the M4A1S, he's tapping away, he's getting some nice kills. And yeah, as we said, Junior, the only highlight for Complexity yesterday.
Second play of the day is going to be Rez from NIP. Overall, a bit of a complicated series, but in that round specifically, he did the work with the silencer. Defending from that A pinch, we could see how a little bit disconnected Complexity is in that regard. It's very easy for him to isolate players, but he does so beautifully.
Another guy who had it very easy yesterday was the winner of today's play, FaZe, coming in for Vitality, showing that he has that individual powers that we're looking towards. This is a nice little sequence where he's just destroying his opponents. And of course, as you said, Freya, why don't go for the knife? Why don't run around, try to make it look silly? He got the P250, and Apex was very happy about that.
Good vibes in the Fatality camps, and I don't blame them for that. And man, we have way more good vibes coming up today. It's not 2, but 3 best of 3s coming your way. Plenty of new games, or new teams rather, that we're going to be seeing gracing our screens. Of course, we're going to be beginning it with Big taking on Heroic. Astralis versus NAVI, gentlemen. That is the one. I mean, I'm going to be a little bit biased here. I'm most hyped for. I cannot wait to see this new NAVI enter the server.
No, neither can I. You know, NAVI have made a complete revamp of their roster, and Astralis have done somewhat the same. No Glaive in Astralis for the first time in many, many years. So yeah, that game in particular is going to be very interesting.
That's the main card, let's be honest. Like, no disrespect to any of the other teams who are playing today, but of course, we have so many questions surrounding these rosters. NAVI going international, Astralis giving a chance to Borb coming out of the shadow, striking in distance in Danish Counter-Strike, and Stair finally wearing that jersey. A whole lot to figure out.
Well, before we do dive into that, we do need to discuss a little bit more of a crazy roster mania. This offseason has been a hella wild one. We've seen so many changes coming in. Some we expected, some not so much. I think we all anticipated a change of Astralis, but I didn't anticipate them getting rid of Glaive. I did not see that one coming, and it's put, you know, a lot more pressure on BlameF's shoulders now because he's taking up the mantle of IGL.
Yeah, and I have to be honest, that pisses me off. It actually pisses me off, right? Listen, we've listened and we've seen this great interview from BlameF on HLTV where he talks about the team coming to him, the organization coming to him and say, we need you to step up, we need you to be the IGL. And props for him to step it up and take that role. But I hate that idea. I despise it. I absolutely do not want this to happen. You have a player that is so exceptionally skilled in like a very expert type situation, like these late lurk situations, a multi-kill machine on the CT side. Why do we encumber him? I mean, I know he's got big shoulders, that's not a question, but why do you want to water down a player like that with this quality? There's no way. Jacob, Denmark has such an incredible scene. You have so many players. It is such an excitement for the population in general, in Counter-Strike. There's no way there's nobody that you can actually just mold and someone you can trust. Does it have to be Blame?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be Blame. If you're spot on, I think we have 5 of the 7, 8 best in-game leaders in the entire world coming out of Denmark, so it should be possible. Imagine Snappy coming into Astralis for that matter. That would have been exciting.
Okay,
that would have been very
cool.
exciting. But I agree with you. The thing is, BlameF is a fantastic individual asset to Astralis. And as you said, and as he said in an interview, he will most likely go down a little bit in terms of his output and his fracking ability. Now, the problem for me with that is that you're having an in-game leader who is not passionate about being an in-game leader. He's not trying to redefine himself or trying to build himself up as being the greatest in-game leader of all time. He's doing it because no one else could do it and wanted to do it within Astralis. You look towards Heroic, who has KDN, you look towards FaZe with Kerrigan, you look towards Vitality with Apex. Those guys are passionate about being an in-game leader. That's the role they want to fulfill. That's how they want to, you know, write their story. That's not going to be the same with BlameF. This is a mandatory solution that could end in 6, 7, 8 months whenever they get another one who can do the job for them.
And we just saw some numbers, you know, to back that point up on our screen. The fact that, you know, BlameF, we have seen him taking up the mantle of in-game leader before. That did see an individual drop-off in form, and you hate to see that from a guy who can have so much individual impact on the server.
And look, the numbers that we had in that graph were still exceptional.
Yes.
Even with the IGL mantle. But the problem is, the win condition for Astralis remain that BlameF and Device are absolutely fired up and are reaching the max of their output. That remains the win condition. stare is kind of exciting in a way that there is some promises that can be fulfilled, and we've been talking about him in this pipeline for quite a while. But if BlameF and Device aren't going to be really putting up numbers, do we imagine Astralis having deep runs? Do we imagine them in playoffs? I struggle to do that.
I do that too as well. Another thing I want to put to the question is that I'm not necessarily saying it can't succeed with BlameF. We'll have to wait and see, of course. But the player style he is and the way he's conducting himself on the server is that he's very laid back. He's often not with his team. He's often somewhere else on the map. Some call it baiting. Some call it, being a little bit disjointed to the team. We see the meta today. All the in-game leaders, they want to be hands-on. They want to be in the center of the map. They want to be where you can smell the openings, where you can smell the utility. BlameF is often disconnected from the rest of his team. So do we believe that he can stand somewhere on the map calling for the other guys on a different side of the map in the current meta of Counter-Strike? That's going to be very difficult for BlameF.
Yeah, and I actually don't know if he's going to remain there, because I think on that interview that I referenced on HLTV, he said he had to make a couple of compromises.
Hopefully.
He had to give up a couple of positions.
Yes.
And here is my problem. This is where we start to actually ponder things and balance things. How accepting or how acceptable is that BlameF releases some of these positions to be in accordance with the meta that you're mentioning, but then how deplorable is it that his output will suffer from it? Do you want a half average medium BlameF that is fitting the meta, or you want him to be the absolute beast he can be in his specific roles? That to me is where we have an issue, and that one they'll have to figure out.
Well, we will be seeing them entering the studio for our second game of the day, but not before another Danish side take us to the stage. It's Heroic versus Big in our first game.
The major is the pinnacle of competition. It is the gateway for legends, and its trophy, a maker of kings. Paris will be our very last major in CSGO. For one last time, we get to crown the champion in our beloved game.
CS have been in my life forever.
Counter-Strike in my life for 15 years.
I've been playing this game for 2/3 of my life.
I grew up with Counter-Strike.
I didn't really know what I wanted in my life. CSGO was that answer for me. It's what I've always done. It's my whole life.
I've done a lot of things in CS and I sacrificed a lot to get there.
For me, there's something that activates inside me. I think this comes down to I want it so bad.
My life is Counter-Strike and I live and breathe it.
Now it's all coming down to just one tournament.
Interesting position. Oh my God! Emma! Oh! It all ends! Game Legion with a legendary run.
Dreams becoming reality right before our very eyes. Can anyone stop this vitality streak?
big clan with some big changes coming into this new season, arriving in Copenhagen to take on the Danes of Heroic as their first destination, injecting some international blood into the squad as well, as Mantu now arrives in tow with the roster. That has held some opinions, gentlemen. Tell me yours. What do you think of Mantu entering?
So I want to preface my answer with what I'm going to say has nothing to do with specifically with Mantu, but I would like Big to actually make a choice on what is the road to follow and what is the direction we're looking ahead. Are we going German-based, very grassroots, and we're giving chances to the national community? We're sticking to our identity and we're trying to pipeline these players into the light with the likes of Prozis, the likes of Crimbo, the likes of Sin, which has its limitation in terms of where you're going to end up in the ranking, but I can understand what you're doing. I can understand, I see it. Or are we going international, in which case we put the performance a little bit ahead? And surely, if you are going to go international, you have to imagine there is a greater roster to be put together. I don't understand. I feel like it's 1 foot here, 1 foot there, and what's in between is like a loss probably.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. I think Mantu as a player is not bad at all. I think he was a little bit hard done by in OG when Dexter came in. So that signing of him makes an awful lot of sense if you back it up with more international players, with more skill next to your lineup. Because I fully buy into what you're saying, Matthew. They've moved away from the Tizian, the Keto, the reshuffling of the same old guys within Big, and now they're trying something new, but they're trying it half-assed, right? If you want to bank on the German scene, go for it. Go for Sin, go for Prozis, go for Crimbo, who's shown out to be a great player as well. But then stick with it instead of trying to build in Mantu, and then we're probably going back to a scenario where when Santeros was part of Big as well, that they speak German when he's dead and yada, yada, yada. I just hate that whole philosophy.
Yeah, no, and there's good reason for it, right? We're talking about Mantu coming in, obviously replacing Sisson. He took a step back from the squad. Where do you see him kind of filling in terms of his AWPing style? If we're looking at him stylistically, how do you compare the two?
Well, first of all, what I realized when I was doing some research about Mantu is that I may be underestimating him a little bit, underrating him. And I don't know if that's because of his style, because he didn't have a whole lot of explosive moments, but I looked at the numbers and they were not nearly as bad as I thought they would be. And what I also realized is that this man that we have on our screen right now doesn't have a wealth of experience on LAN.
No.
I mean, COVID hit right at the time where he was starting to be part of these events as well. So from obviously early 2020 to late 2021, there was a huge gap in there. And once LANs kicked around the corner, he only played a few until he was benched. And the numbers were relatively great. So you're looking at a player who kind of still has a whole lot of pages to write in his book.
Yeah, stylistically speaking, I think TaPSTN is going to enjoy working with Mantu because he reminds me a little bit of Sisson. He's not, as you said, the most explosive player out there. I think that was even the reasoning OG gave him, that they wanted to try Dexter. They needed someone who could make the plays and take charge of the game. Mantu is the type of player that you know where you got him. He's going to pose an angle, he's going to hold that angle, and then TaPSTN doesn't have to worry about him. So I think in terms of calling for an player like Mantu, that's going to be easy for TaPSTN, but maybe with this current lineup they have, they need someone to take charge of that, and perhaps Mantu can be just slightly more aggressive.
And it's a very important point that you brought up, Matthew. It's been a minute since we've actually seen Mantu entering the server as well, right? We talk about, you know, his unfortunate situation back in OG where Dexter entered the squad, you know, after his stand-up performance for Spirit at the Major. And then we really haven't seen much of him since then. It's his book to write.
No, we haven't seen it. I think it would be interesting probably later down the road to hear from the big camp as to how we ended up with deciding to pick up Mantu, because I don't think he was a free agent at all. I think there was a buyout involved anywho. And if you're gonna look for an AWP out there in the international pond, there are the names that we could have mentioned. There's Sorte that's here, that's Dexter that doesn't have a team right now, people who arguably have a stronger, deeper punch into them. So why would be Mantu? This would be something that I'd love to hear from Big.
Well, let's hear from the man himself. It's Mantu on the mic with Banks.
So Mantu, welcome back. It's been over a year since we've seen you on the server, but I wanted to see, how has that whole experience been while you've not been on a team and not been playing like this?
Yeah, so it was good for me mentally. Firstly, I had to take a break because if you're playing like in a team, constantly in a new lineup, and things are not going to, to plan, then obviously your mental, your physical well-being goes down. So yeah, being like off the server, let's say for 6 months, and then obviously I continued to practice like on my own face with my friends. It's something like I had to do. I had to refresh my mind, and yeah, I'm excited. I'm happy to be back.
They say about playing some faces with your friends and getting yourself ready. Obviously, it's a big difference coming into this level of competition and this scene. Do you feel ready for that on your individual level and just like how you're feeling with your reflexes, etc.?
Yeah, of course, like you said, FaZe is different, FPO is different, right? So most important for me was to practice with my team, do the pracs, see how teams are behaving, right? And just grind as much as possible, which is what we did. I'm excited. I'm not as rusty as I thought I would be. So yeah, I'm feeling really, really good to play, yeah.
And how did this big offer come about? Were you surprised to get an offer from the German side? Because honestly, I thought you spoke German, then I found out you didn't speak German because obviously you had the ATAX time. So just talk me through all of this.
Yeah, I mean, there was a saying back in the day that apparently I speak 10 languages. So everyone thought I was some kind of genius. But yeah, I mean, I know a lot of players in the German scene, right? So when I heard, obviously, they're looking to go kind of international, yeah, that's when I got the call up. I talked with them, yeah, and that's it. That's what it led to.
And how have you been fitting in, not just on the server, but off the server?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always, if any team, especially because it's German, like I kind of understand how they work, how the mind is, right? So yeah, it's been easy to fit with the guys. Obviously, some of the guys like Tapson or our coach or assistant coach, like I know all of them for a long, long time. So it's been no problem fitting in.
Okay, so not necessarily knowledge of the language, but knowledge of the German scene for Mantu coming into things. Just to wrap up our conversation about this newly big clan coming into the arena. Process, he's a man that you know a bit about from the We Play Academy League. Tell us what we should be looking at.
Yeah, it's a guy who's been playing a lot in the We Play Academy League, and he was okay. He was not necessarily the head trick of the league. He was not the Monesi of the league, but he was doing a decent job. So I can see why they look towards Process and think, okay, he has some untapped potential. I also think Crimbo has shown Tapson that there is some hidden talent within the German scene that you can nurture, you can foster, and I think Crimbo has grown into be one of those players that Process are probably looking up towards right now. You want to replicate what Crimbo has done within Big Clan. So look out for a player that is decent with the rifle and can definitely make plays. Whether or not he can do it on this level, we'll have to wait and see.
We know that Tapson is very passionate about fostering the talent in the German scene, but moving on to their opponents on the other side of the studio, that is going to be Heroic. Obviously, they ended off their season with a very sweet win back in Washington. It was a bit of a tumultuous time when we talk about the major, going back to Paris, obviously stumbling in the semi-finals. Didn't anticipate that. But I feel like Heroic coming into this, they should just be looking hot to trot, business as usual. What are you expecting?
Yeah, listen, this is supposed to be like a quiet and calm start to the season if you're Heroic. You have absolutely no need to panic in any way. You have no need to rush your kickstarting of the season. You can take your sweet time and warm up for the moment that is going to matter. We know that they have the baseline level to any who cruise towards World Arena. It's just as it is. They're one, if not the best team in the world right now, and they have the consistency. So you're here in Copenhagen, warm yourself up. You have Cologne around the corner, and this is when you want to peak.
Well, let's go ahead and check in with Cadian to see how he's feeling coming into this new season.
So Cadian, I want to just find with you guys, right? No changes, everything nice and normal for Heroic, but what did you guys do when you came back? How did you come back?
Yeah, no changes, you know. One of the few nowadays still looking to my right, and there's shoes, and still looking to my left, and there's down, so there, that's amazing. We started out with having a bit of a short boot camp in the nature, actually. Ooh. Yes, so no PCs. Yeah, we know the drill as well, and yeah, it was fun. A lot of team exercises and coordination, working on the communication, talking about what we want to do, and you know, getting some fresh air and just starting out a bit different. You know, like I think it's something that we wanted to do for a while, and now we did it, and it felt really good. And then yeah, we've just been practicing from home for about 5-6 days. So yeah, that's how we started.
So even though you are the same team we know, right, you've come in with a lot more practice than what some of the other teams who have freshly come into it as well. So do you feel like you guys are in your best shape possible coming into the start of the season?
I remember us last time standing here in January. You know, I was not too satisfied with the shape of the boys, but I think we are in a better place right now. I think that it was a wake-up call last time when we struggled. You know, we did lose the first game to EG last time, yeah, and ended up still winning against Astralis and Big, I think it was, to qualify. But we talked a lot about how we want to be when we start out the tournament, and you know, we still want to use the fear factor of being the world #1. We still want to use the intensity and the play style that we have, and that does require everybody to give full effort. So yeah, we'll do our best. Obviously, our goal is not at all to peak at this tournament, but given our position on the world ranking and in the scene, we obviously need to qualify.
Now also, with it being the kind of roster mania we've seen to the start of this season, do you think this is something you guys can capitalize on, that so many teams are going to have like these ups and downs and not really know where they're at?
I think for us, you know, would have just preferred that everyone was the same, because it was pretty good for us, you know, to play them, and we knew what they were doing, and we had a good take on a lot of the lineups. I think there's a lot of interesting changes out there. A lot of them can turn really good. Some of them also a bit risky, but you know, sometimes you got to take some risk. And I think for us, a team that also likes to prepare a lot, it's a bit difficult in the beginning because we don't know the exact positions of different players and how they are going to move around the map and stuff like this. But that's also a good test of your own philosophies and your own, beliefs that you can play to your own intuition. And yeah, that's what we're going to do today.
And Heroic, of course, one of the few teams coming into this new season without any roster changes inside the server. There's been a bit of thievery going on in other areas, though, isn't there, Pim?
Yeah, the I guess head of performance called Kasper Strabe was poached by Astralis and ended up signing as now new head of performance or sports director within Astralis, and that's a big loss for Heroic. I know Kasper quite well, and he did a lot of stuff for the Heroic guys. I think Cadian has said many times as well that he was helping them out a lot as well, mentally preparing for the game. So that's a bit of a loss. So I'm curious to see if that's going to affect Heroic in any sort of way.
Hasn't changed how loud they can get inside the studio. Absolutely,
I haven't heard
love to
any
hear
of what
that.
Jacob said. I hope it was great.
Great points, Jacob.
I think it was great, Jacob. You did
Smile
good.
and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Let's bring up our unicorn predictions to see if anybody dared to go with the big boys from the big clan in this one. Ooh. I mean, it's Heroic all across the board. Kind of makes sense with how they ended off the last season, Matthew.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, listen, Cadian mentioned it. Last season, they kicked off the campaign with a loss to EG, and Lord knows tweets were made, impressions were made about it. We'll have to see if we capitalize once again on that. But in terms of rational, Heroic is here head and shoulders above their opponents.
Well, we've got Overpass, we've got Inferno, and we've got Vertigo if we do so need it. But before we do dive into the action, it is time for a quick break. When we are back, it's Anders and Henry G on the mic with our first game of the day.
Here we are, Henry. We're ready for another day. It's the first game that's coming up, and I don't know. I feel like today could be just an all-out chaotic day. We've got a lot of roster changes that we have to go through, and just teams that we haven't really seen play. But how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I've really enjoyed the Counter-Strike so far. It's been a little bit scrappier than usual, but it does open the door opportunity for the big plays, the big clutches here, and a new roster on show. Big with a new look, a new sound potentially. They're not speaking German anymore. They are speaking English with Mantu, who hasn't played on LAN in over 1 year, Anders.
That in itself is crazy. The audience not that persuaded. It's still 7-1 odds, so people are still on the heroic side. That makes sense.
Well, it's the #1 team in the world versus ranked 50. So I guess it kind of does make sense. But still, I think it'll be a fun game. Overpass to kick things off. Heroic are going to be very difficult to rattle. They're going to be looking good. But we're here to see how Big are operating as a unit, what they're bringing to the table, how it's going to look going forward.
Such a confusing project in many ways. Like, it's gone so
It doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to find like a polite way to talk about it, but like the German identity is the whole thing, right? And you're not speaking German anymore. That's a huge move. And if it was a world-class sniper, I would say, yeah, let's do it. Like, if that guy's available, we can only speak English, amazing. But he hasn't played on LAN in over a year. I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying this is it's a big gamble for everyone.
It really feels like I'm a little bit confused myself, but I'm looking to be persuaded. I'm looking for Big to show that this is something that can really work. So I guess we're going to find out as we are heading into the first map here. Heroic versus Big. It's day 2 here at Blast Premier, and I'm definitely excited. I think no matter what, it's not going to be boring. I feel like every Heroic game is interesting to watch, and Big, I mean, they are a well-prepped team. They usually have a lot of strategy. Like, it's not going to be a boring game, but it might be one-sided.
Yeah, well, this will be a beautiful display of Counter-Strike either way with Heroic on the server. It's going to be Cadian challenging for the initial kill here. You'd think Crimbo would pick that one up on the rebuttal, but does minimal damage towards Cadian. He'll fall back. So a little bit of an exchange, but here comes the territory control. Tabson will be pushing in towards long. He's got 4 teammates operating in middle. And it looks like with the one smoke and flashbang, this could just be a simple A finish here.
Yeah, especially if you get close enough. Why do you need anything else? Like one good flashbang to get you a little bit closer with the Glock, and then maybe you've got that smoke to set it up towards the bank or towards the stairs. It looks like it's going to be the stairs side there. Cadian, he's just set up for the USP. He needs an angle, but it's going to be Tabson at range. The perfect distance for that P250.
Well, that is a massive problem now. 5-on-4, you can see the CT's completely removed from the bomb site. They've completely committed.
They're going to try and blow up the plant. Oh, it might actually work. There's one. There's the second.
Oh, no.
But the bomb is planted.
It was a very good idea. They do bring it back to a 4-on-4 here. Key frag coming in towards the bank area. Mansu challenged for the first time, rising to the occasion, gets a triple kill on his first round on LAN here, and that's going to be enough. Excellent work there. Mansu, big sigh of relief. That's a great showing as Big executing towards A. Nice idea with the double nade, Anders, but not quite enough to deny the plant.
No, and even then, would have only brought it back into a 4-on-4 in a little bit more time. I still feel like, that first entry to take down Cadian at the bomb site just afforded Big so much space to work with. Obviously helps Mantu gets a triple.
Yeah, that's a great feeling. First round on LAN in the big jersey. Triple kill. Get yourself a nice AK going forward. That is lovely. So round 2 coming in. Heroic with the force buy on the second. We're going to see Deagles and 5-7s. A scout available as well in the hands of Cadian. He's towards the bathrooms right now. And we'll see him take his first shot. Retreat. More defensive line here. Actually lands a tag towards Mantu as well. So he'll probably have to switch over to the MAC-10. Smoke goes down as Crimbo explores his options towards short. Just trying to find that opening pick if they'll give it to him.
I'm sure Heroic are feeling very confident, but start of the season, they did have, or last go-around, they did have that incredible loss to EG.
Incredible loss, yeah. What a time that was. That almost broke the internet.
That did break, yeah, for a couple of days. That was a conversation.
That's a good time.
So I'm sure they're looking to not repeat anything like that, like you said, #1 versus #50 or whatever. Like they probably just want to. I'm sure it's going to be a long time before they really start to feel any kind of pressure. And I mean, they are a really terrific team on Overpass too. So wouldn't be too worried at all. But curious how this will play out. The scouts already tagged up Mantu a little bit, so sure if they can get another scout tag in. Oh
no!
My God,
he did. It's on Mantu again through the smoke. Directly to the skull as well. 5-on-4 Heroic. Whittling down the clock, Anders. 40 seconds remaining, and it's a good smoke as well. Stown can reposition.
Ridiculous timing on that shot, and reposition all the way into the smoke. They will. Just to hope to catch someone. Deagle up close. It could definitely work. The MAC-10's now going for a wide swing, and they're being really mobile behind this. Only 18 seconds on the clock. Good headshot. And Stown just doesn't even want to fight the second one. He's just there to buy time, which makes so much sense. Tabson and Crimbo trying to fight their way back, but there's only 10 seconds left here. They need to get the bomb plant. They don't have time to hunt for kills right now. Bomb's only picked up now. Tabson's getting one more. They're out of time. Crimbo had to get straight on that. I thought he would. I thought he was planting right away. I don't know why he came off.
Amazing round, though. A little bit of a nightmare scenario for Big. Clock was way too low before they committed there. What, it had about 25 seconds when they went for the play, but the huge reposition from Stown. They smoked the bathrooms. He sits in this position, completely sabotages their efforts. Sure, he only gets one kill, but as you said, he stays alive for another 6 seconds or so. Makes things very uncomfortable. They can't plant the bomb, and Heroic answer back with a 4-spy victory here. Round 3, Big will have to dish out equal treatment with the couple of AKs they've got, a scout as well, and a couple of pistols. It's going to be Tabson looking for first contact towards middle. Mansu will join him, who has got the scout in hand. Crimbo working towards B. And he's actually going for the contact play here with the AK-47.
I respect this. I think this is nice. You try and get the pressure in early. It's a good idea, but Yabi's just a little bit too quick on the other side with the MP9, and he's able to take him down. Unfortunate, losing the AK as well. Not exactly what you want to see, but I like the idea of trying to apply pressure to that position, because it can make the CT side really paranoid if they start losing that B-bomb side early. We actually saw that yesterday, I believe, when we were watching Overpass. Like, once you start to give up that B defense, you have to just commit so many more players to it.
It's a good point. Yeah, I don't mind that either. Crimbo with the AK-47. It's unlikely the CTs are fully equipped. They might have an MP9 like they did, or a FAMAS on the other side. It's unfortunate they don't get the kill, but the round's not over. 5-on-4 against them. at.CEST up next to defend long, and he's in a pretty committed position. He's out in the open here, so we'll do well to get more than one. You can see him just avoiding the spot there of the scout, and there's the first frag, and indeed will go down with just one, but spots a couple more, allowing Cadian to reposition, looking like he'll be more than ready to fend off this assault towards long.
Yeah, a little bit more time on the clock here, but not an infinite amount either. With 30 seconds, and bomb is making its way up real close now on the restroom side of things. Flash, good turnaround from Cadian, but it doesn't really matter. What a headshot coming through from Mantu. He's doing so much work early on in this map. 5 kills to his name. Good headshot mid-air from Yabi. Just picks him out of the sky.
That was the bomb.
Is no more. That is the bomb. And we're again down almost to 10 seconds here, and they're running out of time. Just Mantu left to try and save the day. 8 seconds. He's faking the plant inside. He's running out of time and running out of health as well. Shush will take him down.
I'm not really sure what the plan with the bomb was there. You could have planted dice box, but instead jumped out with the bomb on your back, and it goes down in the open, and it leaves Mantu with zero chance of doing anything with it. It was actually pretty impressive. They actually got it back to a position where they could maybe have won that round. The bomb got planted, but Mantu just had nothing to do there. Went for the fake plant, hope he could bait them out, but lost in the smoke, and it will have to be the full eco going forward. Big down 2-1. More than likely going to be 3, as they will be operating with just Glocks and a single Deagle here. Making their way towards middle, and here's Cadian looking to pad the stats. He knows what he's up against here.
It's a fairly respectable round, that last one, though. I mean, Big, at least they can walk away from that round thinking, you know what, we did a lot of damage, and, you know, 1 or 2 things went differently, we would have probably won that round. So at least they can build something behind it, a little bit of momentum, perhaps. But yeah, Cadian looked like he wanted to find some lonely Glock players with no armor.
Nothing quite like it.
It always, I feel like in your mind it always works out better, but then when you actually get there, it's like, you know, you get the 1 kill and then you get
okay, that's the worst feeling, when you, like, I think getting 1 and then dying is worse than getting 0. Like, if you just get 1, you spray the whole clip and 1 goes down, it's not a good place to be. But back towards B we go, and they're just kind of whittling down the grenade, you know. Every dollar counts. If you can bait out the incendiaries, the HEs, it all adds up, so you might as well use this as a mini timeout, as it were.
True.
And we'll see them just discussing their options there, seeing if any overextended CTs will be waiting, and there is one. at.CEST, though, perfect weapon for the job, and he'll be farming some cash here with the MP9. $1,200 in the bag. And at this point, they'll just be happy getting a single kill, if possible, but they've barely done any damage towards at.CEST. The teammates are swarming in now. The Desert Eagle does not land, and Heroic are looking very good going forward now. A clean sweep in round number 4, taking them up to 3-1. And I guess with the MP9 here in hand, a couple of AKs as well, they're in a very, very strong position, Anders.
Yes, they are. And that kind of round where you don't lose anybody sort of makes up for the previous one where you had a little bit of trouble running into Mantu. So you're going to be quite happy to maybe make a little bit of that money back, especially with the MP9, obviously. 3-1 scoreline, and Big are back with mostly AKs. Do you see a little Khalil in there? on Sin. Another one of those newer generation German players that look promising, even though we didn't know too much about him. But he's quickly made a little bit of a name for himself. Oh, good nade on Tabson. That is so worth it. Trying to get the jump spot information on the other side. Double setup in connector. That leaves the whole long area wide open. How does that make you feel, Henry?
I think it's absolutely fine. They've got the MP9 in hand here. It's a bit of a bonus round, for lack of a better word. So they're trying to find an early advantage, take a bit of a risk here. Long is open, but it's quite unlikely a team will just walk up long. Sure, it does happen, but that's the risk you're taking right now. And they've got no contact towards connector until now. Cadian will be striking first. The spray is not ideal, but he does get it done. Flashbang courtesy of Stan will buy him plenty of time. Process pulls one back. Back to the 4-on-4, and time has been the issue for Big here. They need to be very careful. As Tessa's coming in for the backstab, perfectly timed. Might be on for the double, but shows some restraint, falls back.
Yeah, just the fact that they even know someone else is there.
Exactly.
It's just the information is worth so much more.
And they're super uncomfortable now. Knowing he's in connector with the MP9, it's going to be super difficult to actually remove him from that post.
Yeah, you could tell. And Big have already run into that time wall earlier in the game. So
a couple of
we're
times.
30 seconds and you're stuck here. You have to have somebody always spotting behind. Otherwise, Tessus could just sneak up behind him. And he's even picked up an M4 now instead. Ditched the MP9. 20 seconds, and again, they're running the clock. They don't have anywhere to go.
They've been owned by Tessus and Connector. There's nothing they can do. They just have to walk in towards it. Now, the round is still possible, but it would require a double kill upon entry here. You got players like Yabi waiting with the AK-47 in hand, on for the double kill. It won't matter. It's another perfectly timed backstab from Tessus, and that kill means nothing. Unfortunately, dropping after time. Mansu gets no extra cash, and it goes to 4-1 here. Heroic are absolutely destroying them with the rotations and timings.
Curious, once they got Cadian in the connector, nobody on Big even thought that it was possible that there could have been a second player there. So
you can see that here.
Yeah.
And the fact, like you said, he spots the secondary player towards the bench, and he knows the only exit now is through T-spawn. Now, with 35 seconds on the clock, they don't have time to go back through T-spawn, so they can actually commit 2 A players there, ready and waiting, and there was just nothing you could do but walk in. He couldn't save, and you knew that round was just really not going to be going in their favor. Cadian looking to strike first once again with the AWP. A couple of shots rattled off, but nothing connecting just yet. But does get confirmation they're down to pistols. Don't need to overcommit to this one. And they'll be falling right back here. Enabling the crossfires in the A side. Actually rotating Tessus back towards B, knowing they're on pistols. And still allowing Cadian to jump spot from APC.
by the way, in the previous round, the first kill that Cadian gets, he's actually flash assisted in by a teammate in the B bomb side. Like, it's become more and more of a popular thing for that peak. It's really sick. It's a nice little strategy. If you're playing yourself in matchmaking.
It was because, like I said, it wasn't the perfect spray, but courtesy of the flashbang, it bought him an extra second just to make up for it and adjust.
Yeah, it's really, really cool to see that kind of thing. So, small little differences here, but it's a 4-1 lead. Heroic. Again, we said it's possible that this could be a one-sided game. Certainly shaping up that way at the moment. The Big will need to convince us. They'll need to come up with something here to make us really believe that something could change the outcome.
These are the sort of rounds that are possible if you can catch Cadian out, which is looking likely here. He's being outpositioned. Players all around him with the pistols. They've found some sort of timing here, but Tess says in another strong position and a great smoke as well. He will mow them down. They've got no armor if they decide to go through. 30 seconds once again. If they can get the bomb down, Anders, that would be great. That's about the top end of this round, I would say, given this current circumstance.
A bit rough for Man too. He's down to 13 health, so with the bomb on his back, I mean, probably have to get somebody else to plant it. Those Stounders making sure they're not even going to get close at the moment. Tabson, I agree, looked like he had the timing against Cadian out long.
Yeah.
He definitely snuck up there and nobody really noticed, but didn't feel like he had the timing, perhaps. I'm not sure, but no bomb plant. And even more money being made on the heroic side. They're starting to feel really good, you have to assume, about this game.
It's looking quite easy out there, but early days for sure. And we are going to have the first real gun round here for Heroic. The first time they actually got like 4 rifles, the AWP, the actual full setup here. They've had so much success with that. Lesser weaponry, no one's really died. As we get into round number 7 here, Akers across the board. Mansu, no sniper just yet. And we'll see 3 of them heading towards top and middle. Prosos working towards that connector position. And Crimbo going to just be patrolling the B area, making sure there's no inquisitive CTs pushing off towards Monster and Shaw, but holding a very passive position for now, while his teammates just try and garner some control towards middle. Ideally, the connector and bathrooms would be great, but they've got to get past Cadian. He's ready and waiting.
Surely if you're any team really playing Heroic and they're on the CT side, it's got to be a conversation before the game. You say, just remember, they could be very active. Like, they don't just wait around. They're usually always doing something.
Look at Yabi's position right now. He's fully pushed off short, and they're not showing any presence there whatsoever. So now they can justify having 3 players on the A bomb site. This is full control. They can spot towards T-spawn with Yabi's position, and of course watching Connector as well. 3 players on A now.
And
you
even
can have the strongest possible setup.
Even then, they're still even moving forward. They're even more aggressive. It's very hard to play against a CT side that's that active and just moving around for information.
This is a beautiful setup. They don't know how much trouble they're in right now on the big side. It's going to take something ungodly to get them out of this one.
Yeah, probably need a straight, clean headshot to take down KD to begin with. Already made a bit of noise, so I'm sure Testis is calling that in, telling KD, and you know what, there's at least 1 or 2 people on the other side.
They've lost so much information on the map as well. They've got to move faster than this.
Even without the AWP out, he had a grenade in hand. It doesn't even matter. There's the backup, the insurance policy of Tessis right there at the corner, and now they're just dumping grenades into it. And again, Henry, we're down to 20 seconds. Where's the bomb plant going to be coming from at this point?
Here we go. There it is. They needed someone to step up here. It comes down to the scrappy duels. Up close, like we said, Heroic had the perfect setup, but Big have managed to get the bomb down here. This is the kill that will decide the round, really. Crimbo poised to find Yabi towards that connector. Should be taking this one, no problem. And there it is. Shush. Last player remaining. So, as I mentioned, Heroic couldn't have had a better setup there. It was down to 15 seconds. They had 3 players on the site. It just comes down to landing a few more shots. And Big, as scrappy as they were, they managed to get 3 headshots in the space of about 3 seconds and get that bomb down finally.
Yeah, this is such a deceiving round because if you look at it at the end, it's like, 4 people alive on Big. But the truth is, they had the bomb plant down at about 8 seconds. Yeah. If any one of those Heroic players stays alive for another 2 or 3 seconds, the round probably is lost instead. So, like, it looks convincing. I'm not so sure that it really was. Heroic probably should have won this round. But you know what? We'll take it. We need Big to come up with something really massive here on the first half, and this is at least a step in the right direction.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for more positional control on the Danish side there. So, yeah, definitely a round they should have won, but it does come down to the kills in the end, and this was a key moment. Tessa's the only player the frag. They probably should have got a couple more in this position, but well played to Big. Tapson stepped up. That's what we like to see, a captain's performance, and Crimbo watching the extremities there. Cadian knows how much control they had there, to be honest with you. That was a disappointing round, considering how well they've been playing. But round 8 coming in. The money not amazing, you know. There is a buy for sure. We've got Shush with the saved AK-47. They're just going to be discussing their options, whether they want the AWP, I suppose.
Kind of makes you wonder if that's also why they take the timeout, because it's such a great, it's such a perfect setup. So the fact that they don't win it, you might want to just say, like, okay, let's just get everyone cool back down again. Like, there's no reason to be losing a round that's that tailor-made for you.
Yeah, it just came down to the Angels, I suppose. It does happen. You can have the best strategies in the world, but if you can't click on the head, they mean absolutely nothing, Anders.
All for naught. Yeah, it's true. Okay, well, it's good to see. Process on the scoreboard as well. 1-7 Sins there, 1-6. They've got a couple of players that are falling a little bit behind on the scoreboard, but at least they're doing something.
Here we go.
Mantu wielding the AWP will take down Testis early on. That's the kind of fight you love to win at the start. It makes this T side so much more playable now in a 4-on-5.
Yeah, that's massive. So early on in the round as well. You know a CT reaction will have to come through eventually. It looks like maybe towards Monster Tunnel. Shush will be posturing by that position. Why Yabi? And it's going to be the first kill in his favor. Good for one. Baited in Yabi here, and he does get the blind kill coming through. Can he find another? Surely not. And he makes it happen. This is another difficult round for Heroic, but they're making it work. 3 versus 2, and gaining some amazing positional control here towards T-spawn as well. I think he's done enough.
The flashes looked so good against him, and he had to actually surf up against the side of the wall for that second kill. Yeah, the bomb is dropped down there, and they've got no idea. Oh, he's even knifed him. That's a dirty way to get this battle started. Yabi with an absolutely amazing round.
Wow.
M4 into knife, into AWP, and a quad kill for Yabi.
Super sick from Yabi there. I thought he was done after the first kill. Manages to get 4 in total, including a knife on Mantu as well. The mind games have begun. That's going to be a frustrating one after winning a pretty difficult round before that. They lost 5 in a row, picked up that round with about 10 seconds left on the clock with the bomb going down, and now just been blown out of the water after getting a 5-on-4 advantage very early on in round number 8. We're going to have a technical pause for now, but just looking at the cash for Big, it's actually okay. They do have a pretty full buy coming in. The only concession will be made will be on Sin. He's got $3,600, but about 5K elsewhere. But Heroic saving 2 AKs and the AWP once again. They are back on their feet. First map, and it's picked by Big, just to know that.
How do you feel about the fact that
after getting the early kill in that round, Man2 picked up the first kill, so they're playing 4-on-5. Four CTs left, and you don't really find out where they are. You just kind of go for a double push into monsters. Like there's no real math behind it. Like you're not checking anything out.
I definitely agree. I was waiting for the CT reaction to come through. You'd think you just like, right, let's just pump the brakes right now. Give it 30 seconds, make them feel uncomfortable, bleed out their utility. Completely agree. I thought the CT push would be coming through. It's actually not. It was the T side going for that sort of contact semi-execution through Monster. Got mowed down, ended up getting knifed and giving Navi that great sequence. But still, early days. It can still win the half here. Not looking amazing, I'll say that much. They've been quite slow, a little bit disjointed, losing territory on the map and not really making up for it elsewhere. But 2 rounds on the board. Another buy available here. Heroic have played a very good game, but not a perfect one. So there are plenty more chances to get a couple more rounds here at least. Need at least 4 rounders, I would say.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Just enough to make it doable. Like if you win the pistol on the second half, and
exactly,
4 rounds, you're doing something here. Quick technical pause, as you can tell. Something figured out on Cadian's side, I'm sure. But yeah, I agree. I mean, but Heroic, at least it is much better than the start that they had against EG in that loss, right? Like they're not coming in here ice cold. They had the nature boot camp, apparently. Curious.
They went to see nature.
Yes. What
does that mean exactly? Did they go for a picnic, a hike, a camping trip, fishing?
Denmark, I feel like hiking's not even really possible. It's a flat country.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
So, just probably went into the forest, look at the birds,
campfire maybe.
Little campfire.
Ghost stories. If you believe in that sort of thing, I'm not sure.
Classic. Yeah, it is a classic. But yeah, whatever it is, it seems to have worked, But,
well, after the 8 rounds of Counter-Strike we've watched, I'm confirmed nature boot camp. It's a thumbs up here.
Crediting nature with all of it, really. Yeah.
And if they end up losing the map, well, what can we say?
I dabbled in nature in the last couple of days as well myself.
Where did you go?
I went to the beach.
Okay.
Picked up rocks and threw them into the ocean. It's a good.
Are you skimming them and bouncing them, or?
It was too windy for that, unfortunately.
Okay.
But still, you can lose a couple of hours throwing rocks into the water, So.
Yeah, I tried to get a bit of a tan going before I came here, so I went to the beach in Malta 3 times the week before. Just felt sick and sunburned. I felt like I felt less healthy after doing it. I felt like my stomach just turned on me. I just felt like I had burning skin, and then thankfully
the British response to sunlight.
So I learned my lesson. Won't be happening again. Just gonna stay indoors, watch a bit of CS, maybe play a bit of CS.
That is tempting, isn't it? It's very tempting, especially now that we've got more than Dust 2 to play in CS2.
We played a lot. We kind of do when it's past midnight. That's when we bring out CS2. That's the twilight zone. Because I don't know, for some reason, I don't know what the situation is, the invites or who got it. Everyone seems to suck. I don't know if it's because there's no ranking on there, but you can't actually have fun. They just don't shoot back. So we play after midnight when everyone's a bit silly, but then it's Face It before then. So then we have the serious gaming, and then we have the fun. CS2 we can be more experimental and see all the boosts you can go for, what run boosts there are there, any one ways. We just try and find stuff.
That's good. Someone has to. I feel like the theme seems to be trying to run through all of the maps. I'm sure Valve will want to test the maps before they actually release the full game.
You'd hope so, yeah. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Yeah, for a new title. Give it a bit of a test first.
Yeah, but it's not bad. Not bad so far. Although I get the feeling that it's going to be maybe a bigger change than maybe people are expecting. I could see some really wild results at the start of it,
Okay, so I've been interviewing the players a lot this week, and I'm asking them so we're making all these changes first before the games even come out. We don't know who's going to be good at this game. Some people aren't going to take to it. Naturally, whatever you say about the game, whether you like it or not, some people won't be as good in CS2 as they are CSGO. It just won't feel right. They'll never find their former form. It is something that won't feel good. So I just think sure, we have to make these changes. We're building for the future, but the future is so uncertain. We don't even know what the game's going to look like. But yeah. Obviously.
Think about even somewhat small changes in the past. I think notoriously, when they changed the AWP and Rec Kenny,
sure.
or the C-Set 75, the draw speed on the C-Set for JW. There are some small changes you can make that can absolutely change how a player interacts with the game, right? And the changes in CSGO or CS2 are pretty big.
Dude, let's just talk about slight meta shifts. When the Krieg wasn't even buffed. It was just kind of discovered. It was unearthed that the Krieg was viable. And like, that's when they were really using the weapon, right? And they kind of rose to fame with that kind of era. I'm not saying that's the only reason, by the way. It's just like they became like synonymous with the gun and showing us how powerful it could be. That changed the landscape of CSGO for like a good 6 months. People were using the Krieg almost every single game. And that's just one weapon with a slight change or a kind of a property we didn't notice. And you're going for a different engine completely. That slight change is to be across the board on pretty much everything. From the shooting mechanics, the movement, the way the utility operates, like it's a complete reset, you know? So...
You know the dream that we always have of somebody saving strats for the major?
Go on,
This can actually happen with the CS2 major, right? Because you could actually be in a position where even if you try and test a lot, like where the time horizon is shrinking pretty heavily right now, like there's not that much time, you can't really test everything. So if you discover something and you just think, all right, I'm just going to
True, okay, I see what you're saying. Like not so much strats, but like a gimmick.
Tricks, saving tricks. Like that could really happen here where someone's found something really absurd that no one knows anything about, you know, so...
Well, that was the CS2 podcast, episode 1.
Yes.
Technical break is now concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back into the action. This is the first map between Big and Heroic, opening game of Group B. Currently, the Danes, the #1 team in the world, leading 6-2. As Big have had a couple of impressive moments, but ultimately being outclassed here. We'll see what they can do as the half concludes.
Haven't spent enough time in nature themselves, apparently.
Apparently not. Need to get out there.
Here's the difference. Tweet at us if you spend time in nature.
And does it help?
Yeah, does it help? You become better at Counter-Strike. Look at the aggressive push. We introduced this concept a couple of rounds ago, saying there's something Heroic like to do. They're a really active CT side team.
Look at them.
They've pushed all the way out.
They've got full control once again. So once more, just to explain this, it means that they can't come from Monster. They can't come from short. The only way they can actually really frag you is coming from Connector. So this is brutal now. Going through T-Spawn now. So they know they've lost a lot of territory here. So there is a remedy, but it's difficult to get Shush out of these sort of positions here. They are going to be heading back through T-Spawn, slowly but surely, showing a little bit of presence towards A. Cadian will spot one. That's with the MAC-10 on the hands of Sin. 45 seconds here, and that's the problem as well. They've had to waste so much time just clearing out every single corner, and they've sacrificed so much of the map here.
The time's been a real issue for Big in this game in a couple of different ways. We're down to 35 seconds. It's not the end of the world. It's not, you're not in panic mode yet, but...
It's just not ideal, that's all.
You can't change your mind now, right? Like, once you do this B execute, you can't really run back to A with 25 seconds. So it's an all-in at this point here, and it might work out. You could see Heroic shuffling around the pillar, trying to relocate their positions a little bit. Cadian with a good kill there, but has gone down. Down with the spray, and we're at 14 seconds, and the bomb's on the ground. There's nothing left here. Tess is shooting Mantu at the back of the end. That is 7-2 lead now for Heroic.
They only get one kill there as well. It's quite a disappointing finish. Like you said, there was actually a moment there they looked a little bit uncomfortable on the CT side, repositioning at an awkward moment just as they were committing in towards B. But ultimately, Big just find nothing there. They're just like completely shaken, rattled when they made their way in towards B. You can see they're uncomfortable, tripping over each other. They've got to stop losing territory the entire half of the map so early on. You just can't operate like that because then, like you said, you're either committed to just going in towards A, knowing they know you're coming, or you've got to waste 30 seconds going back through spawn, clearing out every nook and cranny, and then going for a lackluster execution because you've had to use up all the grenades, of course, en route to the bomb site.
I was going to say, like, I think Stown was playing the pillar position that we saw, and he wasn't really flashed. Yeah, Shush gets shot in the back, but Stown, I think there was no Molotov as his position. He wasn't flashed through any of that. Maybe a slight flash there assist for Mantu, but it wasn't really that much. Like, he was generally fine, and that's uncommon, right? That's the big problem with anchoring the B bomb side on the CT side is you are usually getting flashed in Molotov all the way back. Like, you can't stand anywhere.
It's a good point. And for now, Anders, we do have a partial buy. Tech 9s, Deagles, P250s, full array of pistols there, and a Crimbo AK-47. In terms of loss bonus, they have maximum, so $3,400 on top of what they have right now. So a nice full buy coming forward, and they can still win these rounds. Not impossible, but unlikely considering what we've seen so far. But more than willing to be proven wrong here. But look, once again, it's Yabi pushing off towards shore, uncontested. There's no pressure at all to even dissuade him from considering this push.
It gives them so much to work with, again, and as long as they're not getting punished for it, why would they stop? Again, it just makes the positional play on Heroic side so much easier to figure out what's going on. Again, you could see they're allowed to have 3 people at the A bomb side, which is, there are times where the CT side will have 1 on A and 4 on B just because there's so much pressure on the B bomb side on this map, but because of this aggressive moves, they just know everything. They don't really feel the pressure at all.
So they might be able to catch Jabby here. They've actually got past on an awkward timing, but he's more than away. He's not spotting for the short cross here, but there's a flashbang, and there it is. Perfect. Aware of the possibility here. That's much better. And now they can actually strike towards B. They can't really rest on their laurels. They need to go in now.
They do. Good flash again to just get him off the first corner. Boosted on top, but everyone's kind of shown up. There's potentially a very late flank that could be coming through for TeSS, but otherwise, it's this three-man defense. 18 seconds once again, and big. They've called for a bit of a freeze. I think they're hoping for more aggression coming out. They want one more kill, and they're going to get it on Shush. Cadian tagged as well, and he's going to go down to the pistol. 8 seconds left. What a shot from Process. That's going to be a deagle to take down Stown, and leaves TeSS in a 1 versus 3 here. Never even tried to go for the flank. Just wanted to show up at the sniper spot, but might be too little too late.
3-on-1, no grenades. TeSS does have the kit, however. Up towards Heaven, hoping someone will give him some sort of access into the round. There it is. Needs to double kill quickly, then the defuse. And there's still one player towards short to consider, so you don't think he'll be winning this one. They played it very well, considering this was a half by Anders. Again, losing complete control of the map, but being more aware of the possibility. The good flashbang. The flash Jabby out of position, get the 5-on-4. And sure, another scrappy round, but we'll take it at this stage. This is the flash coming over. Brutal. Good read. Nice free fire as well. This is much more like it. You're going to give up the map. At least give yourself some time to reclaim the territory. Nice, man. Yeah, need more of that.
And they also flashed their way into the bomb site in a way that they didn't do earlier. Even if they didn't necessarily get the kill, just to push those positions back. You can't just be swinging the corners. It's a three-man setup. If you just swing wide, you're probably going to lose that attack. So
speaking of swing, Anders, this is a swing round.
Oh, yes.
If Big can pick this one up, they are right back into this one, but it's not a great start. In-game leader removed early. Courtesy of TeSS there with a silenced M4.
He's running wild. He's got 14 kills.
They're pushing short again, I believe. Yeah. They're going to be looking for full control once more. Crimbo waiting in the smoke towards Monster. So he could thread the needle and maybe sabotage their efforts. But towards Long, Sin and Mansu. No bomb. It's down in spawn for now. As they look to find a pick at least. Working in tandem on either side of the map.
Bomb is real far away. And as long as Cadian is occupying the center of the map, not a danger yet, but it could be like you pick up the bomb and you try and go to either A or B with it, and maybe you get caught in transition.
That is working in pairs right now. See if you can find a pick.
Yeah.
If you find one on either side of the map, run back and get the bomb. But a minute and a half now, so what's the final play? We've got Sin towards Long. Mantu's falling back. And we've got Crimbo probing the B bomb site. Hell of a player, Crimbo. Yes. You can find these picks. Nice grenade.
He's found them some good entries already. A little bit of a peek. Oh, the timing! It couldn't have been worse. Process, if he had a gun out there, he probably wins that fight, but that is devastating.
Yeah, death by 1,000 paper cuts there. The MP9 to the shins. Just hate. Oh, can't move. Yeah, that's not a good feeling, but this is looking like a very clean round here for Heroic. 5-on-2. Sin and Mansu. Not really much they can do, as we previously described. The bomb was down in T-spawn. That's recovered, but no time to plant it. Sin holding towards the bathrooms as TeSS inquires about his position. Might be able to take him down after time here. It's a common spot. Could check this. He starts creeping up now, but looks like he'll relinquish control. And
they don't have that much money either, Heroic. I guess that's probably part of, if you're wondering at home, why are they not hunting more? They had like $400 in the bank on a couple of players. So maybe they're just thinking, you know, the rifles are not really worth it. Like, let's not go for it. Some real polite fist bumps coming out on the Heroic side. They know what they're doing. They're in control of this game in a really massive way. Yeah, that is such a range for the MP9 to work at.
Well, excellent little crossfire there. Once again, though, Anders, full short control.
Yes.
They're really capitalizing upon it as well. They're making it incredibly uncomfortable to even work that monster contact play. They can't really get anything near there. They can't execute towards B. They just don't have any control. And sure, they can take it back, but then you're losing a couple of players en route as well. So any strategy or execution you have in mind has been compromised at that point. I think they need to start controlling these short pushes. The spams at the start, the Molotov, stop them having so much information at the very start of the round, allowing them to have 3 on A. And sure, sometimes they are fighting back into these rounds and hitting some shots, but overall it's been very labored for them to get close to a round victory.
If Big have a good read on what the early setup is for Heroic here. Actually, a fast play towards long could actually make sense, right? Because they're going to be circumventing the restroom side, and they might be able to get all the way to the A-bomb side almost unnoticed. But it's hard to know if they have the several receiver at the minimap, so it's a little bit easier for us to tell. But there might be a couple of rounds here where they could have done it.
Big execution off the bat, I think.
Yeah.
Just going to go for it.
Did make a little bit of noise jumping down. Doesn't have to be the end of the world, but you got to be careful if someone's listening there. They could maybe tell that at least one player's out there. But now they definitely know. Here we go. Molotov. Ooh, okay. Maybe thought that was going to go behind the pillar, but it doesn't even matter. Good shot for Sin, but Shush is swinging into it again. Double kill for him. And still a 3 versus 3. There's a lot of time on the clock here. First time that we've seen Big plus a minute as the bomb is going to be going down. This is looking more impressive. And Crimbo, good for a kill.
Well, there it is. That's one way to push back the short assault. Just go for the B execution at the start, and it actually works out quite nicely. Still a chance for Cadian and TSS here on the retake, but looking unlikely, I have to say. The money was at an interesting spot before. Going to see if there's any options for them, but Tabson confirms around there. B execution, start of the round, job done, and it will be Tabson, 2 big kills there, and of course, Crimbo finding that vital kill in towards the water position.
There's nothing you can complain about here. Just good stuff all around. I think the first Molotov did fail.
I didn't know what to say. Like, I saw it bounce and actually go towards short and block the teammates, right? That can't be by design. I think it must have been a pillar molly, as you said. But it was like the worst place it could have possibly gone and block your teammates as they're about to commit. But like you said, I think the frags already come through. There was no danger. Didn't cost them the round. They still win it. That's the Molotov on the ground now. I think that was thrown by the T side.
Yeah.
But
specifically designed to stop Shush from making exactly. Right hand. Yeah. So.
Well,
whatever.
They managed to make it work. Had they lost the round by virtue of that Molotov, sure, that's a good discussion. But we'll let them have it.
You said 4 rounds as a minimum. Well, that's where they are. And
perfect.
Yeah, at least makes it competitive, means there's something to build on into the second half. So they're not quite there yet, obviously, but 8-4. It's not looking too bad. It's I think, respectable at the moment. Another couple of rounds would really be interesting for Big if they can pick it up and get to 5 or 6. I feel like that's where the sparks could start to fly. As you pointed out, they did pick the map. This is their map pick, so I don't know if they have any easy maps to play against Heroic, because they're such a well-rounded team, but I'm sure Heroic are quite happy to see this one as well. And they have the money. Even in spite of the fact that they were a little bit low, it's still for Mars and maybe lacking some utility on the CT side, but it's still a pretty good buy.
Well, let's see what they can make of it. Might have to rely on Cadian a little bit more here with the big green. And I think there's a boost going on. Not for long. Crimbo takes care of that. What a shot. Makes himself known towards short. This has been a massive problem for Big each and every round, but another 5-on-4 going in their favor here. Removing the sniper of Cadian. Shush will recover it. And Tabson will try and take some more territory on the map here, making a little bit of noise towards long. Not sure if Stown heard him, but they've got a double setup here towards the bathrooms. Tabson needs to wait for his teammates, make sure there's some trade potential, at least a flashbang coming through.
Yeah, and it's sick with one of them playing the anti-flash position here. Just makes it very tricky. Stown's going to be able to return the kill at the very least. Getting some backup from Gabby, but it's a second early, and Stown is going to get traded. Yep. And this is absolutely worth it for Big.
Yeah, very nice round there. Good fundamentals, nice spacing. They waited to have that trade potential, and it delivers on every single encounter there. They got a 3 versus 1 after getting the initial kill. Means they maintained that advantage each and every duel. So just Shush remaining. Unfortunately, we'll be on the wrong side of the map to do anything about this round. They're heading back towards B to finish things up, get that bomb planted, but not going to be taking any risks. You can see them checking every single corner en route. They've got plenty of time as 30 seconds hits the clock. Shush will just be looking to save the sniper here. So, lovely shot from Crimbo to open things up, Anders. Detecting that boost on the other side. It looked like Cadian had all the advantages in the world to hit the shot, but didn't spot him. Yeah,
I wonder if he was scoped up enough that he actually couldn't
that's what
see
it looked like, because he didn't seem to react. It seemed like there was a good second, and by Cadian standards you think, okay, he's going to flick and hit the shot. I don't know if we can see it from Crimbo's POV, or maybe even Cadian's, just to see what went down.
Yeah, because otherwise I'm sure he at least would have tried to get the flick in there, but maybe didn't. Unfortunate start, but I mean, for Big, this is great news. 5 rounds, a little bit of a slow beginning to the first half of Overpass, but they're starting to make up for it now. And that's what we want to see. We want to see some competitive Counter-Strike.
This is nothing to be sneezed at. This is Big. A new look Big as well. Speaking a new language up against the world's #1 team, Anders. That's pretty good showing, all things considered. And, they were almost playing themselves in the earlier stages as well. Losing all that control and they've actually found a decent answer for it. Those B executions are now detecting the boost, sending Crimbo a little bit more off the leash instead of just holding Monster. He's actively fighting towards shore. This is the shot from his side. Let's just have a look at it. Cadian, no, he wasn't. He was looking directly in the smoke. I think he's looking for the right side walkout.
Yeah, must be.
Yeah, he had no idea. Oh, yeah, he shits himself. Okay, so he didn't even see it. Wow. Good Lord.
Classic reaction, isn't it?
Oh. Yeah, CSGO is a horror game if you weren't aware. Can happen.
Those really are the worst moments where you're so shocked at what's happening. Because your brain's just telling you, like, it's good, like, I'm hot, there's no way someone could, suddenly you're just dead. Doesn't feel great, does it?
Doesn't feel great at all. Especially when it's caught on camera in 4K.
Mantu is about 10 kills right now. I mean, it's, again, debuting into the team, like you mentioned, hasn't really played competitively for about a year. So this is looking impressive. How much time would it take to teach him German, you know? Maybe that's the workaround.
I guess at least a year. I would speculate maybe.
Yeah, maybe. English and German is
basically the same, isn't it?
It's kind of
basically the same.
I feel like it could be done, you know? That's got to be the next strategy for Big. If they can't find German talent, just bring him in and teach him German.
I think they tried that with Xantares and it didn't really work out.
Didn't really work. That's true. That is a good point. Well, Mantu's going to lose the fight against Cadian early on. Pretty straight up battle of the AWPs. Didn't really work out for them. 40 seconds and we're back to this A execute, which has really failed them in the past. They haven't really been able to do this.
Well, they're up against the pistols this time. Cadian does have the AWP and one pick has been found. Looking for the second. Doesn't quite connect this time. The USP would have to do something unbelievable at this stage, and Stan will find the first headshot with the Deagle. He's been set up for a couple more here as well. Yabby chiming in. This is looking like a round Heroic could steal away. 4 versus 2. Crimbo still alive and kicking. 14 seconds, though the clock is running incredibly thin. It looks like they're done for. They can maybe find a couple of kills at this point, but there'll be no bomb plan as they try and retreat, scrambling away. Sin will hold on to the AK for now. They might as well throw the remaining pistols in here, see if they can recover yet another AK, but what a brilliant round. Heroic will give up 2 players towards the end, but they maintain control of the AWP, and they pick up the round. Big stuff there, and that's another unfortunate situation where Big have given up a round due to the clock.
That's horrifying, but also, here's something to really contrast with some of the AWPers that we saw yesterday. We're talking about head trick on NIP. Look at how aggressive Cadian is being. He's got the only weapon that can maybe sort of start the round for them, and even after the first kill, he's pushing into restrooms. He's trying to make that AWP as big as possible, just to put some pressure on the other side. I think that's the sort of AWP I really love to see, and I think it's better than waiting around all the way at the back of the bank or something like that. Like, he's really active with it. Surely Big did not enjoy that. 15th round and opening kill again for Cadian, taking out Tabson at the start of the round.
Yeah, he's feeling it now, isn't he? Opening pick, falling back to the defensive line as well. And they've still got players in key positions here. at.CEST with a beautiful shot there towards Connector. Might have guaranteed the round right there and then, but we'll see if he wants to go forward. Spots another towards the Connector position. This seems to be so aware. Lovely damage. Needs to get out of there now if possible. Good smoke as well. Perfectly played so far.
Oh! It was perfectly played, and somehow Sin still able to beat him. That's a great return. Good hunt coming in. Still a 4 versus 3. And flashed in. It's just absolutely perfect. That wasn't even a... Yeah, well, Cadian got the assist on the second one, but Sin wasn't even really flashed. He was just looking the wrong way. Double kill for Stown. Crimbo's on his own, and out hunting. Gonna get that one, but 40 seconds for the 1 versus 4. Didn't really see.
I don't know. It's Crimbo. Anders, you never know. He's that sort of guy. If he can just find that 1 kill, bring it to a 1v2, he can do something with this. We'll see.
He's got the right idea. Flashed on over, but time's working against him. He's going to get shot in the back. 10-5 at the end of it. And we'll see what happens in the second half. It's coming up right after this.
When you want to lose weight and when you want to change something drastically, there's always a lot of first steps. You gotta work up to it. And I found all the different ways of motivating myself. I want to be able to play football again. I want to be able to go for a bike ride. I want to be able to make my mom proud. I want to be able to impress a girl. I want to be able to feel comfortable in my own body. I found all these different avenues of motivation over time, that it was enough for me to be like, okay, now I'm doing it. And then I'd do it for a day and a half and I'd be like, nah, not worth it, another bag of chips. I failed countless of times. Like there's been so many times where I thought, you got it, you know, today I got it, today I'm waking up and I'm feeling for it, and then I'd instantly relapse the next day. You're bound to fail, you're bound to feel losses, you're bound to feel disappointments, and all those disappointments, all those losses, all those failures change the narrative. Then I would, you know, think of something new that would motivate me. I would figure out, you know, something new about myself. It took probably a year from when I was thinking to myself, you gotta do something now, before it all clicked. It's like when you were running the first time, I felt like my legs were just a couple of cement blocks. When I picked up the bike ride here, I went 1 kilometer and I had to stop because I was physically feeling unwell. I think the main goal was that I wanted to be healthier, becoming able to do whatever the hell I wanted to do with and in my own body, instead of being trapped.
All right, welcome back to Blast 4 Groups 2023. You join us for the opening game here of Group B between Heroic and Big. Score at halftime is 10-5 in favor of the Danesanders, but still, it felt like a competitive game. It was getting better for Big as time went on.
Yeah, they had some early rounds that if they would have gone their way, this would have been such a different affair because they really warmed up towards the end of it, but they struggled to figure out the dynamic at the beginning. They tried to attack that A-bomb side a lot and it didn't work out. B seemed to be more efficient. They had some pretty good executes down there. So 10-5 is not that bad. It's recoverable.
Absolutely.
It's their map pick, and they probably do need to win this. Otherwise, I expect it's going to be a 2-0. Heroic are looking like a very, very fresh team. One of the few teams to make no roster changes because they just look so good.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. Did well to hold on to all 5 players as well, like no transfers away from them, you know what I mean? But for now, Heroic outside the B-bomb side, all 5 players here. They've got a couple of bits of key utility. Molotovs and flashes being deployed right now as NAVI leads the charge in towards this B site. It's going to be 2 players waiting towards shore, but they've broken through. Great smoke down, but a better shot as Mantu opens things up.
Yeah, how did he even get the headshot? Was it Jabby jumping on top, or did you just see him at the edge of the smoke? I guess he probably did, but nicely done. Bombs now on the sites, and they're going to realize Crimbo's here with the dualies on the one side, but Heroic, very tough positions to fight back from. Down a little bit early, but he still picks up the kill somehow. I thought that was going to be a huge failure there. Process in the corner, just trying to see if he can stay alive. Mantu doing a bit of work on the other side. Tabson's joining in, and it's all on Tessus. He's completely surrounded. Well played on Big. They slowed that all the way down and just won the fights.
Yeah, a bit of a retake setup towards the end, not by design, but by necessity. Smoked off towards shore. A nice little execution there from Heroic. Good Molotovs, flashes as well. But Mantu hitting that all-important shot upon entry as they came through. Discombobulated the T-set. Let's have a look at how clean that was. Yeah, just through the gap in the smoke on the bomb side there. Process with a good kill towards down as well. And Mantu staying alive as long as possible. They got the bomb planted though, so we'll see what kind of buy comes out in round number 2 here. AK in the hands of CSGO and Deagles otherwise, so not going to be fully committing here. Just got that Hero AK, seeing if they can maybe get the bomb planted here, get a few kills. That would be ideal as they Molotov off towards short. Yeah, I see a couple of players towards connector potentially, but not going down the ladder just yet.
Yeah, they're having a bit of a meeting up here. You know, surely at some point they decide to maybe send in a Glock and then have Tessus follow it up. You know, just, yeah, clearing it out. Not sure what that was about, but they have the time to play around with. And I'm sure Big are probably aware that there is a possibility that there's a weapon out, or at least 1 or 2 weapons in this round.
Yeah, you'd at least be cautious considering they got the bomb planted, but we'll see what they can make of it here. Towards middle. Just going to be sitting in the cannon fodder first.
I think they're trying to make noise intentionally for somebody to look. Stepping and jumping all over the place, but no one's really taking the bait just yet. Mantu's on the other side and taps in this one. That's all the way deep on long. He takes down Cadian, and now they're running up close here. The AK is going to be good for the one, but what a lineup for Tabson to find, and he will close out the round. It's a beautiful quad kill for him.
Gets the job done, but the next test is coming up next here. 2 rounds in a row for Big, but the AK-47s might be deployed earlier here. It's going to be Cadian confirming the purchase. And you're right, Tabson, nice little sequence here. There were 4 players of our armor, but makes light work of them as they get mowed down with the M4A4. So a couple of FAMASs here for Big. MP9 for Sin as well. And as mentioned, the rifles come out with 1 concession for Shush after buying the previous hero AK. They'll make their way towards Connector. Yabi working towards short. In terms of CT aggression, utility deployed towards the short pipe, and we've got Tabson pushing Playground as well, trying to get fountain control.
Yeah, 1:30 still, so plenty of time for Heroic to find something. And I like the little bit of a luxury sometimes of having a Tech 9 on somebody like Shush who could be sent in to check things out. Like, it feels like it's a little bit free to jump someone around the corner like that. So already taking over Connector. And the bomb is pretty far back, leaning a little bit towards the B side. So wouldn't be too surprising if that's where they end up. Almost no utility to go for this B execute. A couple of flashes to even get you through the tunnel here. That's risky. That's real risky.
4 players on the CT side, ready and waiting towards B. Aggression from Sin. He's got that MP9 just trying to make them uncomfortable. Ruffle some feathers here. We've got Tessis on the big backstab, but it's going to be Yabi to open things up here. Contact play with the AK. Takes down the first defending player, but 3 more to deal with here.
Process was like, he wasn't even doing anything. He was walking with his back towards the tunnel. I have no idea what's going on. This is a bit of a chaotic round right now, and it's in favor of Heroic in a big way. Stown is the last one of the bomb side. A little bit of backup trying to get there. And Mantu going to try and do something. It's going to be Stown going down, but it doesn't matter. Heroic will end up winning the fight. I would love to see the replay of Process going down. I just have no idea what was happening.
4 players there, ready and waiting, and they did collapse. It felt like that. Heroic can't believe their luck. So this was the initial play. Yabi coming through, and no one's watching it. He had a grenade out.
Yeah.
No one looking towards Monster whatsoever. Maybe for a split second, but that can't be happening.
Also, just something to look for. I think generally it's not a good look if you have 4 people on the bomb site and all of them get pushed into that water position like you were in front of the bomb site. Doesn't make any sense to have 3 or more people dead. It's just you're having 1 or 2 maybe, but once you put in a 3rd player, everyone is so bunched up against each other. Like, you're just standing on top of each other. You can't really move easily.
It's a good point, and this is looking good for Heroic, but maybe a double kill here with the 5-7. He pulls it off, brings it into a possibility in terms of the round, but quickly dealt with a 3-on-2 in favor of Heroic. Still expensive, nonetheless, and we'll see them try and retake with a USP and a P250. Bomb down. A little bit exciting there from Process, but overall should be well handled here from the Danes.
Yeah, they're going to go hunt him down. Don't really need to, but classic Heroic style. You know, once they're feeling confident, they really start to flex on their opponents a little bit more. So not too surprised. Yeah, they've turned it around already. Probably a little bit earlier than Big would have liked. 12-7 going to be the scoreline here.
Yeah, and bear in mind, Big have won both pistols here on Overpass, their map pick.
Yeah, that's true. It hasn't necessarily given them the kind of runway that you normally associate with winning a pistol round. They haven't really been able to roll it forward in a big way.
No, I think that's totally fair. We've got Tabson for now, though. He'll be in towards Connector. Just trying to cut off this access point towards short. Smoke will be deployed. Mantu does have the AWP, but just joining us, he's currently sat on 14 kills, just beneath Tabson with 15. First showing in a big jersey. Hasn't played a LAN game in over a year.
Yeah, I guess actually maybe if we pull back just a little bit and think about the context here, that's probably great news, right? Like Man2 is doing something in the game early on, and they are playing the best team in the world.
Yep.
Absence here is
totally.
Like, there's stuff to look at here in a grander context where you think maybe this isn't necessarily such a bad look for Big at the moment. It's just a very, very tough start to it. A little bit like we talked about with EG and Vitality yesterday. It's like, well, what are you supposed to do? You know, it's a bit tough.
It's totally fair. Like, sure, EG got blown out the water, but again, like, not many teams can topple Vitality right now, especially one that's just rebuilt and going through their own situation. But for now, here's Yappy helping himself towards a B bomb site. Sin will strike first on his teammate Shush and remains controlled towards Shaw, and there's Crimbo as well. So they've actually done a very good job of thwarting this B attack right now. Sound good position. At least makes the round possible once again as the bomb does go down.
Interesting to be planning with one.
Oh no!
Oh, no! They was trying to boost over. It makes sense, but they weren't ready for TeS's. That was what I was about to say. There's only one person on the bomb side planting. Everyone else on the T side is somewhere else. And I don't think Big were ready at all. They probably thought that it was... Well, they knew that one of them was outside of the B bomb site, but they must have thought the other two were on the bomb site helping each other plant, and it was never the case.
TeS's has been such a nuisance for them. He's either flanking up long, coming through the connector, and they never seem to have track of him. A brutal backstab coming in from the connector there. Double kill on the boosting players, and that looked like a round for Big. It looked like it was comfortable, and it all falls apart in a blink of an eye. 13 rounds on the board. 2 players survived. Money in the proverbial bin, I'm afraid, is Big. And will save 2 weapons, but about $2,500 per player otherwise. So maybe you force into this one with the AWP and hope for the best, but lose that round, it's GG for sure. And they'll take a tactical timeout. You can definitely eco into this one. It'll be 14-7, but at least you have gun rounds going forward and can actually present your best possible setups.
A bit of frustration for Tabs, and I can understand why. Got B getting a chance to have a little bit of a say. Yeah, something that we didn't mention, obviously, but both the coach of Heroic and Big, obviously legendary names.
Sure.
I'm sure most of you probably recognize, but I do think that's something that's so encouraging about the space, because it wasn't really obvious, it wasn't evident from the start of it. You know, go back to 2013-14, it wasn't evident that there was going to be like a secondary career for players that had already, you know, reached the heights of the pro level, but definitely now you could see in the coaching space that that's a viable option, viable way to go.
Exists one of the coaches no one really mentions too often as well.
Yeah.
I guess because he like is quite reserved, doesn't really do many interviews. We don't really know his contributions and what he gets up to. He just gets the job done, and everyone seems happy. So
he's from that like really northern part of Sweden where they don't talk to each other.
Okay,
so
fair enough.
Keeping it cool like that. It's got its own charm, I feel like, you know. I appreciate it.
Well, the success speaks for itself.
Yeah.
So he's obviously doing a very good job. But Anders, this is going to be the eco, just to note that. So they didn't invest after the pause. They've got the AWP Man2 and an M4 of Crimbo, 2 of your strongest players there with the weaponry, so there's still a chance they can make this one work. They've got flashbangs to try and set them up as well. There's the first deployed. Doesn't catch anyone as we start to dissect middle here.
I mean, they made it work themselves, Heroic, with Cadian on the AWP and a bunch of pistols in the A-bomb site, so it's been proven it could be done. Jump, spot, trying to see if they could find anything that was Tabson, but they're going to keep on walking closer and no problems there. The M4 is within range, but it's also alone. They need some more backup here. Otherwise, I think Crimbo is probably going to get traded. Doubt that they're going to go at him one at a time here. Oh, a little bit of a stop in front and nice attempt from Crimbo, but it's only the 1 kill. And now the AWP just has to stay far away. And I think it already was never going to get close to that bomb site. Good shots coming out from Heroic once again.
I thought there was a chance there. With that initial kill coming from Crimbo, maybe a double was available to him. And Man2 now playing for survival. Can he hold on to the AWP as Heroic will be confirming their 14th round here? Nice teamwork towards middle. Basic execution. Got the job done. Traded out those kills. Only really gave 1 away. And Man2 with a couple as he holds on to the AWP with the Hunters on. They've got plenty of money. Not sure if they want to throw another player at this, but he's heading towards T-spawn right now, making it more and more difficult to catch him.
Yeah, they know missed shots, and they're going to be right on him. So totally worth it to throw away 2 of those T players to hunt him down. Like, you're going to do that every single time.
Yeah, Man2 only has $5,300 now, so it'd be a very compromised AWP setup if you wanted to go for it. Nice shots from TeS's, showing some great form in the last couple. Big frags in important rounds. And Man2, yeah, there it is, glass cannon. So he does get the AWP, but no armor to go with it. Makes him incredibly squishy. You can't go for those aggressive plays. You'll be playing more turret-style AWP.
14 rounds. Heroic, they are well on their way at the moment, and Big haven't found the formula yet on the second half. It took them a while in the first half as well to kind of discover what the setup was like and just deal with Heroic and their aggressive CT style. In the second half here, not really there yet. Good spam, though. I think a grenade on top as well, but it's still going to be the opening kill. That's Jabby taking down Sin to begin with, and they nearly catch Tabs, and he's so lucky to be alive. Yeah, they're hunting for him. They know he can't escape easily, and there's even a second player here that might be able to catch him.
Yeah, a chance to find some success with the sniper rifle, though. Setting up man 2, that's something. He pulls one back, still a man disadvantage here, but he's got control of A. Funneling them in towards B, where 2 rifles are ready and waiting. They're going to have to go massive here as they commit in through Monster.
Little grenade to tickle Crimbo. That's kind of annoying. Fighting them really broken out, and you're already losing health.
No.
Ooh, what a save! They might have been sprayed down. They were nearly lined up. And Process is going to go down instead. Mantu out hunting. You said he had to be a little bit careful with the AWP, but he's fighting for his team right now, trying to make himself a real nuisance. But instead, Tess is going to be able to take him down. 23 kills on Tess at the moment. Crimbo, they know where he is.
Yeah. Tess is putting on a bit of a clinic right now. He seems to be everywhere on the map, always behind enemy lines. And Crimbo actually has an interesting spot here. They might line up for him. Might be the operative word, as Heroic confirm their status of being on fire. 5 rounds in a row, map points on their opponent's pick. This is about the scoreline we expected, Anders. If we want to be realistic for a second, this is the first event with Mansu playing. This is the first event where they're speaking English instead of German.
True.
There's going to be a lot of compromises here when you're playing against the world's #1 team.
Didn't do the nature boot camp either.
Didn't do a nature boot camp, and bear in mind, like you said, Heroic they're one of the few teams you can watch a demo without the names on. You could identify it's Heroic in the server, right?
Definitely true.
So their aggressive CT sides, the fact that they don't let you do anything, that is smothering you every single round, it's very difficult to play against that as a new team, right? So they've done well. The rounds they have won, they've shown some good fundamentals. It was good to see Mantu performing well. And this is the best of 3 as well, bear in mind. We still have potentially 2 more maps to go. It just looks like Heroic have got this one in the bag, I would say. But
it does. It's one of those things, though, where you know, you're not walking away from this game thinking, wow, this looks like a miserable configuration of players.
Absolutely
you're
not.
walking away thinking, okay, there's something here to play with. I feel like this the same kind of thing with Complexity. I mean, they obviously won their game yesterday, but you look at it, you think, wow, this actually, if this is the starting point, okay.
That's what we said, even though they lost the first map. We were commending them for their T sides, like the way they were operating as a squad, and the way the set pieces were looking. Like, there's always something to take away from the game, regardless of the scoreline at the top. But yeah, for sure, this has not been a bad performance by Big, and still plenty of rounds. They could still get to double digits. You never know. We're a very difficult round number 23, however, as they have a couple of MP9s to the FAMAS, no kits. Barely any utility, as Shush will open things up. Finds Mantu, a key scalp in the grander scheme of things, and they're starting to push and probe towards long. Slowly but surely making their way in towards the A bomb site. The bomb is there as well. Crimbo in front of the site. Sin will rotate. And a perfect position for Shush. He's set up for a couple of kills here.
Yeah, as aggressive as they are on the CT side, they are ready for CT side aggression themselves. You can see Yabby down in the connector as well. He was super ready. Shush going to be able to find a 3rd kill. And that pretty much confirms it here. Sin and Crimbo are left 2 versus 5. And with 40 seconds left, plenty of time for Heroic to make up their minds. Eventually, I mean, I don't know. I don't blame Big for this. They have to roll the dice and hope that they relocate to the right bomb site, but it's gone the other way.
Yeah, well, you've kind of put it out there. This is all they can do. It's a 5-on-2. Hope for the best here. That's all you can really bring to the table. It looks like a job done. Heroic should get this bomb planted, no problem. A chance for had the stats a little bit, a couple of frags, but surely no way they make this one work in the 4-on-2.
Yeah, even Crimbo dropping real low in that first battle. So with the bomb down and everything else, it's just a matter of finding a way to close it out here. Heroic with a really strong beginning opening game, and it's a 16-7 on Overpass. It's the map pick of Big, but it didn't really work out in their favor. So yeah, Heroic, I think many people expected it was going to be something like this, and it definitely was. So
yeah,
impressive stuff.
I thought it was a pretty good performance overall.
Yeah.
Still a best of 3. We move on to Inferno next. The problem is that is the pick of the Danes. We'll see what Big can do. We'll take a break and be back with the Dest to break this one down.
Welcome to Don't Make It Sound. It's easy. We're gonna have 3 challenges. The one that does the most loud noise is eliminated. To measure the noise, we're gonna use this little instrument. Let's get started.
Well, 90.
Drop the mic.
90?
So much. It's easy for you. When I do 89, you can do whatever noise you want. It's not gonna happen. Well, I lost. Eliminated.
And the word is...
Carambit. Oh my god. I don't know. How much you saw?
I saw 62.
Looks cool, you know? It was 65, 63, and 45.
I think I'm second. You won.
Yes.
Okay, fish.
I don't know what that makes sense. 84, I saw. You won.
Yeah.
Good luck.
You won.
You're the master of this. You're the master of this.
Heroic starting off clean and cracking the skulls of Big on their map pick of Overpass. Despite losing out on both pistols, still closing this one out in a clinical 16-7. Very clean, very sharp, coming out from the Danes initially pinned.
What you'd expect, I'd say. What you'd expect coming out of Heroic. They talked about having not played that much coming into this tournament, and they wanted to start off slowly but surely, but they played some fantastic Counter-Strike. The T side in the second half was clean from Heroic. It felt like Big were never even close making this game competitive, and as you said, Freya, despite losing both the pistol rounds, you win 16-7. It doesn't get more dominant than that.
Yeah, there was a whole margin for maneuver when it comes to Heroic. I don't think the first half was the cleanest that we've seen from the Danes. I think tabseN was relatively well able to find a couple of weaknesses, a couple of solutions here and there. If you think about how Heroic had that great start and Big were able to capitalize on it and bounce back into this, but overall it was a very good way for Heroic.
And let's go back to that great start you touched upon from Heroic and dive into round number 5, courtesy of Mahone.
Yes, so we also talk about how Heroic, they're always so dynamic on the CT side, but I actually want to point out this round here, where it kind of shows that they're willing to play different setups that aren't necessarily, pushing, but more so leaving certain gaps on the map. So what we're going to see here, take a look at the radar right here. What we'll see is that there's going to be 2 players here towards this connector side, and this is not always the typical A defense. Normally you might have a player towards bathrooms, 1 player towards long, but the reason why you might want to actually have 2 players towards connector is because it gives an opportunity for these 2 players to play together, but as well for the B side players to help these connector players fight the A site. So first thing you're going to see here is that when Cadian's here towards the stairs area, he's going to get this flash from Ston. This flash allows him to find this first kill. But in addition, because these 2 players are here towards connector, when Process comes in to try to trade Cadian, he gets the trade onto Cadian, but take a look at what Tessus does. Because this kill goes onto Cadian, he's the person who got that kill initially. TeSeS knows right here that because Process doesn't clear all of connector, he isn't quite sure whether or not that connector area is completely clear or not. He does not know. Because of that, TeSeS, he takes advantage of that. He understands that because Process got Cadian, he has a timing where he can actually find Process in the back, because the rest of Big, they're still worrying about the A side. This allows TeSeS to then find him in the back. And as well, after he gets that kill, once again, those B-sided players, they can then throw flashes to help him out. They can throw these flashes to make it difficult for Heroic to come and trade this player. That's why it's so important when you play this connector side to help to get those B-side players involved. This makes it difficult for Big to try to trade onto them. And because of that, because those flashes push them away, it now puts them in a situation where they don't really know if connector is clear or not. That forces them to the A side, and it also allows Heroic to rotate back to the A side, put 2 players down towards that area, and by the time they hit towards this A side area, they have to fight 2 players here. Yabby gets 1 kill, and then TeSeS, he comes in from the back again, from that connector side, to find this kill onto the A side to leave it into a 1v3 situation. So this is why it's so valuable that when you are playing towards that A side on the A side overpass, you also want to play towards connector, because it also gives a chance for those B side players to help you out.
Loving that breakdown from the Mahone zone. A really small detail that, you know, makes Big second guess exactly where Heroic will be playing the rest of that round.
Yeah, and it's a very signature Heroic move, right? I think a whole lot of teams make the mistake of willing to cover the whole map at whole times on the CT side. This is not how Heroics play the game. They decide that we're going to leave some weaknesses, we're going to leave some holes, some gaps, but we know when we retake them, and we know how we capitalize on our player here. That was a 2-3 setup towards the construction. Works out perfectly for them with a little bit of luck, because they could have seen the guy in connector.
They could have seen the guy in connector, right? It was a small timing right there. It's also a symptom of how Big were approaching that T side. We saw in this round in particular, again, I think TeSeS gets the last kill with 3 seconds left of the round. We saw that in the second round in the first half as well, where Big didn't get to play in the bomb. They played a very slow and methodical T side. The thing is, when you do that and you communicate in English, it requires crystal clear communication. You're pressuring yourself on so many different parameters that for a new team that just started speaking English once more, it's a bit of a gamble to play a slow T side of the overpass like you did against Heroic.
They did manage to, you know, string a few rounds together. You talked about that attempted bounce back from Big, but then Heroic were the ones to answer back yet again with quite a crazy mix of weaponry in round 14.
It was pretty much what Jacob was talking about, right? If you're going to play that slow play style, you open yourself up to issues. And here we have a very good example of Cadian actually making things happen with the sole weapon in this game. And what it does, it allows Heroic to kind of read into the map. He's going for more information. And when Big strikes the A side, there's already 3, 4, in fact, CTs in positions. And then it's just a matter of peekaboo. It's a game of whack-a-mole where you don't really know where the CTs are going to be. And once again, this is Heroic optimizing their setup. They had 1 AWP that went for an information, and then they stacked that A side with all of the pistols with them. And these kills don't matter for Big at the very end, because this was a round they were supposed to capitalize. It was their way to a 7 potential round on their T half, and they actually falter to a 1 single AWP.
I was just about to say, imagine Big winning that round. You get to 6, 7, maybe even 8, 9 rounds in the first half. Sorry, in the beginning of the second half, as you did win the pistol. That could have been a close game. That could have been one of those where it could have gone back and forth, but they didn't capitalize the one time they had the opportunity to do it. Another guy we have to speak about in that regards would be TeSeS, of course. He was shutting it down, not only on the CT side, but also on the T side. Very proactive, moving around the map as we know him to do, as we know at all times, and it was just too much for them to handle. He was in connector, he was in toilets, on the T side he was proactive as well. TeSeS was all over the map and they couldn't stop him.
Yeah, this was a great overpass from him. I feel like whenever we have a desk about Heroic, you can just do the roulette and choose whoever, you know, highlight packs you're gonna show. Oh, one day it's Dawn. Hey, today's Church having a great game. Right now it's TeSeS, sorry. I agree with you. I think he was great. He had a bunch of very influential multi-kills in position where I think he was handling the geometry of the map pretty well. Got that one on my bingo card, and he did really great. 23 kills on that first match, very decent.
Let's wrap up, you know, our takeaways from this initial first map from Big, because we were questioning coming into this, you know, moving into international waters, now we're communicating in English. What do you kind of learn from Big in this one?
I have to say, there's something that worried me just a little, and I would like your opinion on it, Jacob. I saw that they played Sin, Process, and Crimbo on the B side of Overpass. That's a whole lot of pressure to put on Crimbo. You have the 2 rookies next to you. You have to organize them at all time. And I wonder if that doesn't leave too much of a gap in the defense, because they struggle massively on that City side.
They have to, right? Because Crimbo and Tapson right now are the only 2 staples of this Big lineup. I agree with you. It's taking a rookie that has been doing decent for Big for quite some time, and now you're giving him a lot of responsibility. Question remains whether or not he can, you know, handle that.
Quick thoughts on Inferno. It's the map that we saw Heroic back in Washington lifting their trophy on. What kind of Heroic are you expecting coming into this one? We haven't really seen much of Big on this map recently.
Very clean, very efficient Heroic. I think we know what to expect. They execute on the T side, and the way they take map control in general on Banana is crystal clear to me. Whereas for Big, Inferno has never been a go-to map for them. It's always been a bit of a punish pick. So there's no world I see them not winning this one, Heroic.
It's going to be a quick 2-0. Let's everybody have a good time.
Yeah, certainly an uphill battle for Big if they want to be battling back into this one. Inferno lays in wait after this break.
We're ready. It's another game.
I'm ready.
You're ready.
You're ready.
I do feel ready.
Are Big ready, though? Because the unrelenting CT aggression that Heroic was showing on Overpass, I think that's going to continue here. It's a staple of their play. They get in your face, they're stifling, they smother you, and Big didn't really see another response to it. The rounds they did have advantages were thrown away. They were beaten by the clock multiple times. It just seems like Heroic outclassed them in every facet of the game right now.
It does, but we both have this weird feeling that, you know, Inferno's one of those classic maps that even if you're supposed to win it, it's your map pick. You could end up losing it for no reason at all. Like
I thought those were our private conversations.
Yeah.
I didn't think we'd be actually bringing that out.
Leaking them publicly.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I do
you
kind
said,
of...
Henry, you were sure that Big was going to win this.
I don't know. I feel like, yeah, this will be a competitive one at least. I don't know. Like, Big have got nothing to lose at this point. They've given up their map pick. Heroic are disrespecting. They're pushing all over the map. It's difficult to shut them down. I don't know, though. There's always something about Inferno that makes things a little bit uncomfortable for the favorites. We will see. Just to note as well, of course, it's Heroic's pick. Big on the CT side. They've won all the pistols so far. If they can replicate that, you never know. They need that 3-0 start, though, ideally, to even kind of begin the conversation that they can do this.
And they had some of their players. I mean, Tamsin and Crimbo, I feel like are the core of the team now, and they were playing pretty well. And Mantu was playing well as just, you know, the newcomer to the team. So there were a couple of signs that you could look to and say, I think even at the end, Sin and Process even kind of made it there. They just had a very, very slow start. But obviously, against Heroic, you can't really have it. It's not possible to have a slow start and still win.
Absolutely agree. And just to note as well, at.CEST has been playing out of his mind. The lurk potential on this guy, on both sides, to be honest with you. So active on the CT side. Such a nuisance. Always a thorn in their side. The backstabs were just coming through left and right. And Cadian looking pretty solid as well. Like, everyone's turning up for Heroic. I don't want to fumble this early game here in the group stages of Group B as we get ready for the second map here. Big needs to do a lot on this CT side. I guess I just reiterate one more time, you're just joining us. Big are operating in English now after signing Mantu to the squad. They've got a couple of academy players in there as well. So we're not expecting much. We're not expecting the world against the best team currently in the game, #1. According to HLTV, and just making a dent here, having some promising rounds. There's still plenty of games left to be played here at Blast.
So interesting, because I think you brought this up earlier in the day before we really started the show, but you were talking about in the green room, Hype as a player who's out there, German player.
Yep.
Seemed to be good, seemed to be capable, still a young player. But for whatever reason, they decided to again go to an international bend here.
Yeah, well, Mantu said in his interview before the game, he said when the offer came through, they were considering going international. So that suggests these academy players might not have a long tenure within this roster right now as they do quote-unquote rebuild. Probably just filling slots until the right players come along, I would assume, because that's a pretty massive move. And no disrespect to Mantu, he's just not that caliber of AWP you would change the entire roster for. It's not that kind of pickup. He's a good piece. He can make this work, but a player that hasn't been on land for over a year, I don't know. I'm not sure I'll be changing the complete language of the squad for him. So it suggests they'll be making more changes going forward. And this is just the start of the blueprint coming through.
Dupree's out there somewhere if they really want to run wild with it.
They get the checkbook out for that one, I'm afraid, Anders. Bloody hell. Just the buyout alone.
How much is left in his contract, you know?
I guess that's a good point. I have no idea. But I can imagine they're not going to let him go for a cheap price, I would imagine.
Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, we're just sorting out a couple of things before we get into the game, which is going to be on Inferno. So definitely looking forward to it. But yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things you have to say. It's an unfortunate matchup to begin with. If you're big, you're not hoping to run into Heroic in the opening game, but you know that's how it played out.
Well, yeah, that's just the way it goes with these sort of tournaments. You know, the same story for EG versus Vitality.
Yes.
Not ideal, but it has to happen. And yeah, you never expected to do anything really with that game. And they did get blown out the water, but yeah, they can't be too disappointed. Like, it's their first LAN in Europe as the new squad, and all this attention towards them. Like, of course, it's going to happen.
I saw the Heroic Twitter account were memeing on them in the break, saying that they thought they were playing the academy, the big academy team instead.
That's a bit unfair.
Up with some banter.
That's a little mean.
Yeah, it is, but you know, it makes it a little bit more interesting, makes it a little bit more fun. I appreciate it. Yeah, I guess to be fair though, to Big, from like a managerial point of view, the international roster thing has really worked out well for a lot of teams. So it must be tempting if you're just taking a step back from everything, looking at, you know, the pieces that you have on the board, and you're sort of saying, okay, well, you know what? If we open ourselves up to picking players from other regions, we can probably put together a
I think that's the plan. I don't think they're looking at the immediate future. I think they're recalibrating into CS2.
Yeah.
They're trying to get the names at the right price and take their time and not rush into it. That would be my guess. Because considering like it just doesn't really compute, like changing the language for this season with just for one player, that doesn't really add up. So that would be my guess as to what's going forward, and the academy players get a chance to prove themselves. If they do amazingly well and they prove their worth, of course they'll stay, but that's unlikely.
To be honest as well, I feel like if you show up and you play Cologne or something like that, just having Tabson and Godby and Crimbo on there, like, you're going to get the same level of support. It's, you know, I don't think you're going to lose too much of that German identity anyway. Even if you lose even if you have a majority international team, I still think people will be quite happy. Like, they'll be on their side anyway. So I don't think you're even losing much to try and do it. Maybe the language thing is different.
Well, I guess this isn't the first time they've done it, of course. When Smuyo was in the team, they would have been speaking English there as well. And it was another AWPer, so that they are familiar with this process. And of course, did it with Antares to a lesser extent. He did speak some German. So it's not like the craziest thing that's ever happened. It's been done before. True. It's just a surprising move considering where we are.
Smuya eventually giving that up to pursue a career as a show match player.
And he's doing an excellent job in that capacity. He's at every show match.
Yeah. you've got to respect it. So it's a different environment. Obviously, it takes different skills, but he's there whenever we need him. Here we go. You know the sound of the drum. It's going to be Big versus Heroic. We're on the second map. It's Inferno coming up. Big starting on the CT side. Heroic on the T side. And with Heroic already being up an entire map, this is backs to the wall for Big. They need to come up with something nice here.
Just a competitive game, I would say, would be more than we would expect. But we'll see what they can make of it. As you can probably imagine, the pistol would be lovely to pick up here on the CT side. Mansu hunting for a bit of info there at the start. As Stown and co start to probe and pushing towards Banana. Two-man setup here. tabseN tucked in towards the sandbags, playing anti-flash right now. Process there on the corner with a Sin flashbang towards Coffin. So they're going to try and fight for control here.
1 HE. Probably fine even if it's just one player, but obviously if it's a full team swing on the other side and you land that HE right on top of them, it actually could be a lot of fun.
You can see it's very passive towards middle from Big here. Mansu tucked away on the bomb side. Crimbo patrolling short from the pit as mid control is garnered. Heroic still have a smoke and a flash. Stown with Banana control. They don't have to commit to a particular area just yet. This is actually looking quite nice for them.
They're getting really close. And the way that Big are set up, even the rotation through Banana is going to be a long ways away. This double setup at the A-bomb side is looking very vulnerable at the moment.
Banana split potential. Extra creamy, Anders, just the way you like it.
Yes, it is. You're not wrong. Oh, this could end up really hurting Big. I don't think they're going to be ready for it. Rotate. Now they're realizing, yes, Summon is up. A little bit of a flash. That's a good improvisation, and they're going to take the early fight. Bomb is on the ground. Tess is, though, good return, and the pressure is on. There's only 23 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, but Heroic haven't exactly capitalized upon this position they've found, but there it is. A couple of kills are picked up. Bomb should be planted here. Massive frag for Stown as he brings it down to the 3 versus 1 here. So tactically, the perfect call from Heroic. A little bit uncomfortable. It was a good reaction from Big, as you mentioned, but Crimbo not done just yet. He finds the first kill in this 3-on-1. No kit to speak of, but he has got 100 HP. 2 players to find and then swung at the same time. Great call. Don't allow him to try and work a pick there, and it will be Heroic with a very impressive understanding of the mid rounds there. Not rushing the situation, getting full mid control, leaving Stown towards Banana as well. The world was their oyster at that point. They opted for the B split, but as you mentioned, a good reaction and some nice shots coming in the CTs. They were out of position and out of control, and they managed to at least make it a little bit uncomfortable, but Cadian and co picking things up. A nice double swing to finish things off as they go 1-0, and a force buy in response, as you might expect on Inferno. You try and treat it like a gun round. It's all about the utility here, and maybe a Mansu headshot, but he catches a flashbang to the face.
It's an impressive amount of calm on the Heroic side. When there's like 14 seconds left, they're still kind of fighting people in the B-bomb side, but they don't look stressed at all. They were just chilling. Not so much in this round. They run right into an HE. That's one hell of a nade that lands on top of Cadian. Looked like he almost blocked the rest of the team from getting blown up, I suppose. Cross is trying to make a little bit of a run for it, but run to the map 10 instead. So 4 versus 5 here. tabseN trying to do something with the pistols. Not really going to be working out. And the scouts on the wrong side of the smoke. Not much you could do there. I mean, you can try and no-scope a couple of shots through, but ultimately, might just be better to save the weapons here and walk away from it.
Yeah, you might be right. You might as well. It doesn't feel great saving pistols, but throwing them away, not a lot better. So we will see a clean sweep here from Heroic. You don't necessarily have to go hunting for kills either. You know they've just saved the pistols. Nice little beat finish there. Process and tabseN taken down. No real pushback, a little bit of damage inflicted, but that's about it. All 5 players exiting through the Banana. So it is the nightmare start for Big. Not completely over in the next round. They saved 3 weapons here. They've got the Scout, a couple of Deagles. Sin doesn't have armor though, so they won't be able to bring much more to the table, unfortunately. There's still a fighting chance, I suppose, with the Scout. Maybe they can make it an expensive round going forward.
Yeah, that's what you love.
Yeah, it's confirmed. Heroic with the idyllic start here. They've got 3 MAC-10s and a Galil, so presumably they have a pretty clean round going forward into number 3 here. It's the full eco, and then they'll probably have a plethora of MAC-10s in that infamous bonus round going into round number 4. So we'll see how expensive Big can make this one.
Crazy timing on that smoke that landed on top of the MAC-10 at top Banana in that round. If that was half a second earlier, maybe he actually can't see. Even if he didn't get flashed, he stood inside of the smoke. So wild that he got that first kill. But here we go. A little bit of pressure being applied from Shush early on. He's just running up to the corner. And even if he doesn't actually catch anyone immediately, he's still looking for the battle. Scouts on the other side now just falling away. I think if he'd beat that corner shush, he probably just wins that fight straight up. Now, a little bit more doable for Mantu. He's put some distance between the two of them. And they're going to be burning out Process in the corner. 2 USPs on the other side. There's absolutely nothing they could do here. They're going to get shut down. And this is looking very comfortable right now. Even if they're running into the stack, it doesn't even really seem like it matters at the moment.
Well, the first kill is found at least. Can they get a couple more? That would be ideal. 1 minute on the clock. Mantu in towards the pit. But he is being surrounded right now. Yabi in towards the apartments and players encroaching from short as well. Mantu is trying to land anything here. Could take down Stown and Cadian with body shots. They're going to nade him out of the pit though. No armor to speak of, so could be in a lot of trouble here. First shot connects from at.CEST. And Mantu is trying to find a consolation frag, I would say. It has to be a no-scope at this point. Overwhelmed and taken down. Just Sin remaining, and he is quite far removed from the situation.
Yeah, he got the deagle earlier, but not much more than that it will be. Seems like he's just going to be, you know, maybe maneuvering around looking for an exit or two. You can guess that some of them will be exiting because you did a little bit of damage, and the radius on Inferno is just so large with the bomb at the moment that they have to try and clear out of there. So he's just hoping that he's going to find the right angle. Doesn't maybe seem like, not even close. They're going to be all going the other way. So 3-0 in favor of Heroic. They're off to a brilliant start here. Big probably were dreaming that it was going to go the other way, but we'll see what happens once they pick up the rifles in the next round. I guess that's the first test that will really come Heroic's way.
2 MAC-10s though in the hands of Cadian and Stown. So when we talk about bonus round, it's just very difficult to play against because you've already forced bought in the second. You want to have a full buy. You want to have your AWPs, full array of utility. Just, you know, Sin goes down there as well. They can get a full buy here, but a couple of players might not have helmets, for example. So we'll see if they're aware of that fact. I think they will go for the helmets, but we'll see if the MAC-10s get thrown away. Maybe one of them for an AWP at least. But never very well played round here from Heroic. Didn't give much away, just a kill or two, but they still are going to operate with the 2 MAC-10s. So let's have a look at helmet watch here. And there's 3 players without helmets. That's going to be Process, Sin, and tabseN up against the Galil and 2 MAC-10s. So if you've got these sort of weapons, you're not going to be running a default. You can try something a little bit more overwhelming, something a bit faster paced, Pounce-like. As you can see, if you can overwhelm defending CTs.
That's scary. The lack of helmets, I think, is really worth highlighting. It's something to always look for at the beginning of the round when you see those lower weapons coming out.
No, it's a really big deal, yeah.
Because a MAC-10 is an insane weapon if you can basically just run people down, and the aim punch will do all the work.
Let's have a look. So tabseN doesn't have the helmet. Who else is with him? Process also doesn't as well. So defending B against those close-range weapons, that could be a real problem. We'll see.
Sort of weapon that, you know, people jump around a corner with, and it's just hell, isn't it?
They'll be jumping in with the flashes as you're turning.
Yeah.
And you've got the running gun potential. You can shoot and jump at the same time, you know.
But it's a difficult choice to make because if they want helmets, then they would have been lacking many grenades. And that's probably also not a good
That's why
thing.
The bonus round is just so deadly to play against. Like, you don't want your opponent to have that cleaner game to kick things off, especially on the CT side.
Let's see how good the Molotov is going to be here, because if you land the Molotov, that kind of burns both sides of the box, all the way in the back. They're one boosted up, but yeah, that could be real tricky. Smoke on the one side, but it is a triple setup. Smoke for Dark, and it doesn't actually burn the top of the box at all. It's for Oranges instead. This defense is looking rock solid at the moment. Helmets are not. They're shutting it down. tabseN with the double, and Sin gets one, and they are just repelled completely. Heroic sent packing.
Well, there it is. The B execution didn't finish the way they would like. As you mentioned, that Molotov not spreading on top of the boosted player. And that was pretty much everything. Solid hold from Big there. Didn't really give anything away against the MAC-10s. As I mentioned, it's difficult to take much away from that round, considering it's, like I said, a bonus round. It plays a little bit differently than the gun rounds here. It's not a big deal for Heroic. They still save the AWP and a rifle as well, so they'll be fully buying into the next round, of course. But this is where the half really begins now for Big. They need to string a few rounds together if they're going to have a chance of breaking the back of Heroic financially.
It's also an interesting read. It's not that uncommon for there to be 3 players at the B bomb side, but typically that happens over the minute mark. Like, you do that in the first 20 seconds of the round, and then you tend to fall back and you leave 1 or 2 people at B. So the fact that they had 3 people there is just a good call out of the big camp as well. Because normally there wouldn't be that many, but yeah, they understood something about the round that really helped them out. Yeah, Mantu ready for that one. Cadian looked like he was expecting a second Molotov maybe to land on him, but instead it's the AWP ready and waiting for him. Good return from Yabi, though, to take down Sin, and it's right back into a 4-on-4 here.
Well handled from Heroic. Great reaction. Didn't even give them a chance to adjust to the advantage they found. Mantu alone towards B for now, as his teammate will drop towards A. What's the reaction here? He holds the corner for now. Could be flashed off. Could be smoked as well. Flash comes through and they know exactly where he is. So he can throw a smoke short, but what really else can he do? A decent grenade. Barely touches them. I think you have to give this one up. It's done.
Yeah. Such a good call. The jump and flash at the same time, and the instant smoke behind him.
And we saw that yesterday. Playing alone with the AWP towards B, it's great. If it works, if you land that first shot, you're in business. As soon as you miss it though, and you're scrambling back towards spawn or coffins, or sometimes first oranges we saw yesterday, they know exactly where you are, and they're going to throw everything they've got at you. So it all comes down to that first shot. It's a high pressure position, and unfortunately, Heroic are able to flash him out, send him packing, but fortunately Mantu does survive, so not all is lost, but the hunt looks like it might be on.
They're really aggressive with this. This is quite interesting. A boost up on top. He does see the shadow, so he's going to know at the very least. Good shot for Tabson, and they're going to be careful. They don't have that much money themselves, so if they throw too much away here, hunting after the bomb has actually already exploded, it might be a little bit tricky, and they're not going to keep it going, so I guess a little bit of a trade at the end, but 4-1 Heroic. This is a brilliant start for them.
Yeah, showing some decent restraint there, as you pointed out. Keeping the money nice and healthy going forward. And Tessa has continued with that amazing form we saw in Overpass as well. He got 23 kills in a 16-7 affair. Round 6 coming up. Another full buy here for Big. Managing to save a few weapons from the previous round. That's Heroic up 4-1 now, looking very comfortable. Mantu has been active at the start of these rounds, known as a more passive AWPer generally. But he's been quite active and assertive, I would say, at the start. This time doesn't find the first pick. It's down, looking to do just that. He'll be taken out of position, though, as alone, not feeling comfortable. Will fall back behind the smoke, allowing Big to have control of Banana, or at least for now. Smoke down towards Arch from TSS. In the tip of the spear, time and time again. Great at finding these openings. And Mantu repositions back towards quad this time.
I really like the flavor that Mantu's brought so far. Good little flick there to take down Tessus, but he just can't commit to the fight once again. He's just edged into the corner. No way out of that one. Shush will take him down. And Crimbo playing right at the edge of the smoke. They don't know that he's there yet, and he's going to be able to get the free kill on that one. Good return. Yabi trying to see if he could get that one, but Crimbo's absolutely ready. And Cadian, 1 versus 4. Nothing to do with the 50 seconds here.
Well, there we have it. Crimbo saving the day there. A difficult position to play right in front of the apartment door. You're taking a risk. You know the swing's coming eventually. Got to be ready for it. And was he ever? 90-degree flick. Takes down 2 players, and he looks like he's got the 3rd as well. Excellent round. Just what Big needed here. Delivered by one of their stars, Crimbo. And 4 players survive as well, Anders. That's very, very important. They managed to recover an AK. Money's getting nice and strong. It's very early days here. Money actually in a bit of a precarious spot for the T side. We've got Shush at 2K, but a drop can come through. There will be a buy. But this was the great hold from Crimbo. Hat-trick found. And a solid pickup here for Big. Round 7. And concessions to be made. Mac 10 for TSS and Shush down to a Tech 9 now. Big can win this. It might get them a couple.
I really like the style that Mantu's trying to play. I feel like there's so little space for being a very, very passive AWPer nowadays, because I think the chances are you're just going to have almost no impact. So a little bit of an attempt. Crimbo's going to be out hunting, and he'll find Tess's. And with the smoke still down in the middle, deep grenade. That might actually do a bit of damage. Nicely done. Big being the more assertive team right now and putting a little bit of pressure on Heroic. You like to see that. Yeah, Yabi would have loved to have found a free one. But not going to be possible. Crimbo back in his original position.
So, what's the response here, Anders? We've got 1 player deep in the apartments. That's Yabi right now. His teammates actually making their way up Banana. So does he want to go for the backstab here or show presence and try and keep them on this side of the map?
Crimbo intentionally doing the drop down to make noise and then goes back up into the same position, hoping that when Yabi, if he turns the corner, he's not going to be quite ready for it. And, oh, there we go.
We heard him.
Yeah, definitely knows. Crimbo's playing this position really nice. A lot of small tricks here to try and mess up Yabi's chances. 30 seconds.
He's actually repositioned to a very nice spot as well, playing under the quad. He's hitting all of his shots. Why not? Locked him down at the choke point here. 20 seconds remaining. I think he's on for a few here, Anders.
He should be. little bit of a labored spray at the beginning, so just the 1 kill. Good return for Stown. We're down to 12 seconds. They can't make any mistakes, and they're not right now. No. Stown comes in with a stunning headshot to take down Man2, and just like that, the bomb is planted, and Big are already exiting the round. What a turnaround. That looked so winnable for Big. That's one that really hurts.
And like I said, Crimbo, you understand why he's in that heads-up position. He's playing well. He's feeling confident. But the fact he goes down with 1, it means he can't get the 1 kill, slow them down, call for the crossfire. He is really committed. He needed multiple frags there. So I don't hate the position, but the fact he only gets 1, that's the reason it all falls apart, and he's been playing so well. He even gets a double kill in that round, so needed a bit more out of his teammates there, but he was pretty committed, and we see them head back in towards the A side. It all falls apart, and Big have to save once again, but they will save 3 weapons. Like, it's not the end of the world. It's not a disaster at this stage, but oh my, that movement from at.CEST, God.
So quick to react.
Yeah, but yeah, that play towards quad, they just weren't really synergized, couldn't play off each other. We understand why, but that was the reason it all falls apart. Round A, as mentioned, they say 3 weapons, got a man to AWP. He's on 2 and 4 right now. He's had a couple of decent picks, but needs to really come online here to shut down this heroic assault we're seeing so far on Inferno.
Yeah, and once again, the money's in a really questionable spot for Big, so it's cool that they can put a little bit together here. They stole on the AK as well, but man, they need to really go on a bit of a run. Just shuffling back and forth his crosses at the sandbags. Wide swing for Stown on the other side, but good little volley of bullets coming out to take him down. You like to see it. 4 versus 5 now, and Heroic look like they're giving up on Banana. They're just saying, you know what, let's not try and do this. 3 people committed to the B bomb site, so once again, Heroic could do what they did last round. If they find this kill, and they will, Man2's going to get edged out. Leaves it up to Crimbo. This had better be one hell of a triple. Otherwise, his teammates probably can't even get there in time. He needs to do this on his own right now. Flash is coming through, and he gets mowed down. And again, Big, they're sort of angling for the retake here, but they got to be really careful. If they lose these rifles, they'll have nothing in the next round.
Well, still a chance here. I was about to say maybe this is another save. They need to start finding some rounds. Tabson, we dropped courtesy of the AWP. Yabi primed for this kill towards the apartment. Absolutely nails it. Gets dinked on roots, but comes out on top. And Sim will have no choice but to fall back. 6-2 overall. And we will see Heroic there shutting down. Once again, it's that solo short player. All in with the AWP. As soon as he misses that first shot, like he was committed towards the quad side as well. There's no backup. There's no way to fall back. And yeah, his teammate Crimbo also dropped on the side there. So they're kind of stuck between both ideas of holding middle, like an aggressive crossfire manner, and then falling back towards more passive spots on the side, but not really synergizing.
It's not a lot to go off of, but the 4th round that Big managed to pick up where they had the 3-man stack in the bomb site, it almost feels like Heroic is exploiting the fact that they realized there was 3 people there, and now they're saying, well, if you're gonna overstack the B bomb site later in these rounds, we're just gonna keep hitting top, mid, and A, because the defense isn't holding, right? And it's especially not holding, just like in the previous round where those 2...
It's a good question.
Those 2 A players aren't even helping each other out.
Exactly.
They can't, right? They're not in a position to play off each other at all.
They really weren't. You can see that was evident there. Just solo fights, doing their best, but outnumbered, outgunned. We see round 9 come through. Crimbo aggressive in the apartments right now on the CT side, trying to make something happen here. Hoping he can find an opening.
Out trash talked as well.
Yeah, true. That's a good point.
I can't imagine German trash talking. Like, they're much too polite, I feel like.
Well, they like some yelling, some cheering, but I think that's about it, yeah. You're right.
Maybe Man2 can help them on that front, too, you know. I'm sure he could. He seems like he's got the kind of British accent to him a little bit as well, so it kind of suit him. It helps.
Talking some shit. That's all we were good at in CS, really.
Yeah.
Or shouting.
They had Smooya earlier. He must have taught them something.
True, actually, good point. Well, here we go. 50 seconds remaining, ladies and gents. We've got a 5-on-5 ahead of us. All of these rounds at this stage feel like must win for Big, really. Like, they need to find some footing here. Fully invested once again. 5 rifles, courtesy of the save on Crimbo with that AK. It's down, trying to open things up. He's alone, though, bear in mind. It's that 4-1 mentality that Heroic are so good at, because they apply just enough pressure, keep you interested, while everyone else is committing on the other side of the map. Big are scrambling as the wrap towards the A side comes through. 20 seconds here.
if the first kill goes to Heroic, this defense is done. They need to hold tight right now, and they are. Mantu and Sin, good little setup here. We're in only 12 seconds left. This has fallen apart for Heroic, in spite of the fact that they had a very deep angle against this attack. Stown is going to be the last one left, but even with the kill here, it shouldn't be possible. The bomb is just so far away, and he's realized as well. Just going to walk a bit closer. He could make it expensive and try and find another one, but instead he's going to get caught trying to save the AWP. So that round is so much closer than it seems. I almost guarantee if instead Heroic find one of those 3 kills in the bomb site, the rest are wiped out.
It was a really cool little play there from Heroic. They got so much positional control towards Arch. You can see the wrap was perfectly deployed, but it's great shots. A nice crossfire set up from Big here. They deployed solid fundamentals as well, and playing that headshot position, as long as you land in the headshots, it's very powerful indeed, and they had great setups there. The trifecta was enabled, meaning they could just peek, find a kill, let your teammate take the aggro, and drop down. The clock was very low, and Heroic finally give a round up, 6-3. Big managed to keep 3 rifles up there as well. The money in a questionable spot for Heroic, generally speaking, as they'll have AKs in the hands of Cadian and Stown, and we'll see what else has been dropped. Pistols otherwise so far. There's the 3rd AK. So maybe a Deagle for Shush here. So still, we know how good these guys are with the Deagles. And along with the fact they've got 3 AKs to go with it, still a very precarious round for Big. Need to convert this one cleanly, as they are fully invested themselves. Swing round on either side, both teams fully invested here.
Yeah, I mean, they really are in a very dangerous position. There's no doubt about it. Nobody, I guess Crimbo's playing really well once again. Sin is there a little bit earlier, but they're lacking that really big stopping power. You see someone like Stown in that previous round, you know, after the round was almost lost, he still got 3 kills. He's up to 9 in total. They need to shut down Heroic in this round. They need to build an economy. I mean, some of the fundamentals that we like to see on the CT side, they haven't even really got there yet, Big. But now it's an opportunity. Crimbo's walking forward. He's going to catch the first one for free. A little bit of a return. The Tech-9. Perfect angle for that kind of a swing. Mantu turning around for the flash. He does get dinked, and it will go down eventually. Sin on the graveyard, and he's going to get wrecked as well. And Stown just unstoppable in this round. And I think they've already heard the run back. I think Cadian's called it in, saying they're on the run.
So, do they commit everyone to the hunt? Surely a player stays at the bomb, but maybe they've heard both sets of footsteps here. Looks like everyone's committed. And it's because it's a massive round here. As we said, both teams fully invested. They're aware of it. Look at the loss bonus. Both teams are first stage here. There's been some back and forth rounds. So this is huge. There'll only be $1,900 for Big going for that next round. So they take down these 2 rifles, they'll have nothing. And they might even have to force buy because they'll be in such a rough spot.
Yeah, Cadian got dinked, so he thought, you know, it's not worth it. I guess Shush could go hunting on his own, but it's very hard for him to know where to look in the bomb site.
Yeah, it looks like they've done enough to keep these rifles up at least. There it is, $1,900 per player. So a couple of M4s. What do you do here? Do you take the full eco, go for the more conservative approach, or do you go for the Hail Mary and fully invest and try and get this round in your favor, knowing you're desperate for some CT success? I'd say it's more likely the eco.
Yeah, I feel like 7-3 doesn't feel that great, but there's still a chance you can get up to about 6 rounds in this first half, and that's probably not the end of the world.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, they purchased a Zeus for Crimbo, so that does suggest it will be the eco. Doesn't mean they can't win the round. They've got those 2 saved M4s, a smoke and a kit as well. So that's in the back process, so look out for that. It's a tactical timeout from Heroic, just a note. After winning the previous round, they know that the CTs will save 2 weapons. There's going to be some sort of gimmicky play going on, maybe a boost. You know, we saw that from Complexity yesterday. 1 M4 in the hands of Elise on overpass. Went for a boost towards B, got a kill. Ran back towards long, boost, got a kill. There are plays you can make to make a single M4 win you a round. So you need to be very aware of it.
Big is exactly the kind of team that will spend time finding those things and you know, messing around with it. So very curious to see. Something that, I mean, speaking of which, that's something that we haven't really seen yet. That could just be the fact that they've got this new lineup, that it's taken a while. They just want to get the basics in before they start doing some of the real tricky stuff. But there weren't a lot of interesting setups like that, like really tricky grenade setups or anything like that. It was missing a little bit from the first map.
So here's the first boost.
Yes.
It's all right. They can redeploy that one. So this is either the G2 boost or the FaZe boost, whichever way you want to look at it, really. Depending on which side. But it always is good for a kill. You can see over the smoke, it is pre-fired quite often, but still the CT seem to come out on top.
And the problem is, right, if you get the first kill on the T side, though, you know everything you need to. I think Stown realizes, so confirming at least 2 of the players.
Yeah, that's the absolute best way to deal with that, isn't it? Give him no chance to hit you, but bait out a shot and completely disrupt the defense. So that's massive from Stown. He knows at least one of the M4s on that side of the map. And we got Yabi, of course, a 4-1 setup again, just showing presence, keeping the doubts in their mind. We shouldn't rotate. There's a smoke here. There's footsteps. But the commitment towards B is looking likely here. 3 players at the mouth of the bomb site. Bombers at the back as well, but it's on the back of TSS, who's throwing flashbangs right now. They need to be careful of this boost, and Mantu's still up there. He's got a chance of doing some damage here. Hasn't got the best weapon for the job, but does find one. Cadian pulls it back, and there's 3 CTs in spawn to deal with.
Oh, some shots coming through as well, but one of the M4s down there. 15 seconds left. They're trying to get that bomb planted, but Yabi's still quite far away. They're a little bit panicked at the moment, trying to do it again, but surely they're getting through. Shush, trying to hold on to the bomb. Is planted, and the spray is nearly good enough. Yabi's surely going to be able to win this one. What a close round for Crimbo. How do you do this? How do you actually stop this bomb from going off?
He hasn't got a kid, Anders. I'm not sure there is a way. He'd have to go for the fake defuse, bait him out.
Idea. He has no idea. He thought Yabi was inside of the bomb site.
Yeah.
Because to be honest, it was unlikely that he was going to be so far away. That could have gone wrong 10 different ways. If they stopped the bomb from getting planted, they probably win the round.
Well, certainly uncomfortable there. A decent effort. Had he had the kit towards the end, who knows? But yeah, when the bomb was halfway gone, he had no information as to where Yabi was. Yabi also 100 HP, fully in control of the scenario. Doesn't give up a thing. And we're going to round number 12. Things are getting desperate now for Big. A couple of FAMASs, 3 M4s. And we'll see a bit more pace towards second middle this time. Maybe trying to focus towards the apartments and just attack the other side of the map here. Cadian with the AWP. Molotov out of position, though. Takes 40 damage en route. They will reset and focus their efforts back towards middle by the looks of things.
Yeah, desperate times. You're absolutely right. How do you bring this back? It's just... I mean, we did have the warning early, obviously, with the fact that Heroic under the #1 team in the world, and you got Big with a new lineup, way lower on the ranking. Just could have been this one-sided, but you would still have loved to have seen Big with a little bit more success, and so far it's been missing from the game. Crimbo's at 11 right now. That's good. That's tied up with Stown. It's actually pretty impressive the way that this is played out. But Heroic, they're getting a lot of space, right? There's not been many battles here where Big, let's say, win top mid outright or win banana and can force Heroic to go anywhere. Like, they're going wherever they want, basically. That, though, is a good start.
That is a very nice grenade. Does about 100 damage as they breach the middle area. It's Crimbo and Sin to defend this wraparound once again, and they managed to do it before. It was very impressive. But here they come once again. TSS looking to find the opening frag. Won't happen. He'll be dropped early, and Sin just mowing them down here from the pit position, looking for the quad kill. It won't matter either way. Just 4 players against Cadian here, and there it is, a very clean finish. And Heroic, second time that wrap hasn't worked out for them.
Sin's going to be stealing the headline, and for good reason, but that was ice cold from Mantu, who was playing on the balcony inside of the smoke, and he gets tagged. There are actually 2 people shooting at him. If he drops down and gets killed, then the rest of them can refocus on Sin, right? Like, they can worry about that instead, but because they never really check it, you see him crouching at the end of that little highlight there. Really good job from Mantu staying cool in that position. And just
bear in mind how influential that grenade was as well, where they did 40 damage to 3 players there, and then you've got the silenced M4 in the pit. He got 3 kills, but only one of them was a headshot. He didn't have to do too much damage there. So that was a massive grenade.
Yeah, really sick.
We've just got the pistols here. It's actually going to be a 4-spy for Heroic. So an AK out in the hands of TSS and Cadian, and 3 pistols otherwise. And looks to be maybe just a straight-up B finish. It's that 4-1 setup, but Yabi's coming back quickly.
It's only, well, 2 AKs and pistol, but they invested everything. So the truth is, Big could be looking at 7 rounds. If they win this one, they probably win the next one too. Bomb plan could make a difference, I suppose, but Heroic, if they lose this one, they're going to be quite poor for the rest of the half, and suddenly there is a way to actually make this work. So it's a bit interesting. Process taking a little bit of damage, boost on the T side of things to try and pick that one up with. And a very classic setup. But I like this from Big, though. They are aggressive in middle, so they're going to know what's happening. At least they have a couple of eyes on this.
So, 45 seconds, and there's Mantu with full vision towards middle, but his teammates been dropped towards quad. They found a kill. It's still under control here. Nice incendiary, but Stown gets a double. The P250 overwhelms. We have got Process in position. It needs the double kill, and he'll deliver. Brings it back into a man advantage for Big. 30 seconds here, but still very precarious. Sin in the same position, looking for multiple frags, and lovely shot as he drops down towards the pit.
Yeah, Tessus can guess where he is, but he can't really force him to take the fight here. He's going to stand up, probably just keep it cool. Backup discovery coming in. It's Process to take the kill. Very well done. Process definitely saving them in that one. Otherwise, Sin would have been alone against 3 or 4 people. You don't want to see that, really. But Big, they're clawing their way back. They're actually doing some work here. 5 rounds on their side. No bomb plant either for Heroic. So they are going to be poor in this round. Every chance. It would be a crime if Big don't get the 6 rounds here.
Well, this is the full eco for sure. P250s, couple of flashes, pick up the pace, see if you can thread the needle. We'll take a very, very effective flashbang to cause a dent in this round, but it's deployed. It's Mantu this time, nailing the first shot, finds his 8th frag, and Sin in a perfect position to add to his total as well. Unarmored players in front of him, Crimbo jumping at the chance to get involved here. I'll try and make their way through CT spawn, but the round's already tied up here. It's just a question as to who will find these last couple of frags, and there we have it. It's going to be Tabson and Crimbo in a very clean round. They've got money either way for the final round here, number 15, and not so much for Heroic. A couple of players will have to make do with Galil's, as we will see the scoreline come 8-6. So Heroic have won the half here, but you have to say, Anders, Big have done a pretty good job of getting back into this one. It was looking very bleak at one stage. They were, I believe, 8-3 down before they actually came online with 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, a couple of things that have really suddenly worked out, which is, I wasn't really expecting it. They looked like they were teetering on the edge of losing the economy again on Big. So, yeah, getting up to 6 is not bad. A 7th would be... I think we've got a real game in our hands if we can get there. That's what you'd like to see. Boost, they tried it once before and it worked out last time. This time, they've almost lost Mantu in the mix. Very scary still. This Process is out in front of the sandbags and they're hunting for him. They want to see if they can find him. They know exactly where he is. He is surely dead. And because Mantu's solo, he can't really help out that much either. Gonna step out to take the swing there, and a good shot from Tabson, but it might not be enough. 3 versus 3, but the bomb is surely going to be going down here.
Well, there it is. The cross toward the bomb site here. Mantu firing off speculative shots. Will have to reload the orb at this stage as they make their way towards ruins. The retake is on. All 3 players coming in from the CT spawn area. No utility left on the T side here, so there's have to be straight up headshots. And there's lots of grenades available for the CT side. Mantu to lead the charge.
Oh, good shot. Even low on health. He's doing so much work at the moment. Stown and Cadian are left, and, well, pick that up. It's Cadian now just all on his own. Very low on Mantu and Sin. They're trying to get in there. Straight headshot. The spray continues. Mantu, how does he dodge all those bullets? With a kit in their back pocket, they're going to get the 7th round at the end. Real well done. 8-7. Big. They're bagging a nice way, and we'll see if they can continue into the second half. It's coming up right after this.
16-13. It finally happens.
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one. But I did win with the right group of people because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, probably the #1 retiree is Get Right. I think as somebody that I think of as a foundational person within this space, somebody who showed that you could become a full-time professional gamer, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
Getter was definitely the player you thought he was. He was a really good friend and he sacrificed a lot for us, and he was never like ego. He always thought about the team first and what was best for the team. Like for me, I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO in general. I think he is a legendary player and he's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as maybe a summary of everything that he achieved and why he is such an important person to have in the space. I think he's made it clear that although he's done, playing competitively, he'll never be done in the impact and what he continues to bring to the Counter-Strike community.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO, and to be like that grinder or hard-working person, that's what I want my legacy to be standing for. I think I did my part in my career, and I'm happy where I stopped.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You join us for the second half of the second map here. Heroic lead 8-7, but it was looking like a very comfortable second map on their pick for them. But Big right back in the driving seat here, once again splitting things right down the middle as they switch over to the T side. A couple of smokes purchases, Anders, and a couple of P250s as well in the hands of Tabson and Crimbo. As I would say, they probably need to win this pistol, considering up against Heroic here, but they've done a very good job to get back into this second map.
Yeah, they really have a lot more going in their favor than it was on Overpass, and even though it looked like Heroic were just cruising to the finish line, it's been slowed down quite a bit, so really curious to see how this will play out. Third map would be Vertigo. What a map to throw into the mix. A battle in the middle continues. It's 3 people peaking at the same time for Heroic, and it's too much for Tabson to handle. He's going to be going down. Nobody there to help him out, unfortunately, so nice little pick off at the start of the round, favoring Heroic.
Yeah, it's a very nice little gambit at the start to sabotage whatever default or execution they had in mind here. Sin just trying to bet out some utility towards the B side. You can see his teammates set up towards the apartments, 3 of them. Ready and waiting, the flashbang's in deployed. He's up to Shush to try and find the first kill, and the bomb goes down. They've got all the information they could possibly need, and the rotations are coming through for Heroic.
And look at Shush just playing for time. Oh my god, playing for the headshots as well! Takes down Sin! It's an absolute clinic for Shush.
That is a beauty of a pistol round there. Shush has just blown them out of the water. No bomb plant found, barely any damage done, and an absolute clinic there with the USP. That is a beautiful round. It all started with this 3-man swing toward the top and middle, fall back to the defensive lines, enable those crossfires. They didn't even need backup as Shush just fired off every single shot connecting to the head. And we still have full eco here, Anders. 9-7. As mentioned, no bomb plants. They'll be buying in the third. Glocks across the board. Not really much you can do with this one. Even a kill will be considered somewhat of a success, but do they know the process is already here? Apparently not. He might find the opening frag. Does good damage, but can't get the killing blow on towards Javi.
It's a rare sight when you see 5 Glocks. It pretty much never happens, I feel. There's always someone who's tempted to go for something, but Big keeping it tight in this one. Gonna get a kill on the Shush, so a little bit of revenge for the pistol round. Man 2 on his own. Gonna get discovered sooner or later. And he, oh, okay. Glocks are doing real work. Even a dink on us down at the end. But it doesn't change the fact it's going to be a 10-7 scoreline here. So, nice 3-round lead for the Dane.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gimme round, you know. As you would expect. Might want to slow it down a bit more, try and bait those grenades, but it can be a little bit boring. So, either way, it's absolutely fine. They are going to be bringing out the AKs in full force here. Crimbo's got a Tech 9 for now, saving a bit of cash. Wondering if he's going to be throwing himself in somewhere, or he knows he won't be long for this world. He had enough for an AK-47, he still does. But we are going to see 4 players heading towards the apartment. This is some sort of set piece, Anders. They're moving with conviction here. Yeah, this is something they've got in the strap book.
I love to see it. This is why Big is a fun team to watch, even at the worst of times. It feels like they all get something planned, and they're going to try and explode out into the pit. Nice position for TeSeS on that submachine gun. Going to be taking 2 big kills, and whatever they were planning, it's been slowed down so much. Well, they needed the initial part of that push to really work.
That answers the question, though, right? Crimbo knew he'd be throwing himself out there with the suicide play, jumping out of the Tech 9, looking to take the crosshairs away from his teammates. We'll just slow it down for a second. There is a chance Mantu can maybe do something with this one. Remember, the bomb's down in the apartment, so it's unlikely. And there it is, the killing blow comes through. So, yeah, like we said, it was a set piece from the very get-go, boosting a player in second middle, giving them the chance to throw very effective flashbangs and surprising utility, but they were more than ready for it. Let's have a look at the replay here. TeSeS, that's the suicide play from Crimbo, like trying to take the crosshairs, while his teammates with the AKs can come through and hopefully pick up the pieces, but TeSeS continues this amazing form we're seeing in this series here. World-class stuff, time and time again, as he confirms yet another eco, or at least a half buy for Big, as we see 11-7 on the scoreboard here.
I do like the attempt to try and go for the fast A play like that early on, because it is, once again, really common for the CT side to have 3 people at the B bomb side, even just to throw grenades around. So if you execute into the A bomb side that early, sometimes you'll find the CTs kind of only starting to rotate back even to the A bomb side, and there should be 2 people there. So could have been a nice timing for them, but it wasn't this time. 1 AK on Crimbo and some scattered pistols on the rest of them. 11-7. It's not that it's a huge gap, but man, they are playing heroic. So even closing this gap is going to be very difficult.
They've really set the tone for the second half as well. Like, the 3 rounds they found here have been phenomenal. Like, they've had some really impressive setups, good understanding of what they're up against, and not really panicking at all, barely giving up any frags, you know. So it's difficult to imagine a world where Big can turn this series around, but like we said, it's their first event playing in English, a new player as well, up against the #1 team in the world. It's still been a decent showing, and they still can do something with this map. It's not over, as we see them commit potentially towards quad, not feeling it. Got to see if they can find some luck elsewhere, this time towards Arch.
Cadian could have got killed in the middle. That was a real moment there where he was just looking into Boiler instead of middle. And there was an AK creeping around out there. So far, no bullets really fired. First one hunts it down, process, and Stowns on the other side. Him and Shush, I mean, they've really been defending this bomb site very well at the moment.
Wow. Mantu knows there's nothing he can really do, and he probably wants to die as well, as counterintuitive as that sounds. Wants to ensure he gets money for the next, and it will be 12-7. Heroic with another very well-handled round there. Only 1 player goes down, courtesy of a nice Deagle shot, but here we go, round 20. You might even want a timeout here, considering we're getting to like the do or die time in this series. 12-7 down, full buy on the T side. If you lose this one, it's 13 for Heroic, and they've got so much in terms of resources to work with. Crimbo, can't believe it.
He was going to die either way, no doubt. Yeah, this is looking so good. Stown is at 17 kills, Tess is at 12, Shush is at 11. They just got it. And all of those players are playing on the A bomb side right now. This is the hardest hitting players. And the problem is, obviously, go B, you're running into Cadian on that AWP, and it's a much more choked up part of the map. So pick your poison. It looks like they do want to try at least clearing out Banana. It's a good strategy. Big never really tried hard to defend Banana at all, right? They were more defending inside of the bomb, which is fine. Some teams just prefer that, but you get some tactical advantages from the CT side if you can actually win the Banana fight.
It's true. There are some compromises, I suppose. If you do have to fall back, you are lacking utility for the final hold. So yeah, it is a double-edged sword in some regard, but we've got the orb this time for Cadian, waiting in CT spawn here. They've done well to take him off the more aggressive lines here, so he doesn't have full information. You can see them just boosting behind the smoke now, seeing if a retake will come in from the CT side. Still a 5-on-5 for now, 40 seconds on the clock. Now looking for a bit of mid-spacing here. We'll see if they can just creep up, hoping the Cadian is on the other side of the map still. They've got a player to deal with in the form of Stown, though. He's towards the quad and looking for multiple frags. Just the one found.
They nearly line up for him. Shush is back here. He still has a smoke just to try and buy a little bit of time. A flashbang as well. He's already put out the smoke, I think, and he run down TeSeS in the site. Shush standing on his own, and he's doing a remarkable job. What a spray down. It's another quad kill for him in the same position as the pistol round, this time with a much more effective rifle, and that'll get the job done. 13-7.
he is enjoying himself out there right now. That feels really good. You've had 2 amazing rounds in the same position, as you mentioned, this time with the AK-47. It just makes it look so easy. 1 by 1, they run right into the crosshairs. He's in the perfect position for each and every duel. Crimbo, he knows it as well. They're getting absolutely blasted right now, as we see a tactical timeout for Big.
And he'd put down the last smoke that he had up on the balcony, so his crosshair only had to ever be focused on that part of the map, right? If he doesn't do that, maybe he does have to worry that there's a 3rd or 4th player coming out of the balcony instead, but not a concern for him at all. Yeah, tactical timeout. They are being run down 13-7. 6-round gap that's opened up between the 2 teams. And Heroic don't look like they're going to quit anytime soon.
So, even with the maximum loss bonus, they have not planted the bomb in this second half.
Ouch.
So, that means you get $3,400. Not really enough for a buy. Does enable you to bring these half buys consistently as though. So we'll see pistols, 1 AK. Tamsin's fully invested in CSGO.
Look at this.
He has full control. This is wild. He's looking down towards second middle. Looks like he's got a guaranteed frag here. That's Crimbo going down. He's already found the round pretty much there. Could have gone for a bit more, but just locks them in, forces them in towards B. Even while fully flashed, Cadian finds a timing and will extend the lead to a 5-on-3. TSS aggressive, of course. Perfectly placed incendiary. This is just perfect CS right now. They're not really giving much away whatsoever.
They're really not. And we talked about it on Overpass already, how even on the CT sides, they are aggressive. They will push forward.
Yeah.
This is a round where you could say they probably don't even need to do it. It's not necessary to win the round. If they waited around, they probably would have won anyway, but...
This is a bit of a statement performance, though. Just rubbing it in their faces, making sure they get nothing going on. They're still yet to plant the bomb after 6 rounds of play. And just to... I will reiterate this one final time. It's roster mania right now in CSGO.
Yes.
Almost every single lineup, bar Heroic and G2 and FaZe, I believe, have changed their roster in some way, and in a significant way for Big. They are no longer speaking German. They are now an English-speaking roster with the addition of Man2 coming in, the new sniper, and this is their first game on LAN against the world #1 team. So let's just have all of that context injected into your veins, and let's enjoy what we've seen today. Like, you can always enjoy what Heroic are doing on the server as well, right? Like, just the class they bring, the teamwork, and the fundamentals of CS. It's always a beautiful spectacle.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard again, it's not dreadful for Big, right? No. They are doing something here. I think it's just it's a bit of a mismatch in terms of probably where you could expect the Big project to even be at the moment. 14-7. A little bit of a swing, good shot, and another one right through. Process is going to be picking up Tessus as well. That's the round pretty much won. They should be able to do this, no problem. Rotation coming in from Heroic. They are ready with 2 people at the bomb site, but surely it's not going to be enough here. A little bit of a shot. They will get one. Molotov down, trying to buy some more space. Cadian, that's exactly the kind of play that he loves. And
I know.
Oh my God.
There was a moment there, he hits that second shot, you feel like the wheels just fall off for Big. But things stabilizing now. They've reset the round. They've got the bomb planted at A. Just on the other side of the map. So should be absolutely fine. Money is good as well for Heroic. They went for a bit of a 3-man push down Banana. Got completely wrecked. Process with all 3, I believe. So great stuff from him.
End of the last season, we're making a little bit of fun of Cadian, saying that he was suffering from main character syndrome. But in a way, I do expect that that's kind of what he's thinking in that moment. Like, he's the star of his own action movie, and that he's like, I will throw down the Molotov, push through the smoke, get 1 or 2 more kills, and
I don't know.
We've seen him do it.
I was convinced. I thought if he hit that second shot, all bets are off. They could still win that round. It was close as well. But
I think it's sick. Like, I don't mind if he's the main character in his own movie. I think that's great, you know.
That is quite good. I like that. So, wasn't necessarily down to their tactical approach, but Big will be picking up round number 22. It was all on excursion down towards a Banana from Heroic. 3 players all mowed down. Let's have a look at it. So Process, he said he got 3 in total in the round. So it was the first couple found by Tapson himself, and he ends up getting 3 in total. That one on Cadian and secure the round.
Man2 assisted with flashes on all those kills. So he's presumably in the back line, someone just throwing them over the wall.
Yeah, the window flash from T-Spawn. I think he fired on 147, and like that's the way to counter that sort of push. And we will see Cadian once again. Look at that opening picks. Down as well. Finds the AWP, and he has all the time in the world to find the kill. Nice response from Crimbo, has to be said. 4-on-4 technically favors the T side this early on. Oh, big nade though.
Ouch, yeah, you don't want to see that. And they're not going to commit to the fight though, Heroic. They're happy to just leave it at that. Good smoke to slow them down. A little bit of noise being made. Process, he's going to get flashed through. That's crazy. He almost goes down, but he has made his way through only for a second. Yabby's there, and they line up for TeSeS. You could see that coming. They try to swing against Yabby, and that's where the entire focus is. No one was thinking about TeSeS in that moment. And Crimbo, don't think there's much to be done here. The bomb is lost, and it's a 1 versus 3.
Well, I've been saying all day long, these are the sort of rounds he wins, Anders. It hasn't necessarily come to fruition so far, and yet again, it will slip by the wayside. Very, very difficult rounds. Wasn't in a good spot to win them, but Crimbo, we know, is a world-class player when he is on. He's currently got 17 frags at the top of the board, but
yeah,
I think they've run out of time, unfortunately. 15-8, they'll take their final tactical timeout here in round number 24. They've got a couple of AKs in the hands of tabseN and Crimbo so far, but the money is pretty battered and bruised, averaging about $3,500. Otherwise, it's going to take a hell of a call from God B to get them out of this mess. 7 rounds in a row required just for overtime.
And there's almost no evidence that that's going to be happening, right?
Well, yeah, unfortunately, the bomb's only gone down once, and that was in the round they won, which was the round they pushed 3 players down B.
Yeah.
So it was a bit of like a strange round, and we're seeing Heroic like push every single time right now.
Yeah, and I guess I was edging into the discussion about defending Banana in a hard way, and the one round where Heroic tried to do it, you see the other side of it, right? If you lose that fight, then there's not much to do to recover the round. So
that's a good point. Okay then, so could be the final round of the series, I'm afraid. This is the pick of Heroic, managing to get 8 rounds in their T-side campaign, been pretty flawless so far in the second half. They were up 6-0, gave up a single round after that, then back to their winning ways. Up against 4 AKs here, Galil for Sin. And this time, no aggression from the CT side to kick things off towards Banana. And tabseN actually taking pretty good territory considering the time, but a grenade is en route by the looks of things. Let himself know he needs to commit, Anders. Oh, thinking better of it. I think that's the correct decision, we'll see.
Yeah, there was a flash that was coming in there. Jiggles on either side. tabseN very low, and he's getting hunted. He's definitely dead. Nobody there that could support him. Probably could have thrown a flash or something to help him out, but they elected not to. TeSeS goes down in return. It's not bad. It's still pretty much worth it here. 4 versus 4, and Yabby's real low on health. And this could work out. They're now working top mid. They win the fight, but they won't. Stound's going to be able to pick it up. It's 22nd kill. He's just been an unstoppable force in this bomb side. They haven't really been able to win any fights against him yet. They know that he's low, but Shush is holding the balcony. It's a new position for him as well.
Great shot from KDM. Give it a couple closing moments here as we'll see a 3 versus 1 process. Not a whole lot to do, and there it is. A dominant performance from Heroic. They go 2-0. Truly world-class across both maps. And commiserations to Big. I still think they turned up today. I think all things considered, the context we gave, I still think that's a pretty decent showing.
I don't disagree. Yeah, you could take a really negative view here, but ultimately they did play the best team in the world, and Heroic kind of justifying why they've kept the same lineup. They do look rock solid, even after the break. Again, the little nature camp there. My favorite part about that was how he was sort of like nodding at James, like you know nature. Like,
do you understand nature?
You recognize what I'm talking about? Like we were in nature.
Well, it's certainly done them a world of good. They are looking refreshed and deadly. A statement performance here in the opening game of Group B. Great stuff from Heroic, and Big. They'll have plenty of chances to fight back as we go forward in the tournament. Speaking of fight going on in the studio right now, we will take a break and be back with the desk, and maybe even, oh no.
Oh yeah,
the first blast actually. Anders is going to be over to James next as now.
Yeah, he seems like he's almost ready for it as well. He's going to catch. He has to catch someone. I think they were flipping for it for a second. There we go. All right, Shush is going to be the target this time.
That's right, Shush is the target, but maybe Cadian's target was Yabby there. What was going on?
I don't know. I think he pushed Yabby, and then Yabby kicked him, and then some action started. Yabby said not on stream. Don't do it on stream.
Not on stream, only behind closed doors. That says what to go down. But for you guys, this started off very cleanly. It looked really good. We saw none of the issues that we saw from the start of last season, so business as usual?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about we didn't want the same start. Like the last 2 times, we had a rough start. So come out with a win. It's nice.
And what did you feel like coming into the server, back to communicating? Katie was telling me that you guys had a bit of time away from computers, so how much of that do you think helped?
I think we've been grinding a lot, like in practice, and also setting goals for ourselves.
Okay.
Also, we had a boot camp where we were outside having some fun together before we started. So I think it was a very good start of the season.
And in terms of setting goals, what are the goals going forward?
I mean, it's I don't want to say too much, but it's like team goals, like how we want to be on the server and as individuals towards each other.
Very nice, and I guess that's what around like the communication, how you are, because one thing I noticed is, especially on Overpass, for example, it was consistently being able to trick and beat big with your utility, not just your aim.
Yeah, I mean, we read pretty fast, like how they want to use their utility and how we want to play against them.
And would you say that, okay, this is a new big, right, they're trying things out, but this isn't really a true test for you guys yet on how you want to play, because there's so many teams that are not at their best level?
I mean, it's hard to say because there's so many roster changes and you don't know how they're gonna play. So we just go in, focus on ourselves pretty much, and just want to play our CS and read the game.
I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the game. Sure, thank you very much, man. Well done.
Thank you.
Big blinded by the lights as this series all comes up. Heroic practically flawless on the CT side to be closing things out. Starn showing up with some star form himself. You couldn't really ask for a better start, could you, Jacob, if you're the Danes?
No, I think that was perfect from Heroic. They came in and they were establishing themselves as the favorites from the get-go. I think on the server they played some decent Counter-Strike. Still room for improvements. Still a couple of situations where you think to yourself, normally that's a round Heroic would win. But I think overall, when you look towards the two maps that we saw right here, was very clean, very convincing. And sure, at certain points in first half on both Overpass and Inferno, they were put under pressure, but then you saw the instant response in the second half.
I just love the attitude that they have, because honestly, Freya, I don't think we would fault them for being just a little bit complacent with the situation, right? You're Heroic, you're fresh off a trophy, it's summer break. You could take it easy. After all, you're playing big, it's a new roster. But when you look at them play and you look at their non-verbal behavior, they're hell into it. And like Stone is yelling after winning a round and they high-fiving each other, and I feel like they're doing such a great job at making sure that their bottom line is 85% of what they can do and that intensity. And that's why they're horrible to play against, because they're not going to take it easy on you. They just never do.
And that's the thing. They always talk about, never underestimating their opponents, right? You could look at this big clan and go, there's a hell of a lot of, amalgamations having to come together. They're now speaking English as their communicative language. The fact that Heroic, don't let them get their foot in that second half, very impressive.
Yeah, especially the second half, because as I said, the first half on both Overpass and Inferno, you could argue that Big were slowly but surely approaching Heroic. They applied a bit of pressure, especially here on Inferno. You could have thought to yourself that could have been a close game, but at the end of the day, Heroic is just a pure class team. As you said, when they're playing their worst brand of Counter-Strike, it's still to a B or C level according to the best teams in the world. So for my money, it was as I expected from Heroic. Was for Big, maybe slightly disappointed they weren't able to put up a better performance in the second half, but at least we saw a little bit from Big in the first half.
Let's go back to that first half, because it was a moment where, Heroic spotted a weakness and they absolutely pounced on it round after round.
Yeah, definitely. I think Crimbo and Manto were put under pressure a couple times and they failed to answer the Call of Duty. That's an example right here. See 4v5 with 20 seconds left. Only 2 players on the A side. That's a 1-for-1. And then Manto is in the position here when he needs to shine. He needs to get at least 1.5, and he gets completely blinded and blindsided by that peak. This round, problem is, you fast forward to the next, and then we see a little bit of exchange of utility towards Banana, and Heroic immediately understand what the setup is happening, and that once again we're going to find these two CTs towards the A side, and the result is not better at all. Manto is completely committed in his position, misses the first shot, leaves Crimbo on an island, and there is something that stands out to me in both these clips, that there is no connection between the two players. It's basically, my friend, high five to you, I hope I'm going to get multi-kills, and neither of them does. And the defense just falls apart.
What were they hoping for? Were they hoping for Manto on the balcony?
Strange.
Yeah, that's the thing. Getting a double kill from that position is almost impossible. Then you're leaving your mate on site by himself as well. So yeah, disconnected completely from each other. That's something Big will go back at, look at, and hopefully fix for the next couple of games, because a lot of teams will be able to utilize that.
I think Henry put it perfectly at the end of the game. It's not, dire straits for the Big clan just yet. They've got plenty more opportunities with this format. But how are you viewing them going forward with this first, initial taste, obviously against one of the toughest opponents you could be facing? Where are you placing Heroic kind of on the scale at the moment?
I mean, Heroic is arguably the best team in the world, at least the top 2, top 3, and we know them to be a team that never let the foot off the gas pedal. They never allow teams below them to go in. Whereas for Big, I didn't learn anything from this game whatsoever. To be completely honest, I don't have any expectations when it comes to Big. I look at the roster, I look at the player material, and I think that maybe it could be interesting, but as of right now, I need some more to pique my interest.
Well, Heroic do progress onto that upper bracket, but we need to find them an opponent, and this one is set to be a banger. A brand new looking NAVI and Astralis going to be clashing after this break.
Nico. I think is like the first person that comes to my mind of players that, you know, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning.
This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always like being the best rifle, I think, in the game.
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead, and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.
Astralis versus NAVI, two teams that have been poured into the blender and come into this new season with two entirely different flavors. Blameff at the helm on one side of the ring, Alexi B on the other. So let's start off by talking a little bit about NAVI, because holy hell, there have been a lot of changes going on in this camp. I want to get your expectations of them so far. First of all, did you expect NAVI to make this plethora of changes coming into this new season?
No, I did not. I think it was one of the most unbelievable change of directions that we've seen in the recent history of Counter-Strike. The depth of that change is something that we cannot underestimate. The fact that you have a full-on CIS team, CIS structure with a very defined philosophy of Counter-Strike for years and years and years, who are completely moving away from their known territory now, coming in with LXB, going international, having to kind of craft a new ideology of their Counter-Strike. That leaves us with pretty much nothing but questions.
It's a complete new era for NAVI. As you said, they've been a CIS-based team for a very long time, back to 1.6 as well, where they had a lot of success coming into CSGO. New days, you know, new times, and trying to integrate some of these youngsters and new talents that is popping up all over the place. I think if international Counter-Strike ever were to be prominent, this would be the move, right? You look towards FaZe, you look towards all the teams, G2 for that matter as well. Now NAVI is onto that trend as well. You want to build an international roster? Go for it. It's a big gamble, but I like it.
We are talking about a complete diametric shift in the culture, in the communication, in the style, and a lot of that is going to arguably fall on Alexi B's shoulders, right? He is now the in-game leader, and he's coming into a project where he's going to have to be adaptable with the players he's got at his disposal.
Sure, but how adaptable and how much of the pressure is actually on Alexi B's shoulders when he has Blade next to him? Blade usually has been labeled as this coach that has a lot of stuff to do with the in-game leader. He's building the game plan. He's working with the in-game leader. You think of Boomich in NAVI as well. I would argue that was a 50-50 relationship between Boomich Humans and Blade. You think of Electronic as well. That's also Blade trying to nurture Electronic into an in-game leading role. So I think LXCB is coming into Navi, and some of that pressure will be relieved of him. Now it's not only LXCB who has to come up with a game plan. It's now not only LXCB who has to, adapt a philosophy. I think Blade can help him with that.
Well, let's discover exactly how that relationship has been unfolding in an interview with Blade and LXCB.
And in terms of making everyone comfortable, we look at like Navi's system, Navi's style. Have you had an opportunity to bring a completely new system and style in place, something you've worked on with Alexi?
At the moment, I think we will try to play like Blast, where I mostly correct some things. Okay. So, like, we set like the concept of how we want to play, like where we want, the set where we want to be, like to reach this level of system, right? So I explain the players how we must play like in future. So we go there like slowly. I don't think that they cannot like immediately start to play like this. That's why we need to start from something. So we added more like stuff they like to do. And something will stick, something will change, and then I will start to layer on like a lot of Navi stuff.
So Alexi, a little bit of time you've had to boot camp. Blade was telling me it was just a quick run through of all this, but you guys have been playing a hell of a lot of hours, I'm sure. So how's it been so far to start off with?
I mean, it's been nice. As I said, it was I feel like at the start, everything was messy because there was so much going on and people coming from all different kinds of teams. But I feel like now we've settled and we feel like we're doing something together, and it's been going really nice in practice. But it's still only been minimal time, and we have some maps that we feel like stronger than on others, and that's just obviously the case after playing only 1 week.
Now, working together with Blade, is it Blade's system that you're kind of focusing on, or is it you and him working together? How have you found the balance?
I mean, sure, we work together, but it's still so early in the journey that I think it's going to be more of Blade's way of like fixing mistakes and how to approach, and most of the strats is just like we're focusing on that we can play together and not really like do the fast way where we would have a million strats but we don't really know how to control the map and control the situation. So we're trying to focus on one thing now and just playing this tournament one game at a time.
And how is the chemistry? Because you've got a nice mix of players here for sure, especially when I look at like JL, Ema, they seem quite happy, positive, young guns coming up into this.
I think the chemistry is good. It'll get better game by game, and I feel like right now everybody is feeling sharp individually, and I feel like it can go either way.
What do you make of Astralis in the opening game with BlameF taking over the IGL range? Do you think this is just going to come down to individuals or a bit of who can mid-round better when it comes to these chaotic situations?
I think it can be a funny game in terms of I don't think neither team is fully prepared on any of the maps that we're going to play. So I think it's going to be a lot of individual stuff and who's coming on top of the X on X situations, and that's about it.
It's always apt to be talking about the relationship between the in-game leader and the coach coming into things, but there's another huge name we cannot ignore in Navi.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, this is short. This is very recent in the history of Navi. And today, what is going to dig them out of bad situations are individual prowesses. And LXCB said people are feeling sharp. That's great. On the short term, that's what we're looking for. But I want everybody at home to realize the midterm, long-term success of this roster solely relies on the triangle Blade, Simple, LXCB. This is a triangle that is going to decide if this new international roster actually has a future. If these three can come to an agreement on the Counter-Strike they want to play and how they want to approach it, the rest is going to fall in line. Eventually, maybe 1 or 2 players will be changed here and there, but the philosophy will remain. That is the one question that I have. Can these triangle sort of work together? And if so, there's a future.
I get what you're saying, but I slightly disagree in the sense that I think guys like Emma could come in and play a vital role within Navi as well. And I have to say, it's simple, the way he's been playing the last 6 months, sure, he's great. Sure, he's still one of the best players in the world, but he's not the powers that he used to be. He's not the sole man army that could go in and control a game. He doesn't do that often anymore. It's been the case many, many times where we've been wondering, yeah, Simple, you're playing a decent tournament, you're playing a decent game, but where's that X factor that we used to see every single game? So, yeah, you're probably correct that those three will have to work together, but I'm not not sure I have so much stock in Simple anymore that I don't believe that Emma can come in and help him with that.
I need to get your takes on the two new individuals as well that we talk about. Obviously, JL, we see on our screen, Emma as well, coming hot in. Obviously, both of them with incredible form at the most recent Paris Major. Where do you think they're going to be slotting into this entirely new NAVI system?
Well, I think, funnily enough, even if JL might be objectively underrated or rated below Ime currently, he might be in a more comfortable position because people are looking at Ime right now. This is where the pressure is. You just mentioned him, and you're not the only one doing this. Everybody's looking at Paris, looking at the output he had and said, well, okay, I can imagine Navi doing well if you can maintain this MVP performance, if you can hold your own next to Simple, if you can do that, which, what the hell is the kind of if? That's a gigantic if. Whereas for JL, it feels like he only has to fill the gaps. He only has to be that supportive element and do well. So maybe, just maybe, we're missing the true story here, which is an immense amount of pressure onto Ime.
I would agree with that. There's no doubt that expecting him to play as well as he did during the major, that would be overachieving to some degree. But if you do dive into his numbers while he was in Gamer Legion, he's been consistently performing at a high level for 3 years within a team, with all the respect to Gamer Legion, for the vast majority, didn't attend any lands whatsoever because they didn't qualify. So he was performing high on a team that didn't really do well for himself. So I believe in this guy. No, he's not going to post a 1.4 rating every single tournament like he did at the major, but a 1.20 should be enough.
And the situation is so different, right? Think about the Gamer Legion stint and think about these moments in Paris. They came in here with little to no expectations, on nobody's radar. Didn't really know how they were playing. There were a couple of players here and there. Maybe Shuhei was interesting, Aiko was a bit known, but that's it. And then with no pressure, he surprised everybody, turned into an MVP candidate, had a crazy amount of support and kind of adoration during that tournament. But now it's whole different. You've put on the Navi jersey. You're in a powerhouse, a team, a name that's been at the very top for so long. The expectations are way outweighing what you can output. So it's going to be very complicated for him to maintain that.
Maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here because we will need to see exactly how it does play out on the server. But exactly where do you feel like Alexi is then on this leadership arc? Because, you know, we've talked about him, the community have, you know, he criticized him for being a little bit micromanagey in some of these situations. I feel like with so many big names entering the server now, he's going to have to relinquish that control a little bit, right?
I feel a big part of that narrative comes from the fact that we could listen into the communications 3 years ago. And in OG, he was being very methodical. He was trying to micromanage all the players. And maybe that was a case of the fact they didn't believe in the OG's players' decision-making themselves. I think him being in G2, together with players like Nico, Monesi, Hunter for that matter, he's had to let go of a little bit of that. So I think it's a different LXCB coming into Navi than what we saw 3 years ago.
I absolutely agree with you, and I'm going to flip this narrative. I don't think the issue for LXCB is to relinquish control, because I think he's ready to do it when he's got people like Simple next to him. The problem is to maintain a direction for your team while doing so, and I think that's the problem that they had in G2. They were playing some rounds where there was no very clear green line to follow. There wasn't a threat. It was just about, hey, Hunter, hey, Nico, I know you guys are great, and I think you can find us a way in. But as a leader, you have to be able to kind of walk this thin line where you're giving space to people, but also when it's needed, you just grab the microphone and say, listen, you shut up, this is how we're going to do this. I don't think he did so in G2. He's going to have to be able to do it here.
Flipping on over to the right side of the studio, there's been a hell of changes over in this camp as well. The star-studded Danes opting to kick out Glaive, Blameth now having to take up the helm as in-game leader. And we know, Jacob, he wasn't, you know, aspiring to do this. He did this out of necessity, not by choice.
Yeah, the organization came to him and asked, hey, Blame, do you want to help us? We got a bit of an issue right here. We don't want to play with Glaive anymore, so could you please help us in-game lead? I'm not sure what I feel about this. I think it's a strong sentiment they're trying to send, right? They're not looking towards adding more firepower. They're not looking towards adding another star player, going out or making the team international like Navi did for that matter. They are looking at this team right now and they bring in a guy like Borup, they bring in Stair, they bring in Blamef as an in-game leader because they want to have a team with clear defined roles. Because what has been the conversation in regards to Astralis the last couple of years? Blamef and Subnix playing on the same team, both occupying the same role, both being too passive. I think the whole role classes is going to go out of the window. Question is that at the cost of firepower? Is that at the cost of Blamef being an in-game leader? And essentially, is that even better than the alternative?
Yeah, I like that you mentioned firepower, but I would like to have your opinion. I'm going to be honest, when I saw Borup being announced, I was a little bit unimpressed. Like, it's not a signing that got me real excited. And then I read the words that Blamef had on the interview, and he talked about how it's one of the greatest signings they could have had. His skill is immense. He's got a first bullet accuracy. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Or is it just like gaslighting your teammate, which in a way I can understand, you know, you want to build up your teammate. But am I underrating? Am I missing something?
I don't think so. I think what we saw from Borup in Heroic for the vast majority of the time was him not living up to par with the rest. It was complicated. Then after his time in Heroic, he was shuffling around on some decent teams, Mad Lions, you name it, and he was doing decent without ever being good. So I would agree with you. I feel a little bit uncomfortable with the signing of Burrow, but I think the main aspect to him, for people who don't know, is that he's selfless as hell.
Yes,
He will do everything he can for the team to win. So if BlameF needs a Glock when he has a USP, he'll drop it.
Just to rewrite the conversation back to BlameF, who we're going to be seeing as the in-game leader now. Obviously, we knew that he was calling on Mirage with the previous iteration of Astralis already, but it's going to be very different now because we've heard from him as well that he's going to be actually giving up some of his positions, right? There is going to be a huge shift in their style.
Yeah, that's a different perspective. Like, it's one thing to just say on one map out of 7, all right, guys, I'll be the IGL. I keep my roles, it's going to be fine. Here, apparently, he's ready to make the real shift, where he's going to give away positions, he's going to have to find himself in a new role, and we are going to have to see if his output diminishes, because he talked about it.
Well, let's hear from the leader once again. It's BlameF with Banks.
Blame, it's been 20 months since we last saw you IGL. Now you've come back into Astralis to take over again. How's this transition been like for you so far?
It's definitely a big change for me, because being IGL, you have to change your mindset how you play the game. You have to think way more overall. Whereas when you're playing more certain spots, and you're not calling, you're thinking way more about what's happening on your spot and how you react to all those nades. But as an IGL, you're probably a little further back and looking at the overview and everything. So it's definitely a transition, but I'm trying to adapt as fast as possible.
And how much of a style change is it going to be from Astralis when Glaive was calling to what you're going to be doing?
I think it's hard to know, because we're also trying to go in a direction of where the players feel comfortable right now. So we're trying to go in one direction right now, but we don't know if that direction might change a little bit depending on those officials. Maybe we figure out okay, that's not the best way to play for this team and everything. So I think right now it's not totally set we're playing this way and that's how it is. I think we're trying to make sure that our players feel very comfortable playing and yeah.
And in terms of you giving away some of your positions as well, right, because things are changing, Stair coming in, a player you guys wanted for a long time. How's it been going in practice? How are you feeling this out so far?
I think it's been going pretty good, but obviously I can also feel it's a big change, because it's not only me who's gotten a lot of new positions, it's also some of the other players. But the other players should be liking the positions, they're getting, Boss, for example, is getting way more of the positions he wants now than he had before. Okay. So we're kind of hoping that everyone should be feeling more comfortable and playing better, but we also know that when everyone has new roles, that you need some time to learn those roles. And yeah, we had a couple, we had a week's practice, I think. So we had some for sure. We definitely gone through all the maps and everything. It's not like that, but I also know that for myself, just playing new position that I haven't played in a couple of years, it's just going to take a little bit of time.
BlameF looking at Stair as one of the newer stars coming into this new look Astralis. Why is that, Jacob? Why are we hyped about him?
They've been flirting with him for quite some time. The first couple of rumors about Stair joining Astralis and Astralis wanting him to join started more than a year ago when he was still in Sprout. Apparently economics, financial stuff, yada, 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 made it so that he only joined just now. I'm sure they would have liked that to happen 6 months ago, maybe even 12 months ago. He's a Danish player, he's a great talent, he's been performing well in Sprout, and he has a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders with Astralis now.
Well, let's check in with a young gun. It's Stair with Banks.
So Stair, Astralis have wanted you for a long time, now you're finally here. How does it feel for you?
I mean, it's nice to finally get started. I knew it would come at some point, at least hopefully, right? Since last year, so it's just nice to get it done now and not like it was talked about being at the end of my contract, but Sprout and Astralis got a good agreement, so it's nice.
Finally, we made it happen. Now, coming into this new season, obviously, you're going in as supposed to be one of the star players for this team. Does that put any extra pressure on you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think the boys has been really good. So, even though I come from Sprout, I still have the responsibility that I should have. I'm not getting underestimated or anything. I get I can do kind of what I want and say what I want, and that's very nice. Even though I'm new, right? Yeah. I like that.
That's positive. You got a smile on your face while saying it as well. And how much practice have you guys been able to have, and how's that been so far?
I mean, it's been very rough. We started off with a 5-day boot camp, almost 12-hour days, just only playing, right? And then going back to sleep. That was very rough, but that's how it is when we start like this. We have I think 8-9 practice days, full practice. So it's very hard, but we try to get the best of it, right?
And with BlameF's calling so far, how does that fit you? Is it something that you're comfortable with?
I mean, I really like it. He plays our strengths, kinda. He doesn't want to micromanage like some IGLs wants to. Like I said, I got a lot of freedom, and I can also call and say what I want and what I need. So I think it's very good for me at least.
And going up against NAVI in the opening game, this is another team that's going through a hell of a lot of changes. So both teams don't really know anything about each other. What do you expect from this game?
I mean, as you say, we don't know anything about each other, no preparation. So it's kind of hard what to expect. But I think they have a strong lineup. If they get it to work, they also have minimal practice days. So I think it's just about who got the most value out of their practice. So it's hard to say.
I've got so many questions coming into this series. So, gentlemen, give me some answers. Who are you siding with?
I'm siding with NAVI. I'm siding with NAVI, and I do that because the only known quantity I can see within Astralis right now is Device. He's been top class from start to finish, and I don't know what to expect from BlameF and the boys. Nor do I know what to expect from NAVI, but they at least have Simple.
I mean, you talked about Simple maybe doesn't have the fire under his knee right now. I think he's got to be now. That's got to be it. You have a new roster, you have all to prove, and the GOAT is on the server.
Well, we've got Ancient, we've got Nuke, and we've got Overpass if we do so need it, and we have Scrawny and Launders on the mic after this break.
Good afternoon, everybody. Scrawny and the Launders here to take you guys through the NAVI debut. Mo, I'm down bad
today.
NAVI
debut? What about the Astralis debut?
Well, we'll get there if we have to. You know, I think the expectations for NAVI are higher. Maybe? I don't know. This is one of those games where there's so many new things to talk about. I think there's so many angles that we can kind of fixate in on that I don't know which one we should focus on before the game actually gets started.
You're asking me? I don't know. There's so high, you know, okay. Okay, who has more pressure? Probably NAVI.
Who has the odds? NAVI.
NAVI.
For the record. Go on.
I don't know where to start, man. I don't know where to start.
All right. Who has the
BlameF IGL, good or bad?
Undecided.
Okay. NAVI international team, something you would ever expect?
No.
Okay, Can Bit speak English? Like, what's going on here, man?
Yeah, there's a lot of unknown variables in this matchup. I think that for that reason, we're going to be fixating in on Navi, their potential struggles, or their potential success straight out of the gate. We've had Alexi B with interviews saying that it hurts to think people don't believe I deserve this shot on Navi, but I think with the track record that he's slowly been kind of adding up, that criticism's fair. And now he's got to lead one of the world's best, if not the best, to ever do it, alongside Bit, Ime, and JL. Big shoes to fill, as Navi have gone international. That, in and of itself, is something I didn't know I would ever have to say. But you don't need to speak English to hit headshots. That's the reality of the situation here for Bit as he falls back through CT, gets pressured around Temple, and JL finds one through smoke. We've got Ime posted up. That A main play, however, comes through, and it's the Buzz and Borup split that's going to give an Astralis bomb plant over on the site.
Okay, that not a bad round here for Astralis. Retake, well, a semblance of it here, starting to take form, but I don't know if they have enough resources to get this going. No smoke in play right now. Yeah, no kid as well.
Nade goes out, finds Stair, solid impact. And a bit more pressure on the site itself. Stair gets cleared out by Alexi. There we go. Something to work with. But Simple's gushed, and that's not ideal. We've got 5 seconds on the 10-second stick already
they're
down.
not peeking him.
Peeking him at all. Alexi B with a 10-second defuse. Oh, get wrecked.
That's a good place to start. They had no kit. They had no smoke. And they had a 3v4 retake.
All right.
And no one peeked the guy who was defusing.
Okay, we've got our answer. Great roster move. It's all solidified, just like that. The biggest brain in the server sticks the bomb while nobody's looking.
This is his only option. You know, he had to trust his teammates to cover, but they didn't peek from long at the same time. Cover was great. D's a genius.
Sick defuse positioning as well. A nice third-person perspective on that one, dude. I've never seen those defuse cables look so long.
Yeah.
Man pulled out
if you stretched him out, they would wrap around the earth twice.
Yeah. Extension cords in full effect. So, all right. An electric start for Navi. I can't believe that when we had Stair on screen before this, you know, the Blast brought up the fact that he is the second youngest player at this event, barring Monacy. He is 18 years old. The fact that Stair is 2 years younger than even Buzz, that took me an extra second to process today.
Yeah, and because he's already had so much experience, actually, just working his way through Tier 2 for a long time, and no Academy League presence, and so it just sort of felt like, oh, this is probably like a 22-year-old player, you know?
That's what I would have bet.
Out already, so a very impressive resume at such a young age.
And a long-awaited Astralis debut as far as he's concerned.
I'll say, very hard to say what maps matter right now because these two teams are just learning about themselves and each other. But if anything, I would say this is kind of nice for Navi. For the players that are coming on, JL, Ime, excuse me, we're going with Ime, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Nailed
so
it.
Ime told us that you pronounce it Ime.
Mm-hmm.
And I think before he told you Ima.
Yep.
So should we listen to him again?
I think we should.
Okay.
I think we should. He sat down on a podcast, you know, put on his good shirt and corrected course.
Gotcha.
So I feel like...
And Shui's now Shui. He told me Shuhei.
Yes, he did. Once upon a time.
Now he's going for Shui.
You know, Flame Z once said Flame Z, not Flames, but then he also said, no, it's Flames, and then he backtracked. You know, there's a lot of back and forth out there.
Can't be a good CS player unless you're a snake, huh?
It's always been simple, though.
It's true. That's why we like him the most. All right. So, but yeah, for the two players that came in JL and Ime, they, like, during the Paris Major, like, Ancient is where they had some of their biggest wins. They were clearly very, very good at the map. And actually, what's interesting is that, JL eliminated Alexi on Ancient, right? And that's sort of why they both were teamless for a second. Why JL got the call to Navi, and why Alexi got a chance to play for another team, because he got cut from NIP after that tough loss. Which maybe wouldn't happen, right, if it wasn't for the Ancient game versus Apex.
If only Ninjas could have been top 8.
Then what?
Then
then maybe we wouldn't be looking at JL.
We'd have a boring off season.
Seeing JL and Ime in the hotel lobby the other day, I just, I said, extended that branch. I said, it's really cool to see you guys again, because you never know when it's going to be like the one-off event. I have not cast Apex outside of the Paris Major, and so all of those individuals, I don't know when I get to watch them play.
Yeah.
But for having both of them here, it's just cool that that's success. It just goes to show you one great tournament can change your life and your trajectory as a pro player. And the fact that they are the 2 stars that turned Navi international. Wild scenes. But we've got a slow work here through Cave, looking to play off that AK spam. Nothing really done yet, and suddenly this goes through Donut. So it's the A hit coming through pretty quickly. Ime is going to hear all the footsteps. He's on high alert with the FAMAS. They're going to line up in front of him. Double kill for him and for Simple. And it is BlameF's Desert Eagle to keep this one going. Just enough time for the bomb plant because the A main player is so pushed. Bit sprints in. Blame comes off the plant. Ooh. No money. And no further chance, as it is Navi to convert 3-0.
Almost in jeopardy of dying after time, but doesn't happen. Clean scenes here for Navi. Ime looked very good on the FAMAS spray as they were exiting through Donut, and I wasn't getting a lot of confidence out of Alexi in the interview. I think he was just kind of being honest about how much they've had to work on. But he said everybody individually was feeling very good. And so because he wasn't really sugarcoating the rest of it, I sort of believed that part. And we can see that is the case. Now, yeah, there have been many players in history to have great deep runs at big events that we never hear from again. So it's hard to get excited about every single one that happens, but got to take him case by case. And when we saw Ime play at the Paris Major, he was, honestly fantastic.
Smoke held onto here for Borup as they do pop out A main. Flash is good. Stare catching Bit looking. Upgrading into the AK himself. Also picked up a smoke grenade. That'll help him contain mid-control. Lets him turn attention back, and Simple nearly dove that bomb fast enough to stop it. Stare's gonna win the duel. Remember, the one gun picked up. And suddenly we've got a tough spot for Navi. They've got util to put on top of the bomb. No problem there, but still no kit on this round. No kit. Another 10-second defuse needed. If these T's don't come peeking at the bomb site, we've got problems here for Navi. Alexi catches Stare. He gets back on top of it. Ime's going to need to cover. Kills Device easily. Spam off of the mark. Alexi down to the 3-second mark. He's going for it again. And those shots aren't going to connect. A second 10-second defuse.
10 seconds.
Coming through from Alexi.
In 4 rounds.
Why not?
You can't compete with... They found another smoke, I think, when they were executing. I thought JL actually fluffed it by smoking on top of the bomb instead of smoking inside Donut because they couldn't defuse that safely. But here comes Alexi, saves the day, and they make sure to cover the other choke points as well. So the bomb plants are nice to get the money a little bit higher here for us. 10 seconds of excitement boiling up. And good to see that Buzz got, BlameF said that Buzz got some spots that that have opened up. I think that's largely because Glaive was probably playing in some of those spots, so that's cool to see.
I've seen that as a conversation topic, even within Astralis roster moves, was keeping Buzz and cutting Altex, and whether, that was the right younger player to keep.
I think I would have kept Altex, but they were close. I think I can understand the problem of having both. These are 2 players that in the future will be very good. I think that's for sure. But I like that Altex came out of the Astralis talent system, had spent more time getting ready for this, whereas Buzz, I think, was sort of just found by Device, who he had played a lot of pugs with, I think, over the past year. But maybe it's a situation where you couldn't really go wrong.
That's the first time we've said his name so far, Device. Now swinging the big green, looking for Astralis' 5v4, which almost came by way of punishing that Ime mid-aggression. Even though he's down on 20 health, still clammed up the box, still took that fight outside of B. But Astralis just let them burn off the util. Now they'll get some control back themselves.
I just realized both these teams are probably going to play like Navi now.
And is that a good thing?
No.
No? Oh, okay. Device.
Ooh, Flash is a bit earlier than JL's peak.
A micro mistiming. It's going to throw Simple into the middle of the site. Alexi still has a frag to work with as he sits back lane, and simple close smoke. Multiple bodies on the other side of that one. 30 seconds, though. It's going to be Astralis down to the wire. They've got everything they need. They've scoured middle, seen that it's clear. No flank fast means everyone focusing forward. And a frag grenade from Alexi does find its mark. Softens up too. Simple finishes the bomb carrier. That'll slow things down for the moment. But that close rotating bit going down pushes all this onto Alexi. Can't find it. Bomb is planted. And a fallback off of the site from one, leaving Device playing on the pillar. And that support in Ime, as said, already so low. It's a little rush attempt from Alexi, but this one's done, and it's Astralis with their first.
Yeah, there might have been a chance there if Alexi kept walking to take out Device in that situation, but just to replay it, I misspoke. It was JL peeking a bit before the flash, and I think, or maybe the flash didn't go deep enough. I did see Device look like an after image flash from his perspective, but not exactly sure. But I think that's where they find the opening to take B, so we should probably go back and check that moment out again. Either way, you mentioned Device, when he shows up and he wins a round here for Astralis.
Close timing, but that matters.
Yeah, so the flash pops, but Device isn't fully blind anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe two people did something wrong at the same time.
What? Is that possible?
You can't point fingers either one.
You saying that it's not always about blaming one individual and that two humans can make simultaneous mistakes and then reflect on those mistakes, accept the common ground that they are both at fault, and then grow as people? Is that what you're saying?
You're right. I must be crazy.
That seems insane.
It's JL's fault.
Yeah, we've got to pick someone. That's why Blade takes a timeout. We got to get to the bottom of this. Minute off the B hit. It is, of course, the open door here for Astralis.
And by calling like Navi, I'm saying, you know, blame F, calling in a way that he would play around. So maybe a bit slowed down. And then Alexi already calls pretty slowly generally. He does call some rush rounds, but would say 70% of the time it's slower defaults. And Navi already were akin to that style, which is something that I actually could understand for why they might want to try him. Alexi is a micromanager. He plays a lot of slow defaults. That's very Navi-esque.
Ooh, Ime gets Borup and a second. Blame tries to go running in, but, I mean, sectioned off duels. Ime knows his time is limited. He'll fight all the way to death. Stare burns him out. But that's still Stare down to 40. Device now scouring into Donut. Clips bit.
And that's like an A-split opened up totally.
It is bomb spotted at the same time, so CT is aware of that. Alexi gets aggressive over towards lane, but him versus Stare, and a 2 versus 2 towards site. Oh, big pickup from him.
That was a bad peek from Stare.
Device and Buzz gonna hold off, and another lost duel pushes Device into the clutch. Op shots coming out of CT spawn, knows about the Temple player and Alexi B. He's got the whole picture put in front of him. It's just about pushing the buttons in that perfect golden sequence. And with one down already, he gets that close push. Simple playing with him, but a no-scope connects, and Alexi closes that gap. This time, still no kit, and so no clutch.
Can't do 3 10-second diffuses in one half. Would you look at that? Nice try, Device. Great shot with the no-scope, and a second round on the board for Astralis. It's crazy how many of these moments are just very frag dependent. The 2K from Ime inside of window and Device's opener here on Bit. Like every piece of action is just one person taking a 50-50 engagement, not shooting someone in the side. Not overstressing a position from 2 choke points, just mano-y-mano.
Ooh. Careful. Ooh, missed flick out of Simple. Fast pop to the commitment from Astralis here. Borup on the entry. Majority pistols, of course, here for Navi. So with the back lane control and the headshot through smoke on the op, this one's done. And that Device 1v3 ends up giving Astralis a 3rd round win already.
What are the odds that we as a collective consciousness overreact to the result of this game.
Very high. Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm ready to lose my shit. Yeah, if Alexi beat
Who do
top
you want
frags
cut?
on this
just
new
like
roster...
pick 2 guys on each team. We can just put their names down now.
Okay, I'm taking Alexi because all the haters want him to fail. And
you're saying you're just one more of them. Is that what you're saying?
No, I want to see him succeed.
Oh, what do you mean you're taking Alexi then?
Oh, as in like he's mine. Any of his success, I will reflect that success.
Oh, okay. I was asking for us to pick 2 players from each team to cut in case.
Oh, to cut.
Our team loses. Yeah.
Whoa.
You don't have to pick now.
I'll think about it. I mean, my biggest question mark around this Navi situation and the whole switch to English communication is going to be Bit. Bit somebody who his English is weak. We know that already. There was an interview. Navi did like a boot camp, YouTube vlog. Simple was asked, "Will you help Bit with English?" Simple answered, "Only God can help him with English." I don't know if he was talking about himself.
Yeah, dude. The long way to say yes.
Yeah, the question's out on the communication. And we know how long even a guy like Zaiwu was stunned by switching to a second language. And so time will tell. Time will tell. But that to me is the earliest warning sign. As opening kills come through, it is BlameF and Device with 1 apiece, and a quick peek from Bora. Yeah, headshot onto Alexi. Takes damage, but so be it. The AK's best. And the FAMAS, no cleanup needed, as it's not an overcommitment from the T's.
And the CT's hoping it's just a complete fake. They're going to start to walk away from this.
This is that BlameF timing, right?
Yeah, they're gonna play it. They're gonna play it slow.
Blame says, "Hold on, guys, I haven't got my steps in." But nothing wrong with this. You play to win.
There's nothing wrong with it.
And it's gonna tie the game off.
There's nothing like morally wrong with playing slowly, but
yeah, no one's going to hell.
You can still be,
for
you can still be
like
mad. You can still be mad.
Yeah. For it's a play style that definitely ruffles some feathers, but nobody's.
I'm fine.
No, nobody's burning for eternity for playing like this. No matter how mad you get at them in your face at games, everybody gets away with it. Who did you have taking this matchup, out of curiosity?
Not a fucking clue, man. I have no idea. Like, I really don't. I think the odds were like 2.3, 1.5, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty close.
I guess that's fair. Like if Astralis were the more stable roster in terms of less moves and no like change of the IGL, I might actually say like, who knows? Maybe that's the upset that happens. But since they've made enough changes too, I feel like they can't be like, all right, here's our time to take down Navi opening game of the season.
Right. That's a tough one. I think that, the signings for Astralis, to me, it's like the star potential here for Navi is astounding. That's proven in Paris. I think I agree with the desk where like Borup was kind of like, oh, okay, fill in the blank, but it's working well here as he's caught out Simple through the side of the smoke. Everybody dead here in this. Astralis go for the fast mid control. They want to get their hooks around the B site quickly, and they've done so. Poor Ime has not really been given a chance to shine on these rotates to the site, and he's cut down by BlameF instantly. It's BlameF, the forward-facing BlameF. The deepest position of all here in this round.
Yeah, I think they are playing some spawn-based CS right now and taking advantage of their mid plays. So that's worked out pretty well to get them the 2 straight. Now the money, a little awkward for Navi. So, okay, they can play fast. And slowing down in the mid to late rounds, that makes sense while they're still trying to make sure they do everything correctly, right? If you've got the time on the clock, why not do it?
Straight through smoke, no problem. It's this donut player coming back and assuming things had been left safe, but, Bit took that risk when he went through the smoke the first time.
Yeah, the config spawn right there.
A lethal mistake. So Astralis with 5 in a row. Responding to Navi's 4. Guns back up. So far we got a game, but I like the fluidity of Astralis at the moment. Ooh, don't like that. It's straight up through the B ramp that they face JL, and his A4 sprays down 2 with ease. What's the recovery plan here for Astralis? Because of the nature of that B ramp push, you have no control elsewhere, so you have to follow through and hope that somebody's just going to give you the frags to equal this one out. And so far, that's the case. Device catches the second, gets himself the third frag, Stare onto 4, and they bring it back 1v1. But Ime, it is eyes on bomb versus an 18-year-old Stare. A near Paris MVP performance in a 1v1 with a minute on the clock. And questions as to where each have gotten off to.
Yeah, this will be a real test of Stare. I mean, it looks like they're still trying to talk about things, but the duel will take place. And Ime hits a headshot, but he doesn't have an AK, so that's a win for Stare. Nicely done, holding his nerve.
Ooh.
Not an easy guy to win duels versus.
Yeah, that's a good shrug of the shoulders. Shrug him off.
I mean, certainly
Stare.
doesn't come across as like an 18-year-old, you know, in the sense of like his interviews look pretty calm and.
He's well, it's just the fact that I've been, you know, in terms of just like major circuits and minors and just the last 2-3 years, I have definitely said Stare's name for longer than I have Buzz.
Yeah.
You know, and that's coming from the Academy League as casters. That was being exposed to Buzz earlier than others, and even then I have a better understanding of Stare. So
was Buzz in the Academy League?
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought so.
I didn't. I thought it was just alt. I didn't even realize that. I thought he just came from.
Maybe I'm just making stuff up.
The pugs with Device, but we did do a lot of seasons. Okay. Alexi, it's a little extra damage. There's still some pressure from the CT side, but I mean, Stare actually doesn't have to move. They can kind of pester him, but it's hard to approach, especially with that smoke fading in a few seconds. There he comes out to take the duel, stands his ground.
It's a good thing you're here to keep me honest. Yeah, Buzz definitely never played for Astralis Talent.
Okay. Yeah, so the story is, I know it, is that he just buddies with Device and they just cute a lot together. I watched some of their games on Face It, but I don't really know much about Buzz beyond that.
Tough pill to swallow for all the talent guys as Buzz pops onto the scene.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I was sort of like Altex supporter.
Well, then, you know what? This just confirms that's why I have spoken about him less. Because he wasn't even coming from the talent.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Imagine that.
It's cool, though. Like I've said it before, it's like, you know, it would be weird if Device is one of those players, like, if he's going to vouch for you, we should all just, like, see, you know? Like, if he's going to throw out a vouch.
Benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Oh, this is nasty, Stare. It's going to work, too.
Good stuff. It's a good-looking T-side right now. Astralis do like an Ancient.
Simple with the D-Gon Buzz, but that's 7 in a row coming through for the Danes.
Remember, this is Navi 4 rounds with 2 10-second stick diffuses.
If not for that, what would they have? On an individual level, Stare is looking like the sharpest in the server. Top fragger for Navi, Alexi B. You know, I think that there's still a lot of conversation around Navi when it comes to, like, you know, Bit and his communication is a red flag. Ime and JL having great events, but not plural in terms of successful international events.
Yes.
That's the question there.
Absolutely.
I feel like Simple, there's less doubts because obviously one of the best to ever touch this game. Has played on English-speaking rosters. Has gone international in the past. NA, baby. And now has returned to this formula within Navi, you know, is expected to still shine. We don't really doubt Simple's individual performances because he's Simple. But if this doesn't hit the ground running, and if he doesn't put forth these carries when it's demanded of him, we saw a guy like Elige win a game for Complexity yesterday. Without Elige yesterday, that very well could have been the NIP win. 3 top fragging performances out of him because he is a star. Let's see it, Simple. 7 and 9. JL, give it another attempt to mow them down top ramp, but the spacing does not work to his benefit. His nade, though, does catch Stare. And Device will return the favor. Last time they picked up that 3v5 inside the bomb site, it was a double kill from Device. Borup peaks, and that's the end of him. Looking comfortable here for Navi. This looks like a very winnable retake, especially with Buzz cut out of the bomb site, but he at least burns JL with him, so it's 1 on the back lane, 2 stuck inside of Cave. blameF the only one with health here to hold on, and that bomb at the halfway point, Alexi has a kit for the first time on this half, I swear. They jump out from the... Hold on. Simple clears the corner, and now Device, yeah, too low. There it is. Simple 2 kills in the retake. Navi have an answer.
Yeah, Simple dealt with that really well. You know, even if he messed up that peak where he threw the smoke first and blameF got 1 kill, things could have got really hairy because, oh, that smoke wouldn't have blocked Device's vision. So good play from him, and there's a bunch of players trying to make moves in this post plant, and it's definitely true that if the CTs have too much utility, you cannot play from the ramp and from cave. You have to push forward. So if you don't work the map in a default for a long time, then okay, you might think, all right, they've got an extra couple smokes, like we've got to push a little bit. But that's also where it became a lot easier for Navi to retake, as they sat patiently and grabbed those frags.
Astralis looking to keep up the tempo, but change the target. Oh, Device catching Simple on the repeak. Problems in the bomb site. Still a couple defenders, but they don't need to push their luck. They don't need to press this issue, not at all. Bit dives flash, expecting some kind of a jump up. Alexi looks towards mid, catches a duel against Borup. Oh, but what goes around comes around.
Wow.
And Blame with the counter wallbang.
He said, I love that wallbang.
As Stare simultaneously gets aggressive. Dude, this is, I love this. The op contact A, the fallback mid peak, and not just Borup on his own, but blameF there, and Stare slides into the open space, just playing with Navi and forcing them to accept this reality that a hard reset of the economy looms.
Yeah, right now Astralis look great. They are doing everything correctly. Like you're saying, when you see them pull off 2 ideas in the same round with the default going, and it's not all in on this 1 peak towards long, and they find a good way to set up their opera all at the same time. It's not much more you can ask for from a T-side team. And to be honest, I think JL he's using similar spots sometimes in B-side. He's getting pulled away from the B-side in moments which are really great for Astralis. So I think he's having a lot of trouble over there, even though he's got a good amount of kills. He had 1 2K spray down on the hold, and mechanically he's fine. But in terms of working the map, you got to give it up to Astralis.
Looking to clear them out. Bit holds on to Simple's op. And that's a hell of a responsibility, but pressure from both ends. Important save. Oh, he's hanging on, but Blame clears him because the last seconds of every round belong to blameF.
Yes.
Oh, they traded shots.
Oh, that's crazy. I didn't even realize Simple got a second shot off.
Yeah, but...
You know, 8 times out of 10, you're allowed to take... 9 times out of 10, you're allowed to take that fight. Put a little spam down in the mid. You're the one who usually comes up roses. Can't get too upset about it, but a nice spray from blameF. Wrapping up this first half, and now Navi, no rifles. Waiting for round 15.
Throwing the deagle up. Will he get an angle here?
He can, yeah.
Whoop. Device with the advantage. Alexi, they see the 2-man boost in the back, so Alexi goes down ramp. I like that. Nice little play when you're working with lesser weapons. Definitely caught Device off guard. And curiously, that's also bomb control. Not necessarily given to Navi, but definitely put in question.
Yeah.
Borup's nervous about having to go clear this, but he sees the CTs have fallen back. That's 3 confirmed on this bomb site, so Stare better be cautious if he pushes in. Simple's waiting for him. Buzz just looking to confirm numbers. That's still 1 over on A. Stare. Oh, goes for the wall bang, and then Simple's going to jump on him right then and there. This would be a perfect little round for Navi to at least add to the scoreboard. They have lost the half no matter what.
Whoa, where's that bomb going?
It's kind of floating around as Buzz and Blame pick up a kill. I mean, B-site could still be cleared out. It will be. Buzz, 3 and 11 at the start of this round, picks up 2 kills when Navi looked to have robbed away the round. And with still spare time to plant with ease. Rotator gets denied. Blame F and Buzz go deep. A triple kill from Buzz when Astralis absolutely need it.
Yeah, that's a great round. Another one with patience. And they really started out the first part of this half playing slowly from beginning to end into calling a couple of good fast mid plays out of Blame F. Gotta love those. And now they're showing some express variation where it's like slow in the beginning, a little bit faster in the middle. I mean, they're putting good amounts of pressure across the map on different timings. And there's going to be something to be said about Blame F as an IGL who hasn't called for a long time. We don't know how much he's learned about the game and how much he's changed. And Borup, somebody who our last memories of him on Heroic were forgettable. He was like, okay, not entirely surprised that, you know, that didn't work out in the end. But he's also been actively playing. He hasn't just disappeared. So, you know, we can't think about players as people who don't evolve and think.
They are human after all. Yeah, some more than others. Ooh, Simple. Okay, gets one back at least. That head-to-head between him and Device was definitely tainted the way of Device. And the nade, nah, bad bounce. They pull back. See, again, no overcommitment. Why not? Buzz plays top middle. You know, this is when like that internal timing of Blame F can actually work out wonderfully, but they also don't fully peel back. Blame F gets Alexi, who just came off the angle. Crosshair placement was good until the half second before that peak. Ooh, this could unravel things. They've got the CTs corralled, and the right call here is move that bomb to A. Buzz plays the opposite side. He's got them locked in. You just have to beat Ime, who is honestly having a rough game. But he wins that duel. Adds a little layer of support over towards this other site. Final round of the half, so you know they're going to swing with it. Bomb plant secured. Bit goes to contest it, but it's great cover coming out of Blame. Simple's been spotted, and Blame F with a second headshot. Now Simple feels stuck in the open, and sure enough, Astralis with a nice A rotation and a hell of a first half.
I remember the very first goal I set for myself was that I want to be able to play football again. One of the greatest things about becoming more healthy and acquiring the freedom over my body again is definitely the mental side of it. Like all these negative associated feelings, they would slowly but surely disappear. To a point today where I never really address it anymore. I don't have those feelings anymore, and I feel free, I feel happy, and I feel I have way more capacity to deal with more important stuff. I am very, very, very certain about the fact that any goals you may have in your life, one size doesn't fit all. It doesn't for me, it doesn't for you, it doesn't for anyone else. But I think there's certain parts of my story that everyone can relate to. I think people sometimes need to hear that it's okay to struggle, it's okay to fail, it's okay not to be able to reach your goal instantly. I always have new goals to achieve. I'm never done. Right now I'm focused on training up for an Ironman. I am most certain that if I do it in 10 hours, the next time I want to do it in 9. And if I do it in 9, I want to do it in 8. I'm not chasing a weight loss, I'm not chasing any sort of drastic change in my life. I'm just chasing a better version of myself and a healthier version.
BlameF's individual level not falling off in his debut as the Astralis in-game leader. 16 kills, 6 deaths. And that was NAVI on the CT side of Ancient with 10 of 15 opening duels won and only walking away with 5 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some pretty reactive CS, right? I mean, for the most part, we saw players dying inside sites. The two rounds they tried to fight mid, they lost there. NAVI didn't control the map at all. And instead, we saw a lot of lurks out of Astralis. We saw a lot of successful defaults and fast plays. So, hey, T side will be very interesting. You know, we'll get to see what style of CS NAVI's going to bring. It's certainly going to be different than their last iteration, and they'll have more of a say in how they want to control the map.
I saw a lot of problem solving coming out of Astralis in the first 15. Something we'll praise as they look to pick up map 1. Presence inside of the caves. Dual Berettas at the front. Stair plays site a little more passively. We've got no kit, but we do have a smoke and double flashes for Astralis. Exec util out. Berettas go running in, and Borup just guns down Ime. Alexi kills Device with the flames. Stair tries to peek and then falls back, so they'll have to play rotate and retake with that long play all the way through T-spawn from BlameF. You should know that he's going to take the longest road. But is it enough to slip in between the 2 players holding that backline? Simple and Bit have left an opening for BlameF to slide through. But remember, 10-second defuse. And he's just waiting and waiting. And Simple has rotated back over towards Cave, so now Bit, he is fully exposed on this flank, and he's looking at sight because the Cave players can't help. But by getting shot in the back, now he dives into the corner, and you'd think this sight control should just be enough. That defuse just not soon enough, unfortunately. Buzz gets cleared off the site, and it is NAVI to hang on.
Okay, they made it in. It's a pretty solid exec overall, I think. You know, Molly Smoke lands in the right place. They find those trades. I think Blame's thinking, if someone taps the bomb, then I can activate my lurk. Comes out, misses the first few shots, but with 10 seconds to have to defuse. I mean, why is it so popular to come into these pistol rounds without kits? Would have actually had a chance there.
I, for one, always buy kit on pistol, dude. You know, you need that guy.
Whoa, what about these guys?
Yeah, BlameF's got his own ideas, and we're getting an example of it now.
I see. This is what happens when you change colors. This will probably be the least that a CT's ever walked across a map in a live round.
Mm-hmm. And BlameF
only going
called it.
backwards. Yeah. So slow they went backwards. And look at these poor suckers on NAVI trying their hardest to clear out all these angles. With these big weapons. Ooh, so scary.
Ooh. Look at me with my grenades.
You guys look like pansies right now.
Shout out Lauren Scott.
Shout out to Pansy.
They're still nervous.
They're calling all these
scared.
strats, figuring out how to use their utility, working through their protocols, frumpy eyebrows. In some way, they did get played this round. You know, they tried too hard. Bomb has been planted. Losers.
As somebody who can't speak 2 languages, Launders,
I can speak French.
How daunting of a task does it seem? What?
Yeah.
Okay, I take it all back. Never mind.
Fine, you can just ask the question anyway.
I was going to say, how daunting of a task does it seem to have to, you know, be Bit in this situation? Because when you speak 2 languages like that, it's like you hear English, you need to comprehend the English, and to comprehend it, sometimes you have to translate it back into your native language, and then you answer the question in your native language within your mind, but then you have to translate your language into English in order to speak. All this, we're talking, you know,
language.
Sure, it might be fast, man, but it's not as quick as just
we
flicking that native mother tongue.
We complain about like 1 millisecond of input lag on our monitors, so like think about live translating a different language. Yeah, it's not easy. But the only difference is that like when you play everyone plays FPL, you have a different lexicon just for CS. So that's the thing that makes it a little easier. Like Patsy on Liquid, for example, he was talking about like, oh, he thought himself he was gonna have problems, but played enough, you know, international pugs basically that he already has the vocabulary for CS specifically.
That's a fair point.
So that's something at least.
Long angle to play with an A1S. They disassemble the boost before the nade comes out. All good. Let's see it, Alexi. What you cooking? Sometimes we can get some very elaborate rounds out of Alexi. Fakes and rotates and whatnot, but with the limited amount of time he's had with this team, 1 week of preparation. What's it gonna be? 3 outside of the site, 4th looking to come join them in the low HP JL, and just leaving Ime top mid. Oh, he gets caught. Buzz winning on the fading smoke, so full-blown exec out from A main. Nobody inside sight to actually stop this, but Astralis will favor themselves a fancy little retake. Waiting for the smoke to evaporate. We get the backside position taken up by Simple. Bit up in Temple, but only with the MAC-10. And nobody actually coming at him, so he's going to be looking for a duel that's simply not going to happen just yet. A first tap out of Borup. Simple activates from box. Now everybody's going to be looking for him, and it's Buzz to strike him down. Low health for JL, caught by Stare, who catches a double out of Temple.
Wow, they moved nice on that retake, man. The way they were coming in on all these angles, there was no easy fight for NAVI to take. They did a really good job of covering each other. You got to appreciate that retake. It looked very practiced. Man, Astralis, they're striking gold right now. Feels like the chemistry is just on point, you know. And we know a lot of these teams, they took a real break and they got a small boot camp at the end. Some got to play more than others individually and more as a team. Almost everybody wishes they had more time for the significance of the, you know, changing an IGL and 2 players. That should be a massive undertaking, but Astralis look like they haven't skipped a beat.
Blames individuals, not under question. Stare, 19 frags now, top fragging. Device getting in some impactful moments. And Blame just waits and peeks perfectly, but Simple's accuracy recovers in time. Device not working with the op now, just stuck in the side of Temple, but Bit comes through, not clearing, and with the last bullet, Ime gets dropped. A repeat.
No way, no
Device
way.
just straight up dual Simple through smoke, drops bomb, and puts Astralis on 12.
He just never left. He just never left. I don't know if they just cleared him properly. That's a whole different round. You know, he was probably the one who was scared.
With reason to be.
Oh man, nothing going right here.
But the first 2 players that he ends up taking his fight against are Bit and Ime, and both of those struggling in the kills.
Yeah.
Molly burns him in the corner. Bit doesn't full clear it. And Ime is still looking for that second contact. Then the repeat probably just frustrates Simple, getting caught off like that.
Counter-Strike's already a hard game, but you don't clear some angles, it'll make it harder unnecessarily. Bit of an unforced error there for NAVI.
My, oh my.
Just gonna say this a million times. I'm loving the Stare debut. He looks very composed.
Blame F. Racking up some easy ones. Alexi now picking up the M4, but caught out by the rotate. Bomb given over. Simple, nothing yet. Make that 13, folks. Ooh.
And unlike when we had Altex and Buzz playing at the same time, there was so much sort of like immaturity. You could see it. Like 2 players trying to put their best foot forward, but not knowing all the proper reactions, how to do things confidently, watching their demos. There's a lot of stepping in and stepping out of situations. Now it's kind of just Buzz, but like Stare actually has already a lot of experience, even for his age. And you can see it. There's way more conviction in his moves, in his swings, and his nade usage. And as he said, with Blame, he's able to chip in verbally and share his ideas and let him know what he wants.
think about the fact that even the Evil Geniuses roster, which is this upgrade from like what's considered their academy team, e.g. Black, none of those guys are as young as Stare. None of them. All these debuts from players.
There's too many Europeans.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. But there's not actually a lot of them in the big picture. There's just a lot of them in Counter-Strike.
In Counter-Strike, yeah.
You know?
In our world.
America, there's a lot of people there.
That's true.
But, not clicking heads in Counter-Strike.
No.
Device with a chance at a snapshot.
Oh. Now, this is a real test of reaction speed, you know? If you hit this, it's Guinness level. Come on.
No.
Still coming in for it, though.
Yeah, he wants it. And Alexi, he's let his guard down now. Goes for the util middle. Oh, Alexi, 2 kills as Stare and Borup push ahead of the op. And Navi have found an opening middle because it's all just understaffed.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's dead, so...
But man advantage has not meant much. It's been taken away from Navi multiple times already.
True.
Notably in the first half. Why not have it happen as you look to hold off bomb sites? It's been equalized 2v2. Bit and JL need to synergize, communicate, get on the same page to take down Device and Buzz. 2 guys who play pugs together regularly. That's where synergy should be high. I want to see it.
Oh, he's patrolling, and so is Bit.
Yeah.
Nice shot. Right between the eyes. And now Buzz, I mean, he has every right to go and try this 1v2. It's a fresh smoke, but I'll see. Looks like he's going to say no.
You see, it's everybody forgets. They're questioning Bit's English, but they forget about his third language, and that's just headshots.
Yeah, and I guess in his role on T sides, I mean, communication is important for all 5 players, of course, but he's not got too much very stressed out sort of fast communication in his role as a lurker. So if it takes him some more time to think, maybe they can afford that. So we'll see, but that might be a little bit too charitable. I don't really know. Everybody in Counter-Strike has to be able to play 4 or 5 roles in a round sometimes.
Sure. Well, I don't question Bit's work ethic. I think that's one thing when we saw him come into Navi, he had his notepad at all times.
That's true.
Like he's a student of the game, and I think that generally people with that skill set can apply it to things like learning languages. I've heard he's watching films in English. I heard he's text messaging in English. He's
that's good, yeah.
He's being forced to in that regard, as much as I'm sure he wants to. We know Bit's rookie debut was phenomenal. He knows what the highs feel like, and as a competitive person, he wants to get there as soon as possible, just like Emade wants to get towards mid, but gets denied by Blame F, who
he was kind of getting smoked.
Kind of getting owned.
He had a couple of really good rounds earlier in the first half, but long time since then.
6 and 17. Couple lost duels to the A4 where he hits the headshot, but the AK just bests him. And those will get your blood boiling. .5v4 Astralis for a 14th. Simple's hunting. Top mid peak could come through on a moment's notice. And now Bit's going to have to hold this off, but both corners occupied. Little bit of health here for Bit. He turns attention away. Stare peeks on that. And Alexi just waiting. Catches Borup, but not that second kill.
2 double pushes, and they still have 2 players inside B.
Stare slides along smoke into the cubby. And with JL preoccupied for the long peek, which doesn't go his way, now Stare can just move forward and kill Simple as if it's nobody's business.
Wow.
It's 14 to Astralis, total control of the round.
I mean, they're exerting their pressure and dominance across the map. Like, they're finding ways to get back into rounds. We see 2 different ideas on these double pushes where they have the opening kill, and then they have 2 sides of mid inside of window, ready to go, ready to retake mid a couple of times. I mean, they have a game plan, They have an idea for what they want out of the round before it starts. They want mid control. They're going to get it, and they have set ways of going to do so. Navi didn't really show that at all in the first half.
They wanted to go fast. It gets stuffed out by Molotovs for now. In our pregame interview, we had Alexi B saying that he thinks both these teams will be unprepared to play these maps and that he'll expect it to come down to XVX situations more frequently than not.
He said like fully prepared, yeah.
Yeah. Astralis,
yeah, they look awesome.
Looking fluid. A little deagle contact, but nothing made possible. Borup just wants to pull back, and Simple's not going to let you get away. Simple trying to do his absolute damnedest to draw back this round.
I mean, mid-control again.
Big pack of Navi players made it into cave.
Oh, and they made noise actually running around that side. Whoa, 2 bullets have left their guns this round. Both Deagle shots.
Peek from Stair, nice spray control, but there's a player close. Smoke on ramp at the same time. Bomb gets dropped in cave. He goes back for more, and Simple's now all that's left over. This is going to take 4 Deagle kills out of Simple if they want to win it. His back's exposed to mid. He could grab that bomb and leave.
They know he's in cave, so they don't have to go much farther. Bomb is towards the site.
Time's limited.
We're going to need a little bit more than magic to win this one, but you know, it is simple, so let's see.
AK now. If he wins the fight towards ramp, he could plant on the opposite side of pillar. That would give him a safe post plant, but Buzz is getting ever closer the entire time. 5 seconds now. Not even a kill out of Simple with the gun. So 15 to the Danes.
Man, another great mid-control again. We see it. Like, at least the philosophy is present here for Astralis. Like, they have an identity on this map, what they want to try to get out of it. And it's looking excellent so far. Of course, this is just sort of a save round for Navi, but it's already map point here for Astralis. Showing us that they can pick into a map that should on paper actually be very nice for Navi, considering their roster moves, who's come onto the team, their former stature on the map, and yet look like they've had no issues looking like the dominant team. So
it's a spread out offense. They look to avoid losing Ancient. Borup just chilling in the corner. Riskiest position of all the CTs, and he's about to get his contact. Nice headshot coming out a bit. Good find for the 5v4. Little bits of utility here to work with. Who gets active next from Astralis? It's Device through Donut. Ooh, missed shot.
But he knows more is coming.
Ima's able to get top mid. Could go prying forward.
The fact that he doesn't fall away, man.
Feels like somebody's got to do something, and Device happy to pick up those reins. Ime's making sound, gets plucked off the play. Device with the re-peek, pressured by Util. Now it's going to get real close, uncomfortably close, and he misses another chance, but he's still alive and kicking. And he kills Alexi as Blaine catches a frag elsewhere. Finally, he dies. Finally, the door's been reopened here for the T side, but now they have to push, pressing out through smoke, and into the site has gone Simple. He's just looking to give cover to JL for the plant, and that counter-terrorist peels back to join his teammate from spawn. Buzz gets aggressive, peeks out, catches Simple, catches both, and closes map 1 to the favor of Astralis, not in a nail-biting fashion, but a blowout.
Astralis, the stars of Ancient, with pressure applied heavily on that CT side. In a series where we had a hell of a lot of questions, gentlemen, we got our first taste of some answers. Answer number one, Stair is showing up with some star form already for Astralis.
He was playing great from start to finish in that game. I think he was very well-spoken coming into the game. He's just 18 years of age, and I thought to myself, wow, what a guy, you know, thinking a lot, good at explaining what his thought process were going through the whole Astralis thing, and then coming into the server and delivering from start to finish. The first-hand impression of Stair in Astralis has been very, very positive.
Yeah, exceeding expectations, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we've made a whole lot of promises about him, and we hyped the shit out of him, but honestly, he delivered on it, and more of that. I think he was very decisive in a couple of the lurks that he took. He knew how to handle chaotic situations. We've had a bunch of moments where he was on that B side, smoke to his left, smoke to his right, knowing exactly what is the angle that I next need to hold. He was clutching a couple of moments. We've had a few examples. I loved everything I have seen from Stair. And if you blame F and you're gonna relinquish your position to a man like this, but he sees the opportunity still, that's beautiful. That was a beautiful first map.
Yeah, that should make you feel comfortable if you're blame F. What I absolutely love about Stair in this game as well was that he wasn't getting ahead of himself. Sometimes when you see young players having a good game, they get red eyes. They want to get more frags. They want to go for more duels. They don't necessarily wait for the teammates. I didn't see a single mistake almost, I'd argue, from Stair in regards to the trade frag potential as well. He was always waiting for the right moment. He was always waiting to have a teammate next to him. So it was a perfect decision-making coming out of Stair.
Yeah, very level-headed. And also, what is great is that the trade-off that we was talking about just didn't happen.
Yes.
It barely didn't happen. BlameF kept on contributing. He had a couple of moments where he utilized his first spawn to go out mid with a flurry of flashes in his back, finding the opening kills. And I think he still had a few of these moments with his signature lurks into positions, like taking mid control and being able to punish. Somehow he made it work on Ancient. Like, what kind of blueprint they have was working for him, because this is the BlameF that we like to see.
We can see exactly why Astralis picked this map coming into this particular series. Then we flip on over to the other side of the equation. We were saying, Ime, you know, there's a lot of pressure on him, particularly after his performance in Paris. Unfortunately, first test, he didn't turn into a diamond.
I'll try to be very careful with my words here. This is just a map, a first map of this NAVI roster, so we have to be careful. But what I will say is, it doesn't take much for an idea to be born. And it won't take many of these hard games for Ima to have this idea in the wild that he was overrated, that his signing was a mistake, that he doesn't have the shoulders, that he cannot actually walk the walk. It is very dangerous. I hope that he very quickly recovers. In fact, in this very series, because this has to remain an outlier. You cannot leave that as a first impression when you're starting a roster like this.
No, there's no debating that the performance from Ima in this game wasn't great at all, but I think it was symptomatic of what we saw from Navi as well. They didn't play well at any point here in Ancient. They won the first pistol round by mistake of Astralis not killing the 10-second defuse from Alexi B, but outside of that, Navi did nothing on that CT side to put pressure on towards Astralis. So I think Ima was suffering as well together with Navi as a team.
Even when they had the man advantage situation, Astralis took advantage time and time again. So let's put one of those rounds under the spotlight in the Mahone zone.
That's right. So Astralis, they're able to capitalize on this 3v5 situation at B, and it's really down to their composure. And as Pimp mentioned, Stair, he was not overextending, and that was really kind of the key to them winning this particular round. So first, it starts off with them. They're going to rush towards B, and JL, he finds a quick 2-kill here. And take a look at what Astralis kind of do here. So in this moment, when those 2 kills happen, pay attention to Stair right here. Now, typically, when you're this third person in, you might just try to rush into the site, try to find some sort of trade. But instead, take a look at the pathing he kind of takes. Instead, he just kind of finds himself into this pocket here. And instead of progressing, what he does is he actually waits for his teammates here. He waits for BlameF to actually come up with him. And what this does, it allows them to now buy time and set up some nades so that when they do approach the site, they're going to have 2 people. There's going to be 2 sets of nades that they use here. Device, he's going to toss a flash over towards that long side, and then Stair, he's going to toss a Molotov towards that street side. Now what this does with these 2 pieces of utility, it now provides an avenue for these 2 people to now path in towards the site where they don't have to worry about anyone towards this left side because of the Molotov. And with this flash, it allows them to basically pick fights against people who peek there. That's what allows him to come in, and you'll see that Stair off that piece of utility. He can then find JL tucked into the corner completely blind. And as well, this flash is just absolutely perfect, because if you look at this from JL's point of view, he's kind of playing anti-flash, but he leaves himself open to this flash right here. It pops just over the edge of the wall, and that's what allows Stair to find this kill. On top of that, with that kill, it allows Device to then path in towards this default side. It's a very powerful spot to get into, especially when you have an op. And in addition, Device, he also tosses a Molotov towards the back side here. this is actually going to enable Stair to then push up more towards that CG side. With this control, it allows Astralis to basically have control of this left side of the site and basically fight off NAVI, who are pushing in from the right. Once the Vice gets over here towards this default side, he's then able to use that op, finds these 2 kills, and on top of that, Stair, because he uses that Molotov when he pushes up, he's then able to find a spot where he's actually able to catch Simple pushing through that smoke and find this kill and put this into a 1v1. And just from there, it then puts him into a 1v1 where he finds IM. Now, the big thing here is that, once again, this was a 3v5 situation. It was all thanks to the fact that Stair, he slowed down, waited for the utility, and they all worked together to basically convert the round back in their favor.
Excellent breakdown, as always, coming from Danny, and a perfect illustration to your observation about Stair, Jacob.
Yeah, I think he played a picture-perfect Counter-Strike game. I think the synergy between the Astralis players were imminent. It looked like they've been practicing Ancient coming into this tournament. Again, we can't forget that NAVI and Astralis, for that matter, only have had 7 days together, and 7 days is by no means enough to build up a strong map pool. So for NAVI, yeah, they didn't look good on Ancient. That doesn't change the fact that they could look good on map number 2 and map number 3.
Yeah, there might be some huge discrepancy of level between maps for these 2 teams. For example, what Danny just broke down here is a picture-perfect usage of utility on the fly, 3v5. They put all of these Molotovs. I guarantee you these are protocols that they've gone through and they know how to dig themselves out of these situations. Moving on to Nuke, are we going to see that kind of toolkit coming out of BlameF, knowing how to handle 3v4s, 3v5 situations? You'd hope that Navi could actually close these rounds.
And considering this is Navi's pick coming into things, what are your expectations then from, the way they should be setting up on this map? Are you hoping for, a little bit more inspiration than we saw in Ancient?
Well, that is curious, right? Nuke being the pick of Navi coming into a series like this, that means to start on the T side. With Alexi B as an in-game leader, I think that's going to be a complete different experience than what we used to see. We haven't seen Navi play much of Nuke, historically speaking. So them coming into this map, Bit, Simple, etc., they have to learn. I think Imma has played a lot of Nuke. I think some of the other guys within the team are comfortable with Nuke. We saw that with JL, in particular with Apex. So it's going to be, as Imma said, coming into the game, a lot of different players from a lot of different teams trying to mix up one style of Counter-Strike, and that could be a bit confusing to begin with.
Yeah, and I think we put the screws on Imma, rightfully so, but Bit was equally unimpactful in this game. Like, he felt like on an island a couple of times. He had trouble, issues handling situations. We know that communication might be something that comes into play here, and you can imagine how on Nuke he's going to have to be connected on that ramp play down to heaven or rotating to the B side. So we'll see if maybe there's an abuse to be made here.
Well, a chance for Navi to be bouncing back in their debut, and there is their pick of Nuke that awaits after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. We got Nuke up next between Navi and Astralis. Astralis now the unicorn favorites in this one. Mohan, I was down bad today.
Yeah.
Okay? My suitcase still hasn't arrived. I'm wearing the same shirt for 3 days in a row.
You're wearing boxer.
I had to pay Pimp my 500 euro bet today.
Yeah.
So I'm already down money. And yet I'm still in a good mood because the Astralis and Navi debut gave us something to talk about, and we now have an Astralis that's looking competitive with the likes of Stare. We got Blame F's individual level not falling off. We got Device putting up the op shots. We got Stare right there with them, and then Buzz and Borup contributing in their own ways. This is an Astralis that look competitive on their map, but I do have to reiterate what the desk just said in that a week is not enough time to prepare a strong map pool. So for all we know, we could get the exact same result, but in Navi's favor now.
True, that's true. And, you know, I'm going to wait at least one more map before deciding any roster moves for either of these two teams.
But it's exciting.
You know, and can't help but get excited and get pessimistic after watching every single round. You know, that's what the beginning of the season's all about, is overreacting. So let's just have some fun with it.
Let's lose our shit.
I do hope you get your luggage back, though.
Yeah, it's somewhere. It's out there. Smoke towards main. No contact. Nobody from Astralis. Keeping eyes. Borup takes a quick glimpse. Doesn't see it, but we've got majority downstairs already. Navi wasting no time slicing through this defense, as they've already got footing on the bomb site, or they're about to. They wait a couple extra seconds to get numbers in control room. Alexi and Borup somehow playing ring around the rosy outside on the AC unit, and in the end, it's going to be Astralis 5v4 retake. So that could have been way worse. If Alexi's still alive upstairs somewhere, problematic.
We saw great Ancient retakes, but we always know Astralis could do Ancient retakes.
How about Nuke? JL goes walking up the ramp, has his head taken off. E-Man Simple, kill a piece, CTs maintain, and then Simple and Bit look to make the difference. Simple is now dead, so Bit runs away, and Device gets outplayed as he's thinking maybe he played Stairs. Bit goes over towards Vent instead with no kit on this round. It is toast. It is done. It is Navi with a T-side pistol.
Yeah, that's just a perfect maneuver from Bit. Oh, nice shot from Device in the end, but bomb down. And Navi win the pistol, solid one on the attack. I mean, everything looks pretty good there from Astralis. Like, that's like where you could reasonably expect to win the retake after getting the opening kill, but it's not like a huge surprise. Navi could put up a good post plant, so... Oh, Borup really took his time with that one. And dude, that was a 16-8 game on Ancient with Borup with like 6 or 7 kills. So that kind of goes to show how impactful so many players on Astralis were. I think Blame F top fragged. Device was definitely the third best, I would say. But Stare was such a great debut. So much composure. Great shots being hit, but it really wasn't about his aim. I think it was actually about how fast he set up his util usage when he wanted to peek something.
Yeah, I liked his playmaking. Even when he was left on his own, you know, just applying the right amount of pressure in the right places at the right time.
You know, not being confused right when you hit tier 1 is really impressive. So,
and not to repeat ourselves, but that's because he's been on the brink of it for as long as he has. You know, playing for Sprout, you are exposed to good teams in Europe.
That's true, yeah.
Borup in the rafters, knows they're out. Ooh, Famas gets away from him. Bit picks up the duel with just the MAC-10. That's an open A site now for the bomb plant. Borup's able to stop something on that site, then maybe the rest of the players can flood out Vent, fly out Heaven, etc. But instead, it looks like Astralis cut their losses and want that scout in the next one.
Yeah, like you could micromanage that peak and be like, oh, you should have probably checked the hut while he knew Bit was wrapping around after he let him go the first time and then whatever. But ultimately, should have also hit the Famas spray, just lost to a MAC-10. I mean, like, I would have too, but it's relevant, you know what I mean? It's not relevant that I'm not going to the Famas. So
when CS2 comes around and you have to build your loadout, you keeping the Famas?
I don't use it in the first place, so no.
Wow. This guy.
You know, it took like 6 years to find out that the AUG was always too strong.
Sure.
I'm just going to find out on day 1. Like, if there's one lesson you could learn from the last iteration of that CSGO had all these open secrets all over the buy menu. There was just no one who wanted to try them, right?
True.
You saying there's not one gun that's on the CS2 buy menu right now?
Yeah.
That's not overpowered?
I know what it is. It's the MP7.
I mean, it's definitely not the MP7.
It's up for debate. Ooh, that landed. Scout through the box to soften up. Okay. Well, listen, you played your chances. You know, I learned today as well. Device, don't gamble. Shoot too many scout shots through that smoke. Simple's gonna send one right back. BlameF grabs that scout, moves it all the way over towards ramp. That's a huge rotation. Hell of an expedition. And unlike in the pistol, we've already got Astralis' players down here on this B site. So with so many members up in lobby for NAVI, this is good. Ime crosses, they show the presence with that wall of smokes outside, and then they just keep their eyes fixated on the upper site instead. Lexi with a clear train of thought thus far. But we'll see what the guns can do in the next one. That's really the next test. 3-0 start for the T side.
I can't say I watched, too much of Stare outside of just, casually watching his Sprout games here and there, but this is one of his weakest maps, statistically speaking, so it might draw an interesting contrast to, the performance we saw in Ancient to now. Device and BlameF, obviously not going to have any problems here, but then another Astralis story would be, I would say, Borup, who I think he just looks a little nervous, to be honest, because he got signed on for his aim. That's what he's always been known for, but he's not hitting the shots in front of him. So I think he's one who's clearly feeling the pressure a little bit.
It's hard to kill BlameF. Gets away with
he's like 130 HP, so.
It's that muscle mass, dense. I remember being a kid and always thinking that it'd be really cool to play a video game where you're in your real life stats, translate to your game character. You're as strong as, you're as fast as, etc.
Is that what you would want?
Well, I got older and realized, actually, nah. I don't think that's. I don't think.
And no offense, I don't want that either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I look at guys like BlameF and
like, if I look like a Viking, then yeah, okay, I want that too. But
maybe I wouldn't have a competitive edge.
That's good though. High self-esteem at a young age. That's good.
I would just max charisma, maybe. Fingers crossed.
People like me, right?
Yeah. They don't want to beat me up. But I like this secret control. I like this tuck coming out of Astralis. It's BlameF who got in there real quick. Early warning sign, great distraction, and the Galil. Their own gun against them. A consistency from Navi so far has been this test towards Secret, and BlameF takes that test and passes with flying colors. Just a couple of bullets as well out of that A1S to serve up a perfect distraction, and now looking at a flawless round. 5 up out of Astralis. Guns make a hell of a difference.
Wow. Nice one from BlameF. I mean, he talked about his stats maybe taking a hit. When IGLs talk about that, they're talking about the amount of time they have to spend looking at their radar. There are different periods of time where sometimes, the upside of being an IGL on a lurk is that you can look at your radar all day. Yep. You really don't have to think about your crosshair all the time. But the downside is you have the least first-hand information and usually have to wait for ideas from your lurk on the other lurk on the map or the pack on the map to give you information so you can make a play for the whole team. But I would say in terms of stats, maybe he'll be in a good spot to actually not take too much of a hit. You never know. Besides, most of his stats are on CT side.
That was my hope for BlameF. That even though he's aware of the possibility of that statistical drop-off, his impact could take a hit.
He just wanted his fans to know.
Yeah.
To watch out,
It's a possibility. Especially when you've seen so many others before you fall down that same path. But so far, so good in the...
There's no correlation between, BlameF's high stats and Astralis having massive success, So maybe you can provide more as a caller.
JL goes for the peak, but Device kind of sliding between positions simultaneously. Smoke on main, but not for Blame F's angle. He decides to tuck it in anyways. Gonna give them that open floor. Let them get closer. He's gonna have support soon enough from Buzz, but Buzz also cautious about the possibility of the ramp hit.
And he can run away from this, and Blame has a great angle here.
All right. Taking on a lot of responsibility. Multiple players to line up. He's still changing positions. Now he's been spotted, so he
Oh no, he shot too early.
should be dead. And is, sure enough. 3 players coming at him. Buzz has an angle. Yikes. Nothing. It is Bit with the second headshot, but there is still that clock to contest with. And Stairs inside control. No kills. Out of all of those pieces in position from Astralis, look at the health that's left over on Ima, Alexi, and Bit.
Yeah, the round was over if he gets the one kill. That bomb would get dropped. It had to get picked up again. Control side still taking over. 8 seconds left over. So Alexi, he saves the day early like he did over on Ancient with his 10-second sticks. And yeah, Blame F got a bad timing. That's one thing. Buzz's spray was just not good. That's another. Also, if you're going to use the A1S, as it feels like there's more consensus these days that the A4 is the only gun to use. People have swung way back in that direction. So if you're going to use the A1S, you can't have sprays like that. You're not allowed anymore. And then I would say Stair unlucky. Great shot from Alexi.
This is with the CT 5v4.
Oh.
Got that headshot in the end. Damn, to commit to that spray through your teammates when all you can see is Buzz's head at that distance.
That was get right tier.
That's a beautiful little spray from Bit.
He sprayed it in English right there.
I would like to see it again. I'm going to put production under pressure.
It'll take a few seconds, though.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah. No, I mean the spray.
Oh. But you know he got there.
He did get there.
Okay.
Why don't we say, like, arove instead of arrived?
Arrive. I don't know.
Save some time.
Told you I put my stats in charisma. Not strength and not intelligence and...
Like George W.
Yeah, baby. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
You're just an affable man.
All right. Bit not wasting any time as he goes over top. No sneaky secret presence out of Blame F either. The man looking like the A-site intended target, but it's the Rafter player in Stair that's going to drop him. And now Borup is stuck between boxes. Up close, Alexi dead. And JL gets the trade frag. A-site now belongs to NAVI. Numbers equalized. As Blame F snips Bit off the play. It's bomb front side site, JL on the opposite end, and Buzz, well, no pressure.
Oh my god, there's no way. They can't get the bomb back, though. Blame F.
He got it. Simple grab the bomb.
Oh, was he sitting on it, or did he just take it downstairs?
He just almost took it downstairs and delivered it to Blame F, but he gets away with 16 health. Flash out through main, Simple comes back around, kills Blame F. Buzz, not the second. Ooh.
Oh, that was messy.
Simple almost delivered that bomb to Blame F, and he knows it.
Yeah. You know, maybe
A4 has more
A4,
bullets.
baby A4.
Just saying.
Yeah.
That round was what it was.
It was crazy. It was crazy. It was rambunctious. It was fun.
A little bananas, a little bonkers. And even then it comes down to 20 HP. So, solo M4 Blame. Pistols around it. Mag 7 on device. Souvenir Anubis.
You've got one of those, right?
No.
Oh, ancient.
Ancient. Nope. It's my Dust 2 Gold Arabesque to commemorate our first semifinals at a major.
Oh, yeah. And you're not allowed to sell it.
Nope.
even though you're rich now with that investment.
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy I bought it off. Poor guy. He trusted me. I messaged him on Steam. I said, listen, man, I see what you got. Let me buy that. He said, are you really scrawny? I said, yeah.
And then you asked for the scrawny discount.
Oof.
Ooh, nice
Simple
angle
shuts
here.
down pistols, all good. He did send it first, though. He just sent me a multi-$1,000 skin out of trust.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust you either.
I almost, I thought about it.
Thought about what?
Nothing.
Interesting.
Quick ramp play, down they go. Yeah, sorry, Astralis. You had your chance in the last round.
No worse feeling than having to rotate with a Mag 7.
Yeah. Your only option is to get up into lobby, and well, you got Simple waiting for you.
Does Stair have an interesting keyboard position? I feel like I could see both his hands in the... No, never mind. Thought they were almost like overlapping for a second, but...
Looks standard. Fnatic picked up all the weird guys.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. The misfits.
That's not true. Fasher's on OG now. We'll get to watch his debut later today. I just mentioned OG and I want to get into it, but we have to hold off. OG Keto, Launders. What?
Yeah.
Device gets aggressive. Ooh. Ime's got to be careful. Oh, jumps over with the flash. And he gets away at least. But the setup's unraveled at the gate. Fast rotate towards Hell. Device trying to reposition that AWP, but no rush out of Navi just yet. Okay, substantial damage coming out of Simple.
Wow, Device was deep outside. Now they're taking over ramp all before a minute. This is good movements here from Astralis, but will they get the kills? That's the big question.
1, yes. 2, no.
Why inspect your gun like that, honestly?
Simple.
Oh,
tearing
another
them up.
3K.
Yeah. One-man army here from Simple. That's what we needed to see. We're talking about Simple on Nuke. 13-4.
You see his view model is just taking up like his entire screen on that swing? Maybe it was an accident. Did see Borup hit the inspect and hit a crazy shot earlier, but I don't know if that was him. Either way, Simple taking control.
Simple fans rejoice. It's a round to be proud of. Because he looked rather human back on Ancient.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other tricky part of the conversation with Navi. Because sort of like the objective, sort of looking at this from like years and sports, other sports angles and comparing him to other people. You would say Simple's probably in the second half of his career, right? He's had such a long peak already. He's already had a weaker year this year than he did, of course, in 2022, which is already miraculous at that point that he could pull off a #1 again. So with this much change, and if he's going to taper off at all, what does that mean for 2023? That's a massive question. And that puts even more pressure on like Alexi V's shoulders, for example. If he's going to get a player who is coming off his peak, and now they've got all switching to English and all of these other factors. But it's sort of for these players to tell that story. Like kind of said with Simple earlier this year, like he's kind of still in his peak until further notice. You know what I mean? Like because it's been so long, you've got to wait for him to really show that he's super inconsistent. He's really starting to drop off because he's an exceptional player. He's one of a kind.
Blame F taking up the mantle outside again. Frees up Device to just go sit in ramp. But this is the round where Navi are actually fixating in on ramp. We haven't really seen an emphasis on ramp room. It's been outer plays and splits through Hell, but Device, no support nearby. They're going to try to pressure him, so he's going to fight to the death here, no doubt. 2 players have crossed already. Nobody's cleared him out, and now Buzz is here to help. Device goes back, stops Alexi. A third player right on top.
Oh my God.
And Device left on his own. Dries everybody up. Stale. Navi can't get through. Ime trying his damnedest. Will be flanked by the XM 1014, which doesn't work. Hold up. Blame F On a lurk around through lobby.
Can he read this? Blame is going to be attracted to the bomb for sure, but at the same time, Ime doesn't know where he is, has to make a decision for himself. He's going to play this ultra patient, but you're talking about the king of patience right here, baby. We'll see where the move takes him. Ime can go heaven. He can take it lower if he wants to. Coming back to lobby is probably the least likely of these options, but Blame's just going to get ready to drop vent maybe if he...
Yeah. Looking exactly like that. No smokes, just flashes for Ime, who has already lost a 1v1 in this series back on Ancient against Stare. Now he's playing with the health disadvantage, but at least he's got a slight bit of time to reposition. And that question as to where Blame is at still lingers on his mind.
He's clearing upper still. He actually doesn't know that it's the lower side. Okay.
Now he does.
Yeah, now some noise being made.
But that's going to put Ime on high alert. He's so ready for this duel. It's going to come down to that duel.
He's playing in the sight.
Waiting for the shot. Oh!
Oh, okay.
And he gets it. Blame F, unfortunately, turning over the wrong rocks.
Wow. Was that a 1v3 or 1v4?
1v3.
1v3 at least.
Kills device. The shotgun of Borup.
This is ridiculous. This is after the device round that we just witnessed?
Yes. Device headshot.
And then this flash, and Borup comes in. Wow. Whoa, he had to switch guns too on the last bullet. It didn't even look like he finished the frag.
Wow. His teammate just said Ema. Just saying.
That's true. I am, it is. But can we just say that device play was unreal? Like,
phenomenal, yeah.
The fact that like he didn't even consider peeking the left side box knowing his teammate's rotation was coming in from turf right. That's like court vision, right? That's why Device's frags always look boring, because he's never freaking out. And he knew exactly what could be covered. Just trusted his actual teammates.
But Blame's up close. Yeah. Oh, Stare dies, though, in the meantime. Device picking up the slack. It's a quick succession of trade frags that gives Navi man advantage. And outer control theirs as well. Borup with another shotgun. The Hut duel's a arguably fair fight. JL ready for the peak. Takes him down. Now it's all on Buzz to come around with the trophy flank, as still Navi's just stagnant outside. No rush, no problem. And JL honing in on this peak. So ready for it. And he'll win the duel. 2 kills coming out of JL. This is a rock-solid T-side from Navi now. It's 9-1.
Yeah, it's obviously a little closer than it appears. Like, we had so many of these rounds ended up in close situations. Just Navi came out ahead in every single one. We had the JL clutch upstairs. We had the IMA 1v3 where Borup, you know, doesn't come flying around a corner with a shotgun before the round's over. Then Astralis win on time because the devices play. It's a few situations where this is very, very close. Bit won a 1v1 in the pistol in the 5v4 retake, though he played that extremely well, we'll say.
Yeah, all the X factor definitely is Navi's so far. And at this point, T-side could be very well too far gone. Which, again, just shout out to the analyst desk. They talked about it, the fact that the map pool here could just instantly turn this best of 3 series to the 3rd map decider, and that's kind of what we're getting. Even with those closer rounds, Navi overshadowing Astralis on map 2. Bit flies off the ladder, no problem. Blame F is dead. And Device stuck downstairs.
And Bit looked pretty good on Ancient, too. Like, aim-wise looked pretty comfortable. That's nice.
I didn't have a lot of kills, but, you know, Navi also did get owned.
Yeah.
So, unlucky.
Device won a 1v5 with the Deagle once.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was on Overpass, though.
Once upon a time. My favorite Device clip will forever be the USP.
Versus NRG at the major?
Just like that. You know? The soul of NACS it's been through a lot.
Yeah.
It's been through a lot.
That's why we're so mature.
Yeah, right. (10-1) Navi. Map 3, of course, Overpass. Assuming Astralis don't make the greatest comeback of the 2023 season so far. Got a parting gift for Alexi, whose individual level has cooled off on the second map, but success has skyrocketed, so make of that what you will.
That's one big upside to Alexi as an individual. Sometimes he can take over games completely. He's sort of obviously inconsistent, as most IGLs are, but that's one of the guys that can literally just hit 30 out of nowhere.
Yeah, if you go down that classic list of in-game leaders, he's definitely towards the top of it. Outshines Hooksy, Kerrigan, JT. Sorry, guys, that got very specific. My bad.
Nothing wrong with being specific. Just
Personally,
Snappy and Glaive. And,
yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you can put Hampus kind of in like the Alexi B pot.
Yeah.
But maybe even more inconsistent. Emis found his contact through Mini, but dies. It's a gun round, and it's a 5v4 for Astralis. Their silver linings have been far and few between. This could be one of those, but Stair's gun's about to be empty. 5 bullets left. That reload could be when Navi pounce on A, but with an op behind them, that pressure coming through from Trophy, looking to lead Astralis to a second round win. Alexi B's got other ideas. Doesn't that vent look tempting? Ooh, you've got the bomb, and now you start to wrap around Hut. You've got 2 CTs left to find, but they're both on the flank. You know about Device. The second, though, still an unknown entity.
And they're getting vent cut off now.
Nobody's watching this squeaky flank yet, and that timing's going to work out perfectly for Borup. Sprays down 2 with the double headshot, and Astralis close their second.
They're obviously missing a little information, but I think you're right. Like, vent was a really good option, and maybe they should have at least held on to it while they planted, but then weren't sure about Hut. And that's why getting downstairs after what looks like a full exec, as long as you're not scared about someone being in the vent, which maybe is what they were worried about, can reset everything. Once you get down, you're chill. You know, the CTs are like inside a Hut, coming up to heaven, or outside, very far away from the B site. But okay, Astralis put together another. I feel like it's not going to be the last of the half. They've definitely had some very close situations and some good rounds overall. Map control wise, they're doing a good job in ramp. But Navi are fragging.
And Stair no longer is. You brought that up at the start of this map, that statistically, one of his poorer maps.
Yeah.
Obviously, with a lights-out performance on Ancient, Astralis, we're hoping he'd do it back-to-back. Not the case so far. We'll see if he cranks it up as Astralis do indeed get aggressive, and Blame F collects a couple kills base of Silo.
Wow, you could really see that. It might try to rush the clear because the flash came out, which that's something where communication could have been an issue. He's playing an electronics role outside as the outside clear, but that was also his role on Gamer Legion, so natural place for him to be.
Astralis not giving them anything. Stair stays tucked vent. Blame gonna get smoked off. Flash finds the corner player. Borup looking for the contact to draw attention away. Stair, ooh, peeks preemptively. And Alexi, that potential right there. Double headshot to draw it back. Blame F catching him through the smoke though. How's that go down? Buzz catches one through Hut. And suddenly, when it looked like Navi had a bounce back within round 13, it's left simple in a clutch. Very much outnumbered. But putting together the picture, if only he had more health to work with, if only there wasn't a player sat inside of Hut ready to gun him down, Buzz collects 2.
Damn, so much of that comes down to Blame F getting a timing shot through his smoke. Everybody gets confused, and it's from a guy they can't even see. And then 2 players, different choke points, deal with the rest. Here's that moment, shadow advantage, where Emma, I think, was going for the long scroll double jump up onto the box, and Blame F catches him outside as a free opener. Overall attack is, you know, not too bad beyond that. but you can definitely see some timidness from different players and when to peek, when to commit. But Stair does not look nearly as confident on Nuke as he did on Ancient, with the angles, with the swings.
And that's fine. He can get there.
Yeah.
It's the start of the season. It's fresh teams.
Yeah, and everyone's got to adapt to new map pools, right? It's going to be a lot in common with the teams they played with last, but there will be 1 or 2 maps that you don't like that you're going to have to get good at in new positions.
Will Simple play Vertigo? That is the question. Not today, he won't.
It's a good question,
right?
But I don't think so.
Ooh, hot. Ema down to half health. Gap on the smoke. Ooh, Blame thought he could push through. No chance. And that is the aggression that cost Ema half his health. So, works out for him. Another body spotted here for Device, but he wanted to make sure they don't wrap around main. Simple's still just sitting on the other side of it. Teammate up close is Borup. There's definitely a chance for Device to shave 1 or 2 players off this round to turn it back into Astralis' favor as they shoot for 5 rounds. Best case scenario. Instant kill from Borup. Needed that. And a back turn from Alexi. That drops the bomb, folks.
That's a bomb running back towards lobby, of course. Device made a huge rotation here.
But Bit waits.
Oh,
just sitting on the angle.
Getting some great kills, but
Stair catching the trade frag. Buzz looks to take the same position.
We got all the young guys here in a 2v2.
Man, Ime coming down through the tunnels, back up into vent. This is that crux. Just got to get out. And your aim returns to you.
CT's not watching the bomb, but the T's don't know that.
Buzz more concerned about the ramp flank. The time has been ticking for so long at this point. And Ime is actually just looking for the fights, not even prioritizing bomb just yet. Now he jumps for it. This could activate Buzz. Sure enough, JL. Now he has to sprint over and grab it, get back to that bomb site, knowing that the player in heaven will have an angle on him, so gun out, and he loses the duel. Stair from heaven saves it 1v1 to give Astralis 4.
Okay, yeah, coming up with a couple at the end of the first half. That's nice. Another close situation, though. It has been, you know, quite messy. Great trades here from Bit to keep the round moving along. But a nice one from Stair. Playing this aggressively. The bomb could have had a second to get in front of the bomb site and get planted. So taking just an off angle instead of playing it scared is, I think, a very fine thing to do.
Yep.
And now Borup, 3 rounds this half. He's got an auto shotgun. I don't know what's going on with him, but he is playing upper, so there's an argument for it.
It's inflation, man.
Yeah.
It's hitting hard. Not to mention Danish taxes.
Yeah.
Surprised they start with USPs. Shotgun out and ready. Final round of the half. Let's see the pop here set up by Navi. We've got an op over towards vent. This could be a round for the shotty. Yeah, sure enough. Headshot to Bit, but Ime brings it back with a double. And Device still sitting behind vent, cuts them down. Alexi knows where he's at. It's a tough peak to go for, but he baits out the shot, swings it wide, and takes his head off. Trying to keep this one alive. Blame F peaks main at the right moment to close out this CT side with the minimum 5 rounds to work with as they'll take to the T side.
What makes majors special are the importance historically.
Some of the legacies that have been forged, that have been started.
I mean, it's the most prestigious tournament in the game.
Every team is striving to qualify, to do well.
It has a real process of qualification where everyone in the world gets an honest shot at competing.
But the one thing everybody always works for each and every year are those rare majors.
And that's what we're all here to play. That's what everyone wants to play.
What I believe that every Counter-Strike player wants to achieve. That's the one thing that everyone wants to try and win.
Being able to write their legacies, become legends.
They mean so much more. You're immortalized in the game.
This is the pinnacle, the zenith, if you will, of the CSGO calendar.
If you're a top team, winning a major can save your season.
This is your opportunity to really show yourselves, to really show that your team can shine.
It's the bookend at the end of everybody's chapter.
If he's behind box. I'm low. No, close box, guys. No close box.
I'm picking under he's under cover.
And close box, left side box, I think. No.
Yes, she's close. Yes. Dead door.
Nice.
Same guy. Okay.
Nice.
1-on-1.
Blame outside player.
Outside player.
What would he say?
He's just...
Nice! Dima, you're back. You're fucking back.
Let's go.
First clutch in Navi. Let's go, brother.
Nice, Mikhail.
It is surreal listening to English comms here for Navi, but I mean, it was looking calm. It was sounding good. I mean,
yeah, behind box, no, close box to specify. They got him out of there eventually. Device not able to close out that round despite a beautiful three-piece. That flash, though, that to me, like watching that back, that flash into ramp when he turned to clear trophy, just stuffing Borup, who's got a shotgun that close. I mean, that's the one that opened the door, takes him down to the B site, plants and closes. With the last bullet, need we add.
Absolutely.
So, as Alexi said, first clutch in Navi. And an excellent half for the camp. 10 rounds to the 5 of Astralis, who are hoping for a spectacular T-half themselves.
Yeah, and you know, I think if Astralis were going to win this before, it would have definitely been on CT side, so this will be very tough.
Bit. Headshot on Device on the fallback. Controlling it well, slowing it down. Alexi's in position too. They're going to try to fight this back, but Bit is a nuisance. It's Borup, so far the only one out of the T's to get a kill here. JL, pressure from single, can't stop plant. And that ramp flank, ooh, it's getting into position now. The double door player cleared off, Flame F with the plant, but nothing more than that. It is 11 to Navi right away.
Yeah, the plant's nice, but Navi infamously have had like average T sides and a fantastic CT. I think everyone's going to be very, very comfortable on the CT side, and I think that the comfort is for Astralis was also on CT, so well, you know, the Blame F masterclass on Ancient was just a few minutes ago, so let's see if Navi could have predicted that Navi, or if Astralis could have predicted Navi would take it here. And it was the Ancient T side.
Early damage. Gonna make Ime's job that much harder now as he looks to be one of multiple A players. No rush out of the gate. Astralis settling into their pace. Device gonna have to catch Bit with timing here as he just jiggles with the nade out. It's enough to elicit the frag. No real issue there. Buzz takes up the front line. Support comes through by Simple. It's a push out, it's a bomb down. It's a double kill out of Simple. But unfortunately for him, Bit offers up nothing.
Got a player low on each side.
Yeah, looking fair enough. But we've already got 2 players down on B, so a pretty quick scramble out of Navi to get downstairs.
Yeah,
Smoke on control room.
Not going B.
Gap.
Oh, there's a gap on that smoke.
Uh-huh. Substantial one as well.
It just holds Alexi. It's a little awkward for him. I mean, it holds him in place until, of course, that smoke expires. But the T's have not actually made a decision yet, so...
He gives up holding the angle because he's worried about the split.
What if they threw that smoke on purpose? Well, they would have got what they wanted.
Eesh, they run through, and he's able to end Borup pretty quickly. Pressure out of the stairs. Yes, Stair himself hits the headshot. JL, still no bomb plan. He gets baited into the peak. Blame F comes off of it. And remember, Ime low health from early on, that main spam. Bomb is in. Flank could connect. He's going to have to catch one off guard with such little health to work with.
He's already saving now, right?
Yeah,
like 18
surely.
health. He
Can't get Blame F out of there.
One chance to get that kill. 22 health for Blame F, but Ime cannot fight any longer. And is there even a better gun for him to grab? We don't know.
M4A4.
Okay, that's good. So Astralis win that one. JL kind of rushes the situation a little bit, and also doesn't seem to know exactly where the bomb's planted. It was just on the opposite side of the door. But Blame had already gotten off the bomb. Like, he was ready for that door to swing open, so outplayed in 2 different ways.
And the force buy off the bomb plant works out.
The approach on ramp looked good. I mean, that's even with Simple's 2K, but they covered both the ramp peak as well as Turnpike as they were approaching, and I think made this as hard as possible.
Yeah, missed chance there from JL.
Nafly has infamously said that every missmoke is on purpose at the pro level.
Yep.
Which is definitely not true, but...
It's a great way to cover your tracks.
Yes. But, you know, that missmoked was bad information for Navi as they went for the reaggression, so...
Whoa, 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 okay. Borup contested through Squeaky. Nice deep flash, but Buzz gets a little lucky. And the headshot connects. JL's Deagle slips through. AK to be grabbed. Off of the spam, the damage from Bit. And Ime actually works out. And Simple has slid forward, but a missed shot. And Stair is going to clean him out a credit card. JL working with 7 HP, had that lobby control, but can't manage to hold on to it as Blame F ends him and Alexi stuck 1v3.
Yeah, and where are they both spotted going down? That's the question. We'll see. It's the bomb actually worried now, so wrap it all the way around slowly. And it doesn't look like they know where Alexi is, so let's see. He's in a good cover-all option position.
Eventually, they will cross his path.
But it is quite a normal position for CTs to be in these late-round situations. So first kill's in.
Nice start. He knows they're both there. Oh, Alexi! All 3! As he snips one off of heaven and presses out through main.
And that's not his first clutch at Navi.
Oh, catching one with nades.
Yeah, he's a nades in the 2-on-1 right there. That's after Device, you know, if the nade comes out, there can't be anyone peeking in this situation.
And that had to be a headshot.
Yeah.
That Stair frag had to be a headshot. B.
And that's no money here for Astralis.
That's a big one. Yeah, that kills any hope of Astralis bringing back this map as fast as possible.
And it's good to see everyone on Navi this map contributing.
Yeah. Alexi B.
could be a game-winning 1v3, you know?
Glock train setting itself up inside of lobby.
Uh-oh.
JL turned away. Again, it's Glocks. We can't get too crazy. And still 2 frags out of Astralis. Bomb pick back up. MP9 with it. Heaven players extending. But the main peak will end all this. Yeah, get it done. It's 13 to the CTs.
Okay, so bit of a reset. I don't know. After that, 1v3 from Alexi. What's the money look like here from Astralis? Well, the Glock save, you could assume they're going to try to buy. No half investment whatsoever. It should be completely destroyed, so it's going to be a hard climb on the T side. I'm still curious, like, how many rounds they can get. It does feel like, you know, certainly feels like NAVI are simply going to close this now, but with this being a debut, with both these rosters making all these moves, I want to see every round possible. And every map possible, for that matter.
JL up top. Doesn't need to see him. Split out from Squeaky, also shut down. This one's looking real smooth for the defense. It's a USP swap that allows the T to get out, but then Alexi's just ready, so all is good here for Navi. And they're 14th, locked in. Poor device met by Smoke, and he gets spammed out by JL. So that A site looking closed these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just a much cleaner round, much more dominant, and much more of a round that's like, all right, let's get this map over with. For a second, for Astralis, was like, all right, what can they do on T side? But this is a shutout. What the? I've never seen Blade with that much energy.
Well, I think JL,
you know, a Navi that
good
smiles in general.
Yeah, JL's one of those guys who just, I feel like you don't ever see him not smiling, always kind of goofing around.
Yeah.
I think Navi's teammates need that when you're just inherently having a good day by default. It's a nice energy to have on Navi. Alexi with a chance to farm some stats. Oh, wow. Or not. Or not. Or Stare's gonna deagle your brains out. Scooped him out like a pumpkin. Simple can't manage either because Stare from the deagle to the AK, 2 frags now. Ime takes damage, so they know there's one close main. And they're gonna give Stare a chance to shine. Good damage versus Bit, but he loses his duel. And this should be Navi queuing in that 15th. So they'll have 9 map points to extend this series to Overpass.
You're going to have to cast that. Think about that.
Overpass?
Not necessarily.
I'm down. Again, I want to see as much. That's the beauty of the groups. We kind of just sit here and collect data.
Yeah, so we can overreact.
Yep.
Pass judgment about roster moves
Make
that we've
early
given no
conclusions.
time at all to. Yeah,
Yes.
that's the most fun part.
Call for more roster changes
Yeah,
before they've
exactly.
even had a week to play. You know, all the classics.
Exactly, exactly.
That's what we do here. And Bit had armor advantage. 15. Simple 22 and 13 at the moment. Definitely a better performance than what we got on Ancient. You'd love to see it for Navi's sake.
Uh-oh.
But she ain't over yet. And Alexi barely alive.
I think they might be unsure about lower now. No one fighting outside. It's actually been Navi who have been playing heavier upper, heavier rotations, and Astralis really haven't been trying to get the secret control too much. So it makes sense, matching their pace.
Simple wants eyes outside, Stare. Yeah, gets caught on the smoke push.
Wow, Alexi literally 1 health.
The fact that now all of your outer control, zero split, it's looking like just ramp emphasis. And we've seen JL and Ime just lock down this bomb site multiple rounds so far on the defense. Why wouldn't it go that way again? Who's going to crack it open, if at all? 30 on the clock. Again, you can drop vent, but you're going to have to pull the hut player off. And they're just going to push this out. Emphasis out from Squeaky. Simple and JL, a kill apiece, and now backside belongs to Navi. Yes, Device does get downstairs, and he's got the bomb, but he's got Bit sitting on his head, and it's a quick stop to close this one. 16-6 from Navi. A clean showing on their map pick, and just reiterating and proving what our analyst desk had to say, that with so little time and no real preparation, map pool still in question, but what each of them wanted to bring to the table certainly has gone their way. It is Overpass up next.
NAVI ignite on nuke and return to dictate the pace. After a deadly first half, unfortunately for Astralis, this was an uphill battle that they weren't going to be summiting. Matthew, a great bounce back from NAVI back into this series.
Yeah, we talked about how the level of these teams would differ on certain maps. I think this is the caveat of any team that had a deep roster change, and we've had another example. I think NAVI kicked the door down immediately on you. Great start on the T side. They quickly realized a couple of players on the camp of Astralis were struggling. I think Borup needed a few rounds to get into the rhythm inside. He was abused a couple of times. Alexibi knew how to go to the simplest possible, and this is the run that I was talking about. Was it 9 out of 10 rounds from the very beginning? An absolute dream scenario.
At that point, the game is more or less already over. I know that Nuke can be a bit more 50-50 in terms of round distribution, but the way Navi were playing on that T side, they got to showcase us that there was a reason they picked Nuke. And that's what I take away from the first 2 maps. Astralis picked Ancient. They showed us why they did so, you know, a pick coming in, very strong presence. Same could be said for Navi right here. Had a clear game plan. You could see Alexibi was very good with the utility, very good at setting up the rest of the team. And then sometimes when you need the individuals to step up, you had Simple, you had Emma, you had some of those guys, you know, doing the dirty stuff on the T side. So overall, a very, very pleasant experience here for now.
It's going to be a tough task when you have this level of Simple turning up on the server. We know that for certain. Let's go revisit a certain round where he was just doing some dirty work. He got a nice 3K in round number 8. What was going on here, Jacob?
Yeah, we have 2 rounds I want to showcase you guys, because it's an example of why it was, I would almost argue, say, so easy for Navi right here. You have Simple standing inside lobby, and Navi is just waiting right now. Astralis are trying to push the boundaries, getting a trade frag right here, and at this point, Simple is just exploding, and he's just walking in, killing 3 people out of nowhere. That is simply too easy. The following round, you have Device making a genius play on ramp, and they put Astralis in a beautiful, beautiful position, and despite Device's heroics, they still can win this round.
Yeah, unfortunately, in this round, we're going to see another one of the theme for the Astralis camp in this game, which is losing incredible clutches. Here, it's Ime actually in this 1 versus 3. I think Device is pretty much certain that he hit him through the wall, which he didn't, so he has a wrong information to play off of, and then Ime does a beautiful job here. That flash, I have no idea. Like, I think there was a chance out of 1,000 that Borup would actually get flashed, but once Ime gets into the 1v1, BlameF had already gambled on the wrong side, and then he punishes him. The issue is that that's not the only clutch that we're going to see this game. I think that there were a few moments where Astralis were close to come back into it, or at least make it competitive, and they allowed Navi to clutch them big time.
Yeah, should we roll into the second half and put another clutch under the spotlight?
Basically the end of the game? You want to see the end of the game?
Yeah, might as well, because Alexibi, he was doing God's work as well, not only calling a really great game, but another 1v3 just going in Navi's favor.
Yeah, another round where Astralis at this point maybe have a chance of fighting their way back into the game. Again, off to a good start. Borup gets the first kill, and you know, 11-6. It's not impossible for Astralis to come back into this one. It's a 5v3, and look at the weaponry coming in from Navi as well. There's a couple of deagles, and it's a nice play from JL, setting up the rest of the team. This one right here for Simple, it can be tough from the back of it, but at this point, right, you could stop the round right here. There's no way Alexibi should be able to win this round. I don't know why Astralis are taking it so, I would almost say, unserious, not clearing the corners together. He almost gets 2 easy duels right here, and then a guy jumping and fading away in the middle of a duel. I don't get it, but it happens sometimes.
Yeah, that's a bit of like a cohesion right there. Device a bit alone, and then Blamer has an end in his hand. I mean, I wonder what was happening there.
Well, let's hear in with the team speak in this mic'd up moment.
Nice. I'm inner.
There's an AK here.
I think they're ulting outside. I smoke main for fake.
City red. Go down. Take the AK, take the AK. Let's go double down.
Yes.
Okay. Indoor and to outside.
Alexi!
Nice,
bro. Nice, man.
Yes.
Nice.
Holy.
I love that we just get to hear the first taste of English comms with
feels good,
Navi.
huh?
Oh, it's so weird, but amazing.
It feels good. Look, I don't want to be the guy, you know, the hindsight is always 20/20, but that nade from BlameF, I think is actually the reason why Alexi is able to close that 1v3. Because once he gets Device, someone is shooting at him from main, and then as he peeks and sees the Tracer, he also sees that nade that's coming in from a closed-off angle, so he can just immediately strafe into it. You just have to be together, side by side, trade each other, but they just try and make it perfect, and we know that's the enemy of the good.
I don't think we were expecting, you know, the same BlameF masterclass as we saw on the grounds of Ancient, but do you have any takeaways from Astralis coming off, you know, this first taste of them on Nuke?
Not really in terms of his in-game leading skills, because I think it fell apart for Astralis on the CT side, and that's when the individual responsibility comes into play. You said Borup had a tough time getting started inside. I would agree with that. You could have seen a bit more from Device, even though he tried to push in ramp, he tried to be in yard, he tried to maneuver around, but CT sides as an in-game leader, I don't feel you hold the whole responsibility of that. Obviously, there's individual players in individual positions that has to step up, and that wasn't the case for Astralis in this game.
And you know, that round that you decided to show, round 8, is also Alexi B very cleverly realizing what position he's put Astralis in. It's 6-1. Everything he's been doing is working. The executes have been working. So what is Astralis going to do? Probably push us. They're probably going to try to take the bull by the horn and be a little bit more in our faces. They're waiting for them, and then comes the easy frag. So we're in a position where it feels like a team that takes control and creates momentum. It's up to the IGL to kind of bank on that, capitalize on that. And I think Alexi B did that well on Nuke.
So that's the question. Who's going to be taking control on the third and final map, which is going to be Overpass? We're 1-1 at this series scoreline. Who do you think this is favoring now we've kind of, you know, seen the initial flavors of both of these new squads?
In reality, this doesn't favor anyone. We can't say that. We don't know. It's two teams, two very new teams, two new structures, and two new ways of approaching Counter-Strike. Sure, historically speaking, Astralis had a period 5 years ago where they were great on Overpass, but that doesn't hold any value right now. The same for NAVI. They had a period where they were the best team in the world on Overpass. But you can argue that certain individuals feel comfortable on the map. Simple device. We've had that duel time and time again. But in terms of how the two teams are matching up against each other on Overpass, I'd be lying if I said I knew what to expect.
I'm just thinking right now, if you're Astralis, you're probably not going to make massive position changes. You're going to leave Device and Blame on the A side. I have to guess that this was one of the deadliest defense we've seen.
Yeah.
But that also means that the 3 others will have a whole lot on their shoulders to handle that B side. We're talking about Borb, of course, going to have to step up. Stair, I don't know if he is going to be the one dictating what is going on, because you have Buzz, Stair, and Borb potentially playing in the same position. Someone in there has to be able to give orders and micromanage what's going to happen. Would you trust the 18-year-old rookie to come in and actually have that kind of influence and responsibility?
I mean, he may as well learn it in a young age, right? And I think we did see in the first map that he had the capabilities to do so. But it's a great point that you're bringing up, because if you're Blade and if you're Alexi B, you want to test that. You want to go and sniff to that B bomb side and see if there's an opening, and there very well could be. We had the same scenario with Big as well when Crimbo was left with Process and the new guy in there as well. So it is inexperienced and maybe a bit of an opening for NAVI.
That's the question that I have. You know, we've heard that BlameF has said that he's relinquished some of his positions, if not all of his positions, right, with this new, you know, in-game leader style. Do you think this is one that he should keep? Is he meant to be staying on that
listen,
side?
the problem is I'm too short-sighted. I'm an idiot on that one. I'm just a plain, simple man. I'm saying BlameF was good, leave BlameF there. But if you think in long term, maybe you trust Stair and you put yourself more of a moving position. We'll have to see the choice that he's made.
We will have to see indeed, but not before we head to a quick break. Overpass on the cards as a decider between Astralis and NAVI.
So, Navi not going down without a fight. Nuke is their map pick and their map win, and now the Unicorn odds swayed back the way of Navi as they were at the start of this series. And we go to Overpass, Mohan, but Overpass and Device, I'm liking the odds.
Yeah, this actually has the odds of, well, it has the makings of a full strength. Okay, so Borup is one guy who's just sort of like average. We're just looking for a better Borup on Astralis, like to learn from better teammates, to get better than what we've seen in the last couple of years, a reinvented Borup or something like that. Buzz, same thing. He's actually not playing well on Overpass recently, but Device, Blade Map, great Overpass players. This is actually a very strong map for Stair, comparatively to we're talking about like much better than Nuke, much better.
Okay.
So chance for Stair to prove himself, and for Navi as well. A great map for Ime, a great map for Navi as a team. This could be very interesting. Now, I think we're gonna see. Are we gonna see a simple bit combo inside of the bathrooms? We're gonna see a simple Ime combo. We don't know about what spots they're going to get.
And you're gonna have to wait.
Oh, can't wait to find them.
Ooh, you're gonna have to stay tuned. Gonna have to be fully focused, as it is the Danes on the CT side instead. And right now, there's a whole pack of them up inside Connector. If you told me Buzz and Device were brothers, I would almost believe you.
I know, they do look.
For the record.
Yeah.
And
when Device said, I see a lot of you and me, he just meant literally.
Yeah, it's like, I want Buzz on my team so that I can look at myself half of the time. Ime makes first contact. He is on his own right now outside of Fountain, but we ain't getting crazy. All right, nobody's getting nuts. This pistol's playing it nice and slow. They've already got some presence outside of Monster with Util to heaven.
When you're all the way out.
Yeah. You're not going back. Insta-gush out a bit. He can just hone in forward, hit those headshots as he does. Blame F and Borup both just washed away. And poor Buzz added to the tally. So very comfortable bomb plant coming out of Navi on this T side. Stair, the only person who's going to do anything for Astralis in this pistol. And unfortunately for him, he doesn't have the health, nor the kit, nor the chance to go and get that defuse.
Yeah.
Navi take it quickly on the T side.
Yeah, Bit's a player worth watching for sure when it comes to all of his lurks. But in Stairs plays the spot perfectly. And that was a well-fortified attack. You know, this is Bit here inside of Stairs. Right behind him is Ime. As they walk out Monster, they found all the gaps. And originally there was a con stack from Astralis, but Navi just waited it out. So the Deagles are out to play now. Round 2. It's a pretty hefty investment here from Navi with the 1 MAC-10, so they've got a lot to protect.
From a Connector stack to a barren wasteland, Astralis just playing the sites instead. I got some nades and they're holding on to them. Can make things interesting. If you get a gun in the hands of Blame, Stair, or Borup, or even Buzz, things could get saucy. Heaven player drops down. Now you've got no fast rotate to A if needed. Ooh, double dunk. It is Borup blown away. Alexi is the god of grenades. Set by his records.
Yes, his Dust 2, 1/2, CT side, post-nade dropping record of over 1,000 damage.
Alexi B was the reason everybody overreacted to being able to drop nades.
Yeah.
He played that half like a few days into the update, and everybody...
Even Kerrigan said it's going to be the most CT-sided map on the pool. He said that about Dust 2.
Yeah. And to be fair, there were some nice nade lineups from CT to that A site, but long gone are those times.
Long gone is the map.
Yes. Good riddance. I can't say that in good faith. It was okay. I saw during the...
I don't care if they ever bring it back. I don't care.
I think we should be able to play it forever. I just don't need it in my competitive map pool. Okay,
yes.
But you should, every Counter-Strike player, like think about the new influx of players that are going to be joining us for Counter-Strike 2 coming soon, TM. If they don't get to play Dust 2, then they have missed out on an essential Counter-Strike experience.
Yeah, just so you know, the last day of summer is September 22nd.
All right, I can work with that.
So be awake at 11:59, September 22nd. Because promises must be kept.
And where's Seattle? What time zone?
Pacific.
Okay.
So
Euro nerds have to stay up.
I think it's 9 hours difference from here.
That is correct. That is correct indeed. Clean conversion. I saw a graph of major maps played at the majors over time throughout the off season. It was a cool, like, you know, updating graphic that slid over time, and it's crazy to see how many maps are actually played on Inferno and Mirage and Dust 2. And now that we've lost one of those core 3 maps, like, I think you can apply a core argument to all 3 of them. I don't want to ever lose Inferno and Mirage. I think 2 of those 3 need to be there. And
Agreed.
5 of the players on the CT side are sick of sitting around. They take it real deep down Fountain with a USP. Borup gets 1, Buzz's Deagle the other, and all that's going to do is turn the rest of Navi towards the B site, which they find clear for the taking.
That's pretty good. 2 guns to upgrade with. They could chill on this as Navi win the rounds. It's a happy trade here for Astralis.
Happy little trades.
Vote on Blast TV overpass to decide who advances to the upper final. You know, I think odds say Navi again after winning that last map. No one really knows with the new rosters that are here. Do you think that Astralis are going to win overpass or no? What do you think?
I think this will be the closest game of the series.
Another good take. I'm down with that.
I think it makes sense that both teams would have prepped for this one. And I like this information you've brought forward that, you know, this is a higher rated map for Stair than the likes of Nuke.
For Stair, for Ima, yeah, for Ime.
So bomb pops, 3 alive, double AK save. You know, a little bonus here for the Denmark, for the Danish team.
I just thought of something funny that happened the other day.
You want to share with the class or keep it to yourself? Cool, bro.
I peed my pants.
Not surprising. You are getting old after all. That happens.
Incontinence catches us all. Not a great map for JL. Overpass.
Well, keep our eyes on him then. But it's guns up for the defense and an op for Device. This is what we want to see on overpass for Astralis. Device opping all over the place as he kicks it off. Short B. Doesn't feel like this is always where ops begin a CT side. We'll see if that catches Simple out, but he's just waiting for a jump spot. 2 patient oppers. Only 1 can walk away. When Device kills Bit. Now that's with 2 riflemen inside the water. Ooh, JL.
It's actually simple to take Buzz out.
Chance at a second there, but
now there might be a little bit of freedom of rotation. I don't know. Blame doesn't decide to get close. Interesting here. Let's see about the pre-aim. Oh, the angle's great for Blame F, and now he's free to take over long control.
When Device behind Dicebox, good chance. Blame extends out long. It's being held, so Simple will pick that one up. Just drawing it back ever so slightly. Corner position taken up by Alexi B. Device wants to go hunting, but also can't really afford to stay exposed to getting counterpicked, and a missed shot from Device.
Oh, he's not even scared of long where Simple just was.
He's got support from Stair, who does drop the bomb indeed. Simple 1v3, 20 seconds. Ah, not this time. Device continues to keep that head-to-head in his favor between the 2 ops in the series.
Yeah, his production's been crazy since rejoining Astralis. It's not really ever been a red flag moment for Device. He's just been straight up consistent, top of the board. All the shots you need, all the easy ones and all the hard ones too. Nice little disengage there for Stair. Never let him know your next move.
That's how you stay ahead in this world. Ooh, no, okay.
8 damage. And he got past the molly. They don't put it out, so they might not think that he's here, actually. Yeah, oh, they run by. BitKit's a little tagged. Good punishment play there from Device. Blame F, looking for an opponent. Great headshot.
Damn.
Alexi jumping away.
Nade out. Ooh. Lame F. Second time this series, at least, he's been caught with nades. And one of them was in that Alexi B 1v3 on Nuke. So, stop it.
Just start using your brawn more.
Yeah. More brawn, less brains. Reopens the door for Navi in round 5. We saw Astralis' CT side on Nuke get an early round win, only to then be upset, reset, and pushed out with the majority of that half. Doesn't feel like they can afford it again. Ime starts to get closer. Up and in the face of Borup, and a second. Buzz just has his head taken clean off, so it's a double kill entry and 3 frags on the round. One-man army from Romania.
Nasty from Ime. Like, that's where he looked fully comfortable. He knew his entry protocols. He was set up with a great flash. His pre-aims were beautiful. You could definitely tell he was ready right there. So what more can you ask for? Both players on the site blinds. Full confidence on his approach, and Navi maintain a lead.
There's his value. That 3K right there. Keeps only 2 alive on Astralis, wins the round out. Navi can keep the T side going, majority alive. All is good. All is good. Now, had Blame F stayed alive up towards Playground, maybe it's a different story, but here we are with a comfortable amount of money for Astralis. They'll buy right back and try to hold them off. They had it going. They had the first kill. Ime stripped it from them. That was a smoke, so I guess he was going to smoke off Playground to just safely fall back.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at his teammates' utility. Of course, you can always have utility to assist you out of position so you don't have to throw nades for yourself like that, but that's a matter of seconds, right? If he throws that smoke and Ime doesn't peek, Ime's not going to peek after he hears the smoke, so it happens, you know what I mean?
It's Counter-Strike.
It's Counter-Strike.
Best damn FPS ever made.
That's true. That and Quake.
I can't speak of experience.
Can't speak of experience, no.
I would say
Apex Legends, you would say.
I wouldn't say that.
No.
It's fun,
second?
don't get me wrong.
What's your second then?
I would say the best 3 FPS titles ever made are Counter-Strike, Quake for its historic importance.
Okay.
And BattleBit.
And BattleBit, okay.
Yeah. Where my BattleBitters at? Squad leader, we need rally point.
Haven't tried it yet.
You'd love the movement.
Yeah.
It after Counter-Strike,
What
it has
engine
the
is it?
best.
Is it Source? I haven't even looked at it, so.
BitBlocks or something. I don't know.
BitBlocks, yeah.
Whatever Roblox and Minecraft are running on.
Right, okay.
But it has the best air strafing in any game I have ever played after Counter-Strike.
He hasn't played Quake, folks. It's okay.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. But no, it's quite spectacular. It's one of those games, of course, that when you die, your mic opens to everybody around you.
That's awesome.
It's awesome. And
you want proximity chat.
here's the best here's the best feature. If I can sell you on BattleBit, it is this experience here, okay? Now, you know in Battlefield games when you get downed, your teammates can come over and revive you. Normally you need a medic to come revive you. He's got defibrillators. In this game, anybody can revive anybody from their team. But the best part, Launders, is you can walk up to downed bodies as everybody's screaming, medic! And you can press F to drag bodies across the ground. So you run up, press F, now you're holding him with one hand, shooting with the other hand, and you can drag these bodies back into cover to start your revives.
Wow.
Sounds great, but the best part is you can also drag your enemies.
Whoa.
You can pull them deep into your side of the objective so that their teammates can't save them. And the whole time, they can scream at you. And they do.
Man, I thought Counter-Strike was the only game that could kill Counter-Strike. We got to watch out for BattleBit.
Careful, folks. It'll get your blood pumping. In all the best ways. Back into short water, JL. He's going to have a boost to contend with. But it's the off angle. Damn, that's close. JL stops watching it. Stare didn't peek out far enough.
His gun's going to be showing.
Yeah.
But
Surely
don't look up.
No way.
This is so crazy because they
Did they
just
make
passed
contact
him.
with
They don't
Bit?
clear this. They're going to see this gun.
He kills Bit first.
Bit is so confused. His teammates are readying a boost right beside them, and somehow that happens.
Man, those rifles could have touched tips.
You know what, though? They're not going to expect
a counter boost.
A counter boost that was already in play. Oh, my God. No! Alexi B tries to hide, and that gets him killed, and Blame F comes in from behind.
Yeah, this short control has just missed the mark by millimeters and by milliseconds. So many moments here from Navi that could have net them an opening kill.
It's their own fault, though.
Yeah.
Walking in underneath that boost, all they had to do was look up, you know?
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. But didn't. And it cost Bit first. He did no wrong. He's assuming that's being watched. He's got 2 players short. How the hell are they on the boost?
Yeah.
And Buzz, nice presence of mind. That's what Astralis need. Second round win, convincing. All 5 players up. Economy grows. Door is busted off the hinges. It is no longer a Navi T-side dominance. It's rather a question mark because Tech 9 on Alexi, Deagle for Ime, and JL. No opening on short this round. Device is going to go hunting. Big game hunting. Looking for elephants, rhinos, or simple.
Goats.
Maybe a giraffe or 2. JL from outside of the B site in the water to the bottom of connector on his own. Everybody else for Navi working closer to the A site. And these bathroom players, they've got Device locked in. He tries to go for the peak, but didn't expect Bit to be so close. Now, double CT setup behind Optimus. And they're just going to try to tether off each other. Stare blinded. Blame, he comes through with the trade frag, but the dice box wraparound out of Bit. It's an additional kill from Bit. A critical one at that.
Wow.
And a third headshot out of him. 6 and 3. Navi take the A site.
Yeah, you brought it up. Not a lot of kills on Ancient in the first map, but since then, Bit has really steadily just been showing off how crispy he is playing today. It's been only headshots, I'd say, for the most part. Like to look at that HSP. That's some vintage Bit happening
Bit's
right
love language, man.
Headshots, yeah.
Indeed. It was nice catching Device off guard like that.
Navi have literally never have a hype man. It's different. You can't say they needed it though because they didn't.
Fair.
You know. You just kind of think everybody would benefit from it. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Device missed a couple of shots last round. Here's some revenge.
And he's got Blame in his usual spot. We've had this exact duel between Ime and Blame F when he got caught with the smoke.
Oh.
Now he's heard the footsteps, though.
Yeah, he's running, so...
Looking for sweet revenge. Oh, but Ime slides down beneath him.
Ime runs up. Blame F hears it, and he still wins that duel.
Crazy. Bomb gets picked up by Alexi. He drops it down into connector. They've sat outside of the B site with water as JL holds Monster 2. And they've got lots of options here, Navi. With uncertainty trickling into the minds of Astralis, they peel away from the site and just throw up a boost instead. Looking to play it safe and hold on for a retake. Where they do at least have one smoke. They do have a single kit for Buzz. And that flash, if anybody shot there or here, then they'd know. But the T's, sure enough, are affected by those flashbangs and come out. It's just little health left for Buzz, so JL easy double. FaMAS can only hold off against one, and Device too far removed to stop it. It is Navi right back to winning ways.
Did they confirm? I don't know if they confirmed some info. Maybe it was Device up top saying, no way, it's too late for them to be working on A control. So they start flashing Monster, but they don't get into good positions in time. Overlapping each other, JL, 2 headshots, dished out, and Navi continue to win. So we've got another game where the first half is close situations, where Navi are the ones who keep continuously come up hot, and this is overpass. You know, you really do need to rely on a CT side sometimes. So Astralis' chance is thinning.
We had that little back and forth for 5 rounds, but this is 2 straight for Navi. That op is going to be instrumental if Astralis are going to cause any kind of ruckus in the next round. Because this was bottomed out bank accounts coming into round 7. 8. Yeah, 3 dead bodies on the garbage pile.
There was
Again,
a lot of tilt in the first map, but
maybe they didn't need it, but I think a part of all of them wanted it. A little hype. A nice opening. I thought it was pretty curious during the off time to have that interview with Simple where he said that, you know, he didn't discuss having Alexi B join the team, that he wasn't really a part of that, you know, building phase. I always assumed Simple would get say, but according to him, decisions made above his head.
it didn't say that he didn't get say.
Or he just didn't discuss the Alexi hire?
Yeah, that's what he said, right?
All right. You're telling me he hand-selected Ime and JL?
Doesn't necessarily mean that either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, what? Wow, that's a nice pre-aim, man.
And why not? I mean, this is a very quiet round coming out of Navi, even though they've got all the guns advantage. And now Stare is going to be a real threat behind them. Doesn't have Kevlar. But remember, it's all about device. It was always supposed to be about device. And now that they've found that op, Simple repeaks. It just swings wide. And it works. Molly on the dice box.
Now, Stare has left.
Borup's holding on.
Lacan. He left a long time ago. I don't know if JL listened and heard him. So he's going to lead in the attack in a beat. Oh, and the perfect pre-aim himself.
Very nice.
That's a huge opener.
Clean as can be. Op gets grabbed towards A, but no further defense on this side of the map. Navi doing a good job of getting away from that op, chasing down the unarmored Stare, and leaning on JL for another successful B hit. Get him out. 7-2.
Passing judgment on Navi after map 1. It was obvious, you know, 5 roster moves. But coming into map 3, it's hard now to jump to conclusions.
Yeah, man. After that first map, I could hear the pitchforks getting sharpened. Alexi was already looking over his shoulder. Blade vigorously taking notes. Now they've stabilized and kept Astralis out of... Whoa! Good job. If they nerf movement in Source 2, I'm retiring. You want to go down together?
What's that?
If they nerf the movement,
yeah.
Surf, you know, if any of that, if it just doesn't feel, you know, I feel like the progress has been made personally.
Yeah.
I've seen the updates take effect. It's gotten better.
I have been sending them a lot of feedback, actually.
Yeah. Good for you.
Yeah.
Nice.
So the movement community is on it. Okay.
Excellent. Good to know.
I got my best guys on it. Okay.
I was thinking about compiling.
They put movements in patch notes.
That's amazing.
That's never happened before, I don't think.
Oh.
So
you are literally making a difference in this world.
No, I mean, well, not just me, but that's to say, like, they are trying to.
Of course.
Yeah, they're trying to make it feel like CSGO, which is great. And they have been making it better. They fixed the crouching. Anyways.
Gun round.
Gun rounds.
Big ups. Simple looked good on the AK as he bested Device on that A site. Now he's got his op, and we've seen Device floating around long A, so it makes sense to post it here. Simple wasn't getting his picks on the jump up, down bottom connector, but Device instead takes an angle from Party, which is just different enough to maybe catch Simple off guard, because usually it's Blame holding that exact same spot. Instead, Blame plays behind Fountain. Big man, still able to hide behind this.
He's got to think skinny.
Ime's been getting the best of him. This time, Blame F gets a little revenge. And there's nobody else here, as there usually isn't. That solo Ime play outside of Fountain, this time cleaned up by Astralis. Nade could be big. Yeah. Alexi down by a third. Stair waiting for the connector play, where Bit, sure enough, still is. We'll get aggressive. Buzz and Borup, they've done something similar before. This one's clean. Oh, and Bit, he just turned away, but Alexi tried to recover and can't. 3 kills, simultaneous, coming out of Astralis to take a little wind out of Navi's sails.
I really do appreciate when they get uncomfortable, they move. You know, they move and they move together. They're really good at taking that map control on CT sides and crushing the map in a very careful way. They could have played that opening advantage of just getting Emmett down with Blame F, but that won't necessarily always win you the round. So now it's just Simple holding on to the op. There's certainly a way back into this game, and like on a day as special as today, who knows what can happen on your T side. You know, we've already seen some good T side rounds from them on Ancient. We don't know how well prepared they're going to be on Overpass. But it's, you know, they almost need the rest of these CT rounds to even feel good about the half.
Blade wants in on the conversation. It does excite me, the idea of Blade and Alexi B working together over time with this project.
It's interesting.
First time Blade's been part of an international team, correct? As a coach.
Navi have never been an international.
So,
yeah,
right there.
Well, technically,
Flipside Tactics had Hiko once.
It did have Hiko and Simple, and a translator for Hiko. Yeah, it did.
That's the closest they ever got.
That happened in real life.
Yeah, the Hiko Simple bromance. For those of you who have only joined us in the last few years, we're not kidding.
No.
Wallbang. Oh, ooh, Simple doesn't shoot back just yet. Blame retreats out of connector device. Free shot. Headshot to. Whoa, what? Bit still crossed.
Oh my God, does that molly spread enough?
It should.
No.
No, he's found it. He's got himself a corner. Standing on the paint cans.
Worth a shot. For now, he's got it locked in. I think Device needs someone to watch his lower angle. Oh, they're trying another one.
Yeah. They'll flush him out one way or another. They'll get him out.
That was sort of resource intensive, and now at least Bit will have to respond with his own smoke.
And it gives Device a deeper angle. There's still that threat of JL outside Monster. Device trying to stay on top of that. But even the way Device is clearing it, he's checking right side pipe.
Device is so good at finding an advantage. Oh,
missed chance.
Pushing it.
Oh, but JL stands out in the open and Borup gets the better of him. Device tracks Bit as he jumps over, but really it's just fed as fodder for Simple's op trade. Ime does catch another kill outside bathrooms. Now Simple and Ime working together in a 2 versus 4 with 1 kill already. You know, this was touted to be the biggest stars of this roster, so let's see it. The first time that they have been in a 2vx, and 15 seconds to make it happen. There's another entry. They're going to have to clear long, and they do.
Oh, he's fast.
Ime with time to plant. Borup flanks. It's covered by Simple. Taps away the little that's left of the Romanian, and Simple's repositioned back around the dice. He could lock in this clutch. Borup, this is a chance to shine.
Oh, he thinks he crossed too long.
Yeah, already making a mistake here in the read. And that mistake could cost him. It most certainly will. A 2v4 from Navi.
Wow, and all about Ime. God damn, that was insane. That third kill, it felt like he didn't even finish peeking yet. That's how quick it was. And he has been coming up big versus Blame.
Little gap, shadow advantage on that one.
Look at this one, man.
Takes out Bomb for a second, thinks better of it. And then Borup's just chasing ghosts. 2v4. Sick round. Mac 10 here for Bit. Buy up again for Astralis, but this is nearly a 10-round T-side from Navi. They got to put an end to this success.
At least they get to put up the buy again. It's a shame for Device. More than once in this series, he's had a pretty massive round that's just been turned over.
They threw a lot at him to get him off that short B play. Bit just throwing himself around in connector to set up Simple. Ime kept the door open on A. He's looking to do it again. Two players still holding off on short. Nobody outside Monster. JL's been over there doing his thing from time to time, but they've already gotten pretty close to this A site. No long control here for Astralis either. Flash activates one. Ime now knows that there's a player right next to him. Blame F on the fallback, making all the noise in the world. Ooh, had a chance to get something, but nothing. Instead, it is a 5v5 20-second hit on A. And Ime's getting dangerously close to just catching them all off guard. He's gonna pounce out, blinded, and so dead. Blame F, it's just the double spray down. Stair can try to press his luck as he comes out through smoke, gets held. Alexi into the kill feed, now positive with that double. And Buzz just stuck inside the smoke. Simple keeps eyes on it. And he's gonna catch Alexi off guard. But Simple in this corner should find the return frag. Oh no, poor kid.
Oh my god.
Oh, Simple's playing with him, knows he's gonna come out of bank, just tracks it wonderfully.
Waits to get the op too.
That is Simple.
That's not just disrespect. You know, he makes sure that the op comes and can't save in that situation. That's a really nice play from him.
Bask in the glory that is this Navi project, succeeding in a best of 3 and having to come back after a pretty damning first map loss.
And it is great to see like the individual players playing like they did before. You know, like Ime does have good amount of freedom in these rounds. He is able to purvey A in a way. He's kind of been a very aggressive A lurker where you normally see on overpass B lurks be the thing. The guy who leads into Monster, the Axile, the Robs, whatever it is. But in this roster right now, and they're just giving him the keys. They said, you know, A is your canvas. And it's pretty big. There's a lot of ways that you can die. There's a lot of ways that you can get opt. But it's not like he has been dying. He's been winning over Blame F. He's been getting to the site. He's getting nothing but headshots, just like you did on Gamer Legion. It's making this very interesting to watch.
Good flash. 2 players completely blind. Pistols, not looking like enough. That was a great chance, though.
I think they threw their own flash, so...
Flame's running down. There's a 2v2 to happen here on the B site. Before the rest of the team gets in position, I'm not trying to sell you snake oil, but there's a small chance.
Oh, here's the bomb. Bit's got to go.
Device? Nah, he'll get caught by...
No, he won't.
The barrel! Oh, okay.
Okay, there he gets shot from both sides.
All good. That's 10. 10 on an overpass T side. Statistically, the most CT-sided map in our pool over the last X amount of time. And so, things don't look good here for Astralis. They look pretty damn great for Navi.
For sure. Yeah, Ancient's always obviously been an extremely strong map for Astralis, where sometimes it's like the only map they can win, so there's that. But it doesn't really matter for all these teams. No one feels confident in their whole map pool, even beyond their ban. And there's certainly going to be some bans that change, as you brought up. Like, you know, is this the day that Simple starts playing Vertigo? I think probably not, but, you know, it's not out of the question for sure. So at least with this, you know, being 2-1, we'll see who wins. We can't jump to conclusions just yet. Good and bad things to say.
Goes for the wall bang.
Yeah, decent 1-for-1 here for JL. I mean, he knows one's jump spotting in B so that they can take speed potentially towards A. They don't know where the op is, however. And it wouldn't have been the guy jump spotting.
Oh, it can't finish it.
He made a meal of that one.
Just gonna stay focused top stairs. This could be Ime walking into his death.
No, he does not die to Blame F.
But you know what? He deserved that. Oh, how many times has Ime had an M4 and died to the AK headshot after getting a headshot of his own? Here, it goes back the other way. He's swinging. And so is Simple. Instant pop of device. All that's remaining here is Stairs, 24 HP. And he's on the wrong side of the map to stop this one. Alexi's going to go deep. 11 rounds for NAVI.
Yeah.
I mean, Astralis have not been able to touch their opponents since map 1.
They're looking a lot more warm now, so... Damn. But yeah, you know, Blame F, he just racks up numbers CT overpass, right? And this whole half, he's dying to like one lurker in Ime, and here he's playing in the stairs. He has a great angle to take the fight. He's still not winning the duel. Well, it looks like Stairs going to come in for this. I don't know what his odds are. Now they're 0.
He's gone.
Simple gets away, 10 HP.
Opt for device in the last round of the half. Astralis 4 rounds best case scenario. Not what they were looking for at the start of this 15. NAVI just staying on top of them. Win conditions of Simple and Ime very much online for map 3. Which is great because over the course of the 2 maps, you know, Ime is looking pretty normal.
Maybe the strat is when a team goes international, you rush every round so that their communication gets bungled.
Okay. For the record, you know, statistically, Ime, lowest rated player coming into map 3, 0.81. 19 and 32 on the series. So...
yeah, had a really bad first map.
Nice to have him jump into this one. Very nice indeed. Low utility, lesser weaponry. It's not the way Astralis wanted to finish this half.
Oh my god. He just freaks out. He gets tagged. That timing is insane.
Horror game moment.
The one angle.
Good device keeps things swinging. No.
Ooh, we've got a few times just to rifles actually.
Yeah.
With that full op in play.
His headshots out of the AKs are clean.
Wandering around the A site.
And nothing else at A. Where Ime's just been having a field day. The pressure he's been applying to this bomb site has been slipping past the defense multiple rounds, and this one included. Saw a rotator come up, but he wants to go give a bit of attention up towards bathrooms. Makes sense with that having been smoked. So that's half of the remaining players figured out. And Alexi B calling for this B hit to close out the half. Can they hold them back? The rotates in position in time. Bit starts to get aggressive, running it forward, making a ton of sound. Instantly kills Borup, Buzz, and Blame F. All down in an instant, and Stare will catch them by surprise. Alexi is going to finish off the plant. His support comes running forward. If it's not a 1v4, then it's 12 to NAVI's T side. And that's looking very likely. They've got him out in the open, damage being done both directions. And it is NAVI with a T half to be proud of. They will finish this one on fire. They will keep that streak very much alive, and they'll set this one up for an easy 2-1 reverse.
Давай.
I think I have a gap.
One
Wait.
short shield.
Nice. Get turret.
One more banana, I think. You heard it.
Get turret, get turret, get turret.
In toilet smoke, I think.
Wait, I'm waiting for this smoke. Don't see him. Touching. I think he's long.
15 seconds. Nice. One more A player.
Killing long. Planting.
Nice.
Don't see him. Bait me, bait me. Behind.
Sound.
One behind.
Nice!
Sick, Ima. I fucking love that you cleared this guy, bro. Sick.
Listening to team comms and like hearing the same people like root for different players across different rosters, across different years, will never get old.
I mean,
you're so sick, Ilya.
There's reasons to be hyped about him. Man's put up a 1v3 on Nuke, was part of a simple and eBay 2v4 here on Overpass.
Yeah, and that's how he was
showing his
looking at the
value.
major as well.
Showing his value indeed.
And these aggressive A-lurks are kind of unique, you know?
Yep.
Like the level of aggression and the fact that he's solo most of them.
I mean, and that uniqueness clearly caught Device and Blame F both off guard. And if you can counter Blame F and Device on Overpass, you've basically countered Astralis.
Yeah, true.
Simple's gonna take it in the pistol though. Already fighting Fountain. His support's coming in from long. And the T's double back to deal with that, but Device dead in an instant. So Blame and Stare 2v4 to try and do what Simple and Emet were able to do themselves. Flash is good, bomb is grabbed. And they stick around here. The fight's going their way, in fact.
A little bit. Still 3v2 for the second.
Thinning it out until JL has decided enough is enough. Blame F, 2 more to go. He's got Bit getting ever closer. That's going to catch him off guard. Oh, or not. You've given Blame a chance. You're coming down bathroom. Oh! 2 shots in a 1v2 for Blame to give them pistol.
He pulled up and waited. And Alexi was like, I got to catch him before he goes downstairs because then my problems multiply.
Oh, baby.
Falls right into his arms.
Each of them get 1 tapped.
That's a nice clutch. Hey, let's make a map of it, huh? Let's see what we can do now. I mean, still dire straits here for Astralis, but I can at least get the mood back up. It's a nice play from Blame.
Oh, dude. That was his last magazine of USP. He had 7 bullets in that 1v2, and he only needed 2. Clean. Still a massive ask for Astralis to come back in this map, and therefore this match. But hey, you take it. One of my favorite things to see so far in the Navi TeamSpeak mic'd up moments is JL having to silently celebrate every time somebody gets a kill in a clutch. He's got fists next to it, but he's suppressing himself.
Yeah, he's so full of energy.
It's hard for the hype man to not always be hype. Navi played the B stack early. Pulling back slightly. Astralis get closer. This is a losable round with 2 smokes. One of which just got put down on Monster. 5-7. Instant headshot. Nice to start, but with Heaven smoked off, should be a comfortable plant. Everybody else from Navi scrambled down. MP7 in. MP7 down. Simple scout looking clean. Does he switch to the MP7? It is his bread and butter. Tries to track the player's sight.
Someone else can grab it at least.
No kit.
The pistol's coming in.
The rest of them keep playing their pistols. Yeah, it's the time here that's working against them as well. They just have to flood up the ramp. Alexi B offers something more. Ooh, a second, but it's the player in the smoke that'll catch them both. A knife was out. Borup almost stabbed. Things getting zany inside that B site.
Was there enough time on the...
Not without a kit.
No, okay.
Surely not.
He was doing it for the money.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
Costly, though.
I want this game to get as ugly as possible.
As in a competitive way, or as in like a messy...
I'm down for like the Magisk level shit talk. I'm down for the 16-14. I'm down. I want everything.
I thought you meant like pimp shows up kind of ugly.
You did pay the pimp.
I did have to pay him today.
Didn't want to get smacked. CT setup, same place, same time.
And well timed on that swing. Good dink as well.
How's that a dink?
Little P250 kill on the fadeaway, but can't get it over. Close, but no cigar.
The bomb is actually crossed into awkward territory because they're walking out Monster right now. The CTs are pushing in. Kill goes back both ways. Alexi not found. And we've got a player inside of B, so Blame can go and search this out. Alexi doesn't know what's happening. But this would be the one play I think that gives Astralis the easiest way to win. Let's see where... oh no, it's going back this way. Oh my god, Borup ready for it. Ready for everything, okay? So 6-12 in rounds here for Astralis. They're going to put the pass behind them. It's time to see if they can win versus a bye.
True test starts now. Let's go. Hop on device out the gate, setting up grenades so that Buzz can take short control. Boost gets dismantled. Buzz doesn't press his luck and take it on his own just yet. We've got connector control coming through from Astralis. Eyes on Monster for NAVI. From T side to CT side, Ime just playing that A site on his own. Simple's coming up to join him, and that's our answer. It's Simple and Ime on A site.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's going to be Bit over on B. That is, that's giving Ime the space that he wants. And, you know, the thing is that, like, Simple and Bit could speak their native tongue on the A site if they played together, which is something. But, Simple will cut down the bottom of the totem pole. That's Borup out. Simple's low. Ime's up to the plate.
Oh, good trade.
A good enough situation here for NAVI. Simple's still alive.
Barely standing as Device did hit his shot, just didn't kill him. Simple will play safer angles at the 30-second mark. Bomb gets grabbed. It's going to join them down. Ooh, and Device peeks in as Simple's holding that angle.
Wow.
Now, we've still got Alexi in the corner, but the flashes make it uncomfortable. They line up, and Device again. Back-to-back, up headshots.
Wait, who's behind him?
Flank comes through. Bit doesn't stop the bomb plant, though. Incendiary sent forward, could flush Buzz right back into that crosshair, and Bit's looking for him. Blame F nearly dead already. This could be a great moment for Bit to shine. And Buzz is stuck in cover. Bit damn well knows it. He's got the time. He's walking up. No kit for the play. Blame gives him that gap, and Buzz denies it. Astralis will push their way through A, thanks to Device on the op.
He squeezed water from Stone there. That was an insane peek from the flower pod. Had to kill Simple twice, basically, in this round. And when the trades went down at long and outside bathrooms, it felt like NAVI had full control of the situation, but well handled here from the opera of Astralis. 7th round on the board, and they're fighting tooth and nail.
Device crouches under Simple's crosshair and then peeks it from the right side instead to get advantage on Bank.
It was annoying. It was beautiful.
Sick. Now, mostly pistols here for NAVI. Ime has stairs.
Oh, no.
Awkward.
Ooh, he definitely could have shot sooner.
Very awkward.
It's just a mix by, of course, but...
Alexi gets some damage in.
To be honest, if you got that kill with an upgraded gun and full A control, all they had to worry about was stairs. It does get very scary for Astralis, but they survive. That's an interesting decision, I'd say, to phase this, considering they're almost certainly here, but...
Oh, for the timing. Ooh, Device. We'll get there with the Tech 9.
Plays far back enough.
The B site crumbles. Under the pressure of Blame F's size 14s. Oh, he's European, so it's actually like size like 58 or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know what the...
Weird size scaling over here. North Americans get me.
Yeah.
there. What a stressful moment, man. MP9 just starts blaring in your ear and understandably frustrated.
Hey, everyone use those desks.
Don't touch it. What is an acceptable, way of venting that frustration? What can you hit nowadays? Can't hit the desks, can't hit the chairs, can't hit the monitors.
Why do you have to hit something?
To express our frustration like men?
I thought you wanted the energy to be good.
I do.
Okay.
Just
really talking out of both sides of your mouth here.
Yep. It's why they pay me.
We can just talk as much as possible.
Flapping these gums here. Quick timeout. There's a chance for this T side to make a little comeback, to get more reps, to make Navi sweat. It is 5 straight, and only 4 away from tying us up.
Ooh, that's a clean one from the Vice. And Ime out early is massive. Obviously, we saw the damage that he did on T side. Surely he was going to terrorize CT as well. So now Navi will move into other options. Double push on short. Buzz, he's waiting for it. There's a flash for him to assist this push. It's an instant headshot on JL. They can anticipate a second guy up here, but will they know there's one con? Oh, a smart move as Astralis just decided to take Monster straight away.
Great call from Blame. And Co. Bit. Okay, give it a chance versus Buzz. But Buzz just on skates slides by.
This game is changing up now.
Uh-huh.
Up to 9.
You want to say it?
Say it.
Okay, Tom. Bite your tongue. We'll wait.
I mean, Astralis will. Does that make sense, or did I just cut out?
Sure. And also, there's a good chance that they...
Are you crazy? That's not going to happen.
Well, if... Then certainly.
You may have a point.
I thought so. Alexi B hanging on. They're coming for you. Buzz wants blood. And he'll taste it. There's 9. 6 in a row. Okay, a T-side comeback on overpass seems crazy. But this is Counter-Strike. Round by round.
Whoa, that's nuts. I was thinking he's running over top of a smoke that I wasn't even sure you could actually see someone over, until they start really perching up to try to fight you. Barely got a glimpse of him. Teammate dying that last round, the MP9 push, but on the rifle, it'll be even more tilting. We'll have to wait around to play with a better gun. It looks like Borup is going to become the stairs lurker here on T side.
Trying to set up one of the 2 rifles still here for Navi. Alexi's going to get the duel, but Buzz has looked good in these last few rounds. It is headshots in abundance. Whether that's inside of the B water or waiting for the very same peak to come his way. Bit could extend for the AK, but odds are it's watched. And it has been this whole entire time. It's an all-in B stack from Navi. All they've got left to work with. And Astralis are knocking on this door. Buzz is trying to lead the charge. Simple slides the M4 down into the water. He holds off with a single kill. The short hold is good. Ime, 1v4. An AK to be grabbed as he knows that there is still a commitment coming to the B site, but he gets lost in the water. The swampy mush just bogs him down.
They couldn't find that AK.
Yeah.
So no chance to play, but man, the timing on the attack is wonderful. As long as they're in short, it's actually fine. They had the perfect scaling flashes. They got the opening 2 kills. The only thing they could really worry about is like going too slowly, getting too spread out. Instead, they keep it nice and fundamental. And Stair shows some confidence in just attacking right away. So 1 pause will come down. 10-round game here from Astralis. I mean, if this ended, of course, this would look pretty bad for Astralis. They had a good first map into a bad second map, but now this map is delivering for both teams. Surprisingly enough on T side, and we still have more to learn. Can Navi close this out? You know, they had a bit of a blunder on that pistol round.
Mm-hmm. That is fair.
And here we are, 2 rounds the difference.
Yeah, that Blame F pistol clutch would suddenly be worth so much more. A 1v3, including 2 one-taps.
It was the ancient CT side that they fell apart on.
Oh. Round by round. Setting up very quickly for a B play by the looks of it. CT's here. 4 of them out of the gate on B. And Buzz is just going to charge in. But there it is. Clean opening from Navi. They stuff the aggression from Astralis, who maybe bite off more than they can handle. Right out of the gate, they thought they could pounce on that B site. But as said, 4 players there and ready.
Yeah, there was some collateral damage with that device flashes. Both T's running in, got blind. Ime controlling the spray, doing a great job.
Very nice.
Making sure this round isn't up for debate. Blame F, last one up. Wanted to call it a tempo change right here and then. I think Navi's setup was actually such a perfect answer for the kind of call Blame F could make. We saw Blame F on T side Ancient do a similar thing. You know, spend 3 or 4 rounds slowing things down into a full-on B ramp hit, and that got shut out by Navi. So I think they could smell it coming. And it seems like maybe the utility was missed. Sometimes, again, hard to point fingers. So the guys who ran in that were on a bad timing, or was it a flash in the wrong place? Growing pains here, of course, are expected.
Kinds of pains you can afford, usually, but not when you're down 12-3. Out of the first half, it's tough.
Yeah.
And Blame...
This would be nice for Blame, because they have money, it would be nice for Blame to get kills, because...
Right there.
It's I think it's worth a search, because it kind of puts Navi in a position to like sort of instantly lose if they get close enough. But instead, it's a 4 alive round. Not enough efficacy on the flash besides, again, hitting only the Astralis players running in.
Yeah, and cutting off one side of that split with the short control, thanks to Simple, just made holding off Monster that much easier. Could things have gotten zany had Ime not held off in bathrooms? Yeah. But he did his job, as he has throughout this 3rd map, looking good. 20 and 17, still top fragging for Navi. And Astralis will settle into something a little slower than the last round. Three inside of the bathrooms for the defense, 4 on the other end. And a smoke grenade to create Ooh, oh, Simple.
Hit him.
Still hit that.
Damn. 55 health.
Could have been a death had Buzz came around the corner a second sooner.
Oh, Alexi, we can have a lot of pressure put on him in a second. Ime's here, but the flash is great. Oh, JL gets the shot.
From behind, a double.
Oh, they just flashed through a triple bathroom setup.
Yeah.
Got shit on.
Crazy game. JL gives cover when Ima absolutely needs it. And Borup's looking to somehow draw this one back, but so many positions preoccupied by the CT side. And now the bomb belongs to them on top of it all. Money's in question for Astralis. Navi to take 14 just when you thought this comeback was happening. Navi get what they need.
Well,
stuff the B rush. But I mean, the calls here, you know, straight out B rush in the previous round and then trying to get through smoke. Yeah.
They've got the perfect read on the openers, so both places Astralis want to go. The rush from Blame F right before that, it's been Alexi to be correct exactly about what Astralis want to try to do inside of Blame F's head. And that's granted them some easy kills. You know, I think that's the point right here. So the tides shift out of Astralis' favor after making such an arduous comeback into this half. Scrounging for dignity in this game. But look how simple this is.
Yeah, from Ime's perspective, it looks like hell let loose.
But they had someone playing anti as well, so he was allowed to face forward.
Yep. You know that spray just beckons the T side in. Little do they realize they're being led to slaughter. So 2 away from the win now. Navi just going to forget about these early CT-sided woes if they can close it here and now. put an end to Astralis on 10. Alexi down inside a connector. It's him versus Borup. And he knows, oh, Borup almost punished for half clearing that, but he'll get away with his frag nonetheless. So Astralis knocking on the door of this B site again. Device awaits some kind of contact. Met by more smoke.
Give that one more try here. So we're doubled up towards Monsters. No flash support coming in from Heaven. Nades will be in. There have been some very formidable attacks from the T side. No smoke on Monster might be, well, could serve as a little bit of a trick for the T's to peek in before this. We'll see some early flashbangs out, but Bit goes down.
JL holding his own.
Oh, this is an important chance here for Astralis.
Yeah, arguably one of their last. If all of this gets cleared out, it's a force buy to try and keep their hopes alive of an opening win. JL, I like it, presses outwards. There was just a T right here. This should for sure catch Device off guard.
You can't read that he's here this late into the round. Yeah.
No way at all. So now you've cut off one side of the hit, and Simple looks to close it. Device is going to play. Throws the Hail Mary out, burns one out of the corner. He's piecing this together. JL jumped, and there's a smoke up in Heaven. Device, don't you dare. It's Ime to try and clutch again. A smoke and a flash for the T, who looked to fall back. But you can see the uncertainty as to where the last one's at. Ime was last spotted in connector, and Device just missed timing on the Heaven peak. Now the CT's working his way out, and Device is working his way back. But he can't wrap back towards short. He has to hold this line. Time ticking, no kit. Device, all three! Shuts them down from one side of the site to the other.
And he decided to stay in the ring. That's a beautiful play. And the way that he had confidence swinging out against Heaven, taking out JL, hitting him on the jump spot after his molly went down.
Oh, gets him as he falls back down. And that smoke that was still popped up inside Heaven, exactly what he needed for that specific plant.
That's a tremendous lifeline here.
Game back on.
It was 3v3 for a second and a chance for Astralis to win in that position, but a 1v3. And that's actually two 1v3s now to pair with Blame F's 1v3 on the pistol.
Ooh. Borup's Mac 10. 3 1v3s. We're talking the series and want to include Ime's. Right now, those other two keeping Astralis alive and kicking, keeping Navi off. That all too important 15. Flashed back and without his star rifler support. Simple taking up a more passive angle.
Stair is somebody who hasn't really been a part of the conversation this map, and I gave him a pass on Nuke. It's actually a map he plays a lot and struggles on a lot. Overpass is not one of those maps. Overpass is a map that got him scouted for teams like Astralis that he could normally play very well on, and he had an excellent Ancient, so
man,
a few rounds for him have been bought.
A fully open Stair getting closer in the meantime.
Here's a
single rotate back up in Alexi on bank. Stair just caught, exposed to Alexi B. And then the press towards the opposite site is shut down by Bit. It's just a double monster play. It's a slaughter. It is Navi to 15.
Damn, nope, that's it. Just like that, after two great rounds from Astralis, a quick answer back. It's come for Navi.
And if not for that Device clutch, this game's done right now.
That's true.
We'll see what's left.
But even despite that Device clutch, that's winning with one player alive, two very close rounds. They're going to buy whatever they can afford, but it's not going to be much.
Boy, not much at all. Double Galil, single AK, 2 smokes, and a flash. And down to just one utility at 1:40. Ime gets aggressive, wins his duel against Device. There was a chance there for the AK to shine, but instead it'll be picked back up by Blame F. Alexi just looking for info. This feels like Navi shutting down the Astralis T-side comeback. A comeback that should have never happened. beautiful pistol clutch from Blame F set up the dream. This is going to be heard for sure, and Stair given a fantastic chance to just unravel this site on his own.
He just not overthink that at all. Brought back this situation into their advantage.
Hold on.
There's those aggro lurks that we were looking at.
And I mean, Emet just jumping up and down, assuming Simple's got him covered. Simple loses the duel. And now we've got a post plant.
To be honest, it's braver than it looks for Stair, because
no way
there could be an op playing from bank that can be waiting for anybody to actually turn the corner. Like, you can jump spot all you want, but you have to be wondering who's supporting the player on signpost. He's not watching long by himself. And Stair just calls the bluff. 1 HP on this round as he takes down both and essentially keeps Astralis alive. Heroic plays here from different individuals. On Ancient on their T side, I would say it was more about Blame F and the great calls that he had to bring him through, but here on Overpass, it's been a lot of moments from in clutch. There's been so many clutches, first of all. I mean, it does speak to how raw this game is, because post-roster moves, so much to get into in the way of details. It feels like one of the teams like G2, Heroic, or FaZe would clean up versus both of these guys right now, because there's too many mistakes being made. But that makes it so interesting to have them go head-to-head. Even though the expectations were on NAVI coming into this matchup, the hopes were high for Astralis. And I think at least they're showing some promising stuff.
Definitely. I think because we got those strong calls from Blame F on Ancient specifically, it's like, that's, all right, that's a feather in his cap. Stair right there with Device and Blame, who have both struggled to have a third consistent star.
I was expecting some rounds to be called slowly, but I was also expecting some rounds to be lost to the clock. And we didn't see that today.
Not at all.
So,
I mean, contrast that to Big earlier today, where multiple times they're literally losing because there's just no time left. Like, I would have expected, as you said, like Blame F's style to feed into that problem, but nope. And maybe that's because he is such a master of time. He's like Jame, you know? He knows exactly how much he's got. Just a couple time wizards.
So how many rounds do we get out of this match? You know? It's getting to that.
Feels like it was supposed to be 16-11.
Yeah.
Last round.
That was a big moment for Stair.
For sure. It sets up Astralis to keep the comeback going. Overtime still definitely a possibility. But it just feels like they're on borrowed time now by the nature of him just catching them off inside sight like that. Felt like, you know, a NAVI mistake. 50% at least. And here we have it. Pressure shown A. Still options at 50 seconds.
But NAVI wisely keeping Monster control and Monster smoked. Even if they have to give up long.
Oh.
Ooh.
Borup wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, a bit of a push-pull here. Imma
catches Device in the back. Sticks around as well as the util's meant to pressure him. He takes a duel versus Simple, wins that, and dies out to Ime, who, again, is doing what he has to try and stave off this A play. 25 seconds.
Yeah, he could end this game right now, but the Monster walkout will take place. Flash comes in, no kills, however.
And nobody shoots, so they don't know. JL looking for the jump up. He's on barrels. Back's turned to him, no trade, and it's a close. As it felt it was always going to be. NAVI's international endeavor takes a beating on Ancient to start this series. The alarm bells were ringing, the sirens wailing, but it is NAVI indeed at the end of the day with their hands raised in an opening bout versus Astralis. Yeah. Strong promise from a multitude of angles for both teams.
Yeah, maybe the best possible situation in the sense that Astralis can't be too upset that they lost a close game to NAVI, who have just made some major moves, and for NAVI to at least stay afloat. They beat a team they should beat. It took them 3 maps, but they have a lot of reasons why things could go wrong, between communication, different stories, not being fully developed, players that were huge in one tournament but maybe couldn't continue that. So now we're going to get some more thoughts on it, actually, from Simple and James.
Yes, that's right. I've got Simple here after the initial win, and I want to look at this fight. You started off on Ancient, mate. You've had a bit of time to practice with the team, but how much time had you guys been able to have on that map, and how ready were you for it?
The first map, it actually was our first time when we tried to play. Sorry that I said it, but I think everyone saw this, bro. I think everyone saw. But still, we played like 4 months, 4 players and FaZe this map.
Okay.
And we played some positions, and of course, as we said, we don't have enough time to prepare like at least 6 maps, you know.
Yeah. A very tough thing to do for sure. Then we see Nuke, which was always a tried and tested pick, even for the old NAVI. Looked really good from you guys. And even here, things were looking very solid when we come onto Overpass. Is it easier, though, when you've got a new team like this to come together, that it's easier to play the T sides compared to the CT sides, where you need a bit more teamwork?
I think it's not easy, but we prepared those maps really well, and we had a really huge strat book on T side. And I'm very happy how we played Overpass and Nuke on T. So basically, Alexi B was just reading and controlling the whole game, and the guys gave some ideas, and of course, good individual level of our players.
And talking about a good individual level, you certainly had that throughout this series. What's it like for you coming up under Alexi B now leading the way?
It's great. It's nice to listen to him, and I'm just trusting his calls 100%. So and it's just at the beginning. I'm glad that we won our first official game.
And in terms of being your first official, what do you think is the first thing you're able to kind of tell and learn from this?
I think we're just gonna. What can we learn from this? I don't know. Some communication issues that we have, some map issue like Ancient. So of course, I'm glad that we have a lot of days, like 10 days of Blast, and we can practice. That's what we're looking forward.
Official practice is the best practice, and you achieved the first win. Thank you very much, mate.
The Na'Vi Nation stabilize, and their debut spells victory. Despite Astralis trying to claw their way back into that second half, Jacob, that deadly T side that we saw Na'Vi deploying, that paid off in dividends for them.
Yeah, that was good. It was good to see them play well. It was good to see Simple trusting the calls of Alexi B. It was good to see Imma for the first time in this game as well find a lot of impact. His rifling work on that T side was very impactful for Na'Vi coming into that one. So yes, it was clear, as Simple also suggested, that Nuke is not a map they've practiced quite a lot, and apart from that, it was looking good.
I want to stay on the Imma topic for half a second, because I think the resurgence we've seen throughout the best of 3 was a very good sign. First map worried me a whole lot. Second map, he stabilized just a little bit. And finally, on Overpass, he truly just opened his wings. And you have to realize, he's been trusted, and he's been put in positions where he has to have an output. He took Bit's position on the A side. It was brought up at the cast by Connor and our friend Londers, of course. The fact that Simple and Bit used to be playing on the A side, but now it's Imma, so they trust him, which means there is responsibility, and he really showed up on Overpass.
And I'm really impressed we got to see that stabilization coming in throughout the duration of this series, right? I was kind of looking at that first map and saying, you know what, maybe it takes a couple of series for him to find his legs, to get a bit comfortable. Great that we get to see him really coming to his own life on this Overpass.
I'm just completely going to discount that first map of Ancient. They haven't practiced it, they haven't prepared it, they haven't played it. So for Imma to feel uncomfortable makes total sense. Goes for all the Na'Vi players for that matter as well. Bit didn't have a great showing on that map either. So again, as Simple said, they haven't practiced Ancient, but the other 2 maps in Nuke and Overpass, it was looking good, and it's particularly here in Overpass. We saw Imma find that rifling work on the T side, on the CT side. I like how he was mid-round aggressing. We saw it in Toilets in the very last round as well. Not afraid of picking up the duels, not afraid of trading Simple, not afraid of making the plays and living up to the responsibility that he's been given.
Yeah, I mean, Simple had some good vibes from that interview as well. The fact that he was saying, you know, coming under Alexi B's leadership feels really good. Communication issues obviously going to be ironed out going forward, but nice to hear some, you know, good thoughts. A smiling Simple at the end of that one.
I think it's a great way to start, bring a Kickstarter their moment. Oh, you thought it was, but we're back here. Actually. I can do it mic'd up. I can be TeamSpeak, but I don't think it's.
Should we throw to it?
I think we should throw it.
Let's throw to it. It's a winning moment on this mic'd up moment.
You know about me?
Stole it. 1 HP, 1 HP. Nice. I have long.
Yellow. I have to go.
I'm playing pillar.
Bait me.
Molly short now. Molly short.
Play yourself.
Eat
Flashing
Molly.
monster.
I'm going close.
Come.
I'll pick after the Molly.
Careful, toilet. Toilet or careful. Don't make sounds anymore.
Monster, monster!
Okay, let them
short!
come.
Short dead! Monster dead!
Production Action just wanted to give us, yet more insight into the English comms coming out of Na'Vi, because I'm still kind of mind blown that we get to hear that. Great though, good comms in that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you'll see the intensity goes high up, but the importance is they can actually listen to each other and realize and act on that information. I think they've been able to do that. Another aspect that this clip shows us is JL quietly did exactly what he had to.
Yeah.
When you think of the positions he was playing, he's not meant to outshine anybody. He's not meant to racking up 40 kills per map, but I feel like whenever he got tested, it was very stable, very reliable. Another great example in this last round.
If we're looking at, Na'Vi in terms of 5 pillars, are you satisfied with the kind of temperature check we've seen from them thus far? Is it how you expected it kind of to be weighed across the board for Na'Vi?
Given the opposition, given how much time they've had together, only 6-7 days of practice coming into this game, yeah, I think I'm positively surprised by how Na'Vi were conducting themselves on the server. There were some moments in the games where you could see that they weren't gelled together, but we're going to see that plenty of times, not only at this tournament, but probably also at Cologne. This project is going to take some months before we can truly see the strength of it, but as a first time coming into the game against a team like Astralis in this setting where they're also being forced into losing the first map, playing a map they haven't practiced whatsoever, I think they conducted themselves more than okay.
As I said, JL had a very acceptable first performance, and we saw the resurgence from Ima, but I feel like Ima and Bit are the two players to which you have to dedicate the most, not resources, but take time outside of the server to make sure that they reach the maximum potential. Because we know it's going to be a little complicated for Bit, not only in English, but also giving up a couple of his positions, having to make room. So the quicker you get him up to speed and being able to just use his skill, and you get Ima in a comfortable position, you have it. That's your formula.
Should we summarize this matchup with just some key bullet points from each side of the equation? Jacob, I'm going to start with you. If you were going to, TLDR this for the side of Na'Vi, what did you learn from this game?
I learned that Navi is slowly but surely trying to move into a new direction. The way they were playing Counter-Strike today is focused on the roles, focused on the positions, and as Matthew said, some of them have changed a bit now in different positions. Imma coming in to replace him, and he will be built up as the new star rifler within Navi. Given the fact they haven't had too much time to practice, I've been overly surprised with how they conducted themselves. You can see the mood, you can see the body language. It seems like a project, it seems like a team right now where they believe in each other, and I like to see that. So yeah, it's been a big re-ramp over the summer for Navi, but the first impression for me, it's been good.
Matthew, you get to take Astralis. What did you learn from Danes?
I learned that Stair is going to be pivotal in many ways, in much more ways than one. Not only in the fragging department, but also he's going to be put in some of these CT positions where I think he has to be the one with the intuition. He has to be the one with the impulses. And knowing that he's a young lad out there, still a rookie in some sorts, I think it's a huge responsibility to have. Yeah. We'll see if he can actually walk that walk. But we've seen when he hits the peak, then suddenly Astralis looks great on Ancient.
Yeah, we will see. There's plenty more opportunity for Astralis and the likes of Na'Vi going forward as we wrap up this Group B debut. So let's take a look at the bracket because, Na'Vi obviously impressing in this first series, but Heroic, Jacob, that's going to be an entirely different test.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. And that's when we get to learn even more about Na'Vi. That's when we get to see them being pressured, not only on one map they haven't practiced, but probably on all 3 or 2 maps, however, how many they ever get to play. So the game against Heroic is going to be a different task for Na'Vi, but so far, so good.
And you talk about communication. You know who can test you? Heroic can test your communication.
Oh, yeah.
The Counter-Strike they play, the rhythm they play, if you are not having your code word ready, if you don't have your protocols and know how to handle situations, this is going to turn into an actual zoo.
They're going to make it painful.
I hope we have mic the moments from that.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is that the game is already 1-0 for Heroic. They're just going to pick Ancient, win that map, and move on to the next 2, right? So it's going to be tough for Na'Vi regardless.
Yeah, hopefully they get a little bit more practice time in that one, but we do have one more matchup coming up on the cards as we get a little taste test of Group C going forward. We get FaZe versus OG, and it's going to be coming up after this break.
I think it started when I was around 12, 13, like basically from the moment, as I recall it, I got into gaming. That's also when I started to go to less football practices. It's when I started to do less activities, and that's when I started to gain weight.
But it's funny, like a picture like this, it's sort of the cliche or like stereotype of a gamer.
I was living the stereotype, you know?
Yeah.
I was sitting in my room a lot and playing computer games. To be completely honest, I could be done at school at 2. Then I'd go to the gas station. I'd eat probably a cake, buy a hot dog, buy a Coca-Cola, 2 bags of chips, and another. And that became almost a daily routine for me. And I was always like, who cares? I'm anyway getting bullied. I'm anyway, in a situation where I just go home and play Counter-Strike. So I didn't feel that it would affect anyone else but me. I think that's what I was the most obsessed about. One thing is not feeling comfortable in your own body, but another thing for me was to feel that I made people around me feel uncomfortable as well.
I remember the turning point for me mentally. I remember doing an interview and I remember watching that interview and I remember thinking, holy moly, like this cannot be true. I was hitting rock bottom in that regard. I never felt as uncomfortable in my own body. I could definitely feel that I was losing control.
This evening's action concluding with FaZe versus OG, a team with a last-minute coach changeout versus a squad with practically an entirely complete overhaul. Gentlemen, give me your takes on this new-looking OG coming into things. Were you expecting these to be the players coming into the mix? Because we heard from Nexa, he might not have been expecting them to be the men alongside him.
No, I can't imagine there's a whole lot of people who expected this very lineup to come together. I think it's the story of second, third, fourth chances for some of these people out there. And if I want to try to help the people identify, I feel like this is the unsuspected pedestrian hero of the B movie who you don't really believe in exactly. You don't really know what's going on, but just maybe there's a little bit of magic happening. That's the situation. We're not seeing them win against
The
FaZe.
B movie like Buzz, or the B movie like
B movie is really good. B movie in terms of
You like
ranking,
Jazz?
you know. The B movie was great.
I love Jazz. Jacob, give me your takes
Do you like
on
bees?
this situation. Do you like bees?
What's your take on bees?
I hate bees.
Which is better, bees or OG?
Yeah, I hate bees. I'm not gonna lie, they sting, and I hate that fact. But in terms of this roster change and in terms of the silly season for OG, I also low-key hate that, to be completely honest.
Wow.
To me, it's a budget version of OG now. You lose Dexter, you lose FaZe, you lose two great talents, and you replace them with players that, yeah, sure, over time, perhaps can live up to those expectations. But I don't think they can step in right now and make OG competitive, as we did see them before. And that's been the case for OG the past 4 years. If there's any OG fans out there, the way you remember your team is that they've always been somewhat competitive. They've always been lurking around top 8, top 12, top 15, but they never made any big waves. And you can't tell me that you're looking at that roster they put together over this silly season is going to do that either.
Well, let's go ahead and check in with Roger and Nexa ahead of this series.
Now, looking at the current new players you've added to it, on paper, the one I see with like the most star potential is certainly Regali. But is there a lack of other players that can do damage, or have you worked out in terms of their roles? Because I'm trying to understand it, so maybe you can shed some light onto it for me.
It's no secret that we played Fico a little bit out of positions and he joined the team. He was a rising star in the poly scene and he brought a lot of skill, and that was also our reasoning for trying to build him into like a high skill anchor. Now with Flames out of the picture, we're moving him a little bit more into the action and having him to put up more numbers, fortunately. So yeah, like at the end of the day, it's about making sure you have the right pieces, and also when players are doing good, that you promote them internally, and I think that's the case for Fico here.
And how do you plan to use Fasher and Keto?
Fasher will be our primary decision guy. He played some of the roles that that Roger played in Fnatic, which we're giving him back now from his like Danish times when he was playing Danish teams. And the communication and decision making is something we've wanted a little bit from that position for some time, and we're very happy to bring him in. And for Kito coming in as well, like he's gonna be a rock for us at the same thing that Fiku was before. Get another experienced guy in that knows everything. He's come from the German scene, so he knows every grenade in the world. That always helps for building some synergy and team play. So yeah, like Fasher is gonna be the primary guy, with Fiku being the second guy, and then Rigali obviously as the op also needs to chime in.
And now you come back to a revamped OG, and only Fiku remains from the previous roster that you had. How involved were you with this rebuild and picking the players?
I definitely had my say in it. Like I think we kind of got what we wanted. We were looking for people who could be like voices in the team and who were like very talkative and could basically we were looking for one guy who was a bit more experienced and one guy to basically fill in the shoes that Flames left, you know, and that guy for us should be Dion, or Fasher, I mean. Obviously, he didn't get to play the roles and the positions he's used to in Fnatic, and maybe this time around, you know, we can you know, get the best out of him.
I like it. And for Rigali, right, he's an up-and-comer, but someone who's been seen since the academy days, all the way of having potential. How do you plan to utilize him? Because he still needs a bit more experience, I think, before we get him to the top level.
Yeah, I think he just needs a bit more experience, and I think he's really talkative as well, and he's really good at taking initiative. So I don't think I will need to like micromanage him a lot. I think he has really good decision making for someone who is so young and inexperienced, you know. And yeah, I think with like some guidance, I think he can be a really good opper in the scene.
Okay, so let me get this right. Kito is now Fiku. Fiku's now moving into a different role. Fasher is now Flamesy.
But Fiku is also a little bit of Flamesy.
Fiku is also Flamesy.
He got promoted.
Normally interviews, they clear up stuff. I feel like I'm more confused.
But maybe
now.
that's a smoke screen, so nobody understands what's going on. No,
Yeah.
listen, I think I can summarize the idea. The idea right now is that they've taken players whom at times have struggled in their positions, but they've just moved them to a different, more suitable position, and then suddenly, tada, zimzalabim, they're gonna play much better. That's how it's happening. I think that's the philosophy right here. Fiku was obviously a more supportive element. Now he's been promoted. Congratulations, you've done a really good job for us. Here's your contract. Promoted to a different position. Then you have Kito is gonna have to be the rock, and then you have, I don't know who else is here. There's too many names, too many players.
Listen, I like that there's an idea behind it. I like there's a vision behind it. Now, I don't necessarily agree that it's the strongest roster they could have put together, but at least they put some thought into it. So in that regard, maybe you can get the best out of these players, and maybe we'll be positively surprised. But again, if you hold up OG to the standards they've set for themselves the past couple of years, do we really think they're going to be a top 8 team with this roster?
Why haven't we mentioned Rigali yet? Like, that's kind of criminal.
True.
That's criminal. Like, we're not doing our job. We should be fired, actually. I'm firing ourselves.
You know,
I've been advocating for that for a long time.
Because he was standing in for them.
He was a
just
beast.
little bit. Yeah, and he was
so
looking
great.
scary.
Holy hell, he had a couple of like absolute reference series in Dallas moments where even as a stand-in, you could actually see that this man was cut from something different. Like, he was made different. He had a few moments where I was thinking, oh, holy hell. And this is kind of my hope. I have to be honest. If there's one reason, if you push me against the wall and say, Maniac, tell me why you're excited, I would say, Rigali, don't hit me. And this is what I would say. Rigali is the one.
Honestly, on home turf as well. He's living in Copenhagen. He's been studying in Copenhagen for 3 or 4 years, so he's kind of half Danish in that regard.
How do you know that? You've been stalking him?
No, but I've been watching him at the Replay Academy League when he first came around a couple of years ago, and back then he was also good, but he's progressed a lot, and as you said, it's criminal not to mention him.
Good cover, Jacob. Good cover.
Thanks, man.
Great backstory that you have there. Let's speak a little bit about Nexa as well, because obviously he's returning to the fray after taking, you know, a little bit of personal leave of absence, a couple of months here and there. Obviously, a previous member, Nico, kind of stepped into the shoes for the time being. How do you feel about, you know, Nexa coming back, taking up this leadership mantle once again?
How can I say? I have conflicting emotions when it comes to that. I'm going to be straight up honest with you. I'm glad that he's back. I think he's one of these leaders that we need to have in the scene who are doing kind of the dirty work in some of these lineups. But how can you ensure me that he's 100% fully motivated with the pieces he's been given? That's my issue. Like, I know as a player, you're a professional, you're stepping into every game, every event, and you're on purpose, you're on paper, 100% giving everything, but we are humans, right? We all have emotions, we all have to believe in what we're doing in the lineup we have with us, and I don't know if he's there, and that worries me a tad.
Yeah, there was a quote from a HLTV interview where he said, we're playing with the players that we have. He's not wrong. Doesn't sound the most passionate or excited,
Listen,
right?
go back a year and a half when they brought in NeoFrag and Fico. That was the same case. A lot of players were rumored in towards OG, and I think he said something along the lines in an HLT interview. Yeah, those were the best players we could afford. So I'm not really sure if Nexa is fully buying into this team, but I think he showed me with the old iteration of OG that even though he doesn't have the pieces that he may want, he still made it somewhat work.
Yeah, let's move on over to talk about FaZe, because the big headline with them, obviously, Robin stepping back from the coaching position. No changes for the players inside the server, but that was literally announced this morning. Robin won't be behind the FaZe boys.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shocking news, of course. I think Robin has been a very underrated coach that we've had in the scene for the longest time, just because he's one of these coaches whom it was a bit complicated to know his ways of working and the impact he's had. He wasn't exactly vocal about his ways, and so we never really attributed him the merit that he deserved. When you think about some of the trophies he's lifted with FaZe, that's pretty crazy.
I see him as the Carlo Ancelotti of football, in the sense that he's once quoted that I can't teach Ronaldo, I can't teach Modric to play football. It's the same right here. He can't teach Robs how to play Counter-Strike. He can't tell Carrigan how to call better, but he can be the father figure of the team, and he has a lot of trophies to show for it.
Well, let's throw this one over to Jamie Spanks, because he had the chance to catch up with Robs and Carrigan about the current situation of FaZe.
So, Robs, yesterday we saw that Robin was announced to be leaving the team. I just wanted to kind of get you to sum up what that means for the team and what you're doing coaching-wise.
It's a huge loss for the team, obviously. I think Robin was a huge part of this team, and whether it was, mentally, strategically, he was he had everything in him, and he was like the sixth player, I would say. He could do anything for the team, so it's a huge loss for sure. But yeah, for now I think I can't say much. It's much for Robin to I think announce why he's doing this decision. And for now I don't think we have a coach lined up yet, but we're looking into some people obviously. And for this tournament we're without a coach.
So no coach for this tournament, and obviously looking at last season, it wouldn't be what you guys wanted to see happen. So what did you discuss coming into this event for getting you guys back on track and getting FaZe back to the top?
For this event, we have not prepared that much. Obviously, also losing Robin, we've lost some of the preparation with that, and we've come into this event just to kind of get into the season, warm up things, make sure we're ready for the meaty part of the season.
Carrigan, there was a lot of conversations towards the end of last season about not having the time to change things, not having the time to kind of rest at all for you guys. So obviously the player break was mighty important, but what have you been able to do going into this season?
Honestly, there was a bomb drop yesterday with Robin stepping down as coach, which wasn't planned, but things happened. So we're going to do our best. For us, as it coming into the season, warming up, we also extended the break a bit to give some more time for the guys to recover from last season. So yeah, we just have to get into the groove, get into the season. I think we did the same last year. When we come here, we do our best and just improve day by day and talk to each other and get ready for a roller coaster of a season.
And you said that the Robin situation wasn't kind of expected for you guys, but you also lost Innershine, your analyst, during the break as well. So right now it's just the 5 players?
Yeah, kind of. Obviously, we are figuring out the solution behind the team. So yeah, kind of alone with the coaching staff, and I'm doing my best right now to keep everything together. But we're looking into options and how and whenever it's going to come. We're just going to take it day by day and obviously do our best. We know we can do good things together. We have shown that as well. So yeah, but obviously it's a big loss to behind us to have the coaching staff stepping down.
What's the feeling right now for you, though, when you come back together with the team and got the first few practices underway?
I feel it's good. It feels good to be back, right? And I think some of the guys, obviously everybody's missing CS, but end of the season nobody really did that, so you could feel like it's more relaxed, not so much tension. But like I said, it's day by day. It's the beginning of the season. We have chances here to play bad and play good, but we just have to improve and get ready. It is a system where you can lose a game here and there and still make it. And the main goal is to qualify for the Copenhagen finals, right? And how we do it doesn't matter, but just as long as we improve and stay positive and just letting each other know that this is not where we need to peak, but we need to get ready to peak soon.
I mean, even despite the lack of coaching staff standing behind FaZe, we'd be lying if we said FaZe weren't the clear-cut favorites coming into this series. And I'm interested to hear kind of your standings on FaZe currently coming off the last season.
Well, I want to take a broader perspective for half a second here, because I feel like for some of these teams, for Heroic, for Vitality, one of the themes we've been talking about is how to renew your motivation moving into the next season, right? How did Heroic come to that? They won their trophy in Washington. They want to push that momentum. Vitality, they made a change. They brought in Flamesy for Dupree. If you're FaZe, you looked like you were a little bit out of breath towards the end of the season. You looked like you were a little bit tired. You were a bit exhausted. How do they find this inner motivation right now to get after it and really sink your teeth into the season? This is the one question that I have, and maybe where 1% here, 1% there could kind of fail them.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like FaZe right now is one of the few teams that can allow themselves and probably also are waiting very eagerly to play Counter-Strike 2. They have 2 tournaments, this one playing the group stages right here, Cologne, and then most likely, at least if Valve is not lying, then CS2 will come out. So I think they're gonna ease into the season very slowly, very surely, and I think CS2 is gonna be that source of motivation because they've achieved everything they can in CSGO.
Well, we've got the map cemented. It is Inferno, Mirage, and Overpass if we do so need it. But we do need to throw this one to a quick break before the action ensues. When we come back, our last matchup of the night. You don't want to miss it.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Scrawny and Launders for a little FaZe OG game. But we've got breaking news. Breaking news from the front line. Ladies and gentlemen, see it and believe it. Cloud9 officially announcing Electronic and Perfecto have joined the Cloud9 roster. I mean, sorry, I sounded like Maui Snake for a second. This is I mean, it's just, isn't this the best team you've ever seen?
I think it is. It's the best on
Am I
paper
exaggerating?
roster. It's the best on paper dream kind of move possible ever. You got Shiro and Axel, 2 top 5 players from last year, with Electronic coming into cold, the second best anchor maybe in the whole scene, and Hobbit, major winner sticking around. I mean, that's about all you can ask for, honestly.
It's crazy. I mean, you know, the whole Flame Z Vitality roster move is the one that I kind of had at the top towards my list, and now that this is officially confirmed, I mean, come on. And, the cherry on top. Cloud9 announced this roster in the middle of Navi's debut. Is that a coincidence?
Yeah, well, accidents happen, you know?
You tell me. You tell me. I think they're stirring that pot early. I think Jack was sat there on the big red button and hit it. Unicorn odds for this game, because enough about Cloud9. They're not even here now, are they? We've got FaZe versus OG. FaZe, obviously the favorites in this one of the very few teams, only 3 of which here at the Blastfall groups that didn't go through any kinds of roster changes in between seasons. And so we expect more of the same FaZe, while we have, and these aren't my words, but it's the words I've been heard thrown around, one of the most underwhelming roster moves of the offseason.
Thrown around by me?
In OG.
Yeah. I threw that word around. OG did not pick up any star players. They have Regali, who has potential to become that. It's not like any of the players on OG are bad. That's not the problem. The problem is, you know, they don't have Dagster right now, which was definitely a star player. Output-wise, opping in that role, consistent versus tier 1 teams. They don't have players that can consistently do that across a season right now. Like, they've got to get... They have to get Fasher to carry at a tier 1 level across multiple months. That hasn't happened before, even though he was more of a carry on his previous lineup. Keto as well. We've seen big games from him, and overall, I think he's become a better player. But he's not a star player. He's not. And Regali has the makings of it, but also has never had like a year, you know. Yeah. He's not HL TV top 20 yet. So I think Nexa has his work cut out for him. And they built this team around Fiku, who is also a growing, developing, good closer, solid rifler overall, but again, not a star. Nexa has his work cut out for him.
Most certainly so. Nexa has had better pieces to work with and failed to create success for this organization in the past. Let's see what they can do, having spent very little money on putting together a new roster for the second half of 2023. You know, and even Fasher's star potential, well, even within Fnatic, we had seen it, but it was also long gone. He has been taken from Fnatic at one of the lowest points of his career.
Agreed.
And that hurts to say, and I'm sat here trying to get excited for this head
coming
up,
into Fnatic for sure.
Yeah, it was there, man. And you know, I think we've seen Regali because of his Academy League showings, and there's promise. But is there that much potential at a hard carry? Time will find out. Time will tell. We'll find out.
Time knows.
With time. And the man who's been here since the dawn of time, Rain on FaZe, falls back. Comfortable little site setup between Twists, Kerrigan, and Rain. Exec over the top. They've got 2 Molotovs as well to go with this.
Oh, that's a big block.
So we're keeping it clean. New box under question. Fasher finding the entry frag. Kerrigan will take nothing off of the CT cross, and Twists has been left empty-handed until now. Little banana presence shown by Brokey. The Berettas rear their ugly heads. And Keto stuck inside the corner. Regali creates a bit of space. Keto can't hold on to Banana. Regali's now getting drawn back into the action as his teammates fall around him. He takes down 1. He's looking for more, but no, sir, not now. Not this round. It's FaZe Clan CT Pistol.
So Regali from the Academy League actually played on the Fnatic Rising lineup, and for a period of time, he was like young to the point that he was having trouble because he had school, he had work, and he was coming home late to be able to play, and with very little play time was still able to impress. Probably being the best clutch player like in the league at the time, if that was one attribute of him that I think stood out the most. And yeah, had some very big maps. And there were multiple maps where you have like 2 1v1s, a 1v2, a 1v3. Like he was born to clutch, I think, for sure. Like if that's one skill I think translates to the tier 2 to the tier 1, I think it's going to be that one. But has had an interesting foray in the last few months, in the last year. And, you know, with Copenhagen Flames closing their doors, you know, that's where Regali was playing for a little while, into now playing on OG, who would, like, again, if we want to, if we want to match up these players to previous iterations of even OG itself is the weakest pound for pound. So it's not setting him up, you know, for success in the best way. But let's see if they can make the best of a bad situation.
And it was always going to be tough to replace the likes of FlameZ and Dagster.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, of course.
And especially to do that on a budget. It really does feel like OG have been used as a springboard by those two players specifically. You know, NeoFrag left this project or wasn't re-signed. I'm not sure of the details. He goes to Into the Breach.
Yeah.
Now that's an interesting move. Fiku stuck around. Nexa came back. There's a little part of me that quite honestly is excited for Keto. Because even though on Big, I felt like he was making so many sacrifices for the players that were meant to be the stars that we didn't really get Keto to be set up as one.
Yeah, and we'll get to see his roles.
Every once in a while, you get that just amazing Keto pop-off. You know, the Deagle 3K, the big map that he can put forth. Will that become a regular occurrence if he gets more star-studded positions?
Yeah, it's kind of how they have to look at it. Like, here's a chance to invent ourselves.
Yeah. We'll see. This is breakout in international CS. Fasher double kill off the Galil. That bomb plant does create a double entry, but Rops holds on to the corner, and the flank around from Rain is fantastic. So Regali, 12 seconds to clutch. Clears the site first. He can go ahead and swing. He'll get rushed as that bomb is ever attempted to be planted. He could just go for the...
Got it.
Ooh, but again, he should get rushed. He doesn't. Kerrigan.
Well, he thinks he doesn't have time to plant.
Now the AK comes back up. It's an AK versus MP9, and Kerrigan wins the duel. All right. It comes close.
Yeah, he figured out a way to have a chance and was too scared to pull a molly out. That would have allowed him to reload his gun, but Kerrigan deals with that swiftly. MP9 in hand, another close round lost. They'll keep it going. But yeah, I guess, you know, for the OG guys, it's about being optimistic. And, you know, I think whoever proves to be a star, if they're here and we can't see it, you know, and I'll just speak for myself, I don't see it, then if they can prove that, they'll get the star roles, and then they'll get to carry, and it'll be reflected in the statistics. And at least if you feel like that's you, there's not so much competition right now to carve that place out for yourself. Yeah. But I assume it's going to be Fasher, Fiku, Regali where they focus on in terms of the star player CT positions first.
I can see that being their approach, and again, there's that part of me that almost wishes Keto's in the conversation. Maybe he can turn that conversation in his favor.
Yeah.
But he's got to prove it. There's the Deeg I'm talking about. Takes down Twists. Going tit for tat in mid. Rob stuck in the corner. Single duel from Fiku. Takes that on his own and wins it. Rain catching Nexa, but they're going to try their hand at Kerrigan. Fiku and Keto. Same entry route. Out balcony. Fiku waiting as Keto walks forward. Now that they're together, they will go. Rain's come in. Oh, but easy track here for Kerrigan. And an easy second. He closes down on what was left of OG. 3-0 FaZe Clan start.
Yeah, that's sort of a nice catch-all flash, but Kerrigan plays just right under it. I think if they split up lane, maybe they could have displaced his aim, but in doubling up, it had to be the first attacker. So no dice. Nice spray here for Kerrigan. Nicely handled all by himself, and his support was coming in. Would have been a couple seconds. Whoa, Twist really excited about that one.
Good.
3 close situations, well handled, and OG back on a save.
Oh, okay. Fiku. Feek me, feek you.
Where'd that come from?
Austin Powers. Great.
Great
One of
movie.
Michael Myers' best work.
Besides killing all those people?
Yeah. You know, you got to do what you got to do. Creep out balcony, huh? Site's looking unwatched for the moment. Maybe just pop right out. Stairs for the take. Go ahead. Come on in. The water's warm.
Don't be scared.
It's Denmark in the summer, baby.
It's truly free. No strings attached.
But Robs turns around, catches a glimpse of one dropping. Golly with the deagle. We've got
they're deagles,
potential between the three. It's all deegs coming up for OG. More to be had.
No
weapons grabbed, and bomb is in sight.
Smoke comes down. I mean, they can definitely try this. They know it's a 2v3 on the site. The remaining player will come late, call halls, right? That's the safest place for him to go.
That's both CTs confirmed.
They don't want to give him the guns, though, it looks like.
Deegs make a difference.
Oh, another.
4. 4 Juans in one round. Not one Juan, but 4 Juans. Round 1. Wow.
Wontons.
All right. Well, not supposed to win those kinds of moments, but, you know, gave him space, caused the CTs to scramble a little bit, let the terrorists get down into pit. They knew what duels were coming their way, and give it a chance.
Great deagles. That was...
smoked.
Ooh. What can you say? Great deagles.
Blessed be the Deeg. Desert Eagle got a buff in CS2. Less vertical recoil. Just saying.
I didn't notice because my deagle's so good. Don't miss anyway.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Well, some of us aren't as naturally talented. Fall back from Banana. Nothing being thrown forward here by FaZe. They're working with the 2 M4s. You know, to get a force buy out of FaZe round 5, OG have crafted this situation with grit, sweat, and tears. Or rather, deagles. CT util down to a single smoke. That's the one Brokey's holding right here, right now.
They're getting what they want out of this, it looks like.
Put that down top mid, and you've got him executing with less than 30 seconds. Pressure towards B first. Will it peel away either of those 2 A defenders? Vasher on the entry route. No contact, though.
If they run into this 1 M4, they're surely going to go head first into B.
But the bomb's still very far away, and the pistols come through with 1. Deagle gets a second, and now if that makes them stutter, back to the A site instead.
The bomb is still in
OG's getting stringy. Keto catches Brokey point blank, but it's the player up top in Rops who's going to serve as the speed bump to the A site. Slows them down, sure enough, but Fiku will have time to plant, and Rain with an ultimatum. Play the 1v2, or save that M4 again. No kit. Jumps in, hoping to keep these players divided, and for the time being, that is the case, but Fiku's just hidden in that deep corner, and now Rain knows his support's close enough, but he had a chance to dive down, get to cover, take that duel towards Balk. Regali closes second for OG, and a bottomed out bank account for FaZe.
Yeah, it was a pretty strong commitment over on B to lose those players and still have the bomb in A halls, and flashes go back and forth. It gets a little messy, of course. That happens on ecos, so that's fair enough, but what's important is that Fiku wins his duel on Rops. He can't let him escape from the roof, because if he does, then Rops can delay for too long and the time will expire. But he also makes sure not to just rush into it, and he gets a really good fight. It's good composure from Fiku.
You know, thankfully, as a viewer, FaZe have given us some of the most entertaining maps of Counter-Strike throughout 2023 so far. Now, for their own sake, that entertainment comes from close games when maybe it shouldn't be the case. And this one could very well be tied up early on. This is one of the teams written off by the vast majority of the community more than anybody else against FaZe. One of 3 teams, essentially, that didn't make changes here at Groups. Trophy lifting FaZe clan. Mac 10 just takes down the 1. Kerrigan with the pistol. Ooh. Interesting turn of events. Double kill, nothing more. Next player's just on the USP, but Kerrigan's putting up numbers.
No activity towards A. They're actually still watching this. Why are they watching the flank?
Because they're nervous.
Oh, they're going to go A. That's why. Okay. And Fasher's got their attention at least.
And their heads, apparently. This one's in the bag. Bomb will go A, no problem.
Fasher can't reload. It's got to be a nice shot here.
A laser beam. 5 bullets.
Oh!
You wanted a clean shot, Rops gives you one. Deleted. So a couple of AKs to be saved here by FaZe, but sure enough, 3 all early. You know, another talking point for me with Keto is, remember the last time Big didn't think he had what it took? He was sent down to the Big Academy team, played a season or 2 down there, and then returned to the main team. Had his...
Rejuvenated.
Had his moments of glory, but was definitely rejuvenated. You could definitely see it in his play. It's curious that, again, in this situation, presumably, they wanted to give him the boot. Did they extend that branch to go down to the Academy League? And did he decide, no, I'll go somewhere else instead? If anybody gets to interview him, to the bottom of that. Press him, Banks. Back to business, FaZe.
Oh,
awkward.
Little extra jump right there. Nice one though from Fasher.
Fell off his perch, went to jump and just gets blasted. Now Kerrigan.
Boy.
Big chance. Oh, gets spotted. Double kill out of Fasher. That's an entry path he'll take. Oh. And Fiku gives the cover.
Okay.
Gun round. 3 immediate frags. They have taken very little damage for this.
Yeah.
To take an early lead.
Give him that. So obviously it was risky from Kerrigan to want to stay there. He just didn't believe maybe they would approach that fast. Because even if he goes 1 for 1 when they're already down a player, you know, you're losing B and now it's 4v3 in favor of the T attacker. So I think really hoping to not see them there, as well as his teammate coming in with a car flash so he could check the half wall, see it's empty, make a move, but OG make the right play and following up and keeping it simple. Nice headshot there from Rops.
They're not asking for much here, holding on to 2. But it'll cost them. Anything kept? No, sir. Cleared. As OG take that 4-3 lead.
It's a great round for Fasher. Wow.
I don't even see him.
Nice, guys! Let's go!
Fiku's still the youngest member of this team, I believe.
Oh, yeah?
I started saying that sentence, and then I'm going to double check, but...
I think the cool thing about Fiku, definitely, like, also a smart closer, in my opinion, and very strong aimer in general. Not just one of those guys that only plays well, you know, when it's clutch time. So... I do like that they kept him. And there must have been a number of, well, with the amount of changes that took place, of course, we've seen so many deals fall through, so many things happen that weren't supposed to, and that's just what it is. That's why it's called roster mania.
My point is valid, and it stands.
How old is he?
20 years old, born in May, just turned 20.
Yeah, and his first sort of big, at least tier 1 team, of course, is OG. You know, this is where he's starting off, sort of like...
But pressing out. You know, I feel like this game could get messy. It's getting a little stringy here in this round. Bomb has to take the long road all the way through alt. Rain could have pressed down to bottom middle, doesn't. Which means Balk jump for the bomb carrier into the plant. Winnable. Rob's gonna have to clear it. Uh-oh. It's not an instant kill from Fiku, and he's only on 56 health. Rain's starting to activate out mid. Rops will get away with the MP9 spray down. 3 frags for Rops this round.
Regali time.
Looking for the clutch. Oh, Rops 4K in an instrumental round to rob it back and to put them back to a tied game for all.
Damn. He's sharp.
Dude, Rops has been the best player
right
on
now.
FaZe throughout their struggles.
That's true. That's very true. There were periods of times where it was twists, but like definitely in the past few months it has been Rops.
Yeah, Twist gave him the grand slam.
Yeah.
That much is for sure. But Rops with the SMG here, man. These little bursts of damage. Everything's a headshot. Robin Cool.
Streamer.
Estonian extraordinaire. Pops up. I'll take a Regali versus Brokey game. Get us off
they're actually
Inferno
quite,
maybe, but
they're
like, give me
actually
that
quite
head-to-head.
similar. They're quite similar. But they're so similar that they'll never meet, you know what I mean? Because they're both not very aggressive.
Riflers.
Exactly.
Playing the game on easy mode. Nice shot out of Brokey. Falls back, wants more. Ooh. You know Brokey always wants a little more. He's never satisfied. The bloodlust on Brokey is real. If he played Diablo Immortals, he would definitely be a Blood Knight.
How would you know? You don't play games like that.
Never would I.
Well, OG have shown a lot of comfort here on Banana.
It's Kerrigan on the off now. Okay.
Okay. Okay, old man, let's see what you can do.
Yeah. Yeah. Known to be an opper from time to time. You saw Hooksy do this once. Decides it's his chance. 2 missed shots. Brokey's now on the sidearm, getting it done regardless. Regali with another clutch attempt. If he can get this kill on sight, he's got time to put bomb down, sure enough. But he's got to jump on it. And the more time he gives over, the closer Rops and Twists gets to him and that clock to 0, his 3rd enemy in this situation. And that 5 seconds he just spent towards Coffin was what could have been the plant. Now he's going to get gunned down. He's going to chase the kill instead, and Rops will hit the headshot. FaZe maintain 5-4.
Yeah, they play it passively enough to make sure they can play the clock down. And bomb was in their view in CT, so here's the play from Brokey. Loses a little HP, Kerrigan loses a little HP, throws him the op. So I can do it with any gun. P250 kill, rifle kill. Whatever he's got, Brokey's ready. This is already a close game. Let's see if it continues to be one, though.
Where their FaZe have got their sea legs underneath them now. Oh, Rain. Okay. Oh, wow, Fasher. No way he gets away with that. Having a hell of a match. 11 frags now.
Yeah. It'd be great on Banana.
It's been a real problem for FaZe on this part of the map. Kerrigan stuck behind sandbags, puts up a kill and a dink. Twists, climbs oranges, and Rops not far away. So if you wait at that smoke and try to press again, there's enough here to hold you back, OG.
Oh, that was so nice.
You can't run from Rops.
And it's not just that he gets the kill, it's that he gets the info. They were there. Still on Banana.
But they think that they were all walking away because they've stuck around.
They've left some gaps, yeah, for sure. I think they have to go back and clear out some A space. Otherwise, like, why couldn't OG go back to Halls in this amount of time?
And Twist doesn't have another smoke, so once this fades, he's got 3 members of OG coming at him.
That could be a good setup here for them. Oh, doesn't shoot first. Wow. Okay.
Gets vision of him. Stops that right there. And with no defense out of twists, this should be OG. In a post plant, Molotov makes it that much more comfortable. Keto waiting for some kind of a boost. Will FaZe throw a retake at this situation? Money's not great. A lot to lose here in this 2v3. And it's already dire with no utility, with that potential flank coming in from A very much on their mind. And OG don't even budge.
You know, they got some good info there, but I think when they knew it was Banana, they needed to have their A players clear out something inside of brackets or something to give you confidence to have an overstack go down, because they still were 3v4, right? So, you know, surprised to see FaZe leave a gap like that, even despite getting the information. But Rain and Kerrigan on B, not exactly the most convincing setups so far, or at least in the way of frags.
Oh, he knew it was coming.
Oh.
Staring death in the eyes.
Makes it a little easier.
One must accept their mortality one day. That's life. Fiku's just flashed before his eyes. Pistols.
I'm not going to die because I have there's a KZ map that I have a shortcut named after me on.
Oh.
Okay, Counter-Strike's going to live forever.
Right,
so.
that classic, like you die twice, once when you leave this earth and again when your name is last spoken. Okay, I see. Well.
Hopefully the map gets ported over.
Yeah, or else. Fasher gonna get rewarded here. Kerrigan.
He was just scratching his nose right there.
Surely he doesn't clear this. Doesn't need to. Dies ahead of time, Fasher. Takes a little gander.
Now they should be a little scared to just hit A full on, right?
They should be.
Yeah. But there's
They
still
might not be.
Still only pistols, so. Oh, and they already used their smokes up. They're coming back now.
Rain hears it. Get the Rops fragged as well. Oh, Fasher team kill. And Rain's still serving up a problem here. They can't get past this. They could go back to A. Because they get that balcony kill on A, it does feel like they have that option still. And sure enough, it is the better choice.
Yeah.
Okay. Rops getting fragged there definitely helped, or else they would have felt stuffed on both sides.
Yeah, a little scary, but all anti-ecos are scary on Inferno. No shame in that. They had Fasher holding the right angle, so they're keeping up.
I really didn't think this game was going to get close.
Yeah, FaZe definitely don't look that sharp right now, but it's good to see that OG do.
I wasn't really keeping on tabs on OG either as to like what they were doing in terms of preparation and boot camp, and I know FaZe were looking to make the most of their time off. I know Rain went somewhere tropical. Twists was in Montreal.
Twists in Montreal?
Yeah, days before the Formula 1 event. I don't think he stuck around though.
Oh, interesting. Wonder what's
just
great
going
for food or.
There's lots of great things about Montreal, Launders.
Yeah, Montreal's a great city.
Oh, okay.
Just not in February.
That's fair.
In the summer, it's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Could have brought him to the chalet. I was born there. You don't say thank you. You weren't even born in the city.
That's true. I was born in Cowansville.
You're not a real Montrealer like me, Connor.
Telling you guys, CSGO in the horror genre. All right, buy back in from FaZe. You know, there's a chance they switch to that T side and just crank the dial. Stomp them out. But right now, Fasher's serving up issues towards Banana. And that Banana presence is weakening the A hit or hold. Two-man setup here for FaZe inside apartments. Should get one, maybe two. Oof, Keto makes sure the trade is immediate.
Man, that setup actually looked crazy to me. I would like to see how that plays out. Because, like, if Robs gets the kill, it's great, but he's staying crouched in that position that's going to get hard cleared. It seems harder than not to get away. But
there's also no eyes on short. Look at this.
Oh yeah, this is
3 players just walked up short and catch Kerrigan in the open outside library. You had 3 arch, nobody on lane, nobody in apps.
They've been doing this a lot too.
OG 7-5.
Okay.
Are we sure Roban can't stay?
Yeah, and he's here, right?
I don't see him standing behind them.
Oh,
I haven't spotted. But it would be
Honestly,
very weird for him to come to the event because I thought I saw him yesterday.
That's the thing.
Maybe I'm just making that up.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I thought Kerrigan was just speaking German for a second.
Yeah, that retirement came out of nowhere. Really did. He was just like, I'm out.
And I find, I'm in that camp of people who I feel like, Robin maybe never got the flowers he deserved, with the wins.
Yeah.
In the last couple of years, kind of overshadowed by
hard to know
Kerrigan being touted. Yes, and it's
hard to know what coaches do.
working.
And I think with Kerrigan, there's this sort of perceived image that he was doing most of the work despite having a coach on multiple teams. Like even when he was on Mouse, he sort of, I think he was doing, I think that's what he said basically. So hard to say for sure, but either way, I mean, they all obviously had glowing reviews of him as a person and a coach. So
yeah, we got to trust the players in that regard.
Yeah.
I know it can be hard to trust players sometimes, but it's a must.
Very unique CS being played by FaZe Clan.
Polite. Very politely put. I do want to see a repeat of that same setup in apartments like you mentioned. Same side of the hallway, crouched underneath the op.
Yeah. Just the single fact that you're crouched. Okay. Oh, timing.
Fast pop. Ooh, Robs can't even get the second, so Fiku hits the ground. And with his rifle ready, Twists is a dead man.
And they can't go for it again. I think this time around, it's just more of a matter of timing. They did leave halls completely open, so it was crossing the point of time where FaZe were sure that it was going to be something towards A, and I think Twist did Twist have a smoke out for that?
I didn't see.
I would assume he was readying the smoke halls, but listen, you got a player balcony, a player big pit. You're ready for a halls pop. But OG found that timing.
Yeah, he did have a nade out. Switch to the M4. Comes back for the repeak. Save simulator continues. Money rolling forward, and so is the lead.
I think they make the bomb explosion bigger in CS2.
Yeah, just make it half the map.
Every year they should make it a little bit bigger. Until you can't save on Inferno.
Or you make the only point where you're bomb-proof is the enemy's spawn.
They'd have to create some weird rules for that to take place, but...
CS2, baby, we can do anything we want.
It's our game.
It's open. Who expected loadouts?
It's open source.
Rain will find Nexa. Okay. A little more rambunctious is FaZe this round, getting down Banana with the early kill.
Yeah, they won Banana.
Oh, Rain with a second. There we go. That's more like it. Fasher and Nexa down. Oh, 3v5? Good save. CTs ain't coming for you. Down by 3 already.
Yeah, they shouldn't save though, because
of course not.
Yeah, next round's the last of the half.
Of course not.
But
I jest.
Nexa is of course the caller for the team, so it's time for someone to take over maybe.
It is nice to have Nexa back. I always felt like Nexa's departure was quite shocking. You know, he just he departed OG pretty unexpectedly. Felt like maybe he was losing control of the situation and just decided, I'm out.
Yeah, we never really got closure. 30 seconds. They're not. I mean, come on. No point in saving when next round's last round, and they have this much money.
Oh, they're gonna fly up banana in a second. Give Rain the ace, maybe. They'll put out the incendiary. Kerrigan's his closest rotate, but pop flash for Rain's ready to go. They turn from it. He swings. Kerrigan double, and Regali's got himself another chance to clutch. Last time he got nothing from this 1v3.
Yeah. Cool 1v4 to top it off.
Banana player's coming. That's a clean duel while smoke's up. Oh, yep. Oh, yep. But the gun's empty. And Rop swings. So 2 for 3, not half bad. Chip away at the money, which is actually quite important for FaZe coming into this last round.
Oh, yeah. So that's nice. Okay, they got an idea late into the round, just delayed for the banana hit, which is their comfort zone. But FaZe numerically crawl back into the half. Great opener here for Rain, of course, get the first 2. Been having trouble killing some of these attacking OG players. And it's at least something OG in spirit, even though their roster's like totally different now, have always been able to like conjure up, is the fact that they're like their T entry pack. When they need to go, they go. You know, Nexus teams are quite good with the entries.
Well, not 3v5 in the first 20 seconds, so that's a start. Twist stuck on the MP9, lackluster nades for a couple. But Roki's sharp, real sharp. No triple. Fasher, instant headshot. Fiku does the exact same thing on Robson Apartments now, just like that, A-site clear for the taking.
Huh.
MP9 spam out of twists, reveals his position. And Rain's gonna go for that long flank around alt mid. OG 3v5 to the 3v3. Got 2 players stationed in sight. Fiku with a smoke ready to go. There's then also a Molotov on Regali. There's flashbangs to set anybody up. And Twist still has that full belt of util from the start of the round. So it's a retake, but it's one that's coming in at, you know, a third of the bomb left. They got to get it going. And now Twist is dead, so no nades, essentially. Poor Rain stuck between everybody. This is a 9-round T-side out of OG versus FaZe. An OG that many had written off.
Me.
OG hit the ground running. 9 terrorist round wins versus the likes of FaZe Clan here on Inferno. We had Fasher dominating Banana for the most part. Regali put in a few clutches. I thought Keto had some nice mid-round opening kills. The Deagle potential was real. I mean, 4 of the 5 players here for OG contributing.
Yeah.
And that's something that I feel like their inconsistencies and their issues in the previous roster, that's where it came from, was the contribution of all.
Yeah.
So right now, I mean, you've got Twists on 5-12. You've got Reigns 7-11. Brokey 8-10. I thought FaZe were the stars of this show.
7-11 was a part-time job.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
One thing that was really good on even the rounds that OG lost, they came close to so many clutches that it almost always came down to 1v1. So that put FaZe's money in a terrible place. Yeah.
Topical. Rops gets close on Balk. Very quiet in this pistol. Fiku's got the util soaring over. A-Site getting a little nervous that the full commit's coming. And it's not far off, but they want Rain to get some arch contact in. Well, that's contact, all right.
Through the smoke you go.
Yeah, full body. Smashes Fiku, but Berettas. Oh, up close. Meant to shine. Instead, Rops with a double kill. And this is where FaZe win 9 rounds or 10 rounds straight on a T side.
Yeah, I think they would be looking forward to it. Yeah, Rops just gonna... He's going to own, isn't he, on T side here in the apartments, the landlord.
Everybody's having good terrorist sides on Inferno nowadays.
Yeah.
By everyone, I really mean G2.
No. I mean, I think everyone's slightly T-sided. They're just very T-sided.
This one, nice and easy.
FaZe sometimes they need a really big warm-up. Sometimes they just bomb out. You know, you never know.
I mean, we are talking about the exact same 5 players that failed in Rio at that major, that if it wasn't for the sacrifices of North America, would never have even been in Paris.
Yeah.
And when they got to Paris, had some of the closest, most exciting, nail-biting matches versus Bad News Eagles versus Navi. I mean, great games. The entertainment value's outstanding.
Yeah.
But this is no longer a team that dominates.
No.
Weird.
To be honest, they never really did dominate, right?
But they at least won.
They won, yeah.
And they could definitely still win this, but it's not going to be in the convincing fashion that will have their fans frothing at the possibility of a phenomenal season. Or are we doing that thing where we overreact again?
Yeah, I'm not overreacting on this one though, personally. I think it made sense for them to stick with the same roster. Like, who would you change?
Robin, apparently.
No, who would you change?
I'm not at liberty to speak my mind.
Okay.
I'll talk smack about the smaller team.
Okay.
I know better than to swing at FaZe.
All right. Smart. Yeah, smart.
Yeah, I know my place.
Not as dumb as you look.
The space is very raw at the moment, you know?
Uh-huh. But I mean, okay, well, my answer is no one, so that was easy.
Okay.
I can say that with conviction.
Yeah, sure.
You're hiding something and everyone wants to know.
You win this one.
Let us know in chat. Who would you change? Start some fights down there.
Me orc. Me spam. No mods. No ban.
All right.
Me orc.
The joke is that Connor doesn't have chat open. We don't have chat open, and he also doesn't know any Twitch chat memes. I had to teach him that. He didn't know what that meant.
Bomb pops. This is a very, very passive round. Hope you like fireworks. That's all we get in this one. 9 on the cusp for FaZe to tie this up. That close. And then it's smooth sailing. No guns yet for OG either, so the test is yet to start. It's at 9-9. The second half begins. Nice little half buy though. We do get the double deagle 357. I think that's the proper balance.
Yeah, or like 2 scouts.
It's the ideal pistol buy for me. Is 2 deagles, 357s, 1 kit. You know, that's very textbook here.
It's like a very annoying buy. The right balance of damage and range in this game of turret defense.
5.7s can one-shot headshot kill. They can do something M4s can't.
And when are we as a society going to talk about that?
We could right now.
Well,
you and I as
what
a
do you
society.
think? What do you think?
As a 5.7 player?
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay. What about as a guy who has to play T rounds for 15 rounds every game?
Yeah. Questions to be had. Ready? Deagle in the pocket. Players all around you.
Regali's got a good
bullets.
Yep.
Chance was there, but...
Oh, he has the same sticker as me in the same place. Is that surfboard guy on the hypnotic board?
You mean the sticker that Counter-Strike based on you?
No. That's a different one, but there's another surfing one. That's weird, right?
It is weird that there's a sticker based on Launder.
A surfing guy that looks like me.
Oh, what's it called?
With the glasses on.
I always forget the name. One day we'll copyright strike Valve, you and I.
I want to get some royalties. All right, Fiku, we saw some great deegs. Here it is. Oh, NT. All right. Now we'll see who gets 10.
It's the Surf's Up sticker.
Surf's Up
If you're at your computer right now, quickly Google Surf's Up CSGO sticker. You will see literally Launders surfing. I mean, first of all, you are the movement guy. Kind of taught a lot of us about, you know, B-Hops, KZ, and by extension, surfing. It's all in the same category. It kind of looks like you. I mean, it really looks like you.
Yeah.
You've got the same glasses.
Yeah, I have those glasses.
I'm just saying. That's a Counter-Strike conspiracy.
Yeah.
We're all tied up, folks. Game starts. Let's go. Round 19. Guns up. And we see Brokey vying for banana control. Not once did we see Regali take his off aggressively on that side of the map. It was Fasher that served up the issue for FaZe. Kerrigan and Rain unable to hold on. You know, and as we can sit here and just talk about FaZe maybe not getting the ball rolling as fast as they'd hope, Rops is still 20-10. He's putting forth a great map.
Rops has more gifts to give. Oh,
talking about gifts, twists.
That's the worst way to go.
Puts a bow on that one.
Oh, there's nobody playing in pit in the setup, and the op is underneath halls. Very dangerous situation.
Yeah, this is one where the balcony player just slam dunks the back of Regali's head.
But to be honest, there's 2 big weaknesses here for OG. The lane pop and B site entirely, so they've got to shift around a little bit. Maybe Regali can figure this out.
It's turning. Rops on the jiggle. Movement up banana. Nexa very much alone here.
Oh, he saw him.
But it's just going to keep him stuck, and he misses the shot. Then the B hit does come in, and Nexa offers nothing. Fiku spams smoke. Something to work with here.
And Rob's just getting away. And they know that he's running. They can't stop this plant.
Keto
are spread out. Keto, I think he's going to, well, he knows that Rops is going to be there soon, but he actually found an in-between timing. This is going to be watched. Maybe he can make a play.
Oh, Rain turned his attention at the perfect moment in the small likelihood that someone had slipped past, but in fact did via Rops.
Yeah.
So nice calls here from Kerrigan to rotate everybody back to that B site. And unfortunately for Nexa, man, you're playing site alone. You're 4-13. You didn't get a kill.
Oh, wow.
If it wasn't even for Fiku's smoke spam, this would have looked that much more convincing. 5 up on FaZe, perfect rotates, squeezed both sides of the map. Their T rounds are coming together as you would expect. And they take the lead.
I think I've heard Twist say that if you're going to see an upset take place, it's going to be versus your CT side. Which I think at a lower level, it's like the opposite. You like do a CT side comeback easily with randoms, but at this level, I think the way he sees it, on T side, they have full control of the outcome. You know, if they lose, it's because of them. And I think they're definitely kind of flexing that muscle right now. And OG will actually take a first timeout on round 20. To be fair, they were in pretty good control of that first half, so no reason to slow things down.
Robin's not there. I see an empty mic behind him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
Oh, that's so lonely.
Oh my god.
Wait, but he was here? Wait, I hope everything's okay because he was he here earlier?
Maybe I imagined seeing him at the hotel.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know.
But the way the headset's...
Seen him at so many events, so
the way the headset's propped up, man, it's like his absence is so obvious.
Yeah.
My god.
All right.
Glaive lives down the road. If they want to give him a call.
Yeah, I saw someone someone from my reply said Glaive to coach FaZe, which is honestly, what a great idea.
Just saying. Fiku postured up to stop them as they come around the corner. He's got another player here. It's him and Fasher straight down beneath him. Missed shots though. Oh god, that leaves Fasher in such a terrible position. And so the nade's gonna blow him to smithereens. He was just there to throw the smoke down and no escape. No kill for Fiku's. Very unfortunate in this. One of the two guns. It was gonna have to come from him and it clearly hasn't.
They're not testing ROPS inside a boiler. They've got a lot of map control right now. But the right read is in place here for OG as they start to skirt 2 over. It's just that the guns are low.
Time could, however, play against them.
Thing is, with enough utility, you know, the CT spots are not going to be great. There's no smoke to deny any Molotovs as well. So a good exec comes their way. Let's see if they can bear this. Oh.
That's what they need. Clean one from but he stayed in the open because of the Molotov. Nexus Deagle kills Brokey. Regali's got the cover! Oh. And Nexa offers a second! Nexa, 4-13 to now this, but Rops has time. He still has time to win this. Nexa takes position deep sight. Rops walks into the scope. Regali and Nexa, 2 apiece, locking down the coffins.
That's massive. Exactly what they needed to do. Fiku with the first kill to slow things down, but then it's that Regali rotation. And a couple of great kills here for Nexa to stop him in place.
Round by round, boys. Play your Counter-Strike games round by round. You could be 4-13 on the receiving end of a 4 versus 2 push into a bomb site, and still you can put up your impact. Nexa proves it then and there. Ties us up at 10. Money's still good for FaZe. Buyback instantaneous. And things were looking good up until the whole coffins problem. Let's see what the strat is now, because right in this moment, that A site looks prime for the taking. And Fiku has his hand blown off. Dropped down to 20 HP, falls back around library, but there's no overcommitment yet. FaZe have been taking their time on the clock.
Not going to see anything lane again. OG have not liked playing inside of brackets.
Kerrigan pressuring, clearing, and cautious. Fasher's giving him room to walk up. It's off Nexa that Fasher plays.
Oh,
Kerrigan wins that duel. It'll at least get taken back by Nexa, but the site itself has fallen. There's nothing left to hold them back.
That's so awkward. They have one on the side of default, but they aren't really protecting the R trap. They have a player in CT spot and one behind him. So they let Rain just walk around.
Look what happens. 2 kills to him. Now positive. And FaZe back to the lead.
So it's sort of a quiet death here from OG as they walk around through Arch, walk into CT spawn, but keep the attack going while Kerrigan goes for a lurk. And then, of course, Fasher's spray goes a little awry. They kind of put things in place to catch someone coming into spawn, but nothing in place to stop the R trap and to help their teammates on site. And I'm not sure if that guy who died on the side at default was watching the arch wrap and just died cleanly to rain, or if he was distracted by the Rops lurk that was going on.
Save is allowed, though. That's got to be Fasher's kill.
Yeah, see right here?
Yep.
You know, it's
No
just
one's
open.
looking.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the easiest 2K of Rain's life. Gap in the setup.
Can't trust the smoke. And CST, you can trust him even less.
Yeah, Counter-Strike gonna give me trust issues.
Yeah.
But I do trust FaZe to figure this out. T-side's been good. Only one round win for OG since switching sides. Ooh. Molly popped too soon.
That was a bad throw. Another. Waiting for a flash from Nexa to reaggress.
Fasher's locked in. That Molly won't move him. Oh, Fiku comes around the corner. Fasher looks to extend. That puts him into the crosshair of twists, and the tethering from FaZe is simply too much.
Yeah, they wanted that back, but they didn't molly half wall to deny that spot.
Can Nexa make up for it?
They're not thinking about him.
Ooh, they line up, but Brokey, he doesn't miss those kinds of shots.
No, he doesn't. Very clutch in that regard, but
When
yeah.
you're up in his face like that, not a problem.
It was a good move from Nexa, right? They knew that he was coffin splashing, and he just ran there so quickly, but okay, the double up inside of halls. I mean, they know it's two A players. They're not anticipating anybody else here. Should be a clean plant for FaZe, and OG just thinking about the save.
That's 12. They'll get through this. It's FaZe. They always do.
Yeah. Like, I wonder if you asked them after the first half, did they think they were going to lose? You know what I mean?
Brokey would say, maybe.
That's just so... That's spitting right there. That's exactly what he would say. I asked him what he thought about the other roster moves. You know, just for the sake of content, to talk about things. And he went, only think about me. Okay. Liar. He definitely secretly has a favorite roster move that's not.
Yeah, right?
You
And
know.
like, why wouldn't he just share that?
Yeah.
Why couldn't he just tell you?
Come on.
So secretive. I wonder who it is that Brokey opens up to, you know?
I bet Kerrigan makes him talk.
Okay.
You know? Kerrigan, you gotta trust Kerrigan. With your emotions. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I feel like he wouldn't turn around and just hurt you.
That's what he wants you to think. Well, they're piecing together buy after buy. They got extra cash on Regali. Round loss looking thick. OG no longer foraying down banana. No more wiggle room to frolic with. No opening picks, but
they got him 3A. That's all they really want here.
Looking at the B pressure. Like it might be something behind it. It's just twists left banana. We get that arch play where Regali strikes down Rain.
Yeah, it's not Rops, so it'll be interesting.
Pressure on Keto. Big impact as a pit player. Oh, he gets there. And Regali catches Rops out towards middle as well. Twists has arrived with more health than his teammates. And with that, he's got a couple trade frags to keep the round alive. 25 to spare. Gets off sight. They're throwing nades at it like he's locked in already. He'll die to the mid play. Nexa's going to catch him with his head turned. And so OG take an 11th. Off of Regali, 2 kills from arch side on op.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, just being careful while rotating, it's always nice. I think that FaZe had something good going. They got the players on A to rotate off towards B, but again, Regali was just careful enough. Of course, if he died in that position, that would have been it, but...
You know, I think of all the players on OG that are brought in, it's crazy that we're putting all this faith in Regali, but he arguably had the biggest shoes to fill with the departure of Degster.
100%.
So
that's why I don't think it'll work,
right?
Personally, but
here he is.
Like Regali himself, I think I've seen enough good stuff out of him. So, okay.
Tough one out of Fiku. Yeah, stuck and locked in, and his teammates now smoked off, so nothing on A. They go for 2 mid play, but there's no protocol inside of apartments in case you lose those players and have to hold on. Fasher still being on arch.
I think the tough part is like you can't really ensure everything. If you lose 2 players on an aggressive mid push, you may well lose the round. The tough part is when you make a call like that, you really want to win. You know, you don't want to lose like that because they've won their few slow rounds, but you can't just do the same thing over and over again. So this is a nice catch for FaZe to deny this. Keeps a 2-round lead for them. Minimal saves in for OG. Try to use Regali on B early.
And FaZe, they can see the finish line now. Like you said, they need more time to warm up. Well, they've done that. We're getting it out of Twists. Reigns unraveled that A site multiple rounds. Ooh. Keto just peeking down mid with nades out.
Yeah, maybe I wonder if everything was on purpose. They didn't have stairs mollied, and maybe weren't anticipating the swing.
Yeah, it feels like 4 in all in mid play. I was missing that extra pizzazz.
Rops get there so fast. Oh my god.
It's Regali down. Keto on Balk instead of Pit. Nope, he drops off that too. Fiku's with him, but occupied on Arch. Twist pressures this B site. It's going to keep a second player locked in. Or does Nexa go for the fight? Yeah, off the flash, he's going to take it. Good call. It works. Fasher sets him up. And we're back to the 4v4. But still, the rest of FaZe is ready to pounce on this A site. It's going to have to be the Fiku Keto crossfire. Rain goes barreling
oh my
in.
God,
Instant
what?
headshot. Turns it towards Keto, who's putting up kills of his own. Expecting that drop. And Rops comes down from the hay cart instead. Smoke towards Moto. He anticipates it and now knows as Fasher sprays through. Bomb grabbed. Plant inevitable. Fake first. Trying to elicit the force out of OG. Brokey just gets on site.
Maybe he gets spotted as well. That timing is sharp.
Nexa's looking.
Doesn't seem like he knows 2 are on site, but he's...
OG's close.
Oh, got a pretty good crossfire, honestly, even if in the site.
Rops is perched, and there's an incendiary on Nexa soon enough. Smoke's gonna fade. That'll give Moto player vision. Teaser tapping shots off. Fasher trade frag, but Brokey closes. And it is FaZe to squeeze their way through that A setup despite Keto's best efforts.
Yeah, that was nice from Mini Pit. Good try from him. I mean, the kills that came down, set that up to make it possible for sure. But Rops' opener right here on the app to start things off made that too difficult. And then even though Nexa traded back, a 2v2 in the site, they made that hard to figure out. Like, Nexa did not know for sure if someone was still big pit as they were scaling, and they were jiggling on site, but they weren't making any noise. Not with both players, only with one. This, of course, is OG's pick.
Yeah, we go Mirage next.
Yeah, there's not like a good place to go versus FaZe, per se, for OG, so it's not a bad option, but...
Nice to see Rops is coming in hot off of the player break. Not skipping a beat from where he finished the last season.
Yeah. He's sort of like a neutron star, which is like that, like a kind of, I think that's the kind of star that's, is that the one that's like, it's like a dwarf star that's denser, more dense than...
Bro, you can't bring up neutron stars and then start asking me.
Oh yeah? I thought you liked space. Oh, never mind, sorry, I thought I was talking to a space guy.
No, man, sorry, dude.
Well, it's one of those stars at like supernovas and then becomes almost as dense as a black hole, but very small.
Okay.
In terms of volume.
Yeah.
And that's what I think Rops is like. Because he's got all this movement and all these mechanics, but he doesn't use them. You know what I mean? The only thing he uses them for is peeking.
I see your
He puts all his energy into that. And you really feel how much more he has to show. But instead, he's this tiny little dwarf star.
Okay.
But it's intimidating. It's like Adesanya only breathing through his nose in round 5. You know what I mean?
Right. Ooh, Brokey in the open. One good opening kill away from that 15th round. But CTs do a good job of masking themselves, staying in cover. And they pull the player off A. Where we've already had woes for OG. We've seen the arch wraps. We've seen those T peaks. It's always this gamble. Lane or arch. And Regali's kind of stuck between the two options. 30 seconds. MP9 starting to move back around library. Also, we've got OG on that flank from bottom mid. And Keto, this angle could catch them off. They both wide swing.
They don't know. Oh my God, what an angle. That
He gets there, but Twist still in moto. Catches Fiku with a back turn. Mid player gets caught out. Simultaneous op kills coming out of both teams. 15 seconds on the clock with bomb dropped inside sight, and Regali's back on the corner. They fly at him, and he has a chance. He takes that chance and posts another 1v3.
All three in the kill feed simultaneously, and finally the clutch for Regali.
He's been given those moments from A site to B site multiple times. T half or CT. But this one is his. If not an ace.
4 for sure.
4 for sure.
No, Keto got one.
Okay, yeah. I was looking at the remnants of that kill feed. Like, don't tell me this guy pulls off the 5, but all right. All right. Love that. You know, he is meant to be the win condition. That right there, Dexter-esque. And a very important moment.
But you know what, Brokey-esque for the uninitiated.
Okay.
He's a passive offer with low opening attempts who's really great in the clutch. He's just like Brokey. He's gonna be in that same vein as the Brokey Shiro sort of Jame type of opper. Explosive but passive.
Oof. Keto gets the dink there. Not enough. Rops walks away. We're back even. Man, that A site looks so understaffed, but FaZe are pulling back.
Now let's see if they walk into this opening. Yeah, this is great for OG to try to do something like this at this timing, because they might meet them head to head.
Wow.
And they might actually get them setting up grenades, actually.
40-second banana clash. MP9 staring at the wall. Regali's going to have them drawn into the M4, and still you've got this third player who's yet to show his hand. Kerrigan just wants to grab the bomb. And he almost got away, but gunned down by Fiku. OG to keep this within 1.
Yes, and we're talking about FaZe who have to chill for a second. They don't have money. They've got to let it go to round 29 before they get involved, and that Regali clutch heard around the world.
Okay, Nexa.
wouldn't be FaZe if it didn't get interesting.
Oh, it's interesting, all right. Well-timed flash for Fiku to farm. There we go. Fasher's CT side has, again, he put up his impact in the first half. His CT side's been really nothing to talk about.
Yeah.
I think he finished the first with like 14 kills or 13
He
kills.
did, yeah. He had so many kind of hard banana entry. He did the hard part. I hate when they do the hard part and then they just can't get the free CT rounds.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, watching his teammates surpass him.
I guess CT side just isn't free these days, you know?
All of a sudden the performance seems mid, but like, no, he had an instrumental role to that first half.
First half was 14 and 10.
Counter-Strike do be like that. Regali hears him coming. 5-7 swap. And it's a cleanup for Regali. 27 and 13 now. 2 rounds in regulation to hit that 30.
That's what you like to see.
And he's putting forward.
Yeah, and the only thing holding him back when he was an academy player was, honestly, the time, you know?
Yes.
Romanian, living in Denmark, actually, and studying here as well. And just very busy. Just had real life and, you know, couldn't prioritize it. CS over that because he hadn't had a career at that point. But now he can.
All right, big round here, folks. Someone's taking 15. OG, we're not meant to be here. But everybody's had their moments. Regali more than others. FaZe letting this one slip.
Uh-oh. 3B setup for OG.
That's all it could come down to, right?
They're hoping for, I think, yeah, they're going to re-flash and retake banana right now, so they'll see nothing. FaZe will hear this, of course.
Right pop at the right time. They're trying to pull players back from B fast enough. They've left Regali there on his own.
Yeah, they're shifting, but they're not getting in a pit.
Oh, Hito gets nothing.
Yeah.
Neither does Fiku.
They knew it was coming, but just a second too late.
And just too sharp is FaZe on the double entry. That's going to force OG to go to the save and to play for OT instead. Yeah. All of that buildup, all of that back and forth, and an instant 5v3 on the A site just gives FaZe 15.
I think the plan just looked a little too standard from FaZe's perspective. They heard them retaking banana, and they believed it wasn't some kind of bluff, and that they weren't actually stacking A while re-clearing it, of course. I mean, and they were intent already on doing the halls pop, so I think that just helped them speed up. Even when the smoke came in, I think it was clear for the players in there that they were going to go no matter what.
And if Kerrigan didn't have that decisiveness, then maybe OG slide in with enough time to set up some kind of a defense, but I mean, look how convincing those 2 kills are.
At least there's money here for OG, and they save with 3.
True.
Wow. Oh, that's disgusting, honestly.
Just coming out staring at that spot. Nothing Fiku could do if it wasn't an instant headshot.
See if they try any aggressive openers on this round, or if they want to set up Regali or keep him alive.
Rugga coming in. Timeout 4 of 4.
Burning through all 4 in the second half. They're smiling.
Yeah.
That's good.
Listen, man, you're having fun. You're playing Counter-Strike with the boys.
I have heard a lot of teams in the after the roster mania or the off-season talk about how everyone's friends. Like, I think that's one thing that I've found to be more common, that a lot of teams have found new friends, or just everyone's just very happy to play together. Not so much just like business associates ready to win, which is also fine. Oh,
ooh, not ideal. Robs gets caught up on the corner. Quick boost. Nexus keeping eyes on balcony. So underplaying Arch to emphasize lane. Big moment here for FaZe. Just close it. Get onto Mirage. Blow him out of the water. Silence the doubters. Shut down Regali in his OG debut. Wasn't able to get any impact in that last round. No chance, nobody to even shoot at. This could be it. We get that pressure outside of A. We get the smoke in the front-facing arch side. Bomb's still not picked up, though.
They haven't found the opper. We're always staring at this wall, but... Oh, there's Robs going down on that half HP. Now they hear the B split. It's something different now.
Yeah, Rain's running it. Regale, he's going to get pressured from both ends, but there's still that smoke up on Banana, so if Rain oversteps too quickly, he's done.
I don't know if he knows he's heard.
The nade out. Oh, Rain comes through CT, catches Regale just as he turns, and then tears up every single player that faces him. Of course, it is Rain when you need him most, and Brokey's about to close it. FaZe pressed down to round 30, and they throw out something new. Rain wrapping around Arch through the CT spawn, just catching Regale with a nade out. Nexa wants it, but it is Rain that shines brighter than all in this 30th round for FaZe. Some would have never expected OG to even get those double digits. They pressed them, and Regale was the reason why. But the other riflemen of this team have also put forth a round or two here and there. This is an OG that pressed FaZe to the limits, and we'll try that again on Mirage.
Welcome to the esports reverse challenge. Listening is the key in CS. Whether that's listening for enemy players' footsteps or communicating with your team.
As a pro player, you need to understand your teammates, whether they're shouting, whispering, or talking backwards. Oh, which is what you're going to do today. Please read the following words and phrases backwards. Your teammates will have to guess what these words are supposed to be.
Your teammate OC has recorded some words and phrases for you to listen to. For each correct guess, you win 3 points.
Work together to find out if your brain can adapt.
My brain will not adapt today. We'll do our best.
I'm gonna say it's Oma.
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 Oma. Oma? What the what the hell is Oma?
Ammo maybe?
Ammo.
Ammo.
Yokad.
Decoy.
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 Decoy. Yeah, decoy.
Yeah?
Decoy, yeah?
Decoy. Garf.
Garf.
Oh, it's easy one.
Garf.
Garf. Frag, yes.
Like frag grenade. Frag. Easy. We got it.
Frag.
Frog.
Frog.
Napple Oak.
This is gibberish.
Tanalp Og.
Tanalp. What is Tanalp?
I don't know, man. It's super hard. I cannot guess this.
Go on. Onref. Wait.
Ornefni. Nab.
Ban Inferno. Ban Inferno.
Yeah, Ban Inferno. Nice, man. Yes. Pog.
Ban Inferno.
Repins.
Oh.
By round. I think it's Sniper. Wait, I have Monocy number. 1 second.
Sniper.
Pots on B Shar.
Pots on Ebe Shur.
Rush the spots on B Shar.
Rush. B. Don't stop.
No stop. Yeah, no stop, right? Yeah. Rush B, no stop.
Nice.
Rushing B.
Rush B, maybe.
Yeah, rushing B.
Rush B, no stop.
Let's go.
Yeah, I have no idea if these are gonna sound correct. I probably butchered them really hard, but yeah, good luck, guys.
Guessing Monesis gibberish noises.
FaZe swinging back and delivering the final blow to OG on round number 30. Gentlemen, I think we should dive right back back into the action we saw going around at the tail end of that map, because man, thanks to Rain, FaZe seal it out in round number 30. Let's relive this one.
He pulled that one out of the rabbit, or the hat rather. He had the Regali waiting for him, and then that very second where he turns, that's the moment Rain strikes, gets a double kill, beautiful crosser placement, puts an end to this round. But I mean, we haven't seen the beginning of this, but Nexa had found a kill towards long, and I think he heard Rain, so it basically became a psychological warfare between Regali and Rain as to, I'm waiting for you, but I don't know when you're gonna come here. I eventually have to help my teammate, and he just turned, and this is what allowed Hover to put that to 30. But hey, did we see FaZe have to go the distance like this?
I was just about to say, there's a reason we even got into this scenario where Rain showed his experience and Regali maybe showed that he's a bit green, because you're right, it was a psychological warfare in that regard, whereas Rain ended up winning that one. But it only came to the fact that it was actually a very close game, as you can see by the round distribution. That second half OG put up, that was very, very good. It took FaZe a long time before they could string some rounds together. I want to give the credit to OG. I didn't think that they would be good enough in order to pressure FaZe even on their own map pick. And we saw a strong start coming out of FaZe as well, and I thought that was going to be enough. But I think the calling coming out of Nexa, the way that they were playing together, the way the Regali as well almost clutched 2 or 3 rounds, there was a lot of positive signs coming out of OG I didn't necessarily expect to see.
Yeah, let's put one of those OG moments under the microscope over in the Mahone zone.
That's right. The calling was good, as mentioned. And part of the reason, or who I want to give credit to, is actually Nexa here, just because he's been away from the game a little bit. So I want to point out this round here. It's round 9, or round 10, sorry. It starts off with some simple banana control. It ends up being a trade into a 3-on-3 situation. Now, the person that we actually want to pay attention to here is Nexa, as I mentioned. And that's because the way he reacts to the information that he's about to get is why he's still such a good caller. So what we're going to see here is that he's tucked here towards this banana side, and there's actually a smoke that's going to come down towards the entrance of B. But this isn't just any smoke. This smoke actually bounces off the skybox, and it lands, and it bounces a few more times off the wall, and then into B. The thing is that Nexa, he can actually hear all these bounces. And if you're a player in this spot, you know that this is not a typical smoke. This is a smoke that's a bit more of a set one. It's actually a smoke that is thrown from the CT spawn area. Given that it's a 3-on-3 situation here, Nexa, in his mind, he understands that the CT setup is likely something like this in a 3-on-3. With 3 people alive, you normally have to have 1 player towards B, normally 1 player towards A, and because there was that smoke thrown from the CT spawn area, there's a good chance that this player is actually floating back towards A, which means that the B site is very likely just guarded by 1 person. So what does Nexa do? He actually decides to move up, calls his teammates back here towards this banana side so that they can set up a small little execute. But it's not just a typical execute. They throw the CT and spool smoke, but the next he actually creeps into the smoke and he phases it just a little bit. By phasing it, he's actually able to get a bit of an advantage on the entry, and that's because whenever you phase the smoke, if you're inside the smoke, you have a bit more of an advantage compared to people who are outside of it. You can see people sooner. So when the smoke fades, it allows Nexa to catch Twist on top of that first orange position, get the entry, and go into the site. You'll see that from Twist's point of view, he can't quite see Nexa that clearly. That's why Nexa wins this duel. Once he gets into the site, with those smokes down, it's now difficult for Rops to come back and spam, because now they can cross into the site and have total site control. At this point, they're in a clear 3v2 retake, and they end up winning the round. So this is really some good calling from OG here, and that's really why their T-side was so strong. Credit to Nexa here.
Yeah, huge props to the in-game leader in this one, particularly considering, you know, we haven't seen Nexa inside the server for quite some months now. We didn't know exactly what face of him we'd be getting.
Yeah, and he showed 2 different qualities throughout this first half. I think a couple of good reads in the fly, in the moment, and that was a good example brought to us by Mahone. And also, he knew how to play simple when he could play simple. Like, there were a couple of rounds where they basically just played over an apps pop with a couple of flashes, and this was just enough to pounce into a FaZe team that, let's be honest, took a little bit to warm up. They won the pistol, converted, but after that, Brokey was a little bit sleeping at the very beginning. He took a while to warm up. Twist was also somewhat not exactly connected to the server. It was mainly Robs who was doing all of that work on the A side. So they could abuse some of these individuals that were a little bit slow to start up. But once that was the case, we saw FaZe come back to the second half.
I want to continue that Rops conversation as well, because it's something that Connor aptly touched upon during the cast. You know, when we've seen FaZe having these little bits of a dips in form, it's Rops that's been the consistent force, right? He's continuing that coming into this new season.
Yeah, he was looking hot. He was looking good on the server. Again, a classic Rops performance where he's constantly annoying, constantly being in positions where opponents know where he is at all times, but you don't know exactly when he's going to strike. And we saw that a lot of times in this game. A lot of these kills you're going to see right here is people walking into his crosshair, and that's that's what Rubs does so well. It is also a player that I've been watching during the player stream a lot. He's been playing a lot. He's been grinding. So there we go. It actually makes sense in the sense that I've seen him stream 5 hours every single night the past week, and now he's coming into his first game, and he's the one being ready for it. It makes sense.
Obviously, despite OG losing out, do want to give some props to Regali as well. We saw a kind of first taste test of him back in Dallas. Didn't know that he was going to be a permanent fixture of OG going forward. And yeah, I don't know. I was impressed with what we saw Regali deploying despite losing out.
Yeah, that was a very promising performance from Regali, of course, kicking off his new season here in Counter-Strike. On the T half, I think he had a couple of moments, and here we captured some of the great shots. But for me, it was the CT side, where he really had a few moments with the AWP. He had that incredible clutch on the A side. I'm sure it's going to be part of the package. We could see how it is ability. That's the clutch that I'm talking about. Basically pinned a la Kenny S. I feel like I've seen Kenny do this a few years back, and once again, he pulls up. That's
on the old Inferno
that's
as well.
Weirdly nostalgic as well. So he had some of these moments, 27 kills. I really think he's the real deal. Like, all of the signs that I'm seeing from this young player point towards like he's got a great future in the game, and this could just be the great find for OG.
Right. I think this is where I want to, throw us back to the old OG. Do we feel like we're saying the exact same conversation as we did out of Dexter?
Yes.
Because we were saying, oh, OG is going to be great because of Dexter, right? I'm just saying the storyline seems pretty similar to the old line.
No, I'm saying something different here. I did a bit of a remix right there. I'm not saying that OG is going to be great because of Regali. I think Regali is great. That's the end of my sentence. That's period,
full stop,
I'm not going any further. You're taking the bus to the next station. I'm staying here.
I don't know, Jacob, are you agreeing with my sentiment or not?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a stepping stone for Regali, just like it was with Dexter, I feel like. How are you going to
stepping stone to where?
To the next team? Well, for Dexter,
Maybe
well,
we'll
let's wait and see.
find
Maybe
out.
Liquid at some point when they figure out that they need a replacement. But let's be honest, right? Regali, the way he's playing right now, he is the real deal, and he's much needed moving into a map like Mirage, where he's going to have a lot more on his plate.
Yeah, let's talk a bit more about Mirage. Obviously, FaZe's pick coming into things. Is this smelling like a 2-0 for your money, Jacob?
It does to me, but I will say that the individuals of FaZe were not that impressive on Inferno. You need the individual powers to come up on a map like Mirage. Otherwise, you can risk getting run over by a well-structured OG that clearly has put in the time and effort coming into this tournament. So yes, I do believe FaZe is going to win, but it's going to be close.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does play out, but not before we head to a quick break. When we are back, the pick of FaZe, it's Mirage, and potentially the chance to do this in 2.
Back in action, folks. We got Mirage up next. We got FaZe and we got OG, and the unicorn odds still favor FaZe, as I think most people would have coming into the series, but that wasn't a FaZe that blew anybody away. Instead, we get OG leaning on Regali, as Nexa said. This, will be the key to our roster, and we saw it. That beautiful clutch inside of the A site was a highlight reel moment for him. Definitely had those sorts of moments brewing. If you think about how many 1vX's he found himself in, sure, he picked up one victoriously at the end, but if he had done that on a T side here and there, we could be talking about a different outcome. 16-14 is how FaZe walked away with that.
Yeah, well, it's sort of the story that you might expect. I think that Regali's got really good peaks right now in terms of, you can see he's playing this well versus FaZe. The consistency's not quite there yet. Hopefully that comes. But still, the supporting cast is the big question. Like talked about, Fasher coming into out of that first half, 14-10, looking solid on T side. Only a couple kills on the CT side. Who's going to come in next behind Regali? And Regali, will he be consistent here on Mirage? These are the two questions I have, but otherwise, this is definitely FaZe's game to lose. They've started to get rolling.
Let's get it going. Well, Rain starts where he ended. Beautiful headshots to close Inferno. Taps Keto out of this one. Nothing else follows suit, man. No quick pop. No rampage through the A site just yet. Utility trickles in smoke towards stairs. And Rain. Well, now he's got Regali in the corner. There it is. Took a little while, but it happens. That's a bun smoke, dude. God damn, Rain, dude, it's just owning him. 3 P250. Yeah. Look at the smoke. It's up on the roof. Who's smoking up there?
He's on the roof.
He's got some sheesh on the roof, please. And Nexa walks away 5 health. So give Rain a P250. Let him get crazy.
Raindrops. 395 damage on the round. Thank you, HUD.
Yeah, going back. Yes, last map, Inferno, Fasher, 15-9 on T side, 2-10 on CT side. Keto, 4-12 as well. Like, I mean, that's just the fall off. And honestly, just as big a fall off for Keto, right? He was the second man on that T side behind Fasher, and he was the second to the bottom above Fasher in the other. So you lost, and we had that conversation at the start of the map. We started our conversation on OG is who steps up next to Regali.
Yeah.
Well, those two players put themselves forward in the first half, and those very same two players fell off in the second.
Yeah.
And it just makes you think, yep, that's going to be the problem OG face going forward.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's scary that
they have to beat the stats. You know what I mean? They have to beat the stories up until this point. They have to beat their stories from their previous teams. They have to beat what we already know about them and what they know about themselves. And we have to be honest, right? I mean, there's no reason to think otherwise. So we'll see. But one thing's for sure, it's at least nice that Regali can play under Nexa. That's probably a real good bonus for his career. Good place to start. And OG has been a place like a lot of great stories have come from, of course, in terms of younger talent. So
one place nade, damn. Rain eats that one. Roki working his way up cat, twist with bomb back by chair, flash towards it, and no contact. Leaning on the Deegs. We saw what those Deagles had in store for us on Inferno. Ooh, but they know about... Oh, no way, dude. He takes Kerrigan with him. Rob slides out, clears out the A site. Twist runs bomb in, so all good here for FaZe. They're going to convert it. They could very well take down what's left of OG as well, but, wow, props, Keto. Took him down with you.
That's all you can do, right? What's the Steam achievement when you kill someone after you die?
Oh, I don't know.
It's from the grave or something like that. Usually attainable, via HE.
Right.
I mean, technically, you can't kill someone before you die with a gun in CSGO. There was a long video, I think, analyzing whether or not if you clicked at the exact same time, what would happen, like in the exact... And I think it actually comes down to a little bit of pure randomness, whether or not you get the kill. If you shoot at the exact same time.
Ooh, I don't mind a little random.
With no latency, no nothing.
Yeah.
Coin flip. I'll take those odds. I'm a lucky son of a gun.
Damn right. Right here, right as he dies.
Yeah.
And then obviously Rops just makes it way easier. Insta-kills Fasher. So, FaZe 2-0. I expect better things from FaZe here on Mirage. But of course, I'm also a little hesitant after what we got on Inferno. You know, I wanted to be excited about FaZe. I wanted to be just as stoked for them as I was for the other two teams that didn't make any changes. I was ready. But now I'm kind of squeamish. Making quick work of the mid play. Sorry, Fiku. You're a dead man. Take one down. You know, pull that keto. That's all you need, but Rain's going to hone in on him. Dude, Rain really is the eternal for FaZe.
Yeah.
And I love that when the rumors came out, they're like, yeah, you know, FaZe is going to replace Rain. Rain's going to, he's going to retire. He's done. He's got to go.
I said, what the hell are you guys talking about?
What are you guys?
Why is everyone talking about me?
Yeah, shut up. And he puts forward another stellar performance.
When did I say I'm going to retire?
I feel like Rain will be here forever. Crazy how long he's been for FaZe.
I was one of those. I was just like thinking, there's just this point where you're like, all right, you're going to retire, right? But like, it's actually happening less and less. As I think there's more stability for the players to like continue on playing the game they love, even into fatherhood.
Since 2016, Rain has been a part of FaZe.
Yeah, he's on the original roster.
Insanity. You know,
he's so, you know, since Elige, I guess he would be the next longest standing.
I was going to say, with Elige departing for Complexity, it's kind of like, yeah, that took me back a second. Yesterday, watching Elige, seeing Elige in a different jersey with new teammates that weren't on Liquid, just,
yeah.
I had to process that. I had to take a step back and accept, yeah, okay, this is real now.
Yeah, immediately I'm like, you're bald, you're on Complexity, is everything okay?
Yeah. I said, Cooper?
Mini Cooper. There we go.
Well, he's jacked. He's got all the makings.
True. But yeah, dude, he just makes Complexity so exciting, honestly.
Look what happened. Pulled out the win yesterday. So, come on, OG, show me your Elige. Rain waits top mid. Rifle's looking for the fights, but Rain with the lesser weapon. Splatters Fasher. No helmet, I believe. Shortcomings in utility as well. It's not very comfortable here for OG, but it is their first gun round, so it's all on the line. And we're going to get Kerrigan pushing it down middle, possibly into the scope of Regali. Rain gets hit by the off, but Kerrigan's in that perfect spot to pounce on it. And of course, Keto would love to get the second kill top middle. Fiku's going to come get him with the nade. Nicely done. Nexa, double kill off Cat. Clean headshots to stop almost all of FaZe, but Rops still has a chance. Low health on Keto.
But maybe enough health.
And Fiku flanking from apartments. Rops trying to change into the op. 35 seconds, but that flank's going to find him scoped in. Nope, he drops.
He's not thinking there's a fast flank, however, so...
He's off the plant.
Surely he dies. There it is. Good timing for Fiku.
Big round from Fiku. Nade top mid. Made sure to go kill Rain when he had him in. He knew that he was low off Regali's up.
Big round for Nexa as well.
Had him stuck in.
Was the perfect time to attack when everybody was fighting inside of middle. And fighting back from Cat. It's usually unfun. So, killed the players crossing. This one was key. A lot of shaved heads, actually, coming out of the break.
Yep. Oh, it's summer. It's summer.
It is summer, yeah.
Everybody gets that bug.
I just started growing all my hair.
Oh.
Even though it's hot. It is hot. I should really get in season.
Oh, man, you do you.
All right. So, OG not the best start here. Keto down. With no compensation. Still midden FaZe's control.
Just going to walk through apps, but Ollie's ready for this.
Yeah, this could be good. This
Haven't
could be
seen
good.
on B.
Now, this could be a jump across with the Opera to take the fight. It's always fun to watch these kinds of engagements.
Re-peek into Brokey, kill him. Then
Will it be a
slam
shoulder
the
tight or
third
shoulder
guy.
Everett?
Nah, he falls off the one, but...
Oh, they took the risk.
It's at least the one, so we're back into 4v4. Rain's looking to press up through connector. Ooh, smoke to play around. Enemy very close. Fasher's got support from Fiku towards Ticket. Lots of body about to be presented to Fasher. 3 of them about to run around this. Oh, he's lost his support and he only takes down Rain. Then that gap can't be held on by Nexa. Twist does indeed cross over. Bomb has to join him though.
Wow.
And Nexa is not going to find a gap on this one. So deep ticket control from Twist gives Brokey the post plant. Kerrigan slides into the smokes.
Yeah, the molly wasn't great, but they put the good smoke down before crossing. Very smart, very careful. Very quick as well. With no CT players coming in for the retake, no free kills here for OG.
Nexa would have loved for somebody to face him as they fade, but that's not happening. So a transition up connector into A.
Yeah, that's tough for Fasher. I mean, I don't know how his teammate dies fighting from CT. That was a good way to bait, but maybe if he had just shouldered, I don't know. I can't really overwatch that engagement. Didn't get to see it myself, but he needed 2 or more, basically, to make this possible.
Terrorists win.
How do we get that ticket kill?
Oh,
just in the open. I mean, good
oh,
shot.
that's how he died. Wow, that's
Good shot from Kerrigan. We'll
great
give him
shot. You know, got to give it up to him for him. Nexa with the gun. Regali with his op still. So they keep that forward.
Yeah, I mean, he had a good opening on that B site too, but...
Con Molly missed. It's going to look weird, but probably doesn't actually change anything. Kerrigan. Ooh, looking for a tempo. Through the smoke on B. He's going to hear that deagle, and maybe they drop their guard a little bit, but look who's here next up with a big gun.
Oh, man. Trying to make himself as small as possible. They come out and blinded. Kerrigan actually ate that from Twist. Fiku, nice deagle kill. Making the most of the little guns. Trying to get a second. A missed shot. Knifes out. Okay. Brokey's not going to let that happen. Cools things off. Chills out for a second, but they are still outnumbered.
Yeah.
You know, it's not an ideal position here for FaZe.
Oh, that's an interesting spot to play.
Really?
You know, if it was anybody except Rops, I'd say this is a terrible idea. But he is good on these hard angles. The problem is when your gun sticks out, you're always nervous that they walk by you. So it's very important that Brokey covers him properly, but...
Oh, but man, Brokey's got so much to watch. He's just peeling himself between 3 different positions.
He looks like he maybe missed a key timing there. We'll see.
Missed the clock. Oh, it's ticking. Rops executes 2. Now he's going to get gunned down by Regali, who's trying to close that gap. The nade!
But no
the
time.
Clock, it decides all.
Dude, that's why I'm saying, like...
It's Rops.
It's Rops. Like, you saw how hard those shots were, but it's Rops, man. He's good at that. And the one upside of that spot is you probably get the first kill. This is that. Usually the trade is imminent because you've got nowhere to go, and you're so open on both sides of the box. And Brokey missing his first shot, well, that's where it's supposed to end.
I also think that position, when nobody comes market, instantly so much better.
Yeah.
You're blocking off apartments and the cat play, like you're so much better set. So it works out to his favor. But still, you know, made sketchy by OG's lesser weapons. Still, however, 5 on the T side early. Going for the M4 boost, hoping someone presses out onto Cat. But it's Rain, and he loves to play it patient from time to time. I like watching Rain shift gears throughout a half. Sometimes maybe fast, sometimes maybe slow. Combining with the underpass play, where, of course, that boost has been disassembled. But they'll take the ramp control comfortably as well. Keto going to stick around, and Regali watching connector.
The mid will happily be won by FaZe.
Yeah, I mean,
give it over at the moment.
Huge.
Regali's angle is awesome. No one totally covering his palace, but no threats yet. Oh.
Damn, Twist.
Wow.
Okay.
That's exactly the fight Regali was looking for, but a sharp shot from Twist.
Fasher traded. Another peek could come in from Cat. They've got attention towards ramp. Nexa in the corner, drops the bomb. Still time to recover, still man advantage phase. And Nexa's not seeing anybody else. Twist gets the better of him, and the last player is confirmed to be coming in from mid. Top stairs, denied. Fiku's got a chance here with Twist so low. Robs could also just win this as he comes off of the bomb plant. Twist's gonna flank Fiku, poor guy, never sees it coming. And that's Twist's to take a bow. I would love to see that first fight between him and Regali from either perspective.
Seriously, jump it up in a connector. Regali's got that hard angle, only available because they have ramp control, so he's safe. I mean, actually, Palace would have worked out a little bit better, but and then it's actually Rain to sort of take the reins and turn it into a sequence, even though Twist closes at the end. But there's actually so many moments where if OG won one duel, they would have stayed ahead.
Yep. If only. And here's a 5v4 to start with. Fasher clipping Rain's wings from window. Oof, and Fiku comes out to help off Cat. Twists. He's got his hands full. Kerrigan slides out ramp. Keto could get blindsided. But it goes unchecked. Ooh, Keto ready for the second.
Nice.
Yeah, I had to go the other way around, but Kerrigan back turned. And this is too much to ask of Twist. So looking like OG stuffed the top mid fight immediately. That duel from Fasher and window, key.
Yeah, good thing Keto doesn't just like fall asleep at the wheel there, just stare at a smoke. Like Kerrigan walk out in the way he did. Now Twist has all the utility. He's got time. He has the bomb. He's down to half HP, but
yeah,
I'm just saying.
Not much. Who's going to make the mistake? I've seen Van Balken pull a rabbit out of a hat in a situation like this before. Oh, okay. Never mind. First bullet just blows him away.
Not bad.
Yeah, Fiku's getting, Fiku's finding his groove. I like that Fiku's been kind of pressuring Catwalk. He's been throwing himself at a couple of engagements. And that's boding well for him at the moment. All of OG contributing, really. For their second round win. And look at the reward they have given themselves. Pistols out of FaZe. 9 rounds into the map. It's really everybody other than Regali. Plenty of time to change that. No mid-fight this time from the CTs. Rops slides through easily, Twists with him and the bomb. Forfeiting that mid-play. Giving it to the pistols. Holding off on sights. This is something that I feel like went kind of underplayed in that previous round where Twist just comes up connector, kills Regali, and takes the A site. There's a lot of openings that have been left in window, jungle.
Yeah, mid is so underplayed.
OG's got to be careful. That last round, they played it out the gate, and with the duels won instantly, great. It's when they forfeit it like 20 seconds into the round without an opening pick that I think things get a little too sketchy. But, of course, we're talking about pistols, and Fasher's just going to sweep them away.
Swash.
Swash.
All right. I don't know why I said that. I said Fasher more like Swiffer.
Oh, okay. You got
the quicker picker upper.
You got all jumbled. Thought you were going for like swashbucklers, you know, getting some pirate terminology in or whatnot.
Can't think of any cool pirate words that I know of.
What? Come on.
Just
Swashbuckler.
Like scurvy.
Well, I mean, that's just a disease, but yeah. Yeah. Doubloons.
Howdy. I mean, no, wait.
No, that.
Yar.
Pantaloons. That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Guns and aggression. Oh, see what I'm saying?
Let's go, Fiku.
Fiku taking fights. Unleash the beast that is Fiku in these rounds, and look what you get. Instant 3K in Palace. I mean, just off of the spawn. Love that. Keto's going to close it. This is going to invigorate the CT side ever so slightly. Yar!
Damn, all right. Took that one by the horns. Double Palace push, didn't need a teammate at all. Stylish one from Fiku.
Look at this, 3 headshots to boot. I feel like that spray didn't even fully reset itself before he got back under control.
Yeah, it's great control.
Sweet.
The CS has been overall slow today.
That's okay.
No, I don't think so.
I believe we play to win.
Boring.
Well, this round's going quick.
Remember when Outsiders and Cloud9 got eliminated from the Paris Major and every match was fast?
Yeah.
It was beautiful.
That I do remember. Remember FaZe versus Ents in Dallas?
Oh, that was insane.
Oh my god.
And FaZe versus like everyone in Paris is also sick.
All those ancient overtimes. I mean, that was like 4 overtimes of whole W. 5 overtimes? I can't remember.
FaZe G2? Oh.
Man.
Maybe my favorite matchup of the year.
Closed. If you could introduce one team into Blast Circuit, who would it be?
Cloud9?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, well,
I'm just like,
as
I'm like
of today's
angry.
news, sure. Yeah, I'm mad. Yeah, I'm getting a little angry too, man. Give me a little Furio while we're at it.
Yeah.
Give me some Ents, in fact.
Yeah.
They've played enough showdowns. And showdown qualifiers. Get them in. Good things come to those who wait. That's all I'm saying. Regali. Ooh, 2 have crossed. Made it quickly into connector, but stuck around. Ooh, missed shot. That could have been the 5v4 again.
Mm-hmm. And when they give up mid, they give it up permanently. Oh, there they are. Okay, they're peeking off cap. Oh, come on, no way. They have bottom con control. That was very dangerous.
Rain able to recover this one. Such little health, though, on him and his teammates.
Oof.
Keto's not going anywhere. Yeah, he knows what's there. He knows how close Rain was to death, what was prime for the taking, and Regali moving that op back towards window.
Yeah, if this op...
Bro, Rops could come out. You know Rops could unravel this.
Well, as soon as they find out about the op, we'll see. See if Regali gets a kill, if he sees anything. I like them keeping close to middle, though. It's definitely paid off to not just go passive. But do we have the B help coming in? Is Regali going to go CT or B? Yeah, he's
literally running back and forth.
He has a decision to make based on, you know, what he feels, because FaZe can literally go either way. It's a total gamble. But they've got Palace control. Keto's going to hear him behind him.
Yeah, he's made the call now. They're starting to inch over, but they're also, because Regali has taken a position up in market, they've got to be concerned about window. They don't know what's happened underpass to bottom window. Now, the bomb plant confirms it all, so everybody's going to come over, but even then, you still have to be cautious, right? That's in the back of your head, and now it's actually occupied by Twists. So maybe come at it from Cat. Nexa can come help as smoke fades. Keto's even worried about mid. I mean, look how scared they are.
Yeah, the only thing is Regali can come and clear this with, like, if you don't clear this thinking they're here, you're going to miss it. But Regali has every reason to believe he could have crossed into the smoke. And, oh, yeah.
And then Twists
out beautifully for Twist.
Serves up a great distraction. Rops waits that entire round in Palace just to come out and close it. But yeah, you could see playing in the dark like that, they felt like maybe it wasn't too big of a risk, but then when the retake reality sinks in, you realize, oh, damn. I got corners to clear and not much time to do it.
This was also so risky when they came off a mid, you know. Someone sneaking to the bottom of connector after mid control is very normal, but Fiku was treating it like they could only still be top boxes when I think Regali, after peeking connector, knew that they could have been all over mid. And here they are, both teams looking for a duel, and they'll find it.
Fasher and Fiku, I like the aggressive mid ones that we've gotten out of OG.
Yeah,
I like those rounds when we get the fight top mid. When Fiku's coming swinging off of Cat, not this round specifically, but those are the OG flashes that have impressed me here on Mirage. And they've left FaZe worse for wear. This half can still be won by OG, no doubt in my mind. And why? Because Fasher's playing well again, 12-8. Fiku up there, 11-7. They're picking up the slack that Regali has kind of left in this first 15. But that's what we had on Inferno. Regali didn't blow our minds in the first half.
Yeah.
It was the CT side that he definitely got his work done. You know, we can forgive Fasher for the Inferno fall off if he follows through with momentum on map 2, extends this series, etc. OG indeed doing enough. But right now it's Brokey trying to piece together a 1v4. Fasher's giving him the angle to work with. This is a weird one if you're Brokey. You've come from middle, you see nothing on A. They're giving you a ton of space to play around with.
But clearly has no idea now. Once you made this clear, though, you're going through, yeah. But going towards B, I mean, that's not going to be easier.
I think Regali's watching. Yeah, that exact angle. So just in case he had two players to work out mid and underpass, and keeping an eye on the flank pays off. OG 1 round closer.
Yeah, solid recovery. And I like the calls from Nexa, and I mean, I appreciate them taking the fight inside of middle these past few, the reaggressions.
Even if it's just spamming through the smoke and window, I feel like they've gotten rewarded from that. Just don't let FaZe get comfortable.
Yeah.
You get yourself another reward. You know, from 6-1 FaZe's favor to what's looking like a tied game. OG definitely proven they've got it, but of course that scout top middle takes down Fasher. Now wounded. It's going to make him a little more timid for the window peek, which is exactly what FaZe are hoping for. Some mid presence to be taken. Here's Twists, falls back. Doesn't want to die, doesn't want to give him that gun. Understandable decision. Nexa having his teammate bait Kerrigan closer. Kerrigan gets away.
Oh, DP smoke, yeah.
Okay. They walk. Oh, no, they run through. And if Fiku can get a couple of kills, then you know Nexa's going to sweep away the remnants. Yeah. Easy for the first two. Rops and Rain, they'll try. Rops dead to Regali through the murder hole, and sure enough, tied game.
Solid coming back into this half. Good calls from Nexa, good setups. Great individual plays. Fiku's 3K in Palace. Some good mid efforts. Liking what we're seeing. Let's see who takes round 15. And then, I mean, that really opens up the second half. We'll see.
It's Fasher again doing well. It's Fiku, the best performing player. Ollie top con, wasting no time. But again, it's one of those rounds with guns where we get no pressure out of OG's mid play. These more often than not slide into FaZe's favor. Fasher got a lot to do here. Seen Twist slice open this A site, but he's currently holding on the underpass flank. It's Kerrigan that'll be first contact A.
He's been struggling, not just on this map.
His stats in the last year, last 6 months, a sea of red. Rain. Oh man, Fasher's pinched. He's got no support either because we've got 2 players per bomb site forward facing, and Fasher just steps right into the crosshair. So again, you give that space to middle, and FaZe will take it more often than not, walking away with round wins.
It comes down to a millimeter peak, and then you lose the entire site, so...
Now nobody can contest Brokey. There's no Palace play. It is just 2 guys out on ramp, and one of them has now been revealed to be in the open. However, that draws Rops into the op of Regali. Oh, Keto had a great chance there. It's low health for 2. FaZe not in the clear just yet, but this will certainly help. Twist and Kerrigan at bat. And it's looking like FaZe will take that one round edge. But again, just like Inferno, we go back and forth, and we have a close affair between the likes of FaZe and OG. But a T-side up next. Well, the conversation around OG is who's stepping up if Regali is meant to be your win condition. And on the first map, we had a strong argument put forth by Fasher and by Keto. And now here on Mirage, we're getting one from Fiku. Top of the charts for OG on that T side, or CT side, excuse me. 13 frags, 8 deaths. We had Rain trying to start this where he finished Inferno, and sure enough, at the top. But it's not like FaZe have come in and put a massive gap between them and OG. At least not in the first 15 of map 2. Maybe the CT side will just sail forward with no real troubles, but it's up to them to prove that. Brain.
To be a star, you must shine in both halves.
There we go. Like a neutron star. Or something like that. Fall off mid.
Oh.
Nope.
There we go.
No contest at all? Okay. No.
Why
no
fight
hole?
if you don't have to? What is it? Oh.
Twist does come back in time to catch Fasher, but it is then Fiku with an answer. Keto shows his hand out from Palace. That's going to slow down the rotate by Fiku. Precious seconds to plant that bomb. And for all we know, OG to tie at 8.
They're fading away. They're getting crumpled up like pieces of paper. Everyone's so low. Getting gushed left, right, and center. Rain down to 10 HP. 3 players up, and you know, I mean, Rops is here. If you had a kit, I'd be like, oh, maybe you could do something interesting, but instead, passing the halfway mark, Let's see if we can punish exits. FaZe aren't going to try this. That was cool. I mean, it was a slight bait, but it was just sort of a body bait. They didn't use much utility to pull that off. And they made it feel like it was going to be an A attack and simply ran up cat. That's like such a Nexa round. Making a little bit of utility go a long way.
Yep. Love that for him. All right. Well, Fiku's gleaming, bro. Having a grand old time.
You know, the hair steals nutrients from your body.
Does it?
That's how you keep it healthy. The food you eat turns into nutrients that go into your hair. So it's like only holding you back.
Not to mention you're less aerodynamic.
Elise said it gets a little cold sometimes when the AC's on at night.
Right. He'll get used to it. Fiku gonna try to keep this dial cranked to a 10 as the Mac 10 itself finds one in con. Rops.
Ooh, he get
finished off
Oh,
Fiku.
there's one left.
Nexa twists from sight. Regali looking to piece together a clutch. It's versus Kerrigan. He's got to grab the bomb. He's got a huge weapon advantage.
He just goes B, right? Yeah, that's the only thing you have to do.
But that lets Kerrigan grab a weapon. Kerrigan's on the prowl.
I don't...
Oh,
Kerrigan's going to assume he's not heard, right? Let's see what his play's going to be.
There's an AK at the top of con. Grab that instead. It's going to make sound.
But I think he's actually starting to get this together.
Oh, he's on the trail, man. He can see the footprints.
The thing is...
Yeah, he sniffed the scat, dude. He's coming.
Oh,
he's on the
timing
hunt.
missed. Plant will come down. Kerrigan walking by. He's not going to rush it.
Kerrigan.
Let's see.
Wait, no. Oh, we thought it was A for a second.
We can hear this now. He heard this.
Regali crosses back. He still doesn't seem to know.
Kerrigan's got this timing now. He can walk back into it.
Yo, this audio game.
It's free for Kerrigan.
It's done. Oh my God, dude. He was a masterclass hunt, but I feel like both players made sound. The other would have heard.
I didn't see Kerrigan make sound, but did you?
I thought he heard. You see how he's like dumbfounded right now?
Well,
I
Kerrigan
swear
made
because
sound
he thought
in
it was
mid.
an A plant. And so Kerrigan took a step in market thinking it was an A plant.
Oh, interesting.
I
Okay.
think I saw that on the radar. It's hard to tell, but
yeah, then it's weird that Regali started running because Kerrigan just followed the sound.
I don't know, man.
A lot of things just happened right there.
Hey, man, round win's a round win. That's 9.
Not for Regali, but
nope,
yeah.
that's a round loss. You're right. But if you're Kerrigan, you've got 5 kills on this map, and one of them's that one right there.
Yeah, one of them's a round.
There you go.
See that, boys?
I heard Twist's comment. He said, "You timinged yourself, but then you timinged him." Really, that's all you can ask for. Rain, incredibly clean. Deagle comes out from Palace. Keto trying to swing with it, but he's not going to get more than one. It is another multi-kill round out of Rain. And he's been putting those together this evening. Scout damage substantial.
Peek him.
Regali's going to fall victim to the Brokey play, and so it is indeed double digits to FaZe Clan. Now the fun begins for FaZe. The ramifications of that Kerrigan Regali 1v1. We obviously give praise to Nexa for making a little utility go a long way, but this is no utility. This is not even a P250. Little mistiming, twists. Triple kill, spray down. Splatters him on the backboard and takes 11.
Mirage T side from Nexa is explosive. It's fast. It's stylish.
Is it mid-focused? Do you expect?
No, not necessarily. It can be, but I think it's more calling out a spawn focused. I think it's okay. We're doing a palace pop this round. We're doing a fast A play. We're setting up for a full A. I think we're actually avoiding mid sometimes unless we're doing a connector split. So, but we did have the pistol, and we do have a new team for Nexa as well. We don't know what kind of style, but Here it is, the set tactic with the A split coming in. As they're all gearing up, and they got to the bottom of connector. He doesn't know about Palace just yet. And now it's just Kerrigan in the site on default.
MP9 stuck in the corner. Rob's trying his best not to die, but Fasher, falls off. Doesn't want to take that chance.
I think Fasher should keep the pressure. Yeah,
right?
Fasher should get the pressure there for sure. That's that might be a mistake. We'll see. They're peeling back off the ramp. Maybe they're kind of understanding it's going to be an over rotation, and they can slow it down for sure.
Plenty of time.
But yeah, look at Fasher now just shoved out of.
Doesn't like that.
Yeah, he's just losing more control right here. The CT start to fan back, but there's still a 5v4 in favor of the T side.
And this A lean that you'd think OG were well aware of is still in position. Nexa comes out of connector, bests his counterpart in Kerrigan. And now they're looking for that ticket control. Flash is good on the deep play, but what about this garbage can player? Oh man, Twists. Buying time. Brokey gets the frag instead, so the position's not even activated, despite OG now being on high alert for it.
Just not going to try, though, it looks like, I guess, because it's still 3v4. So Nexa's 1 kill in under Balk makes the big difference, has 2 A players down.
And Fasher, who is now climbing out from the ladder room, will lock this in for OG. That's 9.
Yeah. So there's a tactic out of spawn that, you know, takes some time once they get to bottom connector, but they still continue forward with the A hit eventually. And, yeah, that's his style. That's how he's going to probably call.
Shutting down Rain is a key piece to all this. Nexa creeping out from connector.
Defaults are boring, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. That's why customization is king. You know, anything default to me is boring. Got to change all your settings and your peripherals. I don't know.
I do notice the older I get, the less I change, though.
The less you change as a
I
person?
stick with, like, peripherals longer. I stick with settings longer.
Sure. Well, but I would say the older you are, you know, it doesn't make those things default. You've just spent more time with them, but you still have your angle.
True,
right?
true.
Yeah.
I crouch with spacebar.
Well, you didn't need to share that. I crouch with mouse 5.
We can keep things to ourselves.
And I walk with mouse 4.
I walk with confidence.
Good for you. Earned. Ooh. Really, Nexa? Gonna keep it simple, huh?
Just keeps it simple.
Age-old classic. B smash. Who's in position? Kerrigan and Twists. And that nade, yeah, pretty substantial. Twist catching Fiku. Kerrigan keeps his head down by Van, looking to just get that third player in. The front runner's dead as Twists finds himself a double kill. And that B hit has just lost all its momentum. Solid stuff between Twist and Kerrigan. 2 kills apiece. Exactly what you hope. Not even a rotator needed. The default defense reigns supreme. Brokey closes shop.
Yeah, it's pretty standard with the attack. So the one thing is when you mentioned that Nexa sort of like lost control of the last team, maybe that's why he took a break. I think that probably is true, something along those lines. And I think one thing we heard from him for sure was that he didn't really feel like he had the players to run standard defaults and play like Astralis CS, if you will, like that kind of Furia quote. And with this lineup is arguably, you know, individually less consistent even. So does that mean that he leans more into that? More set stuff? Or does he try to find out if there are some, you know, untold stories with these players?
Oh, a clencher.
I could see how they could run a default a little better. I could see that.
Okay.
That maybe with the, like, Fico and Neofrag kind of overlapped a little bit to me.
That's a fair assessment. By keeping 1, frees up some space for Fiku, which I think he's thriving in right now. Keto, that's a beautiful moment.
Whoa.
Into the double kill, catching Rops. No trio of frags. Twist strikes him down. Kerrigan into the cover, but making sound And Fiku was supposed to be ready, but
just above him.
Maybe it's the AUG. And Regali in another clutch attempt, but Twist is so mobile in that moment. Repositioning forward like that down the ramp, catches off the last player. Good job, Kerrigan. That was a very clean shot on a player who was predicting your position because he had just made sound.
No doubt. Yeah, look at Twist running over the stairs into A ramp within 3 seconds. No way to be ready for that, Fiku. That's tough. It's hard to judge, obviously, where the head's going to be when it could be a couple of different elevations. Kerrigan's just happy. He was sharp.
Fiku looks at the kill feed like, Kerrigan? No! He got owned by the AUG, brother. First bullet out, straight between the eyes. You know, in Fiku's mind, he had that kill already.
I saw it too. I mean,
it was wrapped up.
Yeah. I saw what he saw.
But Kerrigan had other ideas. That's his 8th frag. Fasher. Man, Rangit's very adventurous for a round where T's have no weapons. And now you've put that M4 in the hands of a man with armor.
There's that AUG again.
And it's working. Keto feeling the wrath of Kerrigan's AUG. Frag grenade goes ramp. Nearly ends Fiku. There's a Nexa Deagle. Keep things interesting. B site's compromised.
They all go running, actually. Even though the bomb's still top mid.
Hasn't been spotted. But Nexa can't maintain. And that lets Rops go back to middle. Lets the swing occur here for FaZe. They're going to play it 1-1-1.
And Rops gets into an even better spot here in the ladder room. Going to be hard to predict his position. Kerrigan with the scope on the AUG. It's just the AUG that keeps on giving.
Admin. He's abusing the scope. But he's allowed. And Fiku with that M4.
He can go B still.
Yeah, it's open, but boy, smooth moves. Gets around. Yep. Challenge, though, in market. That's the next one. And, of course, Brokey's going to land that shot. 14 now to FaZe, and this CT side is starting to dominate. Unfortunately for OG, nice close affair. They brought back their defense, but that 6-1 start in the first half, and now another 6-1 start in the second half.
Yeah, and even though this is just Mirage, we don't know if OG have prepped. Like, if, you know, because their team is so different now, we don't know which match they would have prepped. I feel like, Mirage should be one of the ones that should be the easiest to, but we don't know what their favorites are so far on the map pool with this lineup, even if it's an Nexa favorite for sure. But we saw Simple talking about how they didn't even play Ancient a single time before playing it in the official here.
I do like that he, you know, apologized while saying that.
He's like, you could see it. I was like,
I hate to say this, but no, we didn't practice. Ancient specifically. Which answers my question of, no, we will never see him play Vertigo.
Right.
Smoke's held on to by OG. Little top mid play from Nexa.
So this is a default.
He wants those underpass players to come join him. Careful, Kerrigan. You don't have Twist as nearby as he has been.
Yeah, FaZe kind of waiting for a late mid, but they get a smoke in at a really good timing. This will make it annoying for the T side, who are actually working on mid, so they've got Nexa starting to slink down, but it's chair side, so he can't. Oh, no, he's underneath connector. There it is. All right, that's a great clear.
Free one on Rops.
And he's jumping towards window. Just Twist changed him out. Off in place.
Brokey got in position.
Kerrigan's still up.
Kerrigan catches the back of Regali. Brokey here. Playing between these pillars is just a Brokey classic. And he's got support from Twist. So it felt like, you know, things could have gone south, but there was no challenge out of OG through Kerrigan's smoke.
There wasn't, and like Nexa got its kill, but there was still literally like Kerrigan, Van, plus Brokey's op there. Nothing to pull the rotations.
Yep.
And a kill inside of mid is not quite enough. You know, kill inside of mid could still be a cat hit.
Brokey could have missed the timing.
It could still be a default for another 20 seconds. It could be a lot of things. It could be a palace pop, right? So
Twist's instant trade frag out of window, shut down all the mid problems right then and there. And with that, we've got 6 map and match points for FaZe to close with. Do you walk away from this game like hopeful for FaZe at the start of this season, or you think some of the struggles that we've seen? I mean, again, it's
I'm not too high on FaZe. I won't lie to you. I mean, like even like in 2023 in general, I just like think they're always a threat. I love watching them play because some of their matches are so fun to play. But like in terms of being like an era threat or like winning the next major tournament, I mean, I don't know. I can't tell sometimes like where they're at.
There's always that uncertainty.
They definitely, yeah.
It just feels like, okay, after this one best of 3, more of the same.
Yeah.
It's more of 2023 FaZe.
Sometimes it looks lazy. Sometimes like you get an astounding sort of like photo finish, crazy calls. It's just too inconsistent.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like they're boiling over with excitement and having a really fun time. And
yeah.
Other moments, it's like you can see that like it's just, it's a mental grind to fight in some of these games. But alas, it is a 2-0 by the looks of things. Man advantage in this one. Nearly no util. They'll flash Kerrigan off his angle, but his AUG is sharp, man. Should have been playing this thing all half long. Rotates come out from market. Kerrigan trying to dodge danger, but Regali is able to find him, and then no coverage from the bomb because Regali plays around the smoke. So I feel like with that moment, he has to now bring this back. He lost his teammate while preoccupied. What more can he offer up? It's a 2v4, turn 2v3. Bomb's still down. And of course, if Regali and Nexa both hit the floor of that B site, then that flank potential becomes a problem.
Did they not see the bomb? Because Rops is still on A.
Maybe not.
No, they killed the bomb.
Yeah, you would have thought. Maybe they were worried about some kind of a lurk, but, you know, Keto's not alive, so there shouldn't be the palace play. And indeed, there is not. Bomb planted standard. Player sits on top of it. Regali playing on Arch, of course, opens up that backdoor push that already Rain has used to close the distance into sight. He'll be that first contact, and then we'll watch the other 2 swarm. But it's a clean kill from Regali, and he's trying to pick up that slack since the bomb went down. However, now he's pinched, and still he is fighting.
Still get stuck, though.
Brokey, he's got the peek out, and he's got the kill as well. So right there and right now, FaZe close out on Mirage 16-9 to take this series 2-0 and to start this second season of the year with a win. Yes, Inferno got close. Yes, Regali gave us those shining moments. But at the end of the day, it is more of the same for FaZe. Wins.
Yeah, they sort of pushed him on Inferno, at least numerically. It looked like, yeah, it could have gone to OT. And we're good to see a strong debut from Regali. That's exciting as one story to come out of OG. But they've got a lot to prove, and this result is just what we expect. We're trying to see these matches to see when our expectations are going to be defied. That hasn't happened yet. And for FaZe, I can't even blame them for kind of doing just enough to bring this over the line. So we'll have to see if another team can push them, because right now it's not OG.
No, that's not the case. Of course, they will play the winner of G2 or Liquid, so competition around the corner. We hand this one down to James.
It got a little bit close when it came to Inferno, but FaZe still grabbed the win here. Just talking about the first map in general though, right? Because it got closer than what I think a lot of us expected with this. Was this just some rust on your end?
Yeah, I think some rust. I think communication wasn't as it seemed to be that great. So yeah, I think a bit of a slow start as well. I think we're just getting back into things, and they're also a new team, and we didn't even know like positions and stuff. So it just took a while to get used to what they were doing. And yeah, I mean, I think it went fine. It's just, all of us had to warm up eventually.
That's what it's about, right? Warming up into the season and getting yourselves ready. When it comes to that OG, though, what do you make of them? Because obviously you guys have to learn on the fly so much with it all.
I think they have some like good players. Like I think Keto is always, he was a player that could pop off in big, and maybe under different leadership he can make that happen more often. Regali is a good up and coming talent, and I think there's potential there. And yeah, one could say that Nexa has more better pieces this time around to work with. I mean, losing Flames is definitely a big hit for them. He was an important player, but FaZe is also an aggressive type player and can fill that void.
And what did you guys come into this game with in terms of mentality, knowing you didn't have Robin behind you, it's just relying on you five as the players?
Yeah, I think we're chilling. I mean, sometimes we know how it is without Robon. We had to do the major without him twice, and then last spring groups even last time, given our situation with how we being with this kid, and it was it's not something new, but it does suck knowing that when we take attack plus he is not there.
And who picks up the slack in terms of the voice in the team?
I think Finn's always had a big enough voice to fill the void. I think he's had that before where he doesn't have a coach behind him multiple times. So yeah, I think he does a good job. And knowing that Roman's not there, it's kind of on the rest of us to chip in, add 5-10% more, and keep each other in check.
Now, I've got a funny question for you here, Twist. And this is coming from the Blast TV viewers. They get to have a little say in it. Yes, I know. They want to throw something at us that isn't CS related. They get a choice on questions. So you guys at home, you decided this. This is, what is your hair routine, mate?
Yeah, that one's not being answered here. It's for me. That's for me on my channels. Everyone's trying to milk it, man. It's crazy. Everyone's listening to it. You guys are listening to it. Man, I gotta.
You want to hold on to the good hair?
Yeah, of course. 100K subs, and I retweeted it.
100K subs, Blast TV, go and do your thing now. That's how you're going to get it from Twist.
You heard it here first. Twist exclusively dropping the hair routine over on his stream. You know what FaZe weren't dropping though? Any maps in that series. I managed to push OG down into the lower bracket of Group C. Kind of exactly as we expected, and Russell pretty much putting it perfectly. Everybody waking up when they needed to most. Himself and Rain actually showing up on that second map.
Yeah, that was a good performance coming out of FaZe Clan. Credit to OG for putting up a fight in the first half, and in the beginning of the second, you could maybe argue that it could have been a much closer game, but at the end of the day, the class from the FaZe players can't be denied. Especially Rain, I think, had a lot of moments with a lot of impact on the A-bomb side. So it was overall just great to see that all the FaZe players chimed up, stepped up, and got a secure win in the back.
That was kind of a controlled effort if you're FaZe. It reminded me of my days at university, when you know exactly how much you're supposed to work to get the exam. You're not going to put too many hours into this. Like, there's a party on Thursday. Maybe you can make the party. You can be ready for the next Monday. It's all right. You know the material. You know the class. And that's what FaZe were doing. They had a grand old time. They just passed the test, and they just scurve on to the next game.
Maniac, you're such a humble king comparing yourself to FaZe. I absolutely
guess in a way
love
I was kind of the FaZe at university.
we had Jacob comparing himself to Elise just yesterday. Now you're the FaZe of your time at uni.
No,
but yeah,
I'm saying I understand what they were doing.
Yeah.
Minimal effort, maximum return.
I want to question something that Maui was calling FaZe at the tail end of last season, the king procrastinators. I feel like they've gone just a maybe step back from that. They didn't let it get to the full 30 on Mirage. Is that a good sign for them?
Yeah, I mean, we're reaching at that point. But yes, they did close it a little bit sooner. Look, they had great starts on both halves on Mirage. I think it helped them tremendously. 6-1 in the T side, Rain running around. And then on the CT side, Kerrigan was tested a couple of times on the B side, but he actually stepped up. A couple of plays with the AUG as well, a couple of good reads. You see the last round is a good example. The B hits arrives. Broky's already here to help. Kerrigan's in positioning. He's got a trade, bait and switch position with another teammate who's here. So if you're Nexa, you're basically walking into the trap, and FaZe kills it.
It's also a reality check of where OG's at right now.
Yes.
We spoke about it when we discussed Astralis versus NAVI, that the map pool for a lot of these teams are not set yet. You've had 6, maybe 7 days to practice leading into the tournament. So to be able to play 3 maps at a high level, it's not going to work out like that for most teams. And for OG, I feel like we saw their limitations here in Mirage. And again, I'm not disappointed in them, but it's a reality check. And I guess when you look at the lineup, when you look at where they're at, it makes sense.
Yeah, let's be real. We weren't expecting OG to be able to take a map off of FaZe.
They got close.
They did get incredibly close. And I think we saw maybe the limits of Regali being tested just a little bit coming onto Mirage. We were looking at him as, obviously the AWPer on Mirage is going to be a pivotal importance. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see a replica performance from what we saw in Inferno.
That's right. He was a bit more quiet. Probably can be attributed to that slow start on the CT side of Mirage. Financially, he never really gets the ball rolling. Doesn't put his hand on a whole lot of AWPs. He had a few clutches here and there. Attempts. He had an almost 1v3.
Yeah.
He had that weird ass 1v1 against Kerrigan where it seems like they're not hearing each other. There was a few moments of what if. But overall, if we want to look on the plus side, I think Fiku had a couple of moments that caught us off guard. I mean, we heard the whole interview about, it's going to be put in more star role, a bit more movements. And I feel like whenever he had to, he found these multi-kills. Good for him. that could be a way and something to explore for OG later down the line.
Yeah, we've got loads more games for OG coming up, so not
Plenty
done
of
yet,
games.
right?
No, not too bad, not too bad. I'm still, interested in Regarding. I think you said it pretty well. There was a lot of what if moments, but he was left in clutches quite often. And on Inferno, he was delivering. He had a 1v3 clutch on the bomb side. He had 2 almost 1v3 clutches going his way. And the last round here, Mirage as well, almost winning it out as well for Regarding. So I look forward to see more of him, and I think he's a bright spark to this OG lineup.
I guess I'm interested for FaZe, going forward in the tournament with the absence of Robban, right? Like, from the initial sort of signs here, do you feel like that is going to be an issue for FaZe, or do you think the skill and experience on that side, it's not going to matter
Perhaps
too much?
outside of the server, they're going to miss him. I think he's been a big part of the team, and I think he's been a bit of a father figure almost for some of these players. I think it's a guy that you can rely on to talk to outside of the server, but when they're in the game and on the server, I don't think you're going to see anything different from FaZe.
And it would be in more like high pressure situations. I think the format that we are here doesn't exactly preclude to these moments.
Yeah.
But now if you ask me, fast forward to Cologne on the stage, 14-14, quarterfinal, whatever it is, yes, maybe it would be great to have that presence behind you who's got a bit more distance with the game, can hit you with an idea. Here, I don't exactly think we're going to be there.
And that's the interesting thing to me, if I may, right? Are FaZe looking towards bringing in a coach during this tournament, or maybe for Cologne in that regard to get it going? Or are they just accepting that, no, we're going to play without a coach for one of the biggest tournaments of the year?
Yeah, hell of a lot of questions going forward, but for FaZe, that does round off the day's proceedings at day number 2 here at the Blast Premier Full Groups 2023. We've had a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike going down. Heroic dispatching pretty handily of Big earlier on this morning. It was a NAVI versus Astralis game. That was what we were saying was kind of going to be the title card matchup of the day. It certainly delivered. We see NAVI progressing forward on the Group B bracket, where they will be meeting Heroic. That's going to be a test match here.
Yeah, that's going to be a good stress test. Listen, Heroic right now, just like Vitality, is a very good litmus test to where you're at with your team. Jacob touched on it already. The map pool is a little bit up in the air right now. They're far away from being ready, and believe me, Heroic's going to test that.
Group C, obviously, we just saw OG taking on FaZe. FaZe progressing onwards through the upper bracket. They'll be facing either the winner of G2 or Team Liquid. Word association, winner of that matchup. Who's it going to be?
That will be G2.
Yeah?
Yeah, I agree on that.
Yeah? Unicorn predictions. Let's move on into that and see who is the champion. Day
What do you
number
mean
2.
champion? It's like day 2.
Yeah, champion of day 2.
Rest in peace, Mohan.
All I'm going to say is that there are
I
only...
didn't realize he... Okay.
There's only 2 people here who have been 100% correct ever since the beginning of the event. You take it and you do with it as you please. That's not my problem.
Once
I'm
again,
just
Matthew, so humble.
Yeah.
Strikes again.
Trying
Should
to
we
escape
move into
success,
CS Money Player of
chases
the Day just to get away from this narrative?
You want to start off with that one as well? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you know what? You give us a little spin of your commentary.
I feel like I've done enough. Like, what is it? Why am I the only one working? All right, I'll take it away. We have the play of the day, of course, and we start up with Shush and a beautiful pistol round on Inferno, USP at that, a place to which he's had so many clips, and we can add another one to the tally. It's great positioning, great movement, great tap, great style, great hair. Off to you.
Talking about the humble king, we got Simple showing great trigger discipline, something Maniac could never do in his career. In this position, a 1v2, I guess, where Simple is just waiting and waiting and waiting, and he's pounding for the right moment. Matthew, take notes.
Just looks like me and face it. Honestly, twins at that point. Nope. And finally, we have Regali, of course. He has been one of the highlights of this last series. And this is the clutch that we were referring to. Beautiful work with the AWP, grabbing Rocky in the air, quick scope onto Twist. Third possible.
We should have more CSX rap battles between you guys. I thoroughly enjoyed that. James, what did you think of that? And what do you think of our Mersk MVP, our contenders?
Well, I want to see what's been shaken up a little bit as we've gone into day 2. Now, there were some heavy hitters certainly that we saw about, but not so much dominance as we had within the first day. And we've kicked up one day, and Config has gone further out of the runnings here, where Stown has found his way into 3rd place. And he is the man we're going to highlight here, doing the damage for Heroic. He is the man they look to be the star time and time again with this. And Stown, well, he's a dominant force you can rely on. Now, you can say it was against Big, it was an easy one for them to do, but when you've got a team like Heroic, sometimes it's hard to shine because many of his players can step up around the side of him as well. So for Stown right now, he's looking good. He's still not at the top. Flames has that spot, but it is still so early days in the tournament. That's our Mersk MVP check-in. Let's see who's got it when we get further through the tournament. And over back to you, Freya.
Thank you very much, Banks. Yeah, Stan been looking like a mean machine, chewing up the competition on their debut here at the Blast Premier Full Groups. But plenty more action going to be ensuing tomorrow, and 2 final debuts coming into this new season of Counter-Strike: G2 versus Team Liquid. I am so hyped for that one, particularly because I don't really know what kind of Liquid we're going to be getting tomorrow.
And there's going to be so many questions left to be answered tomorrow as well. The role clash potentially between Patsy and Yakinder. Who the hell and what the hell is Rainwaker going to bring to the table as well? I cannot wait to see that. And also G2, is it going to be like a sleepy start, or are they going to be right in position as I should be right here, right now?
You know what, Matthew? We should get some sleep because there's so much Counter-Strike coming up tomorrow. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow with more debuts of G2 versus Team Liquid. Then Group A action going to be ensuing once again. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bonne nuit.